science makes possible, and the hell of returning to the primitive stage where humanity submits to nature instead of dominating and benefiting from it.
Okay.
God damn.
I mean, I saw that the swastika, another of the realism sites said that the swastika was like, it meant for like time.
Infinity. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, some shit like that.
Like we kind of go over it in Strange Fact.
It means, yeah, like the infinity thing, but it also means this as well, the choice between paradise, infinity, and hell. It's your decision which one you want.
Some crazy shit.
Now, only 3 days after that meeting, Claude was abducted again for a third time. This time, he met an alien named Yahweh Elohim. Now, Yahweh told Claude that he was to start a religious movement and gave him the religious teachings that he would need to follow. Then he dropped his ass back off at home and said, "Get on, go spread the word of the Elohim."
The Elohim. Of course, when Claude got back to Earth, this lit a fire in his ass, and he stopped the production of his auto magazine. In September of 1974, Claude held a public conference in France, which attracted over 2,000 people. Claude stated that he devoted himself to the task that he was given by his extraterrestrial father named Yahweh. After that public conference, Claude founded MDEC.
That's literally what it says.
Oh, man. Which this was a group of people who were interested in helping him in this task that was given to him by the Elohims. Shortly after, Claude changed the name of his religious movement to Realism.
Yeah, smart choice, Claude.
Yeah.
So this is where we're going to get into the group of Realism. We aren't going to dive too deep into it, just cover some of their beliefs and everything. We just wanted you to get a good feel of its creator, Rail or Claude, whichever one you want to call them, their beliefs, and then after that, we're going to hop into Clonaid. So this will allow you to fully understand who's behind Clonaid. All right, so Hans, you want to start us off with Raelism and tell us a little bit about it?
Of course. So this religion called oh my God, dude, I fucking hate these idiots. So this religion called Realism has some different beliefs than your typical religions. They believe that humans were created scientifically in laboratories by extraterrestrials whose name is Elohim. They also state that the word Elohim is found in the Hebrew Bible and was mistranslated to the word God, or those who came from the sky, ya bitch. Now, they don't believe in a God, though. They were created by the Elohim, the creators.
Now, Realism, however you want to say it, teaches that 25,000 years ago, the Elohim arrived on Earth and pretty much terraformed the planet so that life could develop here. That is when they decided to create humans in the image of themselves, even though they said Yahweh was, 4 foot tall, light skin, almost greenish tint, looking alien with almond-shaped eyes. Anyway, moving forward. Just like in the Bible, the first 2 humans created or born, however you want to say that, were Adam and Eve as well. The more you read into the Raelian religion, you will see a lot of the key people and events from the Bible being used in their religion.
They also claim that Jesus' resurrection was, in fact, a cloning performed by the Elohim extraterrestrials. Go figure.
Yeah.
Now, this was a belief of the Elohim, though, that they could achieve eternal life by cloning themselves indefinitely. And that little green guy earlier, Yahweh, he was the leader of the Elohim, or aka the main creator. Yahweh explained to him, saying,
"Our body lives on average 10 times longer than yours. Like the first people of the Bible, that is between 750 to 1200 years. But our mind, our true self, can be truly immortal. I have already explained to you that, starting with any cell of the body, we can recreate the whole person with new living matter. When we are in full possession of our faculties and our brain is at its maximum level of efficiency and knowledge, we surgically remove a tiny sample of the body, which we then preserve. Then, when we really die, we take a cell from this preserved sample and recreate the body in full. Now, just as it has been at the time the sample was taken, I say, as it had been at that time, meaning that all its scientific knowledge and, of course, its personality. But in this case, the body is made up of new elements with the potential for another 1,000 years of life, and so on, eternally.
So, you get that?
Not really.
Oh.
Do you really want to live forever? Forever.
Forever.
That was a good song.
It is. But, okay, let's just say this religion interests you. You wanted to join it. What process would you have to go through? Well, there's an initiation for new members who want to convert to Raelism. It is pretty much like a baptism, or what they refer to as transmission of the cellular plan.
So you got to change from like Sprint or T-Mobile to their cell phone plan?
Yes, and this is not a promotion to Verizon or T-Mobile or Sprint or whoever.
Fuck T-Mobile and Sprint and all those fucking shitty ass cell phone companies. I pay them too much money and I don't get service anywhere.
That's right.
No, but go ahead. Sorry. The cellular plan, they're meaning by the body, not cell phones. That was a bad joke on my part.
No, at first I thought it was the same thing. Kind of hard not to.
This religion is just, it's a big front to get people to sign up for their new cell phone plan that they have. It's the extreme that they take. Ugh, okay.
All right, so this can only be done by upper-level members of the Raelian clergy, which are referred to as guides.
Now, these guides can only perform this baptism, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, in case you're wondering, hey, I'm a part of another religion. How does this work? Do I quit Satanism or Christianity or Muslim or Islam or whatever you're a part of? Or ICP religion? Can I still become a part of the Raelism? Well, you must first go through an apostasy from your former religion, which is pretty much like the act of abandoning a party, right? You're just leaving it.
Yeah.
You got to leave your other religion. Now, to go through with this transmission of the cellular plan, you got to wait a little bit. That's if it's not during the right time, because it doesn't happen all the time. It's not like every Sunday they go and do this transmission of the cellular plan. It's only done on certain days of the year. To be exact, there's only 4 days of the year that this happens, which are the anniversaries of the Raelian calendar.
Exactly. So the first one is the first Sunday in April. And that's when Raelians believe that Elohim created Adam and Eve. The second one is on August 6th, the date of the Hiroshima bombing, which began the age of the apocalypse revelation. This date is a remembrance and a warning of our own destructive capabilities. Rather than as a celebration, Raelians also believe that this age is the period in which we become capable of truly understanding the Elohim rather than erroneously worshiping them as gods. So that's interesting.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but okay.
So October 7th, the date that Rael met a variety of past prophets such as Jesus, Buddha, those guys, on board the Elohim craft or wherever they took them. Then,
so that's the third?
Yeah, that's the third one.
Was the date that Rael went on the craft and met Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad and all those other ones.
Yep.
Oh, they give Rael his own date. Okay.
Yeah.
Or also known as Claude.
Claude. But then we got the last date, which is December 13th, which that's the easy one. The date of the first contact between Claude and Elohim, Yahweh.
So he gets 2 dates.
He got 2 dates.
Dang. Way to go, Claude. Already getting it in good with the Elohim.
I mean, I think I did read somewhere that he did take another trip with Yahweh, and he ended up bathing with like 6 beautiful women of different races.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
What a fucking player.
All right, Hans, you want to tell us a little bit about their beliefs?
Yeah, so for Raelism, they have a few beliefs. First one is intelligent design. Raelians disbelieve in evolution, believing that DNA naturally rejects mutations. That the Elohim were likewise created by another race And one day, humanity will do the same on other planets. Second would be immortality through cloning. While the Raelians disbelieve in an afterlife, they vigorously pursue scientific inquiries into cloning, which will grant its own form of immortality to those who are cloned. They also believe that the Elohim occasionally clone truly outstanding human individuals, and that these clones now live on another planet along with Elohim. Do you think they cloned Tupac?
Well, I mean, they cloned Jesus and Buddha and Muhammad.
Yeah.
Of course they cloned Tupac and Biggie and Whitney Houston and Elvis. They're all just hanging out with the Elohims, dude. Anyways, all right. So another belief that the Raelians have is embracing sensuality. So the Elohim are benevolent creators who wish for us to just enjoy the life they provided us, which Raelians are very, very strong believers in sexual freedom. With consent, of course. They're not out there raping everybody.
Okay, Alex Jones.
So they're all pretty much just about, free love, dog, but they do practice monogamy, and even chastity, which is kind of like, what was it, Dan?
Pretty much you can have sex if you want to, or you don't have to. That's up to you.
Yeah, they say you can do whatever the hell you want. You want to fuck? Go ahead. You don't? Go ahead. They don't give a shit. Now, they do have an act of apostasy and their baptism, which we talked about earlier. So, of course, the formal joining of this Raelian movement requires you to do that act of apostasies like we talked about earlier. So you have to deny your previous religion. The ritual of this is to communicate with the new member's DNA makeup to the Elohim extraterrestrial computer, which we don't exactly have the details on that because Claude is kind of keeping it to himself.
Yeah.
But it'd be very nice to have an extraterrestrial computer. Just saying.
Right. I'm guessing that's left to the guides.
Yeah. So that's pretty much the Raelians' beliefs. And there's just one other thing that they kind of like wanted was their embassy to be created in Israel, since the Hebrews were the first people contacted by the Elohim according to Raelian belief. So yeah, that's pretty much it when it comes to their belief.
Yeah. Interesting stuff, I guess.
Yeah, it is.
Now that we talked about Raelianism and some of their beliefs, we can now jump into Clonaid. It's not Kool-Aid.
Yeah, and I'm sure people are like, what the fuck is cloning? And what does this have to do with this crazy ass religion that we're just talking about? And this guy seeing aliens and making a religion out of it. Actually, and just by the way, this Raelianism does have a lot of members.
It does.
Okay. It's like Scientology, but more like free loving
and secretive.
They're all about freeing the tatas.
Yeah.
Dude, they are. I went to their website and I was like, oh, them some tatas there.
Yeah, they're all about freeing those nipples, which, cool, man. Everybody's got nipples. Let them hang out. Doesn't matter to me. Do whatever the hell you want. All right, so let's hop into this Clonaid, like Dan said. Hans, hit it with us. Hit it. Tell us about it.
Well, in 1997, 3 months after the cloning of sheep Dolly was successful, which if you don't know what this is all about, then head over to the regular episode, stop listening right now, and then go listen to that regular episode where we go into details about Dolly. Then feel bad about listening to Patreon, and then listen to us again. It's okay, we forgive you. Well, after she was cloned, the Raelians made an announcement dealing in human cloning. As we talked about, they believed in cloning to be the way to eternal life. They had plans of setting up a company to fund the research and development of human cloning.
So at this time, some countries had banned the idea of human cloning. And in the United States, they had kind of like a suspension on the use of federal funds for human cloning research. So it wasn't like the United States was going out cloning a whole bunch of babies.
Legally.
Yeah, legally, or that we were aware of. So because of this, the Raelians created a Valiant Venture LLC, which turns into Clonaid. But this Valiant Venture LLC was an organization dedicated to cloning. Now, it was located in the Bahamas, and their intention was to offer gay and infertile couples the chance to have genetically identical kids. Which, the thought process behind it, I mean, it's good. They got good intentions off the get-go. You know, they want to help individuals.
See, that was like their front intention.
Their front intention. Oh, okay. All right. Well, tell us the main intention. I thought that was their main intention.
No, of course not.
Okay. All right. So what's the real reason why they wanted this cloning facility?
The main intention was to get closer toward their goal of eternal life. From the announcement that they released, their main project named Clonaid would do just that. In June of 1998, Bridget Boisler, the CEO of this group, said that their headquarters were located in Las Vegas, Nevada, and had received considerable private funding. But it just was not enough to sustain research that would allow them to clone humans.
They decided that they would do pet cloning to help finance the operations. I mean, like, why not? They cloned Dolly.
Right?
Yeah. In September of 2000, Rael, aka Claude, held a meeting in a Montreal hotel where he made an announcement. A wealthy American couple was willing to help fund the Clonaid project.
Nice. You got some wealthy people.
Yeah.
All right. So this wealthy couple wanted to not only fund the project, but they had their reasons why they wanted to fund it. And it's because their 10-month-old died due to a medical mistake. So Rael stated that the couple was willing to pay $500,000 to clone their deceased daughter, but the wife didn't want to be the surrogate mother. Of course, kind of break it down to simpler terms. You have to have a woman to carry the baby, right? Even though you clone it, it's going to have a little embryo. You can't grow it in like a vat or a machine. You got to stick it up in a woman, and she's got to carry that baby around and let it grow and feed off of her. But of course, that woman was selfish and was like, I don't want my daughter in me.
Right?
I'll pay $500,000, but I ain't going to have my daughter in me.
I did it once. I don't want to do it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry.
So Bridget, who, the CEO who was in charge of all this, revealed that they had 4 scientists that would actually be involved in this operation.
So they would have a biochemist, a geneticist,
Geneticist?
yeah, geneticist.
Geneticist?
Yes, we're going with that.
Geneticist?
Yeah, a cell fusion expert, and a French medical doctor. But she would not reveal their identities or the identity of the American couple. Now, even though the mother didn't want to be the surrogate mother, that was not an issue, considering that Clonaid was part of the Raeliism group, who were pretty much pro-cloning. They had many volunteers who would be more than willing to be a surrogate.
Oh, man. So people part of their religion were like, hey, yeah, we'll tote that baby for you.
Yeah, put that baby in me.
We don't mind. Oh, my God. Okay.
Bridget anticipated that the work on the preserved cells could begin within a month. This was questionable. Many universities that were studying the field of cloning believed that the human cloning wouldn't be too hard to do, considering it was easier to understand than animal cloning. That is, if you had the knowledge for it, which they doubted the Clonaid had that knowledge, which they had no desire to prove that they did or that they didn't.
So in the spring of 2001, another one of these labs that they had in West Virginia started to be investigated. This was one of the Clonaid labs. This one was actually located inside a rented room within an abandoned high school. But even though it was like in a shitty building, it contained state-of-the-art equipment, like badass equipment. They had their shit set up. The place was a mess for a lab, though. They had insects flying all around, and they had open windows, and there was a nearby farm, and shit was flying in and flying out. So they didn't really take care of their equipment. So since their lab was kind of like a mess, the FDA, the United States FDA, got wind of it, and they were kind of like, we should look into it. So they went in and started investigating and poking around and prodding around in this West Virginia, lab that Clonate had.
Exactly. They reviewed the books in the lab, and they were just like, these are fucking sketchy. Pretty much saying that they sucked at documenting their scientific research. They then realized, though, that this was a work of a graduate student who was working on cow ovaries from a slaughterhouse in order to extract the ovaries from them. It's kind of weird, but they found out this graduate student was part of the Clonade's group, but the person who funded this research was actually the former West Virginia state legislator Mark Hunt, who wanted to clone his 10-month-old dead son, Andrew, which we go a little bit more into that in the Strange Facts and Findings.
The United States government got wind of this, and the Food and Drug Administration quickly shut that ass down. The FDA regulates human experiments. Since they found out about this, they contended that its regulations forbid human cloning without approval from the agency. This was permission they would supposedly never give. Well, guess what? It didn't stop Clonate, though.
Yep, because they moved their shit all the way to the Bahamas, and they fucking started cloning. People left and right. And then in March of 2001, that Bridget woman, the CEO of Clonade, who's also Aurelian, by the way, part of the Aurelianism group or religious movement or whatever, she went in front of a press and said, hey, a woman is going to be pregnant with a cloned fetus in April. The cells had reached their blastocyst stage, but Bridget refused to speak of the specific implantation or pregnancy associated with them. She didn't want to get into specifics. Now, in late July of that year, Clonade's branch in South Korea, which was called Biofusion Tech, said a woman successfully attained pregnancy of a cloned child.
Now, this was a problem because in September of 2002, on the 27th, South Korea's Ministry of Health and Welfare would announce that it would ban human cloning and sentence violators to a 10-year prison term.
God damn.
Yeah, so the pregnant woman was supposedly moved out of Korea and into another country, which Clonade claimed they had no idea which country she was moved to, which doesn't surprise us because of the way they've been vague on everything else. It's like, oh, we moved her, but we don't know where, for safety reasons.
On December 27th, 2002, the group announced that they successfully cloned the human baby named Eve. Sorry, I think of like WALL-E, where he meets Eve.
Wow.
Yeah, and this was the first human baby ever cloned, supposedly.
She was delivered by cesarean section, C-section, for those of you that don't know what that means. Because even though she was cloned, she was the first human reproductive clone. This C-section was done outside the U.S., and that both the mother and Eve were healthy.
Yeet.
So during this announcement, Bridget didn't, present the mother or the child, and still they wouldn't provide like any more proof of their claims that Clonade was making. The only thing they really needed to provide was a DNA sample to prove their claims, but they were like, no, we're not going to give that up. We wanted to protect the privacy of our individuals, of our clients. Now, after this news hit, Korean prosecutors decided to raid the Clonade branch in Korea, the one that we talked about earlier, Biotech or Biofusion Tech. They, of course, removed records from the offices and from the homes of those who worked there. They found out that at least 10 women in Korea wanted to clone themselves and 3 others had applied to be surrogate mothers for them. Oh my God. Would you guys clone yourself?
I wouldn't, but like in our regular episode, if they gave me a clone of myself, I'd raise it.
I would.
Now, the FDA decided that they would investigate Clonade to see if it had done anything illegal so far. Because, FDA's all over that ass right now. But like earlier, they stated that human cloning is forbidden without their prior authorization. Well, that didn't do much, but it got the United States Congress involved, and they decided to push to ban human cloning altogether. Try.
This triggered a big debate. Banning cloning altogether would then ban therapeutic cloning also. This would pretty much affect the study of certain diseases and developing treatments for them.
Moving forward, Clonade claimed that it had a list of couples who were ready to have a clone child. After that claim, they announced that 4 more human clones were going to be born within a few weeks. They also claimed that Eve was able to go home with her mother on December 30th, 2002.
Yay.
You figured all the hot water they get in with this, that they would quit making these claims, but they were like, fuck it. We're going to ride the media wave.
Dude, that's exactly what their ass was doing.
Yeah.
Anyway, an attorney in Florida by the name of Bernard Siegel filed a petition as a private citizen in the Broward County Circuit Court requesting that a temporary guardian be appointed for the cloned child. The court case went on for about a month, and Bridget testified under oath that there was a cloned child born in Israel, though. Yet, there is no proof that the child actually existed still, and Bridget said, "Fine, you motherfuckers." She made arrangements for Eve to travel to the United States that day for DNA testing.
She claimed that a pediatrician saw Eve and her mother in good condition, but she refused to mention the location of the surrogate birth, the testing lab, or the biological mother's home, which she wanted to keep secret for now. The mother was said to be a 31-year-old woman married to an infertile husband. Now, a former ABC News science editor named Michael Gillian made an agreement with Bridget for him to choose independent experts to test for a DNA match. Clonade, of course, refused to identify the independent experts because if revealed too soon, others could track the baby from the testing place into the mother's house. Yeah, okay. Plus, they claimed that the parents had the final say on whether they wanted to test the baby.
Now, Bridget just keeps claiming that these kids are clones and that she wouldn't mind handing over the evidence of these claims. The only thing, though, is that she feared that the procedure for the way they cloned would be leaked out, since they were the only ones who knew how to do it, because the Elohims have told them. So after Bridget made these statements, weeks later, she kept claiming that more implantations were happening. Like, we're still fucking doing it. There's nothing you can do to stop us. She also said that, hey, not only we're still doing it, but we had fucking 10 successful ones done that year. And by New Year's Day, there were 20 more implantations of human clones that were going to happen. So nothing stopping this cloning train. Nothing.
Nothing at all. Then you got the Michael guy again. He was disappointed because he discovered that, after Clonade agreed to do the DNA tests, they changed their minds and withdrew their offer to provide the tests.
Damn. He was so happy when he got that email back or that call that they were like, oh, yeah, we'll provide you with the DNA test. He was like, oh, this is my big break.
Exactly.
This is my big break as a journalist. And then they take it away.
Yeah.
Damn.
And of course, Bridget claimed that before the tests were done, she had to make sure that the parents pretty much wanted to make sure that their baby would not be sent away or taken from them.
How many times are these parents getting asked if they could take samples of their kids? Goddamn, Bridget called again asking if she could take her kids to take blood.
But yeah, so many different ways to try to get Clonade to prove that these cloned children were real pretty much failed.
Since then, not much has changed. Clonade hasn't provided any proof of their ability to clone individuals. And that is pretty much it with Clonade. But it doesn't stop there because there are some weird, strange facts and findings that surround this deep ass rabbit hole. So, Aaron, you want to start us off?
Hell yeah, I do. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the Raelians symbol. Now, we talked about it a little bit earlier, but we're going to touch on it again. So when it comes to this cult's religious symbol, I say cult or religion, whichever way you want to prefer it as, when you look at their symbol, many see a swastika right smack dab in the middle of it, because there is. There is a friggin' swastika right in the fucking middle of it. And it's interesting that they use a swastika and because it's merged with the Star of David from the Jewish religion. So you take the Star of David, and instead of like it creating a star in the middle, there's a freaking swastika. So weird. Now, another thing to add to that weird symbol that they have is that in 2018, the Raelians actually participated in Swastika Day, which I didn't even know existed. But apparently there's a Swastika Day that you can honor the swastika, and they participated in it. And they joined with other religions and like-minded people to bring to light that the swastika just isn't a symbol of hate. That before the Nazis screwed up this image, it was a symbol for infinity for the Raelians and for Hindus. And that is 100% correct. Because if you remember, in our very first Patreon episode, I believe it was our first one, we did one over Charles Manson, and we talked about his symbol in his forehead is not actually a swastika. It's the Hinduism symbol for the swastika, which is the opposite way, which I don't know if they have theirs the opposite way or not. I can't remember which way the swastika goes because I don't look at swastikas regularly. So there you go. That's our first strange fact and finding.
Kind of strange. I mean, it does look cool, but it's kind of fucked up.
Oh my God. Did you just say look cool?
You tell me that the way they merged that doesn't look cool, okay?
They did a good job merging it.
But like I said, it's fucked up.
Yeah, I would not be wearing that.
Hell no.
Hell no.
Fuck that.
They should have just went with the Superman symbol. You know, the one you can draw with the 3 lines?
Oh, yeah.
Superman.
That's what they should have fucking went with. We'll save that for our cult.
Boom.
There we go.
Super third conductors.
Yeah. All right, so let's go on to our next strange fact of finding. Who wants to hit it with it for us? Yeah.
So, our next strange fact and finding is about Mr. Mark Hunt. We talked about him a little bit earlier, but now we're going to go into it a bit. So in 2016, a West Virginia Congress candidate did an interview about cloning. 22 years before Mark Hunt ran for a congressional office seat, his wife and him had a baby. The baby was born with heart issues and it died after surgical complications while only being 10 months old. This destroyed Mark and his wife. So Mark decided in 1999 to start pumping money into opening up a laboratory in a Nitro Community Center in West Virginia. Mark also hired Bridget Bitch, the chief executive at Clonaid, to clone their dead boy. Sadly, they were never anywhere close to cloning Mark's son, so Mark had to shut down the lab because he was being pressured super hard by the FDA. They were after that ass. He then cut ties to Clonaid and Raeliism as well, and from this period on, Mark has made money from suing insurance agencies and faulty family products. What a tool.
I mean, I feel bad for him for losing his kid because that's horrible. Nobody should have to bury their kid, right? Their kids should bury you. You should never have to bury your kid.
Damn, got me in my feels.
Mm-hmm.
That Mark dude, pretty weird. That is a strange fact for him to do that. Didn't like the government tell him he had to shut it down? Didn't he like make a deal with the FDA and was like, yeah, I promise I won't get my son cloned on United States ground or some shit like that.
They made him like sign an agreement and shit for it.
That tells me cloning is possible.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't, why would the FDA make him sign that agreement? They just didn't want anybody else out there cloning people. They got a cloning monopoly.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
All right, Hans, what's this next one?
This one is over a Reddit user post. An account of 2 Quebec journalists who infiltrated the Raelism cult. One reporter actually was able to attend an information session for Clonaid moms, but stopped hearing back from the doctors responsible for the whole sessions. It was unclear to the reporter if the cult had figured out who she was, and the reporter also said that the doctors, they were really vague and like giving any direct answers or, any information. This reporter also said it wouldn't surprise her if they had no cloning facilities at all and were using this cloning hype as a publicity stunt.
I don't know. I mean, the United States FDA did raid one of their facilities, and in South Korea, they got another one of their facilities raided. I do think they have a cloning facility. Is it a legit one? I don't know. I think it's like a LARPing one where they go inside there, they play Dungeons and Dragons, except it's like, who wants to clone a baby? Let's pretend to be doctors.
Let's play house, but from the very, very beginning, let's make the baby.
Yeah.
The wrong way.
Mother, may I?
All right, so let's go on to the next strange fact and finding, which is about a confrontation that occurred in 2004. Now, this is not really that strange. I just thought I'd throw it in there. Now, in 2004, Rail, also known as Claude, he appeared on a TV show, which was called Tout le monde en parle, which is kind of like a French talk show that was hosted by Guy A. Lepage. Now, during this appearance, Rail was kind of like talking with other panel members, and he made some statements on like democracy and cloning. Well, it kind of like upset some of the panel members, which were like other celebrities and shit like that. And they started making fun of him, especially this dude named Sergey Chapalou. I'm sure I pronounced your name wrong, but I don't give a fuck. He called Rael a farce, a nerd, kind of like ridiculed him for his clothes that he wore. And the most messed up part, I mean, this is messed up, but it's kind of funny. All right, Rael at the time had like a bald spot in the middle of his head, but he had like long hair on the back, kind of like a Hulk Hogan haircut. Well, he would pull his hair in the back into a bun. So he had a big ass bald spot, and then it would go into a man bun. Well, that one guy that was like kind of dissing Rail on that talk show, he's like, "You're a joke. This is fake. Look at what you're wearing. All your shit's wrong." He stood up, and the crowd was like fully into it, right? They were laughing, and grabbed Rail on his fucking man bun. It's like, dude, leave his man bun alone. It's hanging on by a thread. He's barely got any hair up there.
Right.
So Rail got upset and ended up leaving the stage and left the show. And of course, the audience started clapping. It's like, fuck off. But there was a fellow guest on the show that was some member of the Quebec Legislative Assembly. Her name was Pauline Morose. She called Rail insane and like criticized him as well. After this whole ordeal, the Raelian movement, Raelism as a whole, they were like, hey, you need to fucking apologize for how you treated our main man over here. The talk show host and like the people on there were like, nah, we're good. Now, we do have a clip of that incident. It's just a 5-minute clip. It's all in French. I don't understand a fucking thing they're saying. And all it is just him getting yelled at. So if you want to watch it, it's going to be in our Patreon notes under the show. So click on it and watch it. It's pretty good. Now, there was a couple more strange facts and findings I wanted to touch on before we rolled into theories. One of them is if you go to their website, which is rael.org, and then scroll to the very bottom where it says featured pages. You guys see that?
Yes.
So they have Elohim Embassy, welcoming an extraterrestrial civilization. These are like their extra pages and companies, I guess. And then they got another one, 1 minute for peace, just 1 minute to save humanity. And then the next one, go topless, equal topless rights for all. They got, I guess, a topless organization. And then they got a clitorade, kind of like Gatorade, but with your clitoris, clitorade. And it's a funny name, but it helps fight female genital mutilation, which is a common occurrence in other countries.
Oh, yeah.
Where they mutilate females. They cut off their clitorises, which is fucked up.
Sure, that's not even the worst part of it.
No, it's not.
They have their next company they got is Pro Swastika, and it's for swastika rehabilitation.
So they're trying to bring it nice, like good again?
Yeah, and then they got the last one, which is Proteism, I guess that's how you pronounce it, which means they want to make a world without work or money. Bunch of commies.
Them goddamn lazy asking people.
I'd totally do that. I'd be down for that.
I trade you this chicken for your goose today.
Aaron, we need you to tell us a story and we'll give you some eggs. Deal.
Trust us, he can tell a good story. Pulled one over on Dan and I.
Yeah, I did. All right. This next strange fact and finding is kind of like a testimonies. It's a website, raelian.com, and it's testimonies from previous members. And I figured we could just like read one of them, just kind of get like a feel of like what they think about it. So if you go to their website, raelian.com, and it says what's new. Dan, if you want to read the first paragraph, Hans, you can read the second paragraph, and I'll just go back and forth.
After long 11 years, I decided to quit Raelian movement. I went into extensive investigation of Claude Vorilhan, whatever, Rael, and I found too many coincidences, hard to be ignored. On this site, as many people's requests, I try to put all the information I found. The judgment is all yours. One thing I want to make sure, I have nothing against Rael or Raelians personally. I still think Raelians were one of the finest people on Earth. It is just Claude, Rael, who is the evil being. Raelians are just victims for their docile spirit.
I just want to make sure that I am a firm believer of Gene Cindy, the great researcher who was way ahead of his time. Many of his foresights will come true one day, and his works will be recognized. When the contact between Elohim and human being is made, Rael will be the first person to flee and disappear. I just hope this would happen in our lifetime.
So yeah, that was kind of like just that. And this website is full of like testimonies. There is something weird that I just saw on this website. Apparently Claude went to a Japanese seminar in early 2000 and said at that seminar that in the year 2015, money will disappear. Huh. I guess he was wrong about that.
Yeah.
Way to go, Claude. I don't know. It's all weird. So take a look at this website. It's a lot of good stuff on it. A lot of crazy stuff. This last strange fact and finding we're going to talk about is the Order of the Angels. Now, we didn't talk about this at all, but it has to be mentioned. This Order of the Angels is like a subgroup inside of the Raelian religion. And it was established in 1998 by Rael or Claude, whatever you want to call them. And it's an all-female group. Now, these members are trained to be like the only humans permitted to contact the Elohim after they arrive on Earth. So the Elohim arrive on Earth, and these women are the only ones able to contact the Elohim and kind of like act as the translator between. Now, he did state that while he's training them, that they would serve as like scientists, journalists, and that women could only be a part of it because men were not feminine enough for the extremely gentle, delicate, and sensitive Elohim. Now, another weird thing Rael does with this Order of the Angels is that he divides them up into like tiers, into like 3 different groups. There's the white, the pink, and the golden ribbons. So they each wear like different things. Like for an example, the white angels wear white feathers and can choose different lovers and multiple lovers and are tasked with operating in the world of Earth to attract more women into the Raelian movement. So basically they're tasked with, hey, have a lot of sex with people and get women to join in our cult, right? The pink angels wear a pink feather and are considered by Rael to be the chosen ones. And they have to live like a sequestered life and are expected to reserve their sexual activity for the extraterrestrials. Like, hey, you can't be out there fucking. You got to save it for these delicate Elohim, okay? And the last one, the gold ribbon angels, they wear a gold cord around their neck, and they're handpicked by Rael for their physical beauty, and they're described as being the ones that are going to be the first people who will approach the Elohim when they arrive back to Earth. Now, the pink and gold ribbon angels are expected to abstain from sexual activity with most other humans, but they receive instructions in alien lovemaking and practice alien lovemaking with Rael.
There it
rather
is.
than engaging it alone or with other human beings. So Rael teaches them.
Yep.
There you go.
I was just picturing, I'm just like, I guarantee you Rail probably dresses up in a little green outfit, tapes his eyes in a weird way, pretends to be a fucking Elohim.
Smiles at him all fucked up.
So yeah, that's the order of the angels. I just had to mention it before we went on to theories.
I think I was starting to read about them, but then I stopped because I'm just like, that's not what I was looking for.
All right, so let's get into theories. What's the first theory we got?
So the first theory we have is that Clonaid is just a fraud company, pretty much. So this theory, it literally goes that Raelism and Clonaid started off as maybe something real, but in the end, it turned out to be just a fraud, a hoax. So Raelism created Clonaid for the sole purpose of cloning humans to continue their immortality, or so they say. They couldn't get funding like they thought they would, so they decided to try to dabble in human cloning, and you could say pet cloning as well. Fund us. We will find a way to clone humans so you can live an immortal life, which is more along the lines of we will do minimum research and testing, but pocket the rest of the money. So why do I think it's a fraud? It pretty much goes back to the two journalists. They infiltrated Clonaid. One posed as a volunteer to provide their eggs. One said that they'd bear a cloned human baby. Well, as they socialized with Raelian members and with the Clonaid president, Bridget, they overheard her talking, and they said that all of them would mock the media, saying things like, yeah, come, my good journalist friends, ask me if we did all this to have free publicity. Yes, true. And then, of course, they all claim about baby Eve being born, but none of it was ever proven. None of the kids were proven to be real. All they do was submit DNA or something like that, but which actually being cloned or proof that they're alive, people just started believing that it was a fraud. It was just to gain funding and publicity for, I guess, the religion.
I believe it was somewhat like that. It was a fraud to gain money for Rael to continue living the life he's living. I mean, he got a $3-something million house purchased for him by one of the members of this Raelism cult. And I mean, this Raelism is all over the world. It's in Japan. It's super popular in South America or South Africa.
He's living the life.
Yeah, super popular in TOT3K.
No, it's not. We're not.
No. No, man, he has it made right now. He's fucking rich. He's pretending to be Elohim and, doing all kinds of weird, freaky stuff with these women.
Yeah, he gets his pick of the women, and he just does whatever he wants. He's living the high life, and all he does is just spread his word that he was picked up by an alien, and aliens are coming back.
This man literally, I say, looked at a Bible and just I'm going to change this, I'm going to change that.
It's so much similar. It's so much like Scientology.
Yep.
The way it played out. I did watch a Vice documentary. Did y'all watch that one that I sent y'all?
I didn't.
Tried to.
You fucking assholes. You guys suck.
I know.
I watched a different 50-minute one, bitch.
Yeah.
What?
I watched another 50-minute fucking documentary.
But did you watch a 2-hour one? No, I'm just kidding. So in that Vice documentary, it's really good, by the way. About 20 minutes into it, the rail guy goes into his, I guess it was his Japanese section, or his Japanese sect, and sits down in this altar type thing. And there was all these Japanese people sitting around him. It's this fucking just white dude in this all white cloth. And he's looking at all the Japanese people, and they got their fucking phones out and their camcorders, and they're looking at him. And he goes, I just want everybody, instead of listening to me spread the word, I want everybody to just sit here and witness my silence. And then he just sits there in silence and stares at them. And legit people were
crying.
Yeah, they were crying. They're like, oh, his silence is so powerful. And they're crying. And I was just I don't know how these guys with Vice are keeping a straight face. I would be dying.
So it's like fucking Pootie Tang. You seen that movie?
I've never seen Putin. No.
Oh my God. Hans, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
He's in the fucking recording studio, no sound coming out, but he's like this. And has Chris Rock, and he's just like, oh my God, top hit. Oh God, it's so good. It's so good. No sound at all, but it's good. Oh God.
Oh, nice.
That's funny.
All right. So let's go on to the next theory we have. Hans, what do you got for us?
Well, this next one is titled Clonade Forever. So let's, just backtrack and, if you didn't listen to Strange Facts and Findings, just go back and listen to it and look at the image of their, cult, their symbol. The swastika for them is a symbol for infinity. So what if Clonade uses Raelians as willing subjects to test the cloning on? In which, it's proven that these people in the Raelian religion, they're okay with it. With Clonade being able to use these willing participants in their studies, they start replicating them and improving the clones to make the most perfect clone willing to do the bidding for the Raelians or Clonade. Their goal is to phase out other religions and phase out inequality and just bring about the everlasting reign of Clonade/Raelism.
Okay.
All hail Clonade.
All hail Clonade.
I believe I read something about that. Like, if they took over the world, there would be like 12 different countries, kind of, and there would be no armies or anything like that because everyone would be living in peace, and you'd be able to travel from one country to the next with no problem. A couple other things like that. So it was interesting, but
Okay. All right, so let's hop on to the next theory. So this one is titled Elite Front. So what if Raelism is a front for the new world order, aka the reptilian elite? Now, it sounds crazy, but let's think about how fast the company Clonade left the United States and booked it to the Bahamas, right? As soon as they found out the FDA and the United States was investigating, they're like, boom, see ya, bitch. And they left. Maybe when key people in the United States government found out who was running the show at Clonade, they moved to shut them down. The New World Order, seeing this as kind of like a threat to their long-lasting rule over the world, they kind of grabbed all their assets and research and decided to start new in a different country with less strict rules. Since Clonade had successfully cloned the first elite, and now the New World Order is pumping out clones left and right and storing them away to be released at the right time to start implementing the agenda for a newer one world order. New world order. I think it's the opposite way, man. I think the New World Order, now this is my theory, this is different from the one we just read, except opposite. The New World Order runs and controls the United States government, and they found out that this religion had actually been contacted by a different species of aliens rather than the Greys, and that these aliens really helped them out in figuring out how to clone, and that's how you get immortality. And the New World Order is like, we can't have these aliens helping out, this religion and coming over here and messing up our good gig we got. We got all these slaves working for us, as in the sheep, the normal human beings. That's what I think. I think it'd be more like the opposite.
I mean, did you not watch Star Wars? What they did with the clones?
they're supposed to be good for good.
Execute Order 66.
My God. All right, so let's go on to the next theory.
All right, so the next one we got is the real deal. What if Clonade has clones, or what if Clonade has cloned humans successfully? This theory is that they have had successful cloning of humans, and maybe the countries that banned the company and cloning laws actually reached out trying to buy the research and technology from Clonade, and cloning finding out that these countries were going to use the research and knowledge for more sinister things, picked up their operations and moved to a country with little interest in their research. This in turn made these other governments start passing laws against cloning and cloning research, which they believe would hamper any progress that Clonade wished to make. But Clonade, seeing these changes, they already had all they needed to start cloning and continued on like nothing was stopping them. Show us a clone.
Okay. I think they really succeed. I'll save my thoughts until after this next theory.
So I want to say I know for like animal cloning for like a pet or something like that, they were charging like $200,000. Then
But you can get it now for 50,000, 35,000 for a cat, 50,000 for a dog, 85,000 for a horse.
yeah, and you know how much at the time? I'm trying to think. It was some university. I forgot like which one it was. Guess how much they were charging?
$2 million.
2.5 million. So you have top fucking university, 2.5 million. Then you have this little company coming through and 200,000.
Undercutting.
Yeah. So I mean, they could have actually found a way to do it, and they were trying to stop them from undercutting so much. Possibly.
Yeah, possibly.
I could kind of see that. But show us a clone.
All right, Hans, hit us with this last theory.
Now, hear me out. This is kind of out there for a theory, but if you do your research on this, it can be pretty believable. What if realism isn't an alien cult, but really is the Nazi regime disguising this as a religious cult? I mean, it has been found out and proven that the Nazis had an immense interest in UFOs and aliens. I mean, I hate to really put it like that, but look at the swastika on their symbol. Come on, that's kind of like a wham right in the face. It's also public knowledge that the Nazis had an interest in clones and in the twin gene. Like I mentioned in the regular episode, look at the twin town in Brazil. I hate to be like an ass, but Brazilians are not known for having blonde hair and blue eyes. They're really not. Hate to be that way, but, it is what it is. And those twins, yeah, they all had that. Now, this would also be, go along the lines of what the Angel of Death, the Nazi death doctor, Mengele was trying to perfect, was twins and cloning. So, what if this is just not the Third Reich, but the Fourth Reich in disguise?
That's really smart. I like that. I like that theory.
Yeah.
I thought about it. I was sitting here because I was like, fuck, we got to get more theories. And I was looking at the symbol and I said, you know what? I got you. Let me fucking think about this for a second.
I like that. All right. So I want y'all's personal opinion. Dan, do you think the Raelians were able to successfully clone a human? Yes or no?
Yes.
Hans?
Man, I don't want to say yes, but I don't want to say no. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. I would like to believe that they've done it because, that would be technology you don't want to fall into somebody's hands.
Okay, let me back up then. Do you think that somebody in the United States has cloned, or do you think the United States, do you think the United States government has cloned somebody?
Oh, yes, most definitely.
Dan?
Oh, hell yeah.
I would have to agree as well. For the main reason being is them basically going in and confiscating all of their paperwork and everything. That right there tells me that it's possible.
Yep.
And for them shutting down Mark Hunt when he tried to get his baby cloned, and they made an agreement with hey, don't get him cloned on the United States property. There's a lot of theories that could go behind this. Number one, it could be all made up, that they could just be doing it for publicity, which kind of adds to that is this whole rail factor, right? That weird leader and sex, and he just seems to have like an ulterior motive, like he's not authentic in like what he's saying or anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what you can't deny is that he is one of those people that is like, hey, I'm going to suffocate you with what they call love bombing. I'm going to come to you and I'm going to love you so much that you're going to like me. And I'm going to say nothing but good things about you. And I'm going to do that to the individuals who have been neglected in their life, that are searching for a father figure or a mother figure or a team figure or something that they're missing. I'm going to fill that void by loving them so much. And he takes advantages of those individuals and gets them to give them money and think that aliens are coming. But I do think the government successfully cloned individuals and they were legitimately figured that out. But I don't think Clone A did. I think they were just putting up a front until they did, and until they could figure out how to clone somebody, which I believe they never did.
I think they actually did clone somebody. Now, how long did that clone live? Probably not long at all. Because a lot of professors and stuff like that saying that it's possible to clone a human, and if it did make it past like the first couple stages, it was more than likely going to have health problems.
Yeah, there was on a lot of the research from cloned animals, a lot of that happened to them. They would have health issues after the first few years. Like Dolly, that first sheep,
Yep.
like we talked about, she died of that progressive lung disease.
Yeah, so I think they might have actually found a way, just not able to keep the clone alive.
Okay. All right. If you had to stick your hat into one theory as to what you think all this is, what do you think it is, Dan? You think Raeliism is real, that he really got picked up and he could really do cloning, or you think it's all made up?
See, I don't know about the religion. I don't know. It's too close to the Bible. Not saying I believe either. It's literally like he just plagiarized and he changed up some of the words. So I don't know if I believe that. Cloning, I believe that they were able to, but I think most of the time it was mostly a front. Like how Bridget kept saying that so many kids were being born here, born there. I don't think that was the case. They might have had like one or two possibly. Like Eve could have been actually real. Then afterwards, but how long she lived, I don't know. But there was just never any proof of it. But never know.
All right. What about you, Hans?
I'm going to have to go with the good old Nazi theory. I'm going to stick with that because they were like the biggest eugenics research, twin genes, everything. Like they wanted that shit. They wanted it to create the perfect army. And, like Operation Paperclip, where we went in and yanked them all from Europe. What if the ones that weren't yanked and that escaped, they just decided they were going to form the Fourth Reich? And in doing so, they said, well, we'll put it in the guise of a religion, so nobody will really take what we're doing super seriously, but we're going to just do it under everybody's noses as a religious fun. We won't be taxed wherever we are, and people will leave us be. They'll just say, oh, there's that religion, doing that religious stuff.
Okay. All of our personal beliefs are different, but they all kind of make sense.
Yeah.
They all are plausible.
Mine's right, damn it.
Yeah. Fuck you.
Anyways, I know this topic was like a super deep hole, and we didn't get into all of it because there's so much more when it comes to Claude, to the actual religion, and to Clonaid itself. There's so much more information
Not
that
even a joke.
went on that we did not even cover.
It was overwhelming, to be honest. But it was like everywhere.
It was. We just thought this was a very interesting topic, and since we did cloning for the regular episode, hey, why not do one about a cult and their supposed ability to clone?
Yep.
It fit. So, y'all have anything you want to add to today's episode before we roll it out, or anything at all? Any messages you want to say to Rail?
I would like a DNA test, please.
Oh, he'll give you one. He'll give you some DNA.
Let me dress up for him.
Big shout out to Steffi Leslie because she suggested this a while ago, and it was nice that we brought it up, and I figured I would give the big shout out to you because you said it would be a good Theories Thursday, but it was a very wonderful whole episode.
Indeed.
Yes, it was. Hold on, the fucking motorcycle's going by.
Shout out to the motorcycle going by Aaron's house right now. Thank you for interrupting.
Yeah, fucking his shit up. And the dude next door, Drummond, whatever your name is, you're a piece of shit, but we still support you in your musical careers.
Also, if you're a clone, send us an email. We'd love to talk to you.
Even if you're not a clone and you've been cloned. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If you know somebody that's been cloned, if you're part of the Rayleism cult, give us a call. I was trying to look for phone numbers, contact information, anything for Rayleism or the Rail himself. I couldn't get a hold of the guy.
Did you watch the interview with Lil Boo?
Oh, Majin Buu guy or whatever. Yeah, it's all to cover up his past. So yeah, if you guys send me the freaking video of that rapper claiming he was cloned by Clonaid, it's just a publicity stunt for him to cover up his past.
Dude, he even like says it too in the interview. He's like, at first he's saying, "Oh, I'm a second gen clone," but Clonaid erased some of my memory from that. Then he goes and talks, and then if you listen a little bit more, oh yeah, my memory's a little fuzzy because I did a lot of drugs and all this and all that in the past. I'm just like, so that's why you have memory loss.
All right. Well, that was a good episode today. Thank you for showing up. I love you.
So I want to thank you all for joining us today. And again, thank you for your support. All of you are amazing. Every single one of you. So with that being said, Aaron and Hans, you want to roll us out?
Absolutely. It's okay to be out of this world with your thoughts.
Oh, because you're not alone.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to
theories
of the third kind.
Welcome. First off, I want to say thank you to whomever you are listening for opening your minds to receive these little extra knowledge nuggets each week. It means a lot to Daniel and I know we say that every week, but seriously, it does. It means a lot to all of us, you know?
It really does.
Yeah. Also, before we start, since you are a Patreon subscriber, remember that you get priority in topic suggestions.
So feel free to shoot those suggestions over to us either by email, Instagram, Facebook, Discord, direct message, or you can even write us a letter and send it to our P.O. box. Yes, we do read the letters. Yes, I have gotten some letters. I want more.
Yes, and if you're looking for our address of our P.O. box, just go to our website and click on the contact, and our P.O. box address is listed right there. So there you go.
Boom. So today's episode is a Theories Thursday. Come on now. If you're Patreon, I think you kind of know.
You know what the hell it is. You know what the hell's up.
Yeah. So, of course, how today's episode will go is that either me or Aaron will start it off with our Theories Thursday, then the next one will go, and then we have a little special event at the end.
First time ever special event.
It's the first time ever.
First time ever.
Aaron's going to try to weird me out.
Yeah. So just make sure you stick around till the very end because it's the first time we've ever done this, and I think it's going to be great. We'll do it every once in a while, and yeah, it'll be fun.
So with that being said, let's get into today's episode.
All right, so the first thing on the menu is figuring out who goes first.
This is true.
Do you want to randomize it, Dan?
Let's randomize it. Was it random.org or?
I don't know. I just type in random lists on DuckDuckGo and click on like the first one or whatever.
There we go. We'll put Aaron and Daniel on. All right. Aaron, pick a number 1 to 10.
8.
8. Pick a number 1 through 5.
4.
Now pick a number 1 through 3.
2.
So 8 times 4 you picked? You picked 4, right?
4.
4. That's 32 divided by 2. What is that?
I don't know.
16. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm not doing 16.
I'm not the math genius here. You're the math genius. I'm not.
I'm doing 8 just because you picked 8 first. Because 16 so many times.
I flunked algebra my freshman year and had to retake algebra my sophomore year. So
See,
yeah.
algebra is just useless in my opinion, but to each their own. All right, we're doing it 8 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. First up, yours truly. I'm up.
Nice. It's rigged. It's rigged. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, this day was rigged. The first 4 was you, then it switched. Last 4 is me.
Oh, okay.
So rigged.
All right. So what's your topic for this week, Dan?
All right. So I picked a murder mystery for my topic.
Ooh, my favorite.
I know. I read this one. It was very interesting, and of course, it's not solved. So it is a unsolved murder mystery.
I almost went with an unsolved murder mystery as well, with a guy with a cryptic note.
Oh.
Yeah, but I didn't. I picked something else. But I'm interested to hear yours. Okay, tell us all about it.
All right. This one is about a man who checked into the Hotel President in Kansas City, Missouri on January 2nd of 1935. This man checked in under the name of Roland T. Owen and was given the room 1046. So he was on the 10th floor.
Okay, what was his ethnicity?
White.
White. Okay, I didn't know if he had any relation to Jesse Owens, the track star
Oh, no.
in the 30s. No, okay. All right. Continue on. Sorry.
Nope, you're good. I only say white because of the picture that they show. Throughout the story, no one really said what his ethnicity was. I'm only going with white. So, he specifically asked for a room that faced the inner courtyard rather than facing toward the street. So, of course, people pick beachside or, street side. Doesn't matter. He carried no bags at all and was described as a husky young man with a cauliflower ear and a large scar on the side of his head, which...
He's a wrestler.
Yeah, I would say wrestler, boxer, something like that. Because,
Okay.
most of them are the ones that get cauliflower ear.
Yeah, get hit in the ear, Okay.
Well, as the bellboys showed him to his room, the bellboy noticed that he took out a comb, a toothbrush, and some toothpaste from his coat pocket and then placed it on the bathroom counter. That is literally all he had with him. And I guess the clothes on his back.
He was just butt naked with a coat on.
I mean, it could have been. Who knows?
Look at this. Look at this, bellboy. Okay, all right. I'll stop. Continue.
Does it look like I need clothes? No. No, then they both walked out the room, and the bellboy locked the door and gave the key to Roland. Roland then proceeded to leave the hotel. A maid was sent to clean the room, and that's when she, of course, knocked on the door. Housekeeping. Whatever they say.
Was she Asian?
No.
Okay.
I don't know what she was.
All right.
So she could have been. Then Roland led her inside, and as she was cleaning, he told her to leave the door unlocked, as he was expecting a friend.
Can I just make something clear real quick? Now that I think about what I just said, I just want to state the reason I asked if she was Asian, not because all Asians are house cleaners. It's because of the way Daniel said house cleaning or housekeeping. Okay.
Housekeeping.
I just want to make that clear. All right.
Gosh, Aaron.
Sorry.
Fucking
Go
shut
ahead.
this shit down.
You're canceled.
Canceled. Now, the maid noticed that the shades were tightly drawn, with only one lamp providing illumination in the room. And for some reason, she said that he seemed nervous, which almost looked like he was afraid. But she's like, all right. He put on his coat and he left. Well, he proceeded to walk out the door, and he turned and looked at the maid again and was just like, hey, remember, leave the door unlocked. I'm expecting somebody. So, of course, the maid did all that, left the room unlocked. Around 4 p.m. that day, the maid again returned to Roland's room with fresh towels. And she noticed that the door was still unlocked from earlier. So, she knocked, and then as she proceeded into the room, she saw Owen laying in bed, completely clothed, but laying on top of the sheets.
Face down or facing up?
Facing up.
Okay.
She said it seemed like he was sleeping, so she set the towels down near the bed, and that's when she noticed a note on the nightstand that read, Don, I will be back in 15 minutes. Wait. So she's like, okay, whatever. He's sleeping. I drop the towels off. My ass is out of here. She then proceeded to leave the room and wouldn't go back to that room until the next morning. It would be around 10:30 a.m. Now that it's January 3rd, 10:30 a.m. So it's the next day, where she would head back to the room, of course, to do the morning routines of making the bed and, picking up the trash and all that. And the door was locked. She figured, oh, he must have left. So she used her master key to open the door, to which she found Owen, or Roland, whatever he wants to go by, sitting in the chair in the corner of the room with all the lights off, just sitting there.
Oh, what a complete weirdo.
Yep. All she heard him say was, okay, so the phone rang. As she walked in, the phone rang. Roland picked it up, and all she heard him say was, no, Don, I don't want to eat. I'm not hungry. I just had breakfast.
Now, when you say Dawn, do you mean D-A-W-N or D-O-N?
D-O-N.
D-O-N. Okay, so like a mafia boss, Dawn. Not like Dawn, a girl from the Middle East.
No, not
Middle
Dawn.
East. Jesus Christ.
Not Dawn, but Don.
Okay, Dawn.
Don.
Right. Don Perignon.
That's
Okay.
right. Then after that, he went quiet for a little bit. Then again, he said, no, I am not hungry. He then hung up the phone, then turned toward the maid and started asking her about her job, about being a maid, and then asked about the hotel. Supposedly, he complained about the prices of another hotel that he went to first compared to Hotel President. Saying like the price difference, it was too high, so he came to this one. Yada, yada. Just being, I guess, a loner, talking, trying to make conversation. Who knows? She answered politely, telling him, just talking to him casually, finished cleaning the room, and then she left. That is when she realized when she walked out that door, the door was locked from the outside. Back then, I'm guessing, is when those doors can only lock from one side, and there was no way to unlock the door from the other side. So when you're inside the room, the door doesn't lock. But when you walk out, you have to use a key to lock the door.
So somebody was running down the hallway locking doors.
Yeah, so someone had locked him in that room that morning.
Oh.
So she thought that was weird.
How did she get out?
The door was unlocked because she unlocked it already when she went in.
Oh.
So the door stays unlocked, then when you go out, you have to lock the door again.
Okay.
And this made sense when he kept telling the maid yesterday, don't lock the door. I'm expecting someone to come in.
Okay.
So I'm like, oh, okay, that now makes sense. All right. Now moving on. So it wasn't until later that day the maid returned again to bring fresh towels like she did the day before. So it has like a routine. 10:30 a.m.-ish, she cleans the room, takes out all the dirty towels. Then later on, she comes back with fresh towels. She said when she arrived at the room and knocked, she heard two voices from inside the room this time. She announced that she had fresh towels. Then a loud, deep voice told her to leave and that they didn't need any towels because they had enough. So she's walking away confused as hell saying, I'm pretty sure I took all the towels in there. There shouldn't be any towels. But okay, whatever. Not going to deal with it. Then now moving forward to that afternoon, this is like this is information that you need to keep in the back of your head right here. That's coming up.
Okay.
Has nothing to do with Roland at the time. But
All right.
it's like a timeline. 2 more guests had shown up at the Hotel President. Separate occasions, separate times. One was a female named Jean Owen. Same last name as Roland, but had no relation to him. She was there to meet her boyfriend for the day and decided to stay the night instead of driving all the way back home. So you know what she had planned. Just saying.
Oh, hell yeah.
She would check into room 1048, right beside Roland's room. She gave a statement to the police later on. I heard a lot of noise which sounded like it was on the same floor or the same area and consisted largely of men and women talking loudly and cursing. When the noise continued, I was about to call the desk clerk but decided not to. This was a statement that she gave later on, but figured it was worthwhile because that's what she heard that night when she checked in. The next guest wasn't really a guest. The bellboy described her as a commercial woman who often visited the rooms of men late at night.
Oh, so like a sex worker. I'm guessing a commercial woman is like a proper name back then for sex workers?
I assume so. It's like a female escort, sex worker.
Okay.
I don't know. But yeah, it was on the evening of January 4th, she came into the hotel searching for a man in room 1026. That's what she said. No matter who she asked or where she looked, she couldn't find the man she was looking for. The bellhop statement about that woman was pretty lengthy. I'm not going to add it in here because it's going to be way too long. But to sum it up, she went to room 1026. No one was there. She waited for about an hour or so. She kept going up and down the hallway, looking at all the rooms, seeing if, I'm guessing since the door's only locked from the outside, she was opening up doors, looking inside, seeing maybe he's in here. So she's looking for a specific person. Well, she didn't find him. She ends up leaving. She comes back a couple hours later with a different man and stayed in a different room, which she left around 4:15. Soon after she left, about 15 minutes later, the man left. Now, I only say that because some people think that she might have gotten the number wrong. Might have been 1046. But that's later on. But now, got those two people out of the way. We're continuing on with the main person, Roland. So, the next morning, the bellhop received a call from the hotel's telephone operator. They told him that the phone in room 1046 has been off the hook for too long and needed to be put back on the receiver. So the bellhop boy, or whatever you want to call him, he went upstairs to 1046, used his master key to open the door. He walked right up in that bitch, saw Roland laying on the bed completely butt-ass naked.
Oh, shit. Laying up or down?
I assume laying upwards. So he saw some wiener and beans, whatever.
A little spicy here. All right.
But he walked right in there, not giving any fucks whatsoever, grabbed the phone and put it right back on the hook, and then walked out and locked the door again.
Didn't even pay any attention to the man laying there butt naked.
Did not pay him no mind at all.
That's kind of odd.
That's super odd.
Either you've experienced that way too much and you're just like, look, I know you're mid-beat and this is like supposedly a thing that people get off to, and I'm just going to totally ignore it. Or maybe he's covering something up.
Yeah, and it made me think again when I was reading this, if the room was locked, that means somebody had locked Roland inside, left him inside nude like that.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, that's kind of weird. And then the fact that the bellhop supposedly did not knock on the door before entering or using a master key. He just went there, straight up opened it, and went in there and did it. I was like, okay. Anyways, a few hours later, the operator called the bellhop desk or whatever, wherever they are, because I'm guessing there's more than one, and said, hey, the damn phone's off the hook again. Will someone go put the phone on the damn hook? So a different bellhop boy goes up to the room, 1046, and he knocks on the door, and he waited for a response.
Hold on. Did the operator say it's still off the hook or if it's off the hook again?
They said it's off the hook again.
Okay. All right. I thought maybe the first bellhop kid lied, never put it back on the...
See, that's where it does get a little weird at the end.
Okay. All right.
So you might be onto something. So, of course, he goes up there, knocks on the door, no response. He waits a little bit longer, knocks again, no response. So this bellhop guy finally uses the key to unlock the door to go in. This time, this bellhop said that when he walked in, this room was a bloodbath. He found Roland curled up in the corner of the room, his head in his hands, suffering from multiple stab wounds. The bed sheets and towels were stained with blood and the walls were splattered with it. He called the police and Roland was taken straight to the hospital where they discovered something completely horrifying. Roland had been tortured viciously. His arms, legs, and neck had been restrained by some kind of cord and had the marks on it. and his chest sustained multiple stab wounds, which he ended up having a punctured lung and a fractured skull. Now, they were able to talk to Roland, like I guess he came to just enough to answer a question. They said that when asked about his injuries, the only thing that he said was, "I fell against the bathtub." So
Damn. It's slippery outside that bathtub. Hey, I fell a couple times. I smacked my sack one time on the freaking bathtub, right? Stepping one foot out and the other one still in the bathtub. Slipped, smacked right on my sack.
Oh.
But I didn't get blood everywhere because I didn't bleed, but I did hurt my nutsack.
I mean, and there were like, I guess, no knives on the bathtub.
Yeah, true.
That's a plus. I mean, who doesn't keep knives on their bathtubs, you know? Never know. But yeah, it wasn't much longer after that Roland ended up bleeding for a long time. Long enough to where the doctors even said that when the first bellhop boy went in there, that he was already had these injuries. But since I guess the bellhop just ignored him, just like, oh, he's laying on the bed naked. Not gonna look at him. Didn't notice the blood.
That's so odd to not notice the blood on Roland or on the walls, you know?
Yeah. So, and then the doctor and the police, they were doing their investigation, and they were just like, maybe the reason why the phone was off the hook was probably because he was trying to call for someone. And the fact that a bellhop went in there, just hung the fucking phone up and then left, he knocked it over again to try to call for somebody. And luckily the second one finally found something, but honestly, it seems like it was still too late. So the first one pretty much ignored him. Could have saved him, but...
Okay.
Then the police searched the room, discovering there were no clothes in the room that Roland was wearing when he checked in. So someone took all his clothes. They took pretty much all the amenities as well. I mean, you got to steal those bars of soap and the little bottles of shampoo. And it said the only clues that they found were 4 small fingerprints on the telephone stand, which they believed belonged to a woman, but they never got anywhere with those. They found a hairpin and an unlit cigarette as well, but that was it. Now.
Okay.
It does get a little stranger than that. After Roland passed away, the police started to do a search to try to, make sure they get his identity right. They believed Roland was using a fake name because they searched up Roland T. Owen and could find nobody by that name. So they ended up doing a police sketch to where they put the sketch they made of him and then put a headline in the paper. It's like, do you recognize this man? And not only did they do that, they put his body on display at a funeral home, hoping someone would come in and recognize the body.
Like, just straight up on display? Like, hey, come take a look at this mysterious man who's been stabbed.
I'm guessing so. I guess they had him in the casket. They're just like, come help identify this man.
Oh, my God. Okay.
I never knew they did shit like that.
Neither did I.
But then again, this is the 1930s, so things, I guess, were different. But, of course, several people claimed to have seen him but did not know him. So, like I said, I guess people just came to see a dead body. Many families sent in photos of missing loved ones, but none of them matched, Roland, which now they're calling a John Doe because they have no idea who he actually is.
All right.
So, after the case kind of went cold, they decided to bury now aka John Doe in Potter's Field. I'm guessing it's just a random cemetery they picked. But the odd thing was, I'm guessing the day of the funeral or the burial service, an anonymous person called and was just like, hey, can you delay the, burial service? I'd like to pay for, a better one. I'd actually like to cover the fees and everything. The funeral home director is just like, yeah, sure, whatever. Not long after that, there was an anonymous donor out of nowhere sent money to cover the funeral costs, and they paid for a bouquet of roses with a note that said, "Love forever, Lucille."
Oh, I thought it was going to say Dawn. Gotcha, bitch, Dawn.
That's what I thought, but...
Okay.
And I guess they upgraded to where he was being buried to Memorial Park Cemetery with the name Roland T. Owen instead of John Doe. because that person on the phone was just like, yeah, his name's Roland T. Owen. He was engaged to my sister, and, Roland just got into a jam, so this happened to him.
Wow, that's weird.
That's a weird phone call to make.
Yeah, it is.
That he ended up being buried there with the name Roland T. Owen. Now, it wasn't until a year after that they actually found out his real name, because it wasn't Roland T. Owen. A woman by the name of Eleanor Ogletree heard about the murder in the magazine American Weekly a year after it happened. She said the description sounded like her missing brother, Artemis, which they had not seen him since he left their home in Birmingham, Alabama in April of 1934, which he supposedly set out to see the country. His mother, Ruby Ogletree, said that she had received 3 brief typed letters from who she thought was Artemis Ogletree several months after he had died. It was weird since, for one, she said her son had no idea how to type, and she said in the last letter, he's told her that he was sailing to Europe.
Cover up. Straight cover up.
Now, what's even weirder is that several months after that last letter, she received a phone call from a man named Jordan. This Jordan man said that Artemis saved his life in Egypt and decided to marry a wealthy Cairo woman.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And that was it.
So this wasn't Artemis then?
No.
Oh, wait, hold on. What'd you say? That's it? That's the entire story?
Yeah. So they showed Miss Ogletree a picture of Roland T. Owen, and she immediately recognized him as Artemis. So it was Artemis. This person that called, they think was the same person, was actually writing these letters.
To try to make it look
like he left the country.
Yeah, to throw him off the track.
Yeah, so she wouldn't worry or look for him.
Damn.
Now, Artemis, he was only 17 when he died.
He's only 17. Damn, man.
Now,
young life, like 50 Cent says, get rich or die trying.
Yeah, and it was very weird because a strange fact that I did find for this is that the night before his murder, it was around 11 p.m. that night, a city worker named Robert Lane was driving home when he was flagged down by a man running down the street. This guy had no coat and was just wearing an undershirt and pants. When he stopped, he noticed a deep scratch on the man's arm, and from the way he held himself, he thought maybe there could be probably more serious injuries, but he didn't see him. Lane told the man, "You look as if you've been in it bad," which is a weird way to talk. I don't know.
Yeah, well, hey, it's back in the 1930s. Yo, man, you look like you've been in it bad. Wait, hold on. They were in Kentucky, right?
Missouri.
Missouri? Oh, yo, man, you look like you've been having it bad, man. I don't know.
Is that
Fuck, I don't know. I don't know how they talk there. Hey, if anybody's from Missouri, send us a voice clip of how you talk.
Yeah.
We'd love to hear it.
Lane said that the man replied back with, "I'll kill that beep tomorrow."
What's the beep?
I'm guessing either bitch or dick or
Fuck.
asshole. It was pretty much a curse word.
All right. I'll kill that curse word tomorrow. All right.
Yeah. Anyway, Lane drove him to a taxi stand where the guy got out, hailed a taxi, got in the taxi, and then left. They showed Robert Lane a picture of Roland T. Owen, a.k.a. Artemis Ogletree, and he identified him like, yeah, that's the man that got into my car. So he ended up having wounds that night, and then I guess when he went to the hotel room, the bellhops found him.
Okay. And he went to lay down to try to, sleep off his stab wounds.
That's what I'm assuming.
And then he went into shock and then went into the corner and was bleeding everywhere in shock. And then the second bellboy went and saw him. Okay.
Yep.
All right.
And that is the story. Murder mystery of Roland T. Owen, a.k.a. Artemis Ogletree.
So weird.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of people back in the day could get away with murder pretty easily.
Now, I did look up, I had to DuckDuckGo Don King's birthday when he was born.
Why the hell did you have to DuckDuckGo him?
Because, like the connection you made earlier when I described what Artemis looked like with the cauliflower ear, I'm just like, this guy's a fighter.
Oh, see if Don King promoted him.
And he kept talking to a guy named Don.
Okay, Don was way after him.
Yeah, Don King was born in 1931. This was in 1935. Unless he was promoting people at 4 years old. I mean, shit, who knows? He might have been. But yeah.
But that's a strange story, man.
There was a lot of coincidences, but they said, like, they literally, the only thing they figured out was his actual identity. They have no idea who killed him, why it happened to him like that, or anything. It was weird.
I like it. I like those type of stories, though. You know, it gets your brain working.
I know. I'm just thinking, like, I'm thinking he might have been like a bodyguard or something.
Well, at 17 and to have cauliflower ear already, that is a young age to have cauliflower. And you usually don't get cauliflower in boxing. It's usually in wrestling. So he had to have been wrestling at a young age to get cauliflower at 17.
Can you get it any other way? I guess just like damage to your ear or...
Extreme repetitive damage to your ear. But like repetitive. Yeah. So, I don't know.
I do have the police sketch. I will post that in here as well.
Okay. Let's take a look at what this gentleman looks like. This gentleman, Artemis. It's a badass name. What's that on the side of his head? Is that a butterfly? What is that?
That would be, I guess, where the scar was that he had.
Oh, okay.
Either that or where he got hit in the head, I guess, to fracture his skull.
Okay.
But I'm thinking that was a scar because I don't think they would add the fracture skull to his sketch.
A little heavy set, but that's okay.
Said he was husky.
Yeah.
Supposedly he was 17. He looks a little older than 17 to me, but...
Yeah, he does. It looks about like 30-ish, maybe 40-ish.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was a great Theories Thursday, Dan. I appreciate it.
I wish I could have solved it.
Maybe one day.
It's like you read these and you're just thinking like, damn, wish I could solve these. Like, wonder like who actually did it. But it's interesting.
It is. All right. So I guess we move to my topic.
Guess your topic.
So my topic for this Theories Thursday is called The Year of Darkness.
Ooh.
All right. So I've noticed a lot of people saying here lately, oh, this is the worst year to be alive, because of coronavirus. Have you noticed a lot of people saying that?
I have.
Yeah. So that actually got me thinking, what was the actual worst year to be alive in human history? And I think I found that answer. But before I go over that, off the top of your head, Dan, without looking anything up, in your opinion, what do you think would be the worst year to be alive in human history?
During the Black Plague?
Which was 1346 to 1352. Okay. A lot of people would say that.
Yeah.
I think off the top of my head, I would say that as well. You go back in time. During that time, you got the bubonic plague. You got to be shitting in the streets, right? You have no baths. If you want to hook up with somebody, they haven't bathed in like a month, maybe sometimes in like half a year. They all got bushes. So everybody's like just got the huge bushes.
It's the biggest.
My bush is the biggest. It's just a horrible time back then. You don't got electricity. It just sucks. You're running around with a horse and this armor and you're jousting one another. You get gangrene. Sucks. But I found a year in human history that is worse than that. So I started looking into it. And there was actually a study done to determine this. And in this study, they concluded that the worst possible time to be alive in human history was during the Year of Darkness. Have you ever heard of this, the Year of Darkness?
No.
Neither have I until I looked into this. So what is this Year of Darkness? And this kind of blew me away. So in the year 536 AD, so not BC, AD, around the entire world, the sun had been blocked out from hitting the earth. Now, this blocking of the sun wasn't just for a few hours that day. This occurred for 24 hours a day over the entire earth for a course of 18 months. The entire sun was blacked out.
So it must have been really fucking cold.
Yeah, like you said, it in turn caused a climate cataclysm that affected the entire world, Europe, Middle East, Asia, pretty much everywhere, and it profoundly altered the course of history. Now, before we look into what exactly caused this to happen, let's first talk about what was occurring during this event so we can get like a better understanding of what was happening. Now, I happened to pull up some old transcripts and writings from people during that time period that was referencing this event that was happening, and we're going to go over a few of those. I only have like 3 of them.
All right.
So the first one that we're going to go over is a passage from the church leader John of Ephesus, and it is from one of his 6th century writings. Now, one of his passages that he wrote was talking about the time period of the year 536. It said, and I quote, "Each day the sun shined for only about 4 hours, and still this light was only a feeble shadow. Then the sun became dark, and its darkness lasted for 18 months. Everyone declared that the sun would never recover its full light again." So that was John. Now, another reference comes from the 6th century writer Zacharias of Mytilene. In one of his writings, he said, and I quote, "The sun began to be darkened by day and the moon by night, while the ocean was tumultuous with spray from the 24th of March in this year till the 24th of June in the following year. And as of the winter was a severe one, so much that the large quantity of snow, the birds perished, there was distress among men from the evil things." All right. Now, this last reference,
Wait. You said the evil things?
yes, which we'll get into here in a minute.
Okay.
All right. So the last reference comes from a Roman statesman, Cassiodorus, which he wrote in a letter to someone during that time period, in which he said that the sun's rays were weak and it appeared in a bluish color. At noon, no shadows from people were visible on the ground. The heat from the sun was feeble. The moon, even when full, was empty of splendor. A winter without storms, a spring without mildness, and a summer without heat. Prolonged frost and unseasonable drought. The seasons seem to be all jumbled together. The sky is described as blended with alien elements, just like cloudy weather, except prolonged. It was stretched like a hide across the sky and prevented the true colors of the sun and the moon from being seen, along with the sun's warmth. Frost during harvest, which made apples harden and grapes sour. The need to use stored food to last through this situation. So that's what he said. There was like a blanket of something, of alien elements that was just like cloudy weather that was over the entire world. So that was 3 statements from all different people all over the world. And that was just a sample of accounts that were happening at that time. I mean, there's multiple writings, but they pretty much all say the same thing. And reading those 3, you pretty much get the drift.
Yeah.
Now, another thing worth mentioning is that starting in the year 536, this was in fact the beginning of the coldest decade the world had ever experienced in the last 2,000 years. Temperatures in the summertime were an average around the world. If it's during the summer in your time of the world, the average temperature, 34 degrees Fahrenheit or 1.5 Celsius. That was during the summer.
Damn.
That was cold. So it's like winter. It was never summer. It was winter around the entire earth, which, of course, all this was caused by the sun. The reduction of the light from the sun resulted in the reduction of heat on the planet, which then resulted in the lack of rain, and combined with very long winters and cold temperature led to major crop failures, which then made people all around the world starve. So this is when famine and plagues began to strike many areas, and there was a huge number of deaths. Now, China had actually recorded this time period in great detail. In their writings, they stated that water was scarce There was massive droughts, and hundreds of thousands of square miles of land became infertile. So in China, the province of Xi'an had 80% of its population die. 80%. And it gets worse. The survivors of that province, and not only that province, but the entire China, ended up eating the corpses of the dead to survive. This is what they refer to as the evil things. In that total population of China, 7 or 8 out of 10 people died.
Jeez.
And of course, this was all during the year 536. And just another little fact, but that year 536 and the years following it is credited as the direct inspiration for the Norse concept of Ragnarok. And another little fact, at least 50% of all the people in the Nordics died during this time period due to the sun being blocked out. 50%.
That's insane.
Yeah. All right. So this leads us to the question, what caused the sun to go dark during those 18 months? Well, there's really not a definite answer. I mean, there's theories. Now, the first mainstream theory that we're going to talk about is believed widely by scientists around the world. Many of them believe that either early in the year 536 or late in the year 535, that there was a massive volcano that erupted. This eruption of the volcano ejected massive amounts of sulfate aerosols into the atmosphere. Now, these small particles covered the entire world's atmosphere, which of course reduced the solar radiation from the sun, reaching the Earth's surface, and in turn caused the Earth to become super cold. I mean, it makes sense. Massive volcano covers the entire Earth. Now, something worth adding to this theory is that there was a book written in 1869, and this book talks about a volcano between the islands of Java and Sumatra that was located near Indonesia. And this 1869 book describes an ancient volcano in a manuscript. So it's a book that describes a manuscript, okay? The manuscript talks about how in 416 AD, there was furious shaking of the earth, total darkness, thunder, and lightning. The waters subsided, and that created Java and Sumatra. Now, the only issue with that ancient manuscript is that it says 416 AD and not 535 or 536 AD, which is way off on the time period. But get this, and I'm almost done with my theories. In 2018, scientists took a 72-meter-long core sample from an ice glacier in the Swiss Alps. Now, this ice core sample kind of serves as like a logbook of natural occurring and human-created events, right? They can look at each time period and say, okay, we found this type of minerals. This is what was happening in the atmosphere. Now, what was determined from this core sample is that there was indeed an immense volcanic eruption in Iceland that spread ash throughout the area in 536 AD. Not only that, but they also found that there was 2 more eruptions in the year 540 and 547. But that was just in Iceland. So it doesn't really state that it was worldwide. And like I said, a lot of the scientists and a lot of people believe that the year of the darkness was caused by that volcano. But there is a couple more theories. For an example, another theory is that a giant meteor, asteroid, comet, or whatever you want to call it, impacted Earth, but it didn't hit actual Earth. It landed into the sea. And the reason they say it landed into the sea is because if it would have landed on actual Earth, there would have been evidence of a crater, right? Which there is not. So they're saying it landed in the sea and it caused a giant tsunami, and that also like kicked up dust and debris into the atmosphere, which I don't really know about that, because there was no like any tsunamis that were recorded in this time period. There was none. So kind of like, throws that one to the side. Now, real quick, it is worth noting that another scientist went to Greenland and started taking ice core samples like they did in Iceland. And he found that in the years between 533 and 540, that there was a large amount of atmospheric dust during a 7-year period. But not all of this dust was from Earth. So this scientist, Dallas Abbott from Columbia University, said that there was extraterrestrial stuff in his ice core sample, which had certain characteristics. He also stated that there were high levels of tin, and he thinks that a combination of a volcano at the time, as well as a comet hitting the Earth, is what caused this darkness. And he didn't just say any comet. He stated that Halley's Comet, which passes by Earth every 76 years or so, actually shed a piece of itself and hit the ocean, and that there was also a meteor shower during this time, and its dust hit the Earth. It caused volcanoes to explode, which created the dust around it. So yeah.
Damn.
Maybe it was aliens. Maybe their ship landed into the ocean during that time period and they caused the volcano to erupt.
So it's fact that somewhere a volcano exploded or erupted.
Yes. But like I said, another theory is that an alien spaceship was coming to dock into the ocean, that the aliens caused the volcano to go off, and the volcano created ash around the Earth. And why did they want to create ash around the Earth? So that they could drive their ships into the ocean without any of the humans seeing these ships entering into the atmosphere and going into water. Kind of out there theory, but I had to throw that in.
I think it was the second guy he talked about. He was able to see this moon still, but just it didn't really, I guess, illuminate.
The moon was, the moon and the sun, there for like a small period in time when it first started. It started to dim. Like it didn't go all the way, and boom, it went completely out, the moon and the sun. So yeah.
Interesting.
That's my theory for this Theories Thursday topic, the year of darkness. I had no idea that this occurred. It was never taught in my school. I've never even heard about it before, but I thought it was very interesting. And it could be something that, if you're a listener and you're into that, you could look into it more and try to see what you can find on it. If you find any interesting stuff that I didn't cover, shoot me an email. I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, this is interesting. I've never heard of it. You figure like an event like that they would bring up or at least mention in school.
Yeah. So if that happened now, could you imagine how bad that would be?
I mean, right now I'm pretty sure people just walk outside and be like, "Oh, yep, this is the end. We've been waiting for this."
Well, that Yellowstone caldera, I think it's called caldera, if that goes off, we're pretty much screwed. It's going to end up like that. The world's going to be covered with ash and soot, and we're not going to be able to breathe. The United States is going to be completely covered in ash and decimated. So there you go, doom and gloom.
Our weak spot.
I'm going to go out into the sea. Well, I don't know if I'd go out in the sea. Probably underground would be the best.
Yeah, I'd say underground.
I don't know where I would go underground.
The filtration system probably get fucked.
Oh, man, there would be no way that you could have a good filtration system. It would be hard.
Yeah.
But anyways, that's our topics for this Theories Thursday.
I liked it.
I hope you enjoyed it. I liked yours, Dan.
I liked yours for sure.
Mystery murder. And then you got mine, which is a mystery
year.
Yeah. All right. So now we go into our next section, which I figured we would do something different this episode. Something a little bit fun. Not that we don't do things that are fun, but something, to kind of shake things up a bit. I figured we would have what's called a weirdest video contest. So in this contest, myself and Daniel have selected 2 videos each from YouTube, and we haven't shown these videos to one another. We will take turns presenting them to one another, and the person with the weirdest video wins.
What do we win?
I don't know. The weirdest video of the week, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be like a weekly thing or maybe a monthly thing for Patreon. I don't know.
For people on Discord, they already know that Aaron has his own little channel. Aaron's weird videos or something.
Oh, yeah. I have my own section on Discord where it's my weird videos. But these weird videos today have not seen the eyes of Discord or of you.
No.
And, I can't wait to present them. All right. So let's roll to see who goes first.
All right. How many times am I rolling it?
4.
4? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. And literally, my name stayed on top the entire time.
Woo, baby. So it's you, me.
All right. I'm going to go with the jab one first. Light hit. See if you're ready for it.
Okay, so this one is not as...
It's not my heavy hitter.
It's not your heavy hitter. Okay.
That is my first video. It is called Pole Dancing Robots Take Las Vegas by Storm.
Where'd you link this at?
On the document.
Oh, okay. Pole dancing robots take Las Vegas by storm.
Just play it and then we just describe it.
All right. Pole dancing robots are giving exotic dancers a run for their money in Las Vegas. Then it shows robots pole dancing. The robots showcase their skills performing at a Las Vegas gentleman's club.
So we were trying to appeal to a different audience who might say, wow, that sounds fun. You have 6 people here from a company, 3 men, 3 women saying, you know, let's go check out the stripper robots, where on a normal basis, they may not want to come to a gentleman's club.
The design came from a CCTV camera idea and has since been transformed into robots. So these robots aren't like normal, what you would think would be robots.
No,
They got like the CCTV long cameras on their head, and they have like a robotic body, and that's all like painted white and black. That was weird. Would I go to that and watch robots dance and strip? Probably not.
No.
Not how they look now. But then again, I don't go to a strip club anyways. I mean, and I'm not busting anybody's balls who does that for a living. By all means, go for it. Make your money however you want, right? But robots are coming to take your job, just like they're taking everybody else's job.
That's right. But yeah, that was my first.
Okay. All right. It's a little weird.
Little
I've
bit.
never seen that before, but okay. I give it to you.
All right, what you got for me?
All right. So my video is called Fernan Aid Ardatu, which it's a video that is paying homage to Antonin Artaud. I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name wrong, and I'm sorry if I am. But he is a unusual artist, to say the least. Well, somebody decided to, hey, I'm going to try to make the same art that he does. And they created a video and put it on YouTube. And to say the least, it is weird. So here you go, Dan. Let me know when you're ready to watch it.
I am ready.
All right. So the video is a black and white video of an older lady leaned back, staring at something in the corner, and that growling sound is like her, I guess, talking, and you hear people in the background screaming. And this goes on for a full minute and a little over a minute and a half. So there you go. If you've watched only like 10 seconds of it, that's pretty much the entire video if you've watched 10 seconds of it.
It looks black and white, but it looks like that inverted coloring thing.
It is. Yeah, it looks black and white, but yeah, it's the inverted color video. I thought it was weird.
Okay, I'll give you that one. That is a little weird. Especially it looks like one eye looks like it's looking off to the side, the other one's looking straight. And I don't know, just the way the coloring of the photo is, it makes it kind of makes it look like her left side of her face is like burned or has some like marking across her face and her eyes look weird. I don't know.
Okay, so what's your last video? You said it's your heavy hitter?
It's my heavy hitter. It's weird. Oh man, I don't even know. All right. It's weird that I don't even want to watch it again because it was just weird.
Oh, I'm excited. All right.
There it is. This one is called Creepy Horses.
All right, so it's a minute and a half long. All right, I'm going to play it right now. So it's a guy walking in a horse stable. He's a jockey, apparently.
Who are you? What are you doing here, and where are my horses?
And there's 2 girls, and they turn towards him, and they've got horse faces. Wow, that is extremely weird and creepy. Oh my God.
So weird.
That sound you're hearing is the horses talking to him. The jockey that's just standing there just in shock, like I am. Now they're both just staring at him, and he's got his whip. They look down at his whip, and he looked back up at them, and they're pissed at him because he's got his whip. And then he drops it, and they're both looking at him still. Now they're approaching him. Now he's running away, and they're just staring at him. And it's regular women with horse faces. And it says 2 horses. Damn is all I gotta say. Is damn. Wow.
That was just
Now, it's funny that you had a horse video, Dan,
is your next one a horse video?
because my next video is titled Horse Lovers,
Oh.
and it's about horses. All right, that's the video. Let me know when you're ready, and we'll play it.
I am ready.
They did eventually meet Ken, who shares her sexual preference.
Oh, we need to grab a couple handfuls of that smaller stuff. Okay. There, and I'll get some of this. I was technically a virgin until I was 29 years old. I was a zoophile up until then, and I just basically didn't have much interest in other members of my own species as far as a life bond or anything. But when I met Ellie here, we clicked. It was the one person that I felt within a week probably after I met her, we were meant to be together.
There you go. Come sit over here.
Ken and Ellie met through a zoo friend on the internet.
Right over and,
After a few weeks, they arranged their first date.
he was real sweet.
Well, the first night that he came up to visit me, I took him down to the barn to introduce him to some of my horses and some of the other horses that I enjoyed at the barn. And I took him in and introduced him to my miniature stallion. And kind of, I don't know if it was subconscious, I was very nervous and kind of wanted to do the shock factor, as it were. My miniature stallion was dropped and masturbating. When his penis is dropped and he slaps it on his belly, they call that masturbation for stallions. And so one thing led to another, and I couldn't resist, so I bent down and started sucking on him. And then he tried climbing on top of me, so the next thing I know, my pants are down and I'm bending over for him, and I'm like, excuse me, I can't resist. And I guess part of me said, okay, either he's for real and he won't mind this, or he's not for real and he's going to be totally freaked out by it and run.
It didn't shock me at all. In fact, I was like, this is pretty cool. I think I found somebody here that might be on my plane here. And
That's the first date.
it went from
That's their
there.
first date. She fucked a horse.
Here we are, married.
Yeah.
I have anal sex with the miniature stallion. He penetrates me, and it's pleasurable, but it's not real intense. It's like I said, the pleasure that I get from it is more from knowing how much he enjoys having sex with me. He tends to tell me about it. He talks a lot. He grunts and wickers and
What do you think of that? You're scarred, aren't you?
It just reminds me of the story of the guy that,
That had sex with a horse and died?
yeah, it just destroyed him.
Oh, man.
Let me tell you what, that's a hell of a first date. That surprised me.
Yeah. Super weird, huh?
That's a little weird. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say about that.
Yeah, I don't know either, and I'm sorry if anybody's been scarred by that video. I'm sorry. Anyway, sorry, we're kind of speechless right now. It's disgusting and weird, and that's the end of our weirdest video contest. All right, I have a video that I'm saving for next weirdest videos. Actually, I already have my 2 saved for the next time. Kind of held back on this one because I didn't know you were going to freaking bring it. But I do have a video that made me absolutely cringe, and you might have seen this, and I figured we could end it on this note, not the horse sex lover note, a cringe note. What's the cringiest of your head?
No.
So I saw a video that is the absolute world's cringiest video, and it's a kid talking to his, I guess, webcam or his phone, telling his girlfriend that he loves her. And it's pretty short, and we're going to take a listen to that right now.
Hi, baby girl. Everything's okay, I promise. I forgive you. It's okay, don't worry about it. Everything's gonna be okay. I love you. I love you so much. I love you more than there are grains of sand on every beach of every planet, of every galaxy of the universe.
The way he's staring at the video.
I need you in my life. I need you more than humans need water and food to survive. You mean more to me than Home Depot means to Mr. Logerato.
What kind of reference is that?
What?
You mean more to me than just anything. You mean more to me than golden diamonds mean to the greediest burglar. And you're just the most perfect, most beautiful girl in all of the world. And I love you so much.
Please tell me like his oldest brother like pops in and just beats the hell out of him for this.
No, he doesn't. Oh, look, he just fucking kissed them.
See you at school tomorrow, baby girl. I love you. I do. It's true. I love you more than anything else in the world. Bye, baby girl. Stay perfect. Just for me.
How cringy is that? That is the cringiest video I've ever seen in my life.
I would never send something like that. It's 1 minute and 47 seconds long. No one makes a love confession video that long, saying that weird shit.
I wonder if he looks back at that moment in his life and says, I made a massive mistake.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad back when I was like his age, I mean, we didn't have MySpace. We still had dial-up internet. I didn't get fast, high-speed internet till I was like 14.
Yeah.
You know, I think I was 14 or 15. I was still rocking
DSL.
AOL dial-up internet with AIM Messenger.
It's all about that AIM and the AOL chat rooms.
Yeah, and then MySpace didn't come along till like a year or two after that.
You know who that kid looks like or reminds me of?
Escape to this is the last podcast. On the left.
That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Nine sisters for 9 misters.
That's good.
That's my new women human trafficking.
9 sisters for 9 misters.
Vocal warm up. 9 sisters for 9 misters, and they have to go, or they're all will be murdered. I'm getting all the sounds in there.
That's not a limerick, though. We already discussed this.
Oh yes,
That's right. All right. So this is the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks.
Hey.
He's here.
Shakespeare instructor Billiam Raxmian.
So your birth name is Billiam.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't give yourself that name.
My mother decided to include my nickname into my regular name, so they called me Billiam.
I see.
And I will not be approached any other way.
Okay, Billiam.
Keep your tights tight and keep your armpits damp, because we are making Shakespeare for the 21st century, so there will be robots in it.
Oh, that's fun. What do the damp armpits have to do with Shakespeare?
I don't know.
Okay,
I saw Shakespeare last night for the first time in many years. I went to see our friend Ryan Fike do a very interesting play, but I gotta say, they're all wet afterwards.
Yeah.
They don't understand. In TV and movies, I only gotta they learn stuff for an hour and a half. They're yapping all this fucking nonsense. I keep a script on my knee when I'm doing a television show. I don't need to learn anything. I get to learn like maybe a paragraph at a time.
Right.
Acting's easy.
Well, they sweat, and then there's a lot of spit involved as well.
They're jumping around, and they're doing all these things where they're pretending to be different characters, so they jump from one side and go like, ho, 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 and they jump to the other side, and he pretends to twiddle a mustache, and I'm just like, this new Shakespeare is very active.
All right, that's good. Well, speaking of actors, a lot of them live in Los Angeles.
Wow.
And we're going to be there July 16th. So in honor of our LA trip, we've decided to cover a topic that people have been clamoring for, witch hunts.
Absolutely, because what our LA show is going to be, we're going to be doing the show at the Crest Westwood Theater, and it's going to be on July 16th at 7:30 p.m. What we're going to do is we're going to show our very own Last Podcast on the Left cut of the old film
Haxan rules.
With and I'm going to do a custom soundtrack for it.
Yes, he is. He's very excited. You can see the glint in his eyes. His eyes are like two fucking silver teeth in the skull of a dead man.
That's right. You know, if you put your hand under your armpit and you can make little fart noises. Marcus does that, but he puts his hand under his butt cheeks.
It's really strange how his legs can bend back like that.
Yeah.
You could touch the ball of your feet to the back of his head.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
I'm very limber and very flexible.
All right, let's get on with witch hunts.
Witch hunts.
Yeah, and specifically European witch hunts.
Yeah, European on some witches. If you're in Europe,
I don't like it.
Germany.
All right.
I'm just trying to mix it up.
You know, I would say less effort.
Go with
less
you.
effort.
Thank you.
Go to crestwestwood.com to get your tickets.
Witch hunts.
So the Great European Witch Hunts lasted literally hundreds of years, with the most ferocious incidents happening in the 16th and 17th centuries. So before the heyday of witch hunts, witchcraft itself was seen as something that was ultimately not that big of a deal to European society. See, witches, they dealt in like fortune-telling and spells, curses, and blessings, of course, but they mostly did so either of their own power or the power of pagan gods that existed in these lands for thousands upon thousands of years. But what changed in the 14th century was the introduction of the devil.
Whoa!
Yeah. See, in the early days of Christianity, the devil wasn't a particularly big part of the entire belief system. You've seen mostly as like a trickster god, somebody that you could easily fool. He tried to take your soul, but you just trick him. And
They like to mix them up. There's that thing they also talk about, like cock for feet.
Yeah.
That's a big thing, too, with the devil. It was like a weird base creature. The idea is that the serpent was just a base creature because he was low to the ground.
Yeah.
They just kind of applied the devil to all pagan gods because of what we talked about before, the shape of Baphomet, right? And the creation of the connection of the goat to weird, like, sexual proclivities. And because also they had to destroy the moon religions of earlier times in order to replace them with the more masculine solar religions of the 12th and 14th century.
So up to this point, the devil was just a real Belky Batacamus.
Yes.
He was just a jokester. He was a clown. Everyone kind of mocked him. But
He was
now
a fun guy.
Now the devil becomes a badass, though, right?
Yeah. Which is cool. He gets fucking promotion.
Yeah,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
around the 14th century, the Catholic Church, they decided that it needed an enemy, and they commissioned artists to make new representations of the devil. I've got this great fucking book called The Illustrated History of the Devil, which you can pick up super cheap on Amazon. It's a fucking awesome art book. But what it talks about in there is that the Catholic Church did actually go to artists and say, like, hey, listen, we need to beef this guy up a little bit.
So what I have here is a man. He's kind of stocky, and he's got these big sunglasses, so you can't see his eyes, which is kind of fun. And he's got an orange vest, but it's some kind of wackadoo circumstances. He has had 9 metal arms be fused to his spine.
That's Doc Ock from Spider-Man.
That's a great name for him.
We want the devil.
But isn't he? Yeah, but he's evil because he's got so many arms.
Yeah. You can
You
focus.
can't trust him.
You know,
He's got a latte in one and the other one he's fingering you.
We don't even know what a latte is at this point.
I heard it could be coffee.
We have to stop hiring these future artists, these artists from the future.
And the great thing about the devil is, like Henry said, he was a base creature. The devil in the Bible is a very vague figure. Like, he tempts Jesus in the desert. He makes a bet with God to fuck up Job in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even say in Genesis that the serpent is actually Satan.
Well, he just owned the original street cart. He was just selling apples on the side of the road, trying to trick people.
Yeah, exactly. He was a salesman.
Right.
He was a capitalist.
Yes.
Yeah.
But also there were many devils. You know what I mean? Back in the day when there was a pantheon of evil things that people had to deal with all the time until we made a capital D devil because they had to have their own Saddam Hussein.
Yeah. Seriously, they had to have a devil. They had to have somebody that they could scare people into joining the church. It's like, if you don't, because at first it's like, oh, your soul will be in eternal damnation. It's like, well, okay, I can deal with that.
Yeah.
But if you say, like, the devil's coming for you. Like, the devil will kill you in the here and now, because when people talk about, this sort of like spiritual, it's nebulous. You can't really wrap your brain around the concept of eternity, but you can wrap your brain around the concept of the reason why your crop failed last year is because the devil did it.
Oh, yeah, and then, or eventually some naked woman smashed up a baby and rubbed it up inside of her vagina, and that's why your corn is not going for it.
That makes sense. I just miss Saddam Hussein. Remember that?
We all
had
do.
Saddam.
We all do.
We all do. Yeah, we really do. Well, and just like we saw in the Satanic Panic of the 80s and 90s, which the Satanic Panic has about a dozen different parallels to the witch trials that we're discussing today. But with the devil comes the devil's minions.
Also, by the way, if you're listening to this episode and you have not put on a song that is remotely called Witchfinder General and there's not listening to King Diamond right now, you need to fucking stop. Or because that's the one problem with being a podcast of our nature, is that we can't afford the heavy metal soundtrack this fucking episode needs. But remember, just be listening to Maiden and then continue to listen to the episode.
Saxon, go for Saxon. King Diamond, go for Maiden. There's a lot of, just look up new wave British heavy metal in Google and then just go from there, motherfuckers.
And the Satanic Panic, just to clarify, people like Damien Eccles, the West Memphis Three, were falsely convicted for murdering 3 children because they were Satanists.
Yeah.
According to a small town in Arkansas.
But it was also a 1970s film with a lot of teardrop boobies in it.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, and Damien Eccles, I mean, him and his friends, they were sentenced to death. They were going to be executed. Right. Like this, the witch hunts, it's definitely on a much smaller scale, but this shit exists to this day. Like this sort of humanity has not progressed as far as we would like to think we have in the last 500 years. We're pretty much still the same.
Exactly. We've been going after groovy people for a long time.
Yeah, and that's all it is going after groovy people. Although witch hunts and executions were happening for at least 100 years before, the real golden age of witch hunts began with the publication of the Malleus Maleficarum, translated to English as the Hammer of Witches.
But actually, it was a terrible thing.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, we can't celebrate it.
Yeah, we can't celebrate it. It's one of the most, I mean, it's not necessarily up there with the Bible, but it's in the top 5 of the most blood-soaked books in all of history.
What's the Hammer of what?
Witches.
Interesting. But also what happened was actually it became as large as the Bible because it came out exactly the same time as the first printing press. And so the Bible and the Malleus were one of the first printed books to come out. And we were going to find out is that it was a book that was a step-by-step handbook for the identification, hunting, and legal prosecution of suspected witches.
Yeah. That was its whole thing. And it was written by these two guys, Jacob Springer and Heinrich Kramer. And one of these guys, I think it was Kramer, he was actually removed from his position as an inquisitor for being too overzealous.
There are some nice Germans. I just want to say, not all of them.
The problem is that it's the bad ones that make the publicity.
Yeah.
They make the newspapers.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see, there's not a lot of nice things to say about the Germans when they get into big groups.
The problem
they're
is
focused.
They just have a hard time with a bunch of just groovy ass women that they can't sleep with. The thing about the Malleus too is that it's broken down with section 1 is how to identify a witch, and it's basically various different things. It's being like which is we're gonna find is now stereotypical of how to identify a witch, which is. She's a man. She's a woman without a man. She's left to her own. She's a spinster. She is nude all the time. She is a little sexually proclivity. She has a sexual proclivity about her. She is free with her sexuality, and they just stamp them down. And section 2 is what they do. And so there's a lot of stuff like I always find what is interesting about section 2 is there's only one section about witches destroying crops, but there's 5 sections about witches destroying men's penises.
Yeah. Well, that's a big section.
But they are
that's an important thing.
But they are focused on the penis being disappeared, the penis not working anymore, and as soon as that happened, they just accuse basically a woman that if they can't sleep with a woman, they show up, they're stepping out on their wife, and they're having sex with a woman, and their fucking spaghetti goes limp. They burn that woman.
Right. Another good way to tell if a woman is a witch, if you take her to Arby's and she likes the horsey sauce more than the Arby's sauce, she's a witch.
Then count me as a witch, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh my God! I knew you were double witches.
Well, the penis disappearance, the penis disappearance thing in witchcraft. This isn't just European witchcraft. This is one of those things that developed independently in different areas around the world. When you get witchcraft, like Africans, to this day, I mean, you still look at African, like, because Africa still to this day has pretty fucking intense witch hunts.
Yeah.
And one of the big things is that they have stolen my penis. That she has stolen my penis. I cannot find my penis. Where is my penis? And that happened way back.
Got to put a bell on it.
Yeah, always.
That's what I do. That's why I got 2 jingle bells. It's a hard time. You can't really hear it on the podcast because then I covered my penis and the bells in a big old sock.
Yeah, thank God.
But what I do like in the Malleus is that a way to describe is that, like, the way you can tell that a witch will remove your penis by illusion or magic, and the way that you can tell if it's illusion or magic, it's an illusion.
I see.
It's very dumb, but they of course it's like it's sexual fear of women, so that they immediately.
It's just a bunch of guys with ED,
pretty much
erectile dysfunction.
Exactly, and I imagine at the time it was often. I think a lot of guys had ED because they're eating nothing but like valerian root and living in mud.
Right.
And Section 3 is the legal breakdown of how to interrogate and punish witches, which is brutal. And the whole thing is just all the various different ways to smash a woman's breasts.
It really is. The torture that they put these women through, and men and children through, it is. I mean, it's up there. It's because they took so many cues from the Spanish Inquisition. A lot of this stuff was kind of a bit of a holdover from that time. So the torture that these people went through is horrific.
It's pretty brutal. It's pretty straight to the point.
Yeah.
I mean, now we do the thing where you keep you up with Limp Bizkit all night, and then even waterboarding is bad, but like technically it's illusion of drowning. They just smash your feet.
Yeah.
They just poke your eyes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just not. You think they could have thought about it a little bit and made it a little bit more creative about like putting you in a dark room and then one of them dresses as a ghost and like you just turn the light on every once in a while and he goes like, whoa.
That would be scary.
That would be scary. Instead, they just cut your nipples off.
Pick them up by their ankles and then turn them upside down and shake them. And if there are any dicks that fall out, then they were dick thief.
It's here in her dick purse.
Yeah,
I knew I should have thought of something when she called it her dick purse. Please bring me my dick purse.
I just don't get how you can be accused of stealing cock, but you got no dick on you. Doesn't make any sense.
You'll notice in the very tip of that cock, there's a bit of gum. Can I have a piece of it, please? I had an onion before being arrested. But the book also is very specific in the fact that if you are accused of being a witch, you're done. You are accused. You are a witch, and now it's a matter of whether or not the devil has silenced you enough that you won't confess and give up other witches. But either way, you're murdered. They lie to you about exiling you, but either way, they're going to burn you.
Yeah, and the whole thing is that we must save this good woman, or we must save this man from eternal damnation before we just murder them for witchcraft, because we want to save their soul, but they're still witches, so we still have to slit their throats and burn their bodies in the town.
We got to do something.
We got to do it. There's no choice.
Almost harkening back to Shonrikyo, the idea of killing somebody for their own benefit.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it is. So by 1520, the Malleus Maleficarum had gone through over a dozen printings, with the witch fever reaching its pitch in England with the passing of the Elizabethan Witchcraft Act of 1563.
And the Malleus sat on the desks of lawyers and judges throughout Europe. And it was legit. And the two authors had basically said that the Pope issued this thing called a bull. Pope Innocent basically sent them out and said, I want you to go and write the definitive manual on witch hunting. But it turns out that was a lie. And it's possibly like all of the documents that they had from the Pope that said like, oh, this is legit. It's fucking the shit. You guys are fucking really rocking this fucking horse shit. I mean, like all of that turned out to be hotly contested later on. So it's essentially what became like the precedent for all legal matters for hundreds of years was total horseshit.
You're telling me the Pope lied to the people?
I can't believe it.
I'm stunned.
I can't believe that tiny-legged man with his fucking hooked little slippers on and his boy penis would lie to people.
So the first person executed under the Witchcraft Act was a 63-year-old woman named Agnes Waterhouse.
It's a witch name.
It is, yeah.
She was hanged in 1566 under suspicion of bewitching a neighbor to death, aided by her familiar, a cat not so subtly named Sathan.
It's Sathan.
Sounds like a Satan.
No, it's kind of just a slithery form of Nathan.
Okay.
She wanted to call me Nathan, but she didn't realize that Nathan was the name, so she called me Sathan.
Burn the witch!
So
It's still a talking cat.
Yeah, it's creepy.
So Agnes was not the first, and definitely not the last elderly woman to be executed for witchcraft, and with reason. Following the Black Plague, the decimation of the European population resulted in the creation of the nuclear family. Now, most of us of Western European descent grew up this way. It's, the nuclear family is parents and kids with pretty much no room for grandma.
Grandma sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, no room for grandma, no room for grandpa. It's shuttling them off to the nursing home. And with society being in shambles, the elderly were pretty much just seen as an inconvenient pain in the ass with nothing to really contribute to the family's survival.
But see, at least now we put them in nursing homes. We put my horrible grandmother in an assisted living facility costing thousands of dollars for years. She sat in there accusing people of rape and stealing people's spoons. She was a horrible woman. It's just, but back in the day, we could have taken Mimar and just nailed her shut in a shed out in the middle of the forest.
You named her Mimar?
That we called her Mimar.
Mimar?
Yeah, but my cousins called her Mimi.
Mimar is just as bad as Mimi. I would say Mimi is closer to a name.
Yeah, Mimi's fine. Like, Mimi's like, that's something that like...
Mimi's, to me, sounds like a large, mentally challenged woman with with a muumuu on where you could see her nipples through.
But I believe that's what she was.
Yes.
And so scores of elderly people, mostly women, were actually shuttled off to live alone in hovels where they lost their minds either due to dementia or, as was probably the case in many quote-unquote witches, paraphrenia. Paraphrenia occurs later on in life and is different from schizophrenia in that while the patient might be suffering from paranoia and hallucinations, they still retain all of their intellect and personality characteristics.
Yeah, it was like my grandmother was talking to the portrait of my grandfather, acting like he was there all the time, but she was still a raging bitch.
Oh, yeah, that's normal.
Yeah, that's the thing is that you got a lot of wacky shit happening in the heads of otherwise rational, normal human beings.
Or maybe they weren't even that rational to begin with.
Right.
But they go out there, now that they're alone, now it's like, it's the witch scenario. It's an old woman living alone in a tiny hut out in the middle of the forest, and she's out there being like, I see a vampire, and he's got a bowl of things for breakfast. It's some sort of Count Chocula. I think you're just looking at a breakfast box, Grandma.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is that people, they had no clue of how the brain actually worked, this being the, 1600s, and they took all of these bizarre testimonies, all the confessions of old ladies with severe mental illnesses as fact. Like, they didn't know that someone could make shit up like this because you've got an elderly woman, a once respected member of the community before they just locked her up in a shed out in the forest, who seems rational by all accounts, but her mind has turned into mush. And so because of that, that's how you get a lot of that's how you get the stereotype of the old crone. That's how you get all this bizarre testimony. It's fascinating stuff.
Marcus, you got to remember, again, things are only as real as you want them to be. Right? You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely not. There's a very concrete reality.
No. Real is just turn real around. What does it spell? Leer, right? What do we do with our eyeballs, right? We leer at things, right? Leer, sometimes your eyeballs play
Where are you
tricks on
going with this? I think you were just talking.
Please don't arrest me, sir.
So it's also important to note that most of the information that we know about these witch trials comes from the witch hunting manuals themselves, because the Malleus Maleficarum was by no means the only witch hunting manual. It was just the most popular one. Like, there was demonology, there was the identification of witches, there were pamphlets that people put out all the time. They just write them up, print them up, and send them out. And we also know about witch trials from the court records, which are spotty at best and by no means feature any sort of transcripts whatsoever.
When do you think the first year was that there was a legitimate expert in anything?
No, I guess this is it. 1400s for witchery.
I don't think they were experts in any way, shape, or form.
They were.
Anybody could just walk out and be like, I know what witches are. They're the ones. She's got long toes. Fucking cut her face off.
Yeah, well, if she did, he was right, and she was.
In Europe, it took a while. The Greeks and the Romans did pretty good with a lot of shit.
But I think they were still kind of full. I mean, they built nice stuff.
Pythagorean geometry.
What does that even mean?
I like witchcraft better.
Because I have a whole thing with math where I don't think it's all real.
Oh
I don't think, because if it doesn't work on a planet outside of our planet or in another part of the galaxy, then it doesn't even matter. And we won't know if that's going to happen until 10,000 years from now. So what is even the point of having geometry class?
So let's just go back to hunting witches.
This was me when I was 15. Just yelling in math class.
Well, the other thing about these confessions is that we only know either by accident or by every once in a while someone actually coming out and saying how many of these confessions were obtained by torture, either by the state or, in the case of the North Berwick witches, the employer of the accused. See, in 1591, a man named David Seaton heard through the grapevine that his maidservant, Gilly Duncan, had suddenly acquired a reputation for healing the sick. And when he questioned Gilly about the rumor, she, of course, denied the charge.
No way.
So Seaton responded to her denials with torture using a medieval torture device called the pillywinks. Yeah, which is a vice-like device that slowly crushed the fingers and toes of the victim.
Oh, pillywinks to me sounds like a bunch of sexless pink tiny creatures that just wants to teach us about caring for each other.
Sounds to me like candy that looks like confetti.
But no, it's a thing that smashes fingers and toes.
Right.
So it's a hammer. The pillywinks is a hammer.
No, it's a vice. Yeah, it's a vice with it's got screws on it, and it's pretty much you just put the fingers in.
Yeah,
It's
I know exactly what it looks
like. Yeah. It's two metal plates that you just slowly just.
I like to call it the pillywinks.
Yeah, it's such a kind name for such an atrocious device. But why would they hurt this woman? She healed the sick. She did something good.
Yeah, but she did it nefariously.
Yeah. She did it nefariously. Yeah, because that's the whole thing, is that it doesn't matter what you use it for. If it's diabolically inspired, then eventually you're going to start off healing the sick.
Sure.
But then you're going to end with stealing some cocks.
Slippery slope.
I see.
See, that's the thing. All of a sudden, she's got a fucking belt full of cocks.
Right.
All right, and she doesn't care if you have the flu or not because she's got enough cocks to win the Cocks of the Month competition that she has to bring back to her witch group every month.
Of course.
It was not until Seaton searched the maidservant's body from head to toe for the devil's mark, which he found upon her neck, that Gilly Duncan confessed to being a witch and that all her cures were a result of the diabolical magic.
No, there's no way he sexually enjoyed that at all, right, Marcus?
Not even close. No, it's not
It's
like
his job to do it. Actually, the Malleus has a whole description where there was one man's job where, during the court processions, and that in order to look for the devil's mark, his job was to shave the woman entirely from foot to head. And that was his one job. And there,
because the witch hunters, like, it was a whole crew. It wasn't like
I volunteered to shave her.
Yeah.
People say I'm doing real good at giving a close shave because I really pay attention to the details.
Yeah. Well, you never know what she's hiding in those eyebrows.
That's the problem. Yeah. Or in the pussy here.
Yeah, you never know.
So in case you're not familiar, the devil's mark is a spot on the body of a witch that is supposedly impervious to all pain, which is a result of the devil scratching off the holy chrism of the witch's Christian baptism. And the discovery of the devil's mark was a boon to witch hunters, as it was seen as hard evidence that the accused was a witch. And it was such an important part of the process that each witch hunting crew also had a guy in charge of this, known officially as the witch pricker.
Name's Larry. I don't want to be a witch pricker for today. Just don't you know what I mean? You bend over. All right, spread them open. Nice. I don't see any mark. All right, flip her over. You know, easier, but somebody's got to do it. All right, let me check your boobies. Mashing your boobies together. Just mashing them. You like it? I'm too good at my job.
Tough day at work.
Somebody's got it. Somebody's got to wake up and make the donuts, huh?
Yeah, we know.
So after Gilly was tortured, pricked, and arrested, she immediately began naming dozens of co-conspirators in a plot that reached far beyond the local peasantry. And what started as a simple 16th century afternoon of a boss torturing his employee over a rumor that she was helping people out ended up uncovering a plot to murder James IV, a.k.a. the King of Scotland.
No, not the man who's never seen a pair of underwear.
Inbred, I'm sure.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Bog people.
Really are.
Now, unlike many of the stories we'll cover today, this one actually does have a kernel of truth. There was likely a plot on King James's life instigated by a man named Francis Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell, who had a claim to the throne should James die without an heir. And it is possible that Hepburn was using the local witch club as a smokescreen to hide his nefarious plot, somehow directing a bunch of hapless peasants to murder the king so Hepburn could take his place at the head of the table. Now, even though it is certain that the vast majority of people accused of witchcraft had nothing to do with the actual practice itself, it is fairly safe to assume that there were some people into some super witchy shit those few hundred years that the hunts were going on.
Absolutely. I mean, people have been doing magical rituals for forever, since the beginning of time. It only became until this part of history that it became illegal. It used to be a thing that they used to work with constantly. They have stories in the Bible where they talk about King Solomon would work with witches, even though the Bible's like, we got to kill every witch. It's like they would still go and use them. They were a part of society. And then all of a sudden they just flipped on them. It's like all of a sudden they were like, death to all podcasters. And it's like, what are we going to do? What will Los Angeles do with their unemployed?
Well, see, that's the thing. Is what's really important to remember is that these big witch hunts, we say they lasted over hundreds of years, but they were essentially isolated incidents. It's not like there was like a weekly witch hunt every other every Saturday or anything like that. Like, it was often decades, even lifetimes between hunts. So it's almost certain that there were people practicing witchcraft throughout this entire time, quote-unquote witchcraft. But as we said before, the most likely explanation that the large-scale movements were probably just a bunch of groovy people trying to have a good time to alleviate the boredom and constant drudgery and misery of their lives.
They're living in the middle of forest. They're covered in bugs. Let them fuck.
I don't know. It seems like they're dick thieves.
Let them choose to fuck each other. And then a lot of times it's like, there'll be like one dude around that's like pretending to be the devil. That guy's smart.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, these gatherings, pretty much an excuse to just have a gigantic orgy. And as it is with a lot of things like that, it's a little easier to let loose when you've got a bunch of ritual involved. And Francis Hepburn of Earl took full advantage of this.
You're just setting the mood.
Yeah.
They sound like juggalos. And
no, but I also
the
say
juggalos are also hunted by the government.
They are, and they are persecuted.
They are.
And we need to stop this modern witch hunt of the juggalos and let them drink their Faygo.
That's
and
right.
Let them have crab-infested sex with each other.
Well, there is a little bit of an STD problem.
There is, but the
okay.
problem is that I'm just afraid for when all the crabs that the juggalos are creating with each other's bodies that are then mating while being next to each other from different strains of different parts of Lower California, that they will eventually create giant super crabs.
Yeah.
That our government, and that will be the problem the government really will have to handle.
Yes.
Because you know who they're coming for? Robert Downey Jr.
It's very possible.
America's treasure.
Yes, he is. Yes.
See, most of these covens had a quote-unquote devil leading the rituals, which was usually just a dude dressed all in black wearing sick-ass mask that someone had made from an animal's head. They'd use anything. They'd use a goat, they'd use a pig, they'd use a dog, they'd use a deer, but there was always some dude wearing some super cool shit.
Yeah.
And the whole ritual ended with the osculum infame, in which each and every member of the coven would line up and kiss the butthole of the group devil, who in this case may have been the instigator of the King James murder plot, Francis Hepburn, Earl of Bothwell.
Hey, while you're back there treating my asshole like a champagne flute, maybe we should kill this king or something.
Yeah, think about it.
And just say one witch is like, I will do something special for you, my infamous leader. Oh, yeah, what are you going to do, Agnes?
Well, that's good. Play it like glass.
Oh, I'm getting goosebumps.
I think she stole my penis.
And you know what? Good for her.
Good for her.
So the Earl, of course, escaped all consequence and fled to Italy, but thankfully for him, he left behind plenty of poor people to be tortured and executed in his stead.
Oh, so they had to kiss his butthole and then they got tortured?
One man, John Fionn, confessed under torture that he had attended many meetings in which Gilly Duncan, the maidservant who had started this whole mess, was the resident musician, with her main instrument being the Jew's harp.
Oh, isn't that interesting? I just pictured a lawyer just wanting to prove that he was the devil. Exhibit B, and he pulls down his pants and shows his butthole. Look at that butthole. Look how clean.
It's as clean as an ivory skillet.
He's the devil.
He is the devil.
Burn the witch.
Now, another co-conspirator, Agnes Simpson, said that her part in the whole plot was to sink King James's ship. Her method was to pass a cat 3 times through the links of a chimney crook, then pass the same cat 3 times under the chimney itself. Then she tied the cat's feet to a dead man's dick for an indeterminate amount of time, and then she threw the cat as far as she could into the sea.
Poor cat.
I mean, technically, the cat led an interesting life.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, the cat just...
So these plots naturally required a whole crew to pull off. Agnes said that the cat plan was hatched at a gathering of more than 200 witches who danced drunk in a graveyard as Gilly played the Jew's harp once more. Now, this conspiracy that Agnes created is an important aspect of the hysteria surrounding witch hunts, because the idea that an invalid old woman or just a simple maidservant could hold any power whatsoever, that would be ridiculous even by 16th century standards, that some old woman in the forest could hatch a murder plot to kill the king. But if that same old woman was backed up by a far-reaching and well-organized group led by the devil himself, then it starts to become a little more plausible.
A little more plausible.
Right. And that conspiracy can be blamed for all sorts of problems that a government might have. And as we said earlier, witch hunts, rather than being a constant feature of life during these centuries, they were incidents that burned bright and very hot for relatively short amounts of time. And many times, said hunts coincided when that particular region was suffering from religious or political problems.
Because then you create an enemy for everybody. You go look and you say there's a giant network of evil witches that are conspiring to steal our penises. You're going to get people mobilized.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what Hillary Clinton needs to do.
Yeah, talk about
She wants to get the grassroots going.
Right.
Yep. For example, in Germany, 250 witches were burned when a Catholic prince was in the process of retaking a city from Protestants. And in another instance, also in Germany, 133 people were burnt in a single day following tensions in the populace. In other words, German politicians on multiple occasions persecuted and murdered large groups of innocent people during times of civil unrest, ensuring that said politicians either gained or held on to their political power.
It's kind of like they're saying, like they're did I do that?
Right.
You know, like that's what they do. That's their gimmick.
Yeah.
You know? But I actually think the German people just find trees to be so sacred that they don't want to burn them.
Yeah, they're more environmentalists than that.
They know they can make more people.
Right, yeah.
So you just burn them. And the fat bubbles and crackles, making a sweet pernil.
Yeah.
Well, that must be an interesting odor there. Just piles of witches burning constantly.
It smells like pork.
Does it?
Yeah.
Just don't do this. Don't get my wires crossed.
Yeah.
All right, I'm already on the verge of eating people.
No, it really does. Like, it supposedly smells like a sweet. It's a very sweet smell.
Specifically because they're witches?
No. Humans.
Oh, because they're humans.
When you burn or cook a human, it's a sweet pork smell.
Huh.
Yeah. What else?
Are there beans?
You know, the thing I find that really goes good with pork is sort of like a jelly kind of marmalade you can put on top and get a sweet and savory kind of thing.
That is a good thing, yeah.
Put some thyme in there and between their feet or something.
You'll have people one day, Henry. Don't worry about it.
Now, the Germans, to say the very least, can be an overzealous people. And Ben, don't give me that look. What?
They're overzealous. They're full of energy.
Yeah.
You will say they really go 110%.
They do go 110%, but overzealous. I mean, I'm not sure if that they're stern but motivated.
Which is the worst.
Yeah.
Because I would say the ISIS is overzealous.
Yeah, ISIS is okay.
Oh, yeah, they're biting off more than they can chew.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Nazis, the Germans. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're not even. The Nazis haven't even been thought of yet.
No, not even ever
but
thinking about it.
But the playbook is definitely being written.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're just. They're just real serious.
Yeah,
and they got a lot of tools.
They love tools.
Yeah, too many people.
So between 1609 and 1616, 200 people were executed for witchcraft in the Bamberg region of Germany alone, which eventually came to be known as the Shrine of Horror.
Fuck yeah.
And the center of all this activity was the Hexenhaus, possibly the most brutal and deadly location for accused witches in all of Europe.
And it's your free band name for the episode.
Hexenhaus.
Now, victims would be roasted in iron chairs and have their flesh rended from their body with red-hot painters.
God, after you talking about the pork thing, they actually just sounds delicious.
Kind of want to lick the chair.
Their legs would be crushed, their shoulders dislocated, and of course they would fall victim to the dreaded pillywinks.
Oh, every time. Hi, we love you. Yeah, so you're gonna be rich, huh? Better grind your bones. You go get him, Tiki Winky.
I like pillywinks. They're fun and nice.
Yeah, it's fun. I rip your nipples off.
Oh, what was that?
What?
No.
Now, led by Prince Bishop Gottfried van Dornheim, a.k.a. the Witch Bishop, it is estimated that a minimum of 600 people were burned as witches during the 1620s in Germany. But unlike England, where the aristocracy was shielded from accusations due to their ability to sue any detractor for defamation of character, the ruling class in Germany, who had originally instigated all this bullshit, died right alongside the poor.
Germans, tough but fair.
Tough but fair, that's right.
See, in Germany, when a man or woman was sentenced to death for witchcraft, all of their assets were split between the town, the church, and the lawyers involved, with the establishment claiming that this was necessary to recoup the expenses of torture, incarceration, and execution.
Distribution of wealth.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Think about it.
So this is what's going to happen. That Bernie's going to do this. Is Bernie going to be?
So
Bernie's burn the 1%.
So Bernie's they're gonna burn the 1% and give the rest of the money to the town elders and the churches.
Yep, hot chairs.
So
Bernie's
going to show up in a fucking cool ass goth Witchfinder General outfit out of nowhere with a fucking lute and a giant like papal hat that's made in black.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm kind of into it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So in 1629, 79 of Offenburg's wealthiest citizens were executed, with the only break in the proceedings coming when the clergy complained that they weren't getting a big enough piece of the pie. But the killings resumed shortly after an agreement had been reached.
It's reaching across the aisle.
Right.
That's what's important.
That is. Now, not surprisingly, the witch hunts of the rich in Germany abruptly ended soon after certain regions made it illegal for towns and churches to confiscate the property of executed citizens.
I almost feel like it wasn't about witchcraft after all.
That's weird, Marcus, because it seems like they were really trying to kill as many witches as they could.
Doesn't it, though?
Yeah.
Weird stuff.
You know what I will say, though, about this whole time period? Bad time to be a lady.
I think, what time period has been great to be a lady?
It's good now. It's better.
It's okay.
Hey, dude, it's all right now.
It's all right.
We're not crushing their bones anymore.
No.
Not all the time. Not here.
No.
Not in New York specifically.
No,
New York is a great
the creek
place.
in the cave.
The Creek in the Cave is a great place for women.
The podcast studio has been very good to women.
This area around the table is a very safe place physically for a woman.
Just right on the table, around 6 inches radius.
Yes.
Perfect place. So women are, they're doing great.
Safe. Women are fine.
Yeah, totally.
But a couple of decades later in France, the wealthy aristocracy became embroiled in their very own rich witch scandal of their own, known as the Affair of Poisons, in which 36 people would be executed following an old-fashioned poison-for-profit land grab.
I love these poison-for-profit land grabs. I want that. I want there to be a show like hosted by Tony Danza.
Yeah.
I know it's just all the poison for profit land grab, and I gotta say, I'm really happy to everybody that's been involved.
Typical.
Tap dances at the end of it.
Now, after being accused of trying to poison her father and brothers in an attempt to inherit their estates, an aristocrat named Madame de Brinvilliers confessed to a crime after undergoing a technique called the water cure, in which she was forced to drink 16 whole pints of water in one sitting.
But also then Big Dog at K-Pack gave her a free Chevy bandolier.
Oh, that's kind of fun. That's not that much water. Is that too much water? I'm always slamming that much water.
That's a lot of water. Especially if you're
I
in
wouldn't confess to a crime if I had 16 pints of water in
You're
me.
also dehydrated.
Yeah.
Also, they're wearing a tiny corseted, faceted dress all the time.
Yeah, these are courtesans that we're talking about here.
All right, but it just seems to me like the water, drinking of the water is the least torture we've heard so far.
It
If I
can
had
be
to choose
pretty
between
intense.
Well, when it comes down to it, to everybody, it's France, so everybody's eating a lot of butter and
Sure.
drinking a lot of wine. It seems like you got to do
Croissants.
something to clear the urine.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but we'll move on. But
You
I
know
just
how
feel like out of
thick and
all the
stinky
torture we've heard
everybody's-
of, this woman just had to have a couple of pints of water.
16 pints. Well, you've had 16 beers in a night.
I had it this morning. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to go to the bathroom or nothing.
Don't break the seal.
Bodies
Plug
were
it up.
different. You think that's what they did? They made her sit on a cork?
Yeah.
And then she blew up like it was like a fucking Looney Tunes cartoon?
I don't know what happened. I just feel like she wasn't sitting on the hot chair. She wasn't getting piddlywinked or whatever the hell it was called. She had to drink water. Anyway.
Bodies were different.
Yeah, I guess so.
So this woman, after she confessed to the poisoning, she was beheaded and her body was burned at the stake for good measure after the head was lopped off. But the incident sent the court of Louis XV into a veritable tizzy of poison paranoia, and it wasn't long before accusations of witchcraft began. So authorities began to round up local fortune tellers and alchemists who, under duress of torture, started naming members of King Louis's inner circle as co-conspirators in a whole variety of plots to poison rivals, spouses, and family members.
It seems kind of crazy that you could take a bunch of rich, fancy, powdered wigged aristocrats and slap them around a little bit and they'd confess so easily.
Sure, they're weak people.
So the most well-known of all these rounded-up sorceresses was Catherine Montvoisin, a.k.a. La Voisin. She was a midwife and alleged sorceress. She claimed that the king's mistress had participated in multiple black masses in an attempt to retain the king's favor over rival lovers.
It was pretty sweet. I mean, apparently when they went to her house, it's like she would use these black masses, and what was involved, that babies would be sacrificed. And one historian claims to have found records that indicate that police found the baby bones.
Yeah, they
in
actually said
Navasan's
that.
garden.
Yeah, they actually said it in the report. Baby's bones.
Baby's bones.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she would slit. So her main lover, so King Louis XIV's main lover was a woman that was like a very politically motivated lady. She was called the real Queen of France. She would walk around and basically be able to talk with a bunch of different ambassadors and different dukes and bullshit of the court, and she was really good at it. But she was getting edged out by a supple young country girl that Louis XIV had just seen literally milking a goat.
Yeah, sure, it's hot.
Yeah,
It's
that's
hot.
what you do. And he's just like, I want that one. I want one of the big tits.
Oh my God,
And
for
it's
them that's
just-
like a porno.
Yeah, exactly. And then you cut to her, who's been doing all this hard work, all this legwork for him.
Right.
She felt betrayed, so she talked to La Voisin. And in order to get him to, instead of like doing shit, being like, well, maybe I'm going to learn this thing I learned from this Chinese guy called a blowjob. Instead,
I
what
don't know
she
if the
did,
Chinese invented the blowjob.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's a disgusting American tradition.
I don't know. I think it's been around for a long time. The Indians actually technically did it. The Indian
I don't
people.
know if that's
No,
true.
the Kama Sutra.
No, the French. The French were
The
really
French?
good. Yeah. No, the French were all about blowjobs.
I think the French invented butt licking, as we know.
Oh, that's
now
very
we know
good
that
for
for
them.
certain. But so she went to this woman. She's like, what do I do to get Louis XIV to love me again? She's like, oh, we're just gonna do this thing. We're gonna lay down this table, take off all your clothes. She's like, great. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna slit this baby open from its pubic bone to its face,
Right.
and dump its blood all over you, while a real priest that she knew comes in and reads the Bible over you.
And how does this work exactly then?
Romance.
Romance. I see. Okay.
It's really extending yourself for a loved one. That's what it is.
yeah.
Sometimes you got to show the effort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes
It's not about what you do. It's about how you do it and what was the energy behind what it is that you're doing.
show, not tell.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, La Voisin, after she confessed to all this, by the way, those baby bones in the garden, it was said that it could have been enough to add up to about 2,500 baby corpses.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of babies. It's probably a bit of an exaggeration, although some historians say, like, maybe they found babies, maybe they didn't.
Could have been chicken bones.
Who knows?
But what's a better story? And also, the way she confessed is that they took La Voisin out and got her hammered.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they got her super hammered, and then after she confessed, she was naturally burned in the public square, and before the entire affair was over, 34 more would be burned as well before King Louis finally put an end to it, deciding that the whole affair is just bad publicity.
Yeah. First of all, I love the idea of just being able to accuse somebody of witchcraft who you don't like.
Yeah.
I almost want to go back to these times.
No, that's what it's all about. Oh, dude, you would have been burned years ago.
No, not if I call you a witch first. You're a witch, you're a witch.
I don't know. I think that you would have been called a witch first. But I would have just owned it. I would have been like, yeah! I've been working on that laugh for years.
Yeah, it's a pretty good laugh.
I also want to make this like a Hangover movie where she goes out and gets trashed and then ends up. It
What
starts with,
did I do?
Yeah, it starts with her like
Look at her snapshots. Her Ken Jong is there. Oh, and that was the guy who taught me how to do blowjobs.
Oh, man.
But while the French were dealing with witchcraft in the highest reaches of society, the filth of England were having their own scandals.
Cool.
Now, in the early 17th century, two rival families of English hillbillies from the Pinto Forest were in the middle of a feud.
That sounds like it's more in Mexico.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the Pinto Forest?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe they took...
Where the beans grow. Oh, don't you go where the beans grow, because it's most sacred land there. You do not crush a bean, you get a 5 years bad luck and your feet fall off.
A lot of beans are grown in like California too.
No.
Both families were known far and wide to have sold their souls to the devil, and both were headed by matriarchs that were said to be the very definition of the old crone stereotype. And at the head of the clan Southern was an 80-year-old beggar named Elizabeth, known locally as Old Dimdyke.
Yeah.
And on the other side was Ann Whittle, a.k.a. Old Chaddocks.
Ah.
You know you're, like, ugly when a part of your nickname is old.
Yeah. Dimdykes and Chaddocks, huh? Going at it.
Yeah, Dimdyke, Chaddocks. Now, the two were rival herbalists who bolstered their business by claiming to have the power of the devil behind them.
Gotta have a gimmick.
Gotta have a gimmick, but the only problem was they were both trying the same gimmick. We don't know what the devil who bought Chaddocks' soul was like, but Dimdyke claimed that the devil who bought her soul appeared as a little boy named Tib, who negotiated for her soul by saying she could have her heart's desire in return, although what that heart's desire was, we will never know.
I like a name change.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I don't like my name. I think it's a bit too telling. Yeah, I like a bit of the licky lick.
Yeah, no, you're a Dimdyke. I'm sorry, I can't change that.
Now, the rivalry came to a head when 11-year-old Alice Device of Team Chaddocks accused Team Dimdyke's Elizabeth Whittle of theft, and Elizabeth, in turn, accused the 11-year-old girl of witchcraft. Now, children played a huge part in witch hunts. Much like the satanic panic of the late 80s, early 90s, people took the testimony of children as fact, citing Psalm 8:2, which is, out of the mouths of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength because of thine enemies, that thou mightest still the enemy and the avenger.
It's putting a lot of credit on kids.
Yeah, never trust a kid.
No.
Yeah, and this paired with the confessions of the senile and paraphrenic is part of the reason why so many of the quote-unquote facts that we know about witches and their ceremonies are so bizarre and nonsensical. I mean, if you remember some of the stuff that we talked about in the satanic panic stuff, you know, where they were talking about being flushed down the toilets to the basements where old grandma was playing the piano, and dozens upon dozens of children were being sacrificed all at once, even though none of these children were being reported missing.
It's just the idea of, you know, kids are also trying to appease whoever it is they're talking to in authority. And in terms of old people, they're also happy to get the attention.
Yeah.
They literally will willing to be the center of a witch trial in order for somebody to pay attention to them. It's sad.
Right.
Well,
and you should trust children if they were around Dennis Hastert or Jared Fogle. Then you can trust the children.
Nowadays, you
could
could trust. You have to give them when they're saying stuff like when they're saying calling somebody a witch.
Yeah, they're not.
That's
a witch.
what's hard.
That's hard. But if it's some, but you know, pretty straightforward molester, then
sure.
Oh, if it's a molester, you have to at least pull the trigger on somebody.
Yeah.
Now, one Lutheran minister, this is just for example, about children calling other people witches. This one Lutheran minister, he claimed that the Holy Spirit would never allow children to tell lies about the devil, and he took one boy at his word and executed a fair amount of innocent people based on the kid's testimony. That is, until the day the kid accused a member of the community with some actual standing, after which the investigator offered the kid a bribe to say, like, hey, did you make a mistake? Did you kind of mean to accuse somebody else? Why don't you accuse somebody else? And the boy took the bribe without question.
I think he did it. I think he's the one with the devil.
Here's $5.
It wasn't him.
Very good.
And so the inquiry was abandoned. The boy was beaten, and they put the whole affair behind him. But this boy was actually one of the lucky ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, for particularly in Sweden, children were executed right alongside the adults. In one case in 1668, 15 kids were executed under suspicion of witchcraft. 36 others were let off with a lighter sentence, with the 9 to 15-year-olds enduring public beating, while those under 9 were sentenced to being beaten on the hands on 3 consecutive Sundays.
Oh.
All right. It's kind of fun.
It's organized.
Yeah, very organized. Strangely organized, but organized nonetheless.
But back in England, the Demdike-Chaddox affair was only beginning. The 11-year-old was promptly detained by authorities in Lancaster Castle, the same place her accuser was being held for theft. Suddenly, Team Chaddox and Team Demdike were faced with a mutual problem, and in a meeting of the families consisting of 18 women and 2 men, a plot was hatched to blow up the castle, kill the jailer, and free the girl.
So essentially, this is the beginning of Fast and the Furious, Bog style.
Yeah, exactly.
But by the end of the meeting, records showed that the women had made plans to meet an entire year later if there was no occasion for an earlier meeting, suggesting that the plot to blow up the castle was largely forgotten by the end of it, as all in attendance were far too drunk to remember what they had all gotten together for in the first place.
But that's how you get to the point where you decide we're going to blow up the jail.
No, they started with we're going to blow up the jail.
We're going to blow up the jail. Like, it's like the first conversation, be like, yep, absolute. Yep, we're definitely blowing up that jail. And the next thing we're going to do, we're going to open a restaurant.
Yep.
Because you cook good and I'll run front of house.
It's perfect.
But things only got worse from there for the families. For by the end of the whole fiasco, over a dozen of both families were executed for, among other things, cannibalism, infanticide, and horse murder.
Horse murder?
I kind of... So that actually seems to make sense. They were eating children.
No, they were accused of eating children.
Oh, you don't think they were?
No!
Where did all the men go? Where's all the men?
They were working.
18 women, 2 men. They're eating the boys. That's what they were doing.
Nah, they're being groovy, man.
I'm going to have to go with the government on this one.
You're going with the government?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
They're just hanging out.
Chaddock's got to go.
Yeah, this is why you would have been oh, my God. Oh, you would have been...
Witchfinder General.
Witchfinder General.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I would have
been a
lived.
witchfinder.
And you're a witch, and you're a witch, and you're both dead.
Yeah, that is true. He could kill us very fast.
Yeah.
I'm the devil called Tib. That's what I would have done. I would have taken that on the highly.
Yeah, I would have ran.
Yeah. No,
either that or murdered you in your sleep.
No, I don't sleep.
That is true.
Witchfinder generals cannot sleep.
Yeah, witchfinder generals hate to sleep.
Always busy.
So the great witch hunting hysteria in Europe had slowed down considerably by the early 18th century. Scotland's final execution was in 1729 when a woman named Janet Horne was burned alive in a barrel of scalding hot tar for allegedly turning her daughter into a pony and riding her to a black mass.
This is my daughter!
Yeah, but what if she did? I mean, now I'm taking the side of the state here. I really can't. I could see her doing it.
You can see her doing it.
But what if she just considered her pony her daughter?
Well, burn her tar her.
So Sweden's last hurrah was a tad more dramatic, resulting in the beheading and burning of 71 people between 1674 and 1676. Germany held on for another 100 years, burning their last witch in 1775, the year before the birth of America.
Wow.
Where nothing of this sort ever
Not
happened.
even once, so we would never do it.
There's no way there's like a Muslim ban being proposed by a front runner.
No. We've never burned witches. We never owned people.
No.
We never killed a bunch of people. We showed up at a land completely empty.
Welcome, Matt. They said, welcome.
They said, please come.
And the guy's name was Matt.
Absolutely.
Welcome, Matt.
Have us.
Yes. Take our families, please, would you? That's where the Youngman joke came from. Take my wife, please.
Please, kill my wife and me and my sons.
Wow.
Please.
Great country.
We did great. We're great.
We're great. But the biggest holdout of all was England, who drowned their last witch in 1880 although that was more of a citizen's arrest than a state-sponsored execution.
1880?
1880,
Wow.
yeah. These two guys killed a woman by the drowning test. Then the
The
drowning test is when you tie a rock to a woman and you throw her into a. It's a Monty Python joke.
Yes.
Yeah,
And,
it's
and
like
if she drowns, she's not a witch.
Yeah.
Which is very sad.
Yeah, very sad. If she drowns, she's not a witch, but if she floats, then she's required to swim back to shore. Well, she will then promptly be burned alive at the stake in the town square.
Right.
So, what
do you
wish
wanna
in
do?
one hand.
Yeah.
Take a dump in the other.
Right.
Which kid feels first? It takes a village, two in a bush.
Yep.
That's what that is.
Right.
But only 40 years later, witch hunting would be revived in England in a decidedly less deadly and much more foppish manner by a man named Montague Summers.
Now, this guy is a fun little guy.
He's a fun, fat little man. Now, Montague was obsessed with witches, vampires, and werewolves.
Like Robert Pattinson.
And he was the first person to translate the Malleus Maleficarum into English, publishing his translation in 1928.
And he said the Malleus Maleficarum was one of the single most important documents in the history of written documents.
And I think he is actually pretty...
Bordering on correct, yeah.
Bordering on correct there. So Montague, he was also a proud member of the Uranian poet movement, the members of which believed in the Greco-Roman practice of Erastos Eromenos, or man-boy love.
Oh, I thought it was like oil wrestling.
No,
but it kind
was
of is,
oil
I guess.
wresling, but it's with a child.
So
And
he's
they-
a pedophile.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. They were the kind of the precursors to Nambla.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah.
So he was a foppish pedophile who hated witches.
Right.
Especially those nude, older women. Blech.
No, as Montague was English, obsessed with the occult, and was the possessor of horrific sexual predilections, it almost goes without saying that he crossed paths with the great beast 666, Aleister Crowley.
So basically, Crowley showed up as the new modern purveyor of magic.
Yeah.
And then Montague decided that he wants to, because he's not a fan of the woman folk, he's going to come out and he's going to say, I'm a witch hunter, after which they would then probably fucked each other.
Yeah. It wasn't even that he was, I mean, it was more like a chase thing where Aleister Crowley came out and said, I'm a wizard. And Montague came out and
Then
said,
I guess I'm a wizard fan. I mean, hunter. Oh.
And they made a nice little like chase game out of it.
Yeah, and they just slapped each other's butts all the time.
I
Those
see.
two weird, fucking bald-headed, ruddy, old Englishmen.
Soft bodies. Soft men.
Very, very soft. And like the vast majority of witch hunters throughout history, real or not, Montague was not a fan of the women folk. And we'll end this episode with a reading from Montague Summers' book, The History of Witchcraft and Demonology.
In the following pages, I have endeavored to show the witch as she really was. An evil liver, a social pest and parasite, the devotee of a loathly and obscene creed, an adept at poisoning, blackmail, and other creeping crimes, a member of a powerful secret organization inimical to church and state, a blasphemer in word and deed, swaying the villagers by terror and superstition, a charlatan and a quack sometimes, a bawd, an abortionist, the dark counselor of lewd court ladies and adulterous gallants, a minister to vice, inconceivable corruption, battening upon the filth and foulest passions of the age.
We've got a nerd alert. We've got a nerd alert.
Gregory, you need to get off of my staff, you sweet little boy. I need to go to a meeting.
Unbelievable. What a bunch of jerk-offs.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, it's like, I will say, it's like, I love witch women.
Yeah.
Witch women are great.
Witch
dude,
women are
witchy-
the best. Witch women are the best women on the face of the planet.
Man, give me a witchy chick any day of the week.
I'm with one. We're all dudes. I love it.
Yeah.
It's great.
It's wonderful.
I like them dancing naked. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, man.
There should be more of it.
Get him weird.
Get him odd. All right, so that is the witch episode.
Yeah,
Great
witch
stuff.
hunts. Yeah, witch hunts.
We're doing our best to keep witches alive now. So
Yeah.
I think we're doing better.
If you are a witch and you know some spells, send them our way. Some good things our way.
Yeah,
we can use
send-
all the help we can get.
Power and money. That's what we need. That's the big stuff.
Now you're just asking for money.
Yes.
Yeah, and if you're just
so you don't even have to be a witch to do that.
Well, I'm saying maybe, but then it's kind of more acceptable to ask for it as a witch.
Okay, man, you don't even gotta do witchcraft. If you're just using it as an excuse to go fuck, go fuck.
Go fuck.
Come on, man.
I'm just asking for a nice spell, a blessing to be sent our way.
Power and money.
Or just send us money at the Patreon page. That's very nice, too. But you don't have to be a witch to do that. You could work in construction.
Yeah, patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left to donate to our Patreon campaign.
Oh.
And you get all sorts of free little, you get some free stuff.
It's
here
just
and there.
that easier to be witch.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
Yep.
By the way, thanks to assistants Megan Fierro, Sammy Coughlin, and Alice Bennett for their help on this one. This one actually was a super research heavy episode.
Oh, this was a bear.
Yeah.
Also, if go ahead and read the Malleus Maleficarum if you choose to hurt your brain for a while. But it's really interesting to get a view into that time period and how they viewed women and magic. It's very specific. It's just got that old English sentence structure where you don't know what the sentence is about until at the end of the sentence.
Yeah. So it takes a very long time to read.
Yes.
Trickery.
And, of course, if you guys want to, once again, we're coming to L.A. on July 16th. Go to crestwestwood.com to get tickets for that. They are selling out very quickly. There are only a few left. And thanks, everyone, for Chicago. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we've got a ton of other shows coming up, including the fucking UK. We're coming back.
Yes.
We finally got it booked. We finally got our UK dates rebooked. And we'll be coming back. Go to the Facebook page to see where exactly the tickets are for that. Of course, Patreon supporters, you're going to know exactly when those tickets go on sale. You'll be the first to know. And that's what we're going to try to do from now on. The Patreon supporters will get first dibs on all ticket sales, and that's from the $1 up to the $50. You know, it's like everybody, you guys are the ones support us, so you guys are the ones that are going to get like first dibs on all this type of stuff, because the reason why we're able to do this stuff, the reason why we're able to do so many live shows out of town is because of the money that you guys give to us. So you get first crack.
It's incredible.
Awesome. This is going to be a fantastic tour. This is going to be so much fucking fun. It's going to be in early October, the 2nd to the 6th, I think. But you know, you guys are going to be able to buy tickets here real fucking soon. It's going to be cool as shit. And we'll see y'all in England in October, man.
Yes, and you get half off the door if you say we're here to see the Fat Rolling Stones. That's us. No, that's not true. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for listening. Find Marcus on Twitter at Marcus Parks and Instagram at Marcus Parks. Henry's at Henry Loves You on Twitter and Dr. Fantasty.
Yes.
I'm on Twitter at Ben Kissel. Again, no to Instagram. Can't remember my password. So that's kind of screwed me over there.
Oh, go and check out my music show, The Lucky Bone Show, on Mixcloud.com/Marcus Parks. I just put out a new episode yesterday.
It's sweet.
Yep. And Mr. Parks do a couple of other shows together. Abel Against Top Hat for Politics. If you want to feel like you're getting drunk with your friends, listen to Roundtable of Gentlemen and Page 7 for all your entertainment needs. And Sex and Other Human Activities
for the mental health advices.
If you're scared of yourself.
Yeah. You'll be more frightened after you listen.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of new listeners there from us, from all you Last Podcast people. It seems that many of you struggle with mental health issues.
Stunning. Stunning to hear.
But hey, we all do. So come on over. Come on over.
Not me. I'm completely fine.
You are doing okay.
We should all be medicated. Hail yourselves.
Hail Satan, please.
And Hail Geen.
And hail me in the quiet.
Congratulations.
All right, all you Patreon subscribers, as promised, we got to give you guys a little bit, got some shout-outs.
Shout-outs.
What up, shout-out, what up to Big Greg, old Greg.
This is good. This is like we're hip.
Yeah.
Shout out.
You're on fleek.
You're feeling ratchet.
Yeah.
Oh, you assholes. You're assholes for making assholes.
All right, that's fine.
All right, we're going to start off. We're going to do this chronologically in the order of the people that gave to us. And of course, the very first people that gave to us was the Joystick Jerks podcast, which are all awesome dudes. Shout out to Carly Drew, Lynn Houghton, Sally, Sala Desmarais, Gary Eazel, or Lazelle, either one, Jason Murray, Jeff Heilman, Joe R., and just simply Matthew.
Yeah.
I'll give a shout out to Patrick Edmondson, Kevin Zadnik, Monica Esquivel, Mike T. Cherry, Danielle Marlin. Hey, Danielle. Hi.
Hey.
Daniel Platt, Brittany Bertner, Dick Forge.
His name is Dick Forge?
Dick Forge.
Wow.
Cooper Wilhelm, and Norman Pineda.
All right, so now my list of people. Les McGinnis.
Hey, Les.
Isn't that exciting? I have a little less is more. That's kind of a fun one.
Sad.
Allison Mahoney. So, hey, I'll have Mo honey.
Yeah. Allison, my honey.
Yeah, my honey. Sam Jacobs.
Don't know him.
Don't know it. Don't know the name. Don't. Nicholas Agnew. So
like Spiro Agnew.
Yes, but Nicholas Agnew.
A victim's name.
Yes. Shane Bagwell. Sounds like a pro wrestler. Very cool. Ooh, here's what I won't pronounce correctly. Timu Milimaki. I think I actually might have done it right.
Perfectly. Can I look at it?
Timu Milimaki.
Timu Milimaki.
Yeah,
there he is.
Sounds Polynesian.
There
possibly
it is.
Hawaiian.
There's an umlaut over the A, so it's Milimaki.
Yeah.
Okay. Simon Woolley. He actually called in one
Simon
time.
Woolley, we love you, Simon. We'll see you in the UK.
That's right.
Good night to you, Simon.
That's Australian.
Good night, eh, mate.
Totally different country. Seamus Stimpson or Seamus Stimpson, depending on how you want to go with it.
I think it's Seamus.
Well, for his sake, I hope it's Seamus because I'm reading it like Seamus, which sounds like a sort of a semen-related thing. Andres. There's no Andre. There's no last name there. Another secret person. Here we go. Derek DeVore Smith. And I'm done for now.
We also have Jessica Garcia, Greg Hampshire, Alex Rezendes, son, Keith Krajnik, Rian Marks, longtime fan.
Hey,
Thank you, Rian. John McClung, Christopher Sorensen, also another longtime fan. Thank you, Christopher. Sam Hall, and Jerky Man Randy Katzen.
Yeah, Jerky Man.
Jerky Man.
For the jerky.
Love that guy.
I love you, Randy.
I just got my own dehydrator so I can make my own jerky. Rob Deal. Hey, buddy. Feeling good. Melissa. Jason Chappa. Good work, buddy. Lou Branchot. Tom Connolly. Hi, my name is Tom Connolly. Certainly not a murderer.
No, definitely not.
Devin Seth. Jennifer.
Just Jennifer.
Just Jennifer. That's her. She's like Tiffany. Gevion Peters, Brian Mall, and Michael Trumov, who's also a longtime listener.
Hey.
Heil you.
Well, has he ever sent us beef jerky?
No. So
Okay. All right. So my list continues with Sarah Class. And isn't she classy? Class. It's got a K. Class with a K. So she spelled her own last name.
Ooh, so she's cool.
The Conversationalist podcast. So that's beneficial to the podcast. Be conversational. Aaron Atchinson. Eric Postlethwaite.
Oh, we know Eric Postlethwaite. Yeah.
Postlethwaite. Shelby Moe. And Martin.
Martin. You're so crazy.
Martin. A very underrated show, by the way.
Yes.
I actually rewatched it.
We've also got Rafael Estrada, Jesse Rooney, Taylor Lord, Kalina Bowman, Erica Young, Peter Whitehead, Emily Fuller, Adam Warner, Jason Laren, G, just G, Catherine Mitchell, and George Reynolds.
Taylor Lord, I think that's a porn star.
I don't know.
I swear to God it is. If you Google her, she's a porn star.
There's
Marcus
definitely
is
a
doing
Lord.
Yeah.
While Marcus is looking up that pornography. Amanda Lancaster, Hales Fuller, Marwan Abu, Judy, Taylor Martin, Miss Amelia Superhero. Hello. What did you do about ISIS?
Nothing.
Josh Center, Gray Rogers, Kimberly Bonorata, Ben. Was that you?
That's me. I donated to the page.
That's so brave.
Yeah, I want my bones, Marcus.
Nikki
There's a
Pook.
whole box of them over there.
Yeah,
you
you
just
have
take
one.
Oh, I can? Okay, I'm just grabbing.
Nikki Pook, who's been sexually aggressive towards all of us.
Really?
Olivia McRae and Troy.
Troy. And by the way, Ben, you're thinking of Tracy Lords.
Ah.
Yeah, old school.
Always am.
Yeah, mid 80s lady. She's from Steubenville.
Steubenville. They make the best porn stars because they have bad uncles.
Got nowhere to go.
All right, so those are the shout-outs.
Yeah, that's it. We're going to be doing about 60 of them every week. We've got a lot of Patreon subscribers, so it's going to take us a while to get through them. But every single week, go ahead and donate, and you will hear us give you a shout-out.
Shout out, y'all.
Martin.
Martin. Bye. Bye.
Today's sponsor for Last Podcast on the Left is the new horror thriller where silence means survival, A Quiet Place, starring Emily Blunt and John Krasinski. Lee, Evelyn, and their 2 children have survived in a post-apocalyptic world by finding ways to keep quiet and avoid summoning vicious, sound-detecting predators. But how long can this family survive in a world where any sound they make could be their last? Now, I checked out the trailer, and this does look like a pretty solid post-apocalyptic thriller, which as far as like horror movie subgenres go, I gotta say post-apocalyptic thrillers are among my favorites. So, yeah, I'm definitely going to be going and seeing this movie in the theaters when it comes out. And when does it come out, you may ask? A Quiet Place will be in theaters April 6th. That's A Quiet Place, starring John Krasinski and Emily Blunt, in theaters April 6th.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left.
That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Man, I wish I had the freedom of a European listening to electronic dance music loudly in his convertible.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
so much freedom.
Ultimate freedom. The convertible and the music.
Oi, 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 oi. And just gonna have like a neon yellow polo on and my weird sunglasses that are shaped like Z's.
I love
somehow.
it. Triangle shoes. Have a good time with it. Why not? Welcome to the Last Podcast on the Left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel with Marcus Parks.
Hey.
And we have Hollywood Henry Zabrowski out there. How you doing, buddy?
I am clean. I cannot take the name Hollywood Henry Zabrowski anymore.
Why
because
not?
Hollywood's a dirty city filled with secrets, and I am transparent. I am transparent. I have no secrets. Everything you need to know about me is at your will. I love burritos.
All right.
I love weed. I love different types of graphic tees, and I love Spring Heel Jack coffee, which I actually had several pots of so far. And it is very good.
Good plug. Poughkeepsie Henry Zabrowski. All right, we're on to part 2. This is going to be the last episode on this guy, right?
Oh, yeah.
This maniac,
Yeah,
Robert
yeah.
Hansen. We're going back to Alaska. This guy, you know what I'm going to call him? He's a stooge.
Yeah, stooge
That's
is a
what
real
he
good way of
reminds me
putting
of,
it.
a stooge.
Yeah, I do the Norm Macdonald. He's a real jerk.
He is a real
guy.
jerk.
So on our first episode, we began with an exaggerated true crime narration of the final day of Robert Hansen's serial killing career. But on this episode, we're going to tell the truth. Best as we can from the information available to us.
We're going to do that thing we've been trying to do all along.
I think that it's important to remember that a lot of times when you get information, it's been trumped up to entertain you, and we're not trying to entertain you today.
No. If you for a moment feel entertained, we've done something wrong.
I didn't want you that. I didn't want you to have that experience. What we want you to do, technically we're going to be popping some bubbles today. And I know that it's not supposed to be fun. The rumors about Robert Hansen are not technically fun.
They are not fun.
They're not fun. But we are going to pop these bubbles a little bit because he's not quite as evil as he seems.
And that's fun.
Yeah. Now, one of the things we're going to find out in the conclusion of this series is that the mass media true crime journalism version of Robert Hansen is full of half-truths, assumptions, and gross truncations.
Okay.
No! Whoa, wait a second. Can we be sued for libel if you say the word gross truncations?
Yeah, it sounds like a weird disease.
But that's how a lot of these serial killer stories are. Now, it's not that the Robert Hansen story isn't a good one. It is. It's just not movie good.
According to the movie The Frozen Ground, which we know that for a fact now.
Yes, they did. However, that didn't stop them from making a movie.
Now, there will be speculation today, but when we do engage, we're going to make sure you know what it is that we're doing. We're going to make sure you know that's what we're doing. Now, when Hansen said that when he started going out and picking up women, he never actually intended to kill them. And
Air quotes.
Air quotes.
in fact, he said it was never the plan to kill any of these women ever, even while his body count was rising. His excuse for everything was that he'd only kill his victims if they didn't do exactly what he wanted them to do. If things didn't go according to Hanson's fantasy, then that's when things would go south. And this is extremely common among serial killers, specifically ones who prey on sex workers. In order for them to feel okay with what they do, because they do know the difference between right and wrong. Robert Hanson himself said he knew the difference between right and wrong.
Oh, yeah.
These guys have to essentially create a betrayal that needs to be avenged.
You know, that is one thing about bakers. They know the difference between good and bad.
They do, because one's got a soggy bottom and one has a crisp break to it. Oh, you could taste the letters of butter that was put into it because it must be cold when you fold the butter. I'm sorry, being Mary Berry.
I love that.
But if you want to do yourself a terrible favor and go through the incels world, which I found myself into a deep, deep hole in, you're going to see that that's actually a very common thing. This idea of creating the world is out to get me. This is
right.
I create all the reasons why I am a terrible person. And that's kind of what he did. He built this whole story, like what they talk about with the white knights and incels and the concept of the black pill.
The incels, those are people, they're virgins, right?
Involuntarily celibate. That's what incel stands for. Yeah.
Okay. It's a sad world. I stumbled on it for about 5 minutes, and then I quickly jumped off of it.
Hanson said that throughout his active period, which spanned over a decade, he took over 50 women out into the Alaskan wilderness, and of those 50, 17 committed his version of a betrayal and were murdered. And you might think that because of this, women in the trade would have started talking to each other about the crater face with the stutter. Don't go with that guy.
Right.
But you got to remember, Robert Picton, who racked up a body count over a much longer period of time, was well known in the Vancouver scene as someone who tended to be around when girls disappeared. And yet, women still went with him.
Well, you know what it is? There's a lot of losers that are out there hanging around with the sex workers. There are a lot of weird guys with facial tics or burns or like backwards feet, like guys that have like had bad lives. It's like, so they show up and a lot of times they're often very vulnerable and they show up to speak with sex workers. And so they know it's just like, well, this guy is kind of weird, but he's not dangerous weird. And Robert Hanson would appear different to each woman because a part of it was the way he attracted them, the way he would build a story around them. And depending on whether or not they were giving into his weird romantic plot that he felt that he was a part of. Because sometimes people can read that instinctively in somebody, I believe. It's like with Robert Hanson, they saw like, oh, this is his whole thing. He's going to pretend like this is a girlfriend, boyfriend thing, and I'm just going to take money without mentioning it, and they get away with it. And I imagine that's actually very attractive, where it's like this guy, it's like, well, essentially you can milk this fucking idiot for a bunch of money if you play his weird interior game.
I'm just thinking about a guy with backwards feet, just sort of one tear in his eye, just being like, I'm a good person. Why'd you malign? Why am I being thrown in with all of these other people? I just have backwards feet.
I never wanted to look into the haunted mirror. It was put into my Airbnb by the owner.
Poor guy. If you're out there with backwards feet, we support you.
Of course.
You're a good person.
Now, in Anchorage, things were even worse than they were in a place like Vancouver because of the higher turnover in talent. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if these strip clubs had a completely new dancing roster every 6 months. And plus, there were a hell of a lot of strip clubs for a town as small as Anchorage. It was about like 150,000 people.
It sounds like a great time. It sounds like Kissel, you'd become mayor in like 6 weeks.
Maybe, yeah. A place for a cold bachelor party.
Besides the strip clubs we mentioned last week, there were still others like the Wild Cherry Club, Good Times, and the worst name for a strip club I've ever heard, Murphy's Law.
Well, that's good because a lot of those people are studying to become lawyers, and that's true.
Yeah, that is.
Murphy's Law, at least it sets your expectations low.
That's anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
No kidding. That is the worst name possible. By the way, in Sheboygan true crime news, they haven't arrested the person who was stuffing 20-ounce cans of Pepsi down women's toilets, but they are looking for him.
What is this?
That's a Sheboygan true crime story. I don't know if we will keep that in or not, but that is happening right now. Austin, they found the bomber. They have not found the toilet stuffer yet in Sheboygan, Wisconsin. So I've been catching up on my Sheboygan, Wisconsin news.
Now, in addition to the prevalence of strip clubs and the high turnover, Hansen was extremely careful when it came to his behavior within city limits. Now, he may have had a low IQ, but like Gary Ridgway, Hansen's intelligence didn't necessarily translate to standardized tests.
Oh, they don't standardize test hunting and killing sex workers in the woods.
No.
Okay.
That's just the standardized test comes from if you go in a person's house and it looks like a place where, like, if an antelope walked into your living room, it would be violently scared. Like, it has to be filled with trophies.
Robert Hansen had a full array of disguises, complete with skin adhesives, nail polish, and a fake mustache. But the funny thing was, it seemed like Hansen mostly used the disguises to bolster his self-esteem.
Oh, my God.
The best part about this is that when I put on the mustache, I could be anybody. Look, I'm the guy from Cheers. Now mustache is off. I'm back to being old stupid Robert.
Oh, put it back on, Robert.
Oh, I'm the funny guy from Cheers.
Yes,
again.
you are.
Now, the disguises did serve the purpose of hiding his identity, but Hansen also had this to say about his fake mustache.
Well, I'm not the most handsome guy in the world. I thought it would be easier. As a matter of fact, I even tried to grow one for a while. I could never grow one. I look like a tiny dog when I grow one. I got no middle part. And everyone knows the middle part's the strongest part because, the great Adolf Hitler had such a thick middle part.
He did. He had the old reverse Chaplin going on, huh?
Now, while that may be a little goofy, Hansen was actually smart in that he never used overly ostentatious outfits to disguise himself.
Just the mustache.
It's very difficult to go out and all the girls are like, hey, you may want to avoid the guy dressed as Dora the Explorer that shows up in the Jeep.
You want to come on an adventure with me? Hola! We're going to look at El Mapo and we're going to go all over the world learning about Spanish and my tiny backpack. Nothing to see here.
Nothing at all. So he's looking like a Tony Clifton type.
Well, no, he would just always dress as something boring. Like he would say he was a doctor, or a lawyer, or a photographer, or something like that. He'd put on like suits and things like that. They would make him look somewhat different each time, but still nondescript, like a spy. You know, that's they say about spies is that spies are the most boring people you could possibly imagine because they kind of just fade into the background.
They can't tell you the truth. Mm-hmm. But he's the town baker of 150,000 folks. Mm-hmm. He is the baker.
Yeah.
Is it like a Superman situation where it's like there's no way he's got glasses on?
Well, that actually comes into play later.
Oh.
Okay. Today's last podcast on the left is also sponsored by Grasshopper. If you're an entrepreneur, a small business owner, or even if you have a side gig, let me introduce you to Grasshopper, the entrepreneur's phone system. Grasshopper lets you run your business from your cell phone while keeping your business and personal life separate. Choose from their huge inventory of local, toll-free, or vanity toll-free numbers. Simply forward your new number to your mobile phone and start taking calls immediately. Whether you're in an office, in your car, or out running errands, Grasshopper's iPhone and Android apps help you stay connected to your customers. Not to mention, you can send and receive calls and texts from your business phone number, set up multiple extensions for everyone on your team, get your voicemails transcribed and emailed to you, work from anywhere with call forwarding, make and receive calls from your computer via the desktop app, and even utilize Wi-Fi calling. Better yet, Grasshopper offers an easy and instant setup and 24/7 customer support, all without any long-term contracts. That's Grasshopper. Sign up today. Go to grasshopper.com/LEFT to get $20 off your first month. That's grasshopper.com/LEFT. Now, Hansen's game was to meet girls in the topless joints, then offer them large sums of money for either nude photography or quote-unquote lunch.
It probably was lunch, Marcus.
Maybe.
Like, I know it's like, honestly, I know you're saying quote-unquote lunch, but it's not like they sat down with plates and pretended to eat sandwiches. They may have actually gone to lunch.
I don't know.
Well, he'd then make a date where they'd meet again outside of the club, usually at the local Wendy's.
That's lunch.
That's lunch.
Now, was it a Wendy's with the buffet? Do you remember the short-lived Wendy's buffet?
No. Well, these are the old school Wendy's too. Back when Wendy's was a restaurant, when you'd go and they'd come to your table. Do you remember?
I remember that. Yes.
When you'd go and the family would go and it had oak. There was like oak tables and they had the little plush booths. So it was nice. This was a nice lunch.
The square patties really did elevate.
Yeah.
It really elevated the meal.
Yeah,
You
and
thought
na-
you were eating an experience, not just a burger.
And now it's just chili made out of old patties.
Yep. I used to work there.
Yum, yum, yum. You're saying it like it's bad. I like I don't mind chili made out of old patties. That's what we do in the...
But how do you like it out of a cup?
Whatever, In the end, I mean, I like chili. I'm very surprised you'd be so upset about chili because
Well,
I see Marcus said you would be down to whatever chili you could get.
For those that don't know, when I worked at Wendy's, I found out it's the leftover patty, not legal to sell as a burger, legal to sell in chili. So that's what they use in. Yes, exactly.
All right, Henry, I got to admit I am kind of putting on airs here a little bit.
Oh, everyone loves chili.
Yeah.
No one
Yeah.
believes that you don't like chili, Marcus. You're like the definition of a chili guy.
Hanson would get to the Wendy's early and keep his car parked outside and watch the girl arrive, always making sure she was alone. And if she wasn't, he'd call the whole thing off and hightail it out of there. But if the girl came alone, Hanson would set the trap.
I will say that's a part of, I believe, his MO, is that it seemed like he tracked them for a long time.
Yeah.
It seemed that the way he would pick them to even get to lunch, which was big for him. That was like step 5 was lunch, because he didn't want to spend money on anything. And so finally having to have him settle down, spend some money was a big deal. And so when he would watch them from the club when he'd meet them and see who they were hanging out with and see if they had a lot of friends. He liked newcomers. He liked people that just got in town because then he knew that they didn't have many connections and would go missing more easily.
Is that what that song is all about? They talk about the party, and then there's a post party, an after party, and then they go to Wendy's. Is that what that's all about?
What?
After the party, there's the after party, and then we go to Wendy's.
Is this a Joe Walsh song? Is that what this is?
No, that is a very popular lyric in a quite successful song.
I don't know, man. It sounds like the B-side to Rocky Mountain High.
After the party, there's an after party. Then we go to Wendy's.
All right.
That's my song, and I'm singing to it.
All right.
All right. I'm on fire.
No, we know that Hanson didn't just pull a gun in the middle of Wendy's, but most likely after lunch or dinner or whatever, Hanson would offer to take the woman to a second location, ostensibly where the photography would take place.
The Arby's, which has a nice back wall, like a brick wall that serves as a neutral background.
Arby's was legitimately fancy.
Yeah?
Yes.
No, it never was. No, it was not, Kissel. No, it wasn't.
No, it was. No, Arby's was legitimately fancy.
I don't think so.
I recall a
never
cloth.
remember
I
Arby's.
recall a
Oh, you mean the
tablecloth.
Market Fresh
Yeah.
sandwiches?
No, this is way before they sold out and went, yeah. No, I'm talking the 90s Arby's.
KFC was legit fancy back in the day.
Yeah, I guess it just depends on what family you're from.
Waiters used to come and bring the chicken to your table.
Yeah,
At
well-
Wendy's, you'd get a number and you'd sit.
Yep.
What kind of quality are we expecting? Now we're getting served by kiosks and 16-year-olds and 59-year-olds with horrible pasts. Like, no. I want
It's
a
all
fresh burger
robots.
that's delivered to me with someone on roller skates.
Oh.
Well, after they went to the second location, or at least Hanson told them that they were going to the second location, once the woman was in the car, the gun would come out and it was off to the wilderness. 3 months after Joanna Messina disappeared, Lisa Futrell followed. But after that, it was a full year before Hanson would take another victim. See, at this point, Hanson was still in the stop-and-go stage of his killing. He hadn't yet reached the point of full addiction, where more brutal kills were needed more often to feed the need. But he was starting to give himself allowances, and those allowances were what made him evolve as a killer. Hanson said the girls would stay alive until they panicked, but the longer he went on, the more he kept putting victims in situations where panic was inevitable.
I thought you were going to say by giving himself allowances, he got the double patty, and then he would also get, the Wendy's nuggets,
It's not about
which
Wendy's.
is quite. I have to stop thinking
That's all
about
you're
Wendy's.
thinking about.
I'm
This
sorry.
is what you've been thinking about since Wendy's was
a little
uttered. You've
allowance.
been going through menu
You get a
items
little-
in your head.
Remember a French fry would fall into the nuggets, and you get a little French fry, and then you feel like you're
It
stealing
is very
something.
tasty, and it's a
It
welcome
is so
surprise,
good.
but it's got
Oh
nothing to
my
do with the
God.
story.
When anytime you mix a French fry in anything that's not supposed to be there, oh, that's a good one. That's a good fry.
You're a pervert. That makes you a fast food pervert.
example goes with Hansen putting a victim into a situation where panic was inevitable. Let's look at the case of Sherry Morrow. The night before Sherry disappeared, she had told a friend of hers that a stranger had offered her $300 for an erotic photo shoot. Now, that was big money in 70s Anchorage, so Sherry decided to do it. The next thing she knew, she was in the passenger seat of Robert Hansen's Subaru, riding up to Pioneer Peak along the Connect River to an abandoned lean-to with an ace bandage wrapped around her eyes.
Now, for some reason, the ace bandage wrapped around it, because that comes up quite a bit. It reminds me of David Bowie from the Black Star video.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's I kept thinking about that too. It's creepy imagery.
Yeah, did you watch that doc yet? The last 5 years, the final 5 years of David Bowie? Great documentary. You got to check it out.
Lovely man, wonderful shoes, I've heard. I've also heard that David Bowie smelled very good. I had a friend that worked with him on his final musical.
Really? Okay.
How did he smell? What did he smell like?
Wonderful cologne, and that he was always very fun and just easygoing, and he'd smoke a long cigarette, and he always had colorful sneakers.
That seemed to be the guy. He was much nicer than I expected.
I love Bowie. Now, the reason Hansen gave for the ace bandage, and this actually makes sense and kind of points towards Hansen telling the truth in some cases, is that Hansen had planned to use that spot again, and if Morrow happened to go to the cops afterwards, she could take them to that location, which would give Hansen less squirm room.
But that was also him lying to himself. That this is the thing with Hansen, is that his compartmentalizing was so deep, because he would say shit like this, acting as if I always intended for them to live. I always thought that this was all going to be a foregone conclusion. We were going to go out there. We were going to have sex. I never wanted to murder them. I'm always putting the blame on them. Right. They are the reason why I'm killing them, because they're not following my rules. The ace bandage, it sounds like a very clean-cut observation to say I wanted to use the same space, but it's about control. It's about his sexual drive to have total. He can't tell them whatever he wants to do, and he uses them like dolls.
Right. Well, even if she did get away and go to the police, it was just her word against his. And Hansen had already been taught by the Anchorage Police Department that the word of a sex worker didn't mean jack shit to them. And most likely, the girls he took up there and brought back knew that too. But on this trip, things did not go according to Hansen's plan. Hansen got stuck again, and Sherry Morrow took the opportunity and ran out blind with her hands tied into the wilderness. Hansen caught up to her, and the way he told it, this murder was done in the same casual manner that you or I would just point a finger. He said he was sitting down, staring at her, screaming, so he just pointed the gun and pulled the trigger. Just thought, well, that's it. I'm done with this one.
Jeez.
But the Sherry Morrow murder is where Hansen had a couple of actual slip-ups. And remember, Hansen was a hunter, and there's nothing a hunter like Hansen loves more than a trophy. But mutilation wasn't really Hansen's game. He didn't take the kinds of trophies that, like, Ed Kemper did.
But it's interesting, but his house still was covered in animal heads. So there was a point where he was fine with butchering these animals and chopping the heads off them and doing all this shit. Because his house was like in the movie Frozen Ground. It looked just like that with all the different menagerie. It was like from Ace Ventura When Nature Calls.
Yeah.
It's that guy.
I've never understood. There's nothing relaxing to me about a bunch of animal heads staring at me as I watch Home Improvement. Yeah. However, when I die, I do demand to be stuffed and placed into one of your homes for 10 years and another one of your homes for another 10 years and just go back and forth.
Oh, I'm fine with that. And you're going to have your eyes replaced with light-up eyes that I'm putting you in the backyard. And that will be
that's okay.
Basically, what I'll use it to terrify my future adopted children, who will be Asian, and I will tell them that they are just very, very Polish until they grow up to learn that is incorrect. Okay. I will say that every time that they're wrong, every time that they do something bad, I was like, well, you don't want Shadow Ben to come and get you in your sleep. And they're like, where's Shadow Ben, Daddy? And then I go and I turn on your eye lights, and it's you just standing out in the backyard.
Okay, well, that's fair use, I guess.
Well, Hansen was far too squeamish to take any sort of physical trophy from his victims, especially considering how he had used guns for all the murders but the first one. And as John Douglas points out, he can't really mount a woman's head on the wall of his rumpus room.
Not in this economy.
But Hansen still had to have something. So he ended up taking jewelry and IDs as a way to relive the crimes and to prove to himself that he'd actually done it and that he'd, somehow accomplished something just by the sheer act of killing.
What an idiot.
Now, from Sherry Morrow, Hansen took a distinctive golden arrowhead necklace, and that would be one of the things that would help put Hansen behind bars for the rest of his natural life.
Well, that's the thing. He's literally he's like, how many things can I take that connect me to this murder?
Yeah.
It's so stupid, but it's...
And the way he hid them, too, were pretty boneheaded, but it's very common. It's a part of what...
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. You go to when I go on vacation, I'll take like a rock.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like from where we are because it's fun to have the memory.
I could just see you taping up a huge W from the Wendy's that you stopped at that you stole from the sign. Like, get in the car, let's go.
This is my memory.
Yeah, BTK was well known to have like a little
God.
box with all of his mementos. That
He loved those.
Didn't he keep it in like his kid's treehouse? And
yes.
he'd climb up there and look at it every once in a while.
I think that's right.
Yeah, and like these guys would cross those boundaries all the time. Like Hansen would sometimes give the jewelry that he took off his victims to his wife and daughter.
Oh,
that's also very common, but it's about control. It's again, I have this whole secret world of wealth and knowledge from experiences that other people don't understand. It's the realm of the serial killer where they begin to feel that they are past human being because they're like, I've been to the edge and saw it, and now I have a little tinker toy that reminds me of it every single time.
That's why every time I give a gift of jewelry, I forward on the email receipt. Let them know I bought it from Verameet right here in Brooklyn, New York.
That is very rude.
Yes, that would be actually very, very rude. Yes, don't do that.
I love Verameet.
I bought them all out. I bought all the good jewelry out, but that's okay.
Now, the other slip-up on the Sherry Morrow scene is somewhat of a rookie mistake in the world of a murderer, but something that's completely normal in the world of the hunter, even if it is a bad habit. Hansen had buried Morrow in a shallow gravel pit grave on pretty much the same spot where he'd fired the fatal shot with his rifle. Now, a lot of hunters don't pick up their bullet shells when they're out hunting, especially when they're on the move. With a lot of them, they don't even think about it, and Hansen was exactly that type of hunter. And that habit of just leaving the shells where they lay was the one thing that linked Hansen to the different crime scenes even before he was caught.
Is that true? Like, is it just common that they leave the bullet shells and that, like, are they supposed to pick them up? Like, are there rules for hunting where you're supposed to pick up that kind of litter?
I don't know about that.
It's kind of, I mean, I'm saying that from my own personal experience.
Yeah.
Like if you're kind of like, it's kind of a weird thing where if you're using like metal casings, it's kind of like an unspoken thing that you can kind of leave metal casings wherever. But if you're using like plastic shotgun shells, you generally don't want to leave those just lying around anywhere because it's ugly. You're uglying up and littering your hunting ground. If you want to keep it nice and pretty, then you pick up your shit.
You are allowed to leave all of the Coors Lights that you drink on the floor, though. You can keep every can just so you know where to go back to.
But I just feel like crows use whatever shit it is they find to build a nest, and it's got to make all these crazy looking Mad Max fucking bird nests made out of bullet casings and shit. That's got to scare cats.
I was just thinking about that the other day.
What?
How birds use new stuff for their homes. It's nice houses. They have windows
You were just
now.
thinking about that the other day.
I really was.
You were just sitting on a park bench somewhere,
I was
just
walking.
staring off into space, thinking about bird nests.
No, I was walking and I saw one of those a cigarette, the cellophane that goes around. I saw that on the ground and I said, a bird could use that for their nest. It's like a little window.
Yeah, it's garbage. Pick it up, Kissel.
No, well, I didn't. But I did think, a bird could grab that and use that for a window. And I thought how interesting that was.
Yeah, because you probably learned that from Planet Earth too, right?
Maybe.
From the Cities episode.
That's right.
Yes, that's true. Do you keep these thoughts in the front of your brain so that the dark soup that's like behind all of it like doesn't come forward to the nose and the mouth?
No, it's kind of like it's a mix. It's a wintry mix.
So, concerning the shell casings, when Morrow's body was found almost a year later, cops had a .223 caliber shell casing as their first real piece of evidence, and the casings were marked in such a way that they knew they could positively match it to whatever gun fired it. All they had to do was find the gun. But between just the time that Sherry Morrow was killed and the time that she was found, Hansen claimed 3 more victims. But when Sherry was found, that's when the official investigation finally began.
How long has this been going on?
few years.
Oh my! So they're just beginning to look into it.
Well, they haven't been finding any of the bodies.
Okay.
At that point, the only body that they'd found was Eklutna Annie, the one who had been
Eklutna.
Okay.
No, we are learning. That wasn't even a bad email we got from an Alaskan listener. Thank you for your help.
I am interested in Alaskan names, and I'm interested in Alaskan heritage. I had some of that smoked salmon vodka. It was pretty damn good.
Yeah,
it's really good in a Bloody Mary. I
Yes.
also got this book, Strange Stories of Alaska and the Yukon, and I gotta say, there's one thing that they should have been scared out in the wilderness was Jacko the Sasquatch boy. He was out there.
And we do have proof that Henry has the book because once again he has shown us, despite the fact it's a podcast. But there it is. There is the book. I would love to go to Alaska. We got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, actually, someone did get a hold of me, like, out of Juneau, that said they got some contacts in Anchorage.
Hey, all right, there we go.
Well, the body of Eklutna Annie had been found stabbed to death a couple of years before by a road crew, but the state troopers who were in charge of that investigation had hoped that it was a one-off because they didn't have any evidence there. Not really.
Right.
But now,
the detective just be like, well, with any luck, it's a one-off.
Yeah.
And they said, well, investigate the one-off.
I mean, we all know how hard it is.
Is it possible she just fell on a knife like 95 times? Can we just say that? Because it's cold as fuck as out here, and I'm pretty certain I heard, what's that? Is that Jacko the Sasquatch boy? We gotta get the hell out of here.
We gotta know more about that guy, but
well, I'm definitely not going to blame the troopers on not solving the case of Eklutna Annie because, as we know, a serial killing is by far the hardest murder to solve because there's no connection.
Right.
And usually that's how cops solve crimes, through connections. It's not, the whole CSI effect thing that makes us think that, murders are always solved through fingerprints or DNA or something like that.
Right.
It's usually not like that. It's usually just a connection that the victim happens to have with the murderer.
Also, you have to bring several layers of the government together to investigate a serial killer murders, which we're going to see happens here. And also, at this point, they still believe in the whole drifter theory, that all these girls go in and out of town. When people go missing, they just moved on. Mm-hmm. They have no real consideration, even though only because it's happened so much before that they view this as, well, this was obviously something that went wrong. Mm-hmm. Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, but now, with 2 bodies found buried in shallow graves, the troopers' thoughts turned to serial murder. Now, like it was with a lot of cases in those days, late 70s, early 80s, especially on the West Coast, the cops thought about folding the investigation into the still unsolved Green River murders perpetrated by the still unknown Gary Ridgway. Wow. However, since the body was found in such a remote, out-of-the-way location, the troopers figured it had to be a local to obtain a position that would give his story the extra juice it needed to be the subject of a terrible movie starring Nicolas Cage and John Cusack.
The Frozen Ground.
Produced by 50 Cent.
Really? 50 produced that, huh?
Uh-huh.
God. Even by Nicolas Cage standards, it seemed as if he just did that entire movie over the speakerphone. He just phoned that thing, and I love Nick Cage.
Yeah, we all do.
But
Nick
my
Cage
goodness.
is one of my favorite actors of all time. He could do anything that he wants.
Yes.
He's so bored by his own talent. I'm going to put it this way. He's so bored by his own
doesn't
abilities
even use
that
it.
he doesn't even use it. And so when he was doing that movie, he was technically trying to be understated, but I think he was just hammered. And also disappointingly flat in Drive Angry.
Yeah.
Which is like another movie where he really could have let go. But he solves all of his problems in the new movie Mom and Dad. He's very fucking good.
Oh, yeah. I loved Mom and Dad. We've mentioned that before, I think, on the show. Great new horror movie out there. You can tell when Nicolas Cage, when tax season's around. Because the movies become like, yes, I will accept this role and I will not try it all. I mean, he is in an immense amount of debt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think he spent something like $125,000 on an Action Comics #1.
He's a cool guy.
He's living our dream for us.
I love him.
Yeah, and he spent all that money buying the most haunted house in New Orleans.
Yeah,
Fucking
cool
awesome.
guy. Yeah,
it's awesome.
What do you think I'm going to do if I ever had millions of dollars?
Oh my God,
It'd be
wait.
gone in a second.
Yeah.
I'd be having like an actual helicopter hat that would like attach to my shoulders and be like, look, guys, I can fly anywhere. Then all of a sudden it just paralyzes me. And I just have to float everywhere with my fucking helicopter hat.
I'm going to buy a Volkswagen Baja Beetle.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Yeah, it's a dream. It's a goal.
That's very cool. A beach towel. I want a big beach towel.
Near the end of Robert Hanson's killing spree, he perpetrated an insurance scam involving some of his hunting trophies. He told his insurance company that someone had jimmied his door and made off with a bunch of his heads. And of course, it was Hanson himself who had removed them all from his basement and pretty much just stored them in his backyard.
Yeah, but I put my mustache on, so it was like I was another more handsome burglar.
The insurance company believed him and gave him a payout of $13,000.
Oh my
What?
For these
For just a bunch of heads?
Taxidermy is a very expensive. It's a very lucrative
true.
business. I mean, these
That's true.
it's extremely expensive.
Oh yeah.
So you can actually value these heads at a pretty high price.
Okay.
Now, it's with that money that Robert Hanson was able to buy his very own private Super Cub airplane, the object that to this day made Robert Hanson Alaska's very own tiny little boogeyman.
Okay.
And the murder wasn't the only crime Hanson committed with his aircraft. Damn near as soon as he got it, he set off burgling as many remote cabins as he could find, stealing things like generators, radios, and of course, more chainsaws.
Like, I just see this sort of like this giddy thing where he's just running through all these cabins, getting to steal as much as he can. Because we also remember in last episode when he said what he felt like when he was stealing. He felt like he was going to come in his pants.
Yeah.
So you have a man who is orgasming constantly, stealing and stuff, and flying a plane around. He's like John Travolta.
I mean, it's crazy. Maybe this is what happens to Harrison Ford when he crashes all of his planes. Maybe he's out there burgling. So this guy he seems like he has zero control. And may I ask, when does he bake? When does the baking happen?
Where's the bacon happening?
He is so busy stealing and killing. When's he making muffins?
But Hanson did indeed use that plane for murder. Now, from what I can surmise, the first woman taken out into the wilderness in Hanson's craft was probably Teresa Watson, who disappeared on March 25th, 1983, although we don't know that for sure. But here is where we can really get into the specifics of the long-held claims that Hanson hunted women. First of all, Hanson never said he hunted women, and the forensics don't really show that he did either. The closest thing they had forensics-wise was that his last known victim, Paula Goulding, had been killed by a single gunshot wound to the heart. However, I think that actually serves to argue against Hanson hunting them, at least on purpose. See, Hanson's favorite hunting weapon was, according to his hunting records, the crossbow. He hunted with guns sometimes, yes, but when it came to serious hunting, Hanson liked archery. If Hanson truly was hunting these women in the same way he would hunt an animal, he probably would have used something he was more comfortable with. But on the other hand, he may have just not wanted to take the chance with something less deadly than a Mini 14.
That's what I think it is. I think a part of it, there's two things here. I don't think he actually hunted these women. The reason why they jumped to it is because he left the bullets behind like a hunter would. So he showed they saw a pattern of behavior like a hunter would do, but they were not deep into the woods. It wasn't like they were covered in scratches. Well, a lot of times they were so decomposed that by the time they had found them, then they weren't really sure what were the actions that led up to their death. And also, a crossbow is not nearly as intimidating as a gun.
Yeah.
In terms of the actual, I mean, sure it is. I'm not saying it's not. I wouldn't be scared if a man walked in.
Tell Jason Voorhees that,
Yes.
Mr. Zabrowski.
But I feel like a gun is more immediately controlling.
Yeah.
And that's why he had it. And it's an easier way to dispatch somebody when you're trying to basically get it over with.
Isn't it also just an issue of convenience? I mean, you can't really have a crossbow at someone's head while you're driving a car or a plane.
That is true. But even so, he could have had because he had a handgun that he would use to take him out into the wilderness or to his plane. But then it could also, and he also said that there were multiple times when women almost got their hands on the guns.
Right.
And he just barely got it away from him. But yeah, I mean, it could go either way. But the thing was that, like Henry said, like these women weren't covered with like scratches from running through branches or anything like that. There was no like blood trails found or anything. And Hansen didn't speak about hunting.
Are you telling me that the media might have made something up for a story?
I've never heard of that before.
Never
but
heard of
honestly,
that.
I think in this time period, yes, I think that is the case.
Well, most likely, Robert Hansen's murders looked more like this. He took his victims into the wilderness and told them that as long as they stayed calm and played along, they wouldn't get hurt. But of course, when you've got an insane nerd pointing a gun in your face while you're out in the middle of nowhere, you're not going to be likely to believe him.
No kidding.
And I'd imagine it'd be damn hard to suppress your flight instinct. And so Hansen would force his victims into a terrifying situation, and then when that terror overwhelmed them, they would run. And that's when he would shoot them, convincing himself that it was their fault that they ran. Now, he never told a story about stalking a woman or following a blood trail or anything like that. It was a game for Hansen, yes, but as far as comparisons to General Zaroff go, it was pretty much just the disdain for their victims that they shared. This was not a most dangerous game type of situation.
No, because when I originally heard this story, I imagined him owning land and it being like some crazy shit. But it's like it seems like it was all kind of about convenience and control. And I agree with you, Marcus, setting up the circumstances where then the crime was out of his hands.
So this is a rare situation where the more research that has been done, the more boring the case almost in a strange way, right?
Same thing with Pee Wee Gaskins. It's like I feel like we got the tiniest bit of pushback by people saying, well, the story isn't real, what does it matter? But a part of it's about what is wrapped into the myth of a serial killer. And when you look at it, what we hope to do, I think, are sadly most intelligent, which is to say you can't always believe in these urban myths because a lot of times it's people trying to make you scared so that you spend more money.
Yeah, of course. But of course, on the opposite of that, Robert Picton was quite surprising. It seemed like he actually fed people human meat. Yeah, that should be a little bit more known.
Yeah, some of these guys are much scarier than you think they are, but for the most part, it is modern myth making. You know, it's these true crime shows and even like true crime novelists. Like the true crime industry is predicated upon fear,
right?
And that I think is completely bullshit.
Speaking of fear, I did just get my subscription to NRA TV. So, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to change from here on out. No, I did not.
No, because that was a problem. I was trying to watch some, and you can't. It's all behind a paywall.
Exactly. No, I don't want. I will never pay to watch Dana Loesch scream at me.
Well, speaking of the bullshit, you know, even the whole story of Hansen taking these girls by plane to his cabin in the woods is a little off. Although, in this case, I think setting-wise, this is actually more terrifying. The so-called cabin was actually just a meat shack next to a frame for a tent cabin where hunters would hang moose meat so it could cool down, and hanging it in the meat shack also kept the flies away. So all in all, we think Hansen only used the airplane 3 times in the course of his murders, if that. But it was on the 4th airplane trip that Hansen once again underestimated one of his victims. But on the other hand, as we'll see, this last victim once again came damn close to getting no justice, just like all the others. So on June 11th, 1983, Hansen propositioned a girl working the streets on 5th and Denali named Cindy Paulson. Hansen offered her $200 for oral sex, far above the going rate on the streets of Anchorage, and he brought her back to his house. Because that summer, Hansen's family was on a trip to Europe. In fact, this was a regular thing for Hansen's wife and kids, as they usually spent summers down in Arkansas visiting Darla's parents, hence the Summer Project.
This was also their they would do like a semi-divorce. The two of them were constantly fighting, and she didn't understand, because essentially at this point, Robert Hansen's baking all day and at the fucking topless bars all night and doing this, like being in and out. He's a very, very strange man. Darla knows this, but she's a good Christian woman, doesn't want to divorce him, so she would separate the family as much as possible, and every summer, essentially, it was like a place to go breathe easy and get away from him.
It's crazy. You forget he has a family this whole time.
Yeah. So that night, Hansen took Paulson down to the basement where he kept all of his hunting trophies, handcuffed her, and violently forced her to have sex. After that, he wrapped her neck in a chain, locked it to an eye bolt screwed into one of the support beams, and left her there overnight, surrounded by the heads of his bestial kills. The next day, Hansen came down and told her he was taking her out to his cabin in the woods, but he'd be sure to have her back in Anchorage at around 11 a.m. the next day. He kept her in handcuffs, put her in his truck, and drove her to Merrill Field, where he kept his plane. But as Hansen was loading the plane up for the trip, Paulson barreled out of the open car door and ran as fast as she could. Hansen gave chase, but a security guard at the airport noticed him, and as soon as Hansen saw that someone was looking, he slowed down to a walk, got in his car, and drove away. When he got home, he removed the eye hook and puttied the hole. Cindy, as we said at the beginning of the last episode, flagged down a truck driver named Robert Yunt and told him to take her to the Big Timber Motel. Now, naturally, he wanted to go to the cops, but when she refused, he dropped her off at the Mush Inn Motel, where she called her pimp to come pick her up. And needless to say, the pimp was pissed.
The pimp was more angry than most cops that listened to the story. He freaked out. He was just like, I'm going to kill this motherfucker.
Yeah.
And got his gun and ran out looking for this guy that almost killed one of his employees.
Yeah. He ran. The pimp, whose name is unknown, grabbed his gun and drove to the airport to kill Hansen. But by the time the pimp arrived, Hansen was long gone.
His name was 47 words because there's 47 words for snow.
Very true.
Our other sponsor for today's show is the new Fat Tire Belgian White, a refreshing Belgian white ale brought to you by New Belgium Brewing Company. New Belgium Brewing Company is a 100% employee-owned brewery specializing in Fat Tire Belgian-style ale, the American classic craft beer. Inspired by centuries of Belgian brewing heritage, Fat Tire Belgian White is a refreshing take on the traditional Belgian-style wheat beer, and unlike other Belgian whites, Fat Tire Belgian White is carefully crafted with the finest and freshest Seville orange peel for just the right amount of sweetness. I got 2 New Belgium Brewing Company beers open in front of me. Let's check out this New Belgium Fat Tire Belgian White. Oh, that's tasty. That's refreshing right there. I also got the Voodoo Ranger IPA. Oh, now that is a sweet, sweet beer, because there's nothing I love more than having a brew at the end of a long day of recording and editing. So, find Fat Tire Belgian White near you by using the Beer Finder link at www.newbelgium.com. That's www.newbelgium.com. But thankfully, the truck driver had gone to the police straight after dropping off Cindy. A detective, coincidentally named Greg Baker, was put on the case, and Cindy identified both Robert Hansen's aircraft and his car almost immediately.
All right. Might get some justice here.
All right. She said a couple of right things first, but let's see how we can make sure she's wrong, boys. Yeah, good work, Baker.
Oh, no.
Well, Hansen was brought in for questioning and went with him, no questions asked, because after all, Hansen had been through this whole song and dance before. He even let the cops search his home, his car, and his Super Cub without a warrant. Hansen's green Buick sedan held rifle cartridges, ace bandages, surgical gloves, and a shitload of Conway Twitty tapes.
I nicknamed my car Guilty because it proves that I'm guilty. Do you get my joke? Good Lord. Conway Twitty, by the way. Let's stop malign Conway Twitty.
We're not maligning Conway Twitty. He was also a big Dolly Parton fan.
Well, Dolly's the best. I got into a little bit of a Travis Tritt hole the other day.
Did you? Yeah, I don't like Tritt hole. I don't like
Travis
that term.
Tritt hole. Yeah, he has rice cooking in the microwave, so he's a working man. It's a great day to be alive. It's a great song.
But the bullets and the bandages in the car were easy enough to explain away, and even the gloves couldn't be connected to the kidnapping. Not really. The house, though, was a different story. When cops searched the basement, they found that it was exactly how Cindy had described it, right down to where the foosball table was located.
Of course he had a foosball table.
Now, after the search and the questioning, Hansen was put in a lineup, and Cindy immediately picked him without hesitation. But once again, Robert Hansen had an alibi. He had 2 friends say that he'd been with them all night fixing an airplane seat.
Honestly, it's the weirdest. It's such an Alaskan way to hang out. He said that he spent 4 hours building an airplane seat, and then he went to another guy's house where they continued to work on an airplane seat. And that just, if that's not an alibi for murder, they are having gay Alaskan sex, which they could just have. If that was the case, that would have been fine.
Yeah, fixing an airplane seat is a good euphemism for some bear love in Alaska.
Both of these men knew they were lying, but Hansen had asked him to do this as a personal favor to get him out of what he had called, quote, an awkward situation.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, awkward. He is so adorkable. No one had said that Robert Hansen's adorkable yet. Got a lot of people, when we posted a picture of Robert Hansen, there's a lot of weird women in our Instagram who said that he's handsome.
I know. I don't like to get into that.
I was very surprised by that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to get into that whole thing.
No. It's disturbing.
But then there was the matter of Hansen's criminal record. Because remember, he'd been picked up a few times before, and you'd think the cops would look at the criminal record and be like, holy shit, this guy has done this before. Let's really go at him hard. But the APD was in the process of transferring their records into a new computer system. So when they checked Hansen's name, nothing came up because his record hadn't been his record was like in the crack in between being transferred from the old system to the new system. So as far as they knew, Robert Hansen's record was 100% clean.
Secretary Debbie, I'm going to read and shout to you what I'm reading on the paper here.
Okay.
And then you type it into the computer.
Okay, that's easy there. Okay. That's real easy.
Gary Coldman, age 48.
Is it cold, man? Cold, man?
It's like it's cold in here, and because I'm in the room, I'm also a cold man.
K.
C.
I.
No.
F.
Anyway.
I never learned to do any of this.
He's 49.
So at this point, the cops started to call Cindy Paulson's credibility into question. And they started asking her to take a polygraph test. Of course, she was insulted. She got pissed off. She refused. She said, you know, if you don't believe me, if you can't take what I've already given you by giving you a full description of the car, the plane, and the basement, plus all of the injuries, she's like, I've had enough. I'm getting the fuck out of here. You're not going to believe me, so I'm just going to leave.
She obviously also had a very bad relationship with the police officers. She was a sex worker, and they were constantly at odds, like the two communities, because they just wouldn't let them live in peace, essentially. They couldn't work, and the police officers had no respect for them, and so that's why she couldn't figure out, like she just didn't want to be involved in the investigation.
So the investigation was closed. And that might have been the end of it, giving Robert Hansen permission once more to kill.
So you think if he ended here, no more kills, you think he just skates?
No.
Okay.
That's not what happened.
Okay.
Thankfully, Cindy Paulson's case made its way over to the Alaska State Troopers, the true super cops in this story.
Hey, all right.
One of the investigators at the APD, Maxine Farrell, made sure the file landed on the desk of Lyle Hogsfin.
Don't mess with Hogsfin.
This guy.
Hogsfin was the one in charge of the Sherry Morrow case. Remember Sherry Morrow? Her body had been found with one of Hansen's shell casings less than a year before. So Hogsfin started looking into this Hansen fella, especially where Hansen was flying. Problem was, Hansen never reported his real registration numbers to the people in the tower at Merrill Field, so they never really knew where he was going. Because Hansen didn't actually have a pilot's license because he'd been denied one when he did his application a few years before and wrote down that he took lithium for bipolar disorder. So they're like, yeah, we're not giving you an airplane.
Okay. Now, lithium was like an old school way of handling bipolar disorder, right? Or is it still around?
It's still around. I took it briefly.
But it's like it's got very intense side effects, right?
It can, yeah.
Did you try to get a pilot's license while you were on it? It seems like it would be super fun to be hopped up on lithium and flying a plane.
Oh, you're not hopped up. You're way down.
Oh, it's
you're
down.
Way down.
Huh? Oh, is that right?
Yeah. You're way down, and it makes your penis no work, right?
No, my penis was still fine.
Well, you're very horny.
All right.
No, there was only one medication that made my penis go away.
You know
for
what?
A
It's
while.
just a segment that we don't even have to have on the show. How is Marcus?
I'm asking questions.
Okay.
Well, how Hansen got around not having a license was that he painted the ID numbers on his plane too small to see from the tower. And when the flight towers are like, like breaker, we can't see the numbers on your plane, Hansen just gave them the numbers of other planes, and the tower was like, all right, sounds good. And the extra stupid thing about this is that Hansen wasn't even bipolar.
Yeah.
He just lied his way into it during one of his many psych evaluations during his prison stays, and he just sort of gone along with it ever since. But I actually think that he flipped this and reversed it to his advantage, because now he had a cover for any sort of strange behavior.
Do you remember when you were a kid? Tell me if anybody else did this, because I was obsessed with having glasses as a little kid, and Jackie said the same thing, and I know a lot of people have the same thing, where you kind of lie about it because it gives you like a personality. For some reason, when you're searching for something to label yourself as, and you have no idea what it is, you start being like, because I thought my braces were cool. I thought it'd be cool to have braces, and then I got them, and then it was the worst 4 years of my fucking life, of which no pictures exist.
Yeah, that is embarrassing.
Well, after a while, the dots started to connect with Robert Hansen. In September of 1983, troopers found the body of Paula Goulding in a location off the Connect River that was accessible only by boat or aircraft. Here, they found another .223 shell casing fired from the same gun that had killed Sherry Morrow. And that is when state troopers assigned the Connect River murders to the true super cop in this story, Glenn Floethy, a tall, gawky, eternally rumpled man who was just born to be played by Nicolas Cage.
Did you say James Comey or Glenn Floethy?
Glenn Floethy.
Oh, okay.
Well, Floethy's definitely a backup quarterback's name, which is nice. He got to be in the front seat, and he got to do it. Well, Nicolas Cage was technically an amalgam of all of these cops into one man that was supposed to be the bravest man on the force.
But he still was called Floethy. Like, he still was Glenn Floethy in the movie, right?
No, he's not Glenn Floethy. It's a made-up name. It's just a guy's name that they just assigned to him. I don't know why they did this. Glenn Floethy was the example of a guy that, he nerded his way into being a super cop.
Yeah,
he was the exact coin flip side of Robert Hansen. He was a weird, gawky dude who loved details, and he instinctively, he kind of accidentally found his way into the troopers by essentially testing really well, and they were like, okay, we'll get you in here, and then they found his dogged persistency
is better.
Was what made him a great cop, and he's the one who put all of the evidence together for the first time and started seeing what was happening.
Glenn Floethy sounds like a guy who's like, I would have been a singer-songwriter if singing didn't mean that you were possessed by the devil. So I went into the law enforcement field instead, and I have a lot of respect.
Well, Floethy was a true crime nerd that just happened to get into it. Like, he said his interest first started is that his local bar happened to also be the local bar of like a bunch of cops and like investigators. So he started hanging out with him.
So it literally started with like, I could drink like a cop. If I can drink like a cop, maybe I could just be a cop.
Oh, so just to be a cop, you just don't be with your family. Oh, that's great. That's easy.
That. Yeah.
Well, because Floethy used to go and hang out, and because what do cops love more? I know this for a fact, because family of a cop, they love telling long yarns. And they love finding a new dude that is eager to hear long yarns, because then he's a great companion. And so because he didn't talk a lot, he was a great listener.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now, as Henry said, he was the first one to actually look at the big picture. And he started looking into the numerous sex workers who had been reported missing in the Anchorage area in the few years previous. And when all was said and done, he had a victim matrix of 10 names. Then he started looking into the victims themselves. He found they were all in their 20s, were all between 5'4" and 5'7", were generally busty, had all worked as topless dancers, and had all made high-paying dates with strangers right before they'd gone missing.
All right. Floethy is onto something.
Floethy's very much onto something. And
He
then
hit busty 5 times, though. He did. They all say the word busty quite a bit in terms of the women that they describe of Anchorage.
Now, Butcher Baker loves the word busty.
That book was apparently horrible, though, you guys said.
6 adjectives all throughout the entire thing, and busty is definitely one of the favorites.
I see.
And then, in mid-September,
Floathy and Hogsven joined forces. And from that moment forward, Robert Hansen's fate was sealed.
All right.
See, by this time, the records had been fully transferred over, so the troopers finally knew the full extent of Hansen's past crimes.
All right,
Yeah,
Deborah,
what?
Deborah, I've got the name Robert Hansen.
Handsome.
No, not we just got to get the name.
I-7.
No. Why would there be a number in his last name?
Can I stop working here?
Now, there were some cops within the APD who felt like the department had completely fucked up on the Cindy Paulson case. It's not like the entire APD was full of bad eggs, because one of those guys, Greg Baker, he was appalled at how the APD had handled it.
Right.
So he joined forces with the other two guys, with Floathy and Hogsven, and the trio went after Hansen hard.
I'm also going to say, if you listen to footage of Greg Baker talking about Cindy Paulson, he is in love with her.
Yeah.
And I have a whole side plot in my own mind. There's no evidence for it. But Greg Baker, if you watch any of these documentaries, the way he talks about Cindy Paulson was like, she was just the lass that needed a prince to fight the dragon. And he went out there. He was obsessed with Cindy Paulson. He went out of his way and talked with her about the case and was talking with her on the side. And he was like, I could get you a nice little apartment. Like doing like getting really into it. And he sort of looks like me if I was a cop. So I can see there was actually a really cute love story in there. Also could have been done by Nick Cage. Like in the movie, the Lotto movie.
The Lotto movie, Captain Corelli's Mandolin?
That's the World War II Italian mandolin movie. There's the other one movie
the
called
Lotto.
like, You
What was
Can't
that
Take
called?
It With You. You leave everything to me, or like you can't take it with you, or everything has its place. It's like it's him. It's a blonde lady who's busty. That is true.
There's
and
a
then
lottery,
he had a lotto ticket and he split it with the waitress and he's
What's
the cop.
the name of that movie? Lucky Number 1 or something like that, or I'm Your
Live
Guy.
and Let Live.
Lotto.
It could happen to you.
It could happen to you. Was it sponsored by the New York State Lottery Commission?
And he plays a police officer.
He
what I'm
plays
saying.
so many police officers. For a man who's been arrested, he understands how cops work.
I know how to do this.
Well, since it had been months since the original investigation, Cindy had been in the wind. But due to the diligent efforts of a vice cop known only as Gentile, the troopers found Cindy and convinced her that they were finally going to take down Robert Hansen.
Take him down.
Hello, Cindy. My name is Officer Gentile. Would you like a monogrammed handkerchief?
I would.
Then I will solve your murder. Very good. Very good. You pass the test.
All right.
Now, the cops kept an eye on Robert Hansen from then on, although the way Greg Baker talks about the surveillance, it makes the whole thing seem just like confusingly weird. This Greg Baker, he's a weird guy. Like, listen to this interview of him talking about the surveillance.
One morning I was driving by and I needed to get some donuts for the shift. Mr. Hansen was there and he had a window that he stood in and decorated cakes and cupcakes and cookies. And I remember watching him. He kept looking up at me, and you could tell he was nervous. And he kept putting frosting on his thumb. And I liked that.
Do we know he's not a cartoon bear?
He looks like a cartoon bear.
He sounds like a cartoon bear. He is a cartoon bear.
I needed to get donuts for the meeting. I had to, because if not, the way we would beat each other with our batons. But then he'd put it all on his finger, and I was like, oh, that's a treat. It makes a finger a cupcake, and then you think maybe people are just cupcakes walking around. You're just like, cut them open.
You've lost your sense of humanity.
But what the cops really needed more than anything else was to get into Hansen's house. What they needed was that Mini 14. However, they couldn't get a search warrant based on Cindy Paulson's word because Hansen had an alibi. So Floathy threw a Hail Mary, and a pretty damn resourceful and forward-thinking one at that. Floathy called up the FBI Behavioral Sciences Unit in Quantico and asked for their help.
Now, it's hard to know exactly who to give credit to on this one. The book Butcher Baker says the guy who cracked it, or at least was a major part of it, was Roy Hazelwood, one of the founders of the program. But Mindhunter by John Douglas gives all the credit to who else but John Douglas.
I mean, he wrote the book.
Right. Now, this is one thing I've found again and again throughout all the years we've been spending studying serial killers. John Douglas really likes to take credit for shit he may or may not have done. More than once, I've read a source that names another person in the BSI as being the main contact, but when I cross-reference that with Mindhunter or one of his other books, it's a lot of I, me.
Well, it's easier to tell the story. They are calling from his offices. So, and then if you're the commanding officer, right? Was he the commanding officer?
I believe so.
I think you take all the credit, right? Essentially, because it's like my people did it. So it's like I did it.
No. He makes it sound like specifically he did it all.
I do love the idea of Marcus cross-referencing, and then being like, and finally I've concluded it is Whopper Wednesday. It is indeed a Whopper Wednesday. I have circled it, note the W for Wednesday.
Douglas, he may have done this with the permission of these other agents who may have not wanted to or not cared to be in the book, or he may have just been doing it to simplify the narrative at the request of the author. That happens sometimes. But just remember, while John Douglas is brilliant, talented, and one of the reasons why serial killers aren't as prevalent as they once were, he also isn't necessarily the one-man superbrain powerhouse that he claims to be.
Okay.
Yeah, he's no Beck.
Ooh, Beck, Scientologist, I believe.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna go see Beck at Madison Square Garden here pretty soon.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
cool. Very good issue. He's indoctrinated and he loves yelling at ashtrays, and we can't take that from him.
No, absolutely not.
Oh, yeah. Lifelong Scientologist.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he was born into it, so you can't really blame him.
Can't blame him.
You know what? I don't care.
Could have gotten out. Well, yeah, sure.
Well, either way, Detective Floathy called up Quantico and asked for their help in putting together something to juice up a search warrant, which had never actually been done before by the BSI or anyone else. They'd never used a profile to get a search warrant. And here's where things get really interesting. Floathy described both the murders and the kidnappings to the FBI agent, whoever it was, and just from that, the FBI came up with this profile.
Dude, it is fucking, like, I don't know how they did this shit. Like, I want to go back. I have to read this section in Mindhunter and really, like, go into how they break this down. But they fucking nailed it.
Really? A unique time? Usually they don't.
They said the suspect likely had a speech impediment of some kind, probably a stutter, and probably had skin problems as a teenager. They said he is an exceptional hunter, and while he is married, his wife is probably religious and is completely oblivious to her husband's wrongdoings. They said he was probably a successful businessman and an upstanding member of the community. And as far as the MO went, he probably had a murder bag complete with disguises, and he probably took trophies.
Wow.
And he probably played a lawful good mage in any sort of campaign because he's one of those guys who does all the boring abilities like being a healer or being a pyro guy who attacks the first wave of enemies from afar.
Hey, all right.
Yeah, and fucking this profile, I mean, it blew Floathy's hair right the fuck back. Wow. He couldn't.
I love that. I just love that fucking term.
I can feel my cholesterol getting higher and higher. I'm so excited.
And there were other things coming in as well. The troopers had started to compare tire marks outside and near the remote cabins that had been burgled and compared them to the tires on Hansen's plane and found that they were a match because Hansen was the only guy in the area that had a plane with those types of tires.
Wow.
So essentially, the net is slowly circling. Robert Hansen's getting more and more nervous, becoming more and more like Mr. Bean in the fucking bakery, knocking over muffins. Like, those are like, oh, Robert's never been clumsy with the croissants before. And he's just like, it's fine. It's just going to be Bastille Day soon. And we need to make sure there's enough croissants for the parade.
Oh, my goodness.
Then, finally, a woman recognized Hansen when she went into his bakery to apply for a job. And so she came forward. And with that, the burglaries and the profile, the search warrant for Hansen's house was finally granted.
All right.
After searching all day, one of the cops, a Lieutenant Kasnick, climbed into the attic to sift through the fiberglass insulation in a last-ditch effort to find the murder weapon, because they'd searched this whole goddamn house and hadn't found anything.
Well, that was also a part of how his alibi fell apart, too. So the cops all showed up. They picked him up at the bakery. He came in a little bit late. He had his fucking baker's hat on. They arrested him. They put it into a thing, and he knew what was happening. The wife was home. This bunch of cops showed up. They raided the whole house. She has no idea what's going on. The wife of his neighbor rolls over and says, "What are you guys doing?" They're like, "Oh, Robert Hanson's being booked for murder." Like, they just told this woman, because I guess it's fucking Anchorage, and she's like, "Oh, yeah, my husband never hangs out with him. Anything that he says to you is a lie." And so he just threw her husband under the bus, just being like, "Fuck this. Like, what is happening here?"
Wow.
And the husband was out, like, doing because he was a contractor who also, like, built boats on the side. And it actually built a boat for Robert Hansen. He was up in King Salmon working another job. And his wife's calling him up and saying, "Oh, you need to get the fuck home, and you need to clear this up right now."
Right.
And he's like,
Right now.
"I'm not coming home. I'm working a job. I'm providing for this family. If they get an affidavit, then yeah, I'll come home, but I'm not coming home before then." And so the cops, in the last possible place they could look in the house, in the back corner of the attic, they found the treasure chest.
Ooh.
In a hollowed out cache, cops found Sherry Morrow's arrowhead necklace, a pistol, a .522 rifle, and the coveted .223 caliber Mini 14.
Nice.
Finally, the cops had in their possession hard evidence that tied Hansen to at least 2 of the murders.
I was really hoping it would have been a cake in the shape of a Mini 14, and then they cut into it and it is the Mini 14. Hiding in plain sight.
But the best part about this is that now I don't have to go get donuts for the meeting.
Yeah, we got to eat around the evidence.
But the most disturbing discovery was still to come. In that box, cops also found a map of the Anchorage area marked up with a whole bunch of X's. Now, at this time, Hansen was only attached to 4 murders in the area. And when cops...
only? Quite a bit.
Comparatively only. Yes. And when cops cross-referenced where those bodies were found to the map, they saw that there was an X on each one of those locations. But those 4 weren't the only X's. Over the entire map, there were 20 more. Jeez. Each one seemingly corresponding to the grave sites of then unknown victims. But a lot of those victims corresponded with Floethy's victim matrix.
Ooh.
And that's when the bottom fell out of the alibi. Is back home, and the cops told both of them, because there were 2 guys that were in on this alibi. They told both of them, it's like, "Listen, you're going to be summoned to a grand jury. If you lie to us, it's no big deal.
Never
you lie
seen
to them,
Robert Hansen before in my life. Never needed. We've never hung out. I've never bought a donut. He's a murderer. He's a fucking murderer."
Oh, they washed their hands of him as fast as they could. Once it came out, it's like, "Oh, we found a lot of evidence of murder. You're going to be grand jury.
Yes.
You lie to them. It's going to be perjury, and you're going to do a hard time." So they're just like, "Nah."
Detective Floethy, I don't even know how to put together an airplane seat. I never even saw a seat.
"I don't sit in chairs, I stand. The human body is actually not built to sit. If you look at diagrams from Eastern Asian philosophies, they believe that squatting and lying down is the only way for a human to rest. But also, this is the power of free baked goods. Remember this again. All of this happened because no one wanted to ruin their connection to the good bakery."
Wow.
And so on February 16th, 1984, Hansen's attorneys called the prosecution and told them that Hansen was ready to, quote, "clear the decks."
All right.
Just as it had been with the great bus barn caper back in Iowa, Robert Hansen offered to plead guilty and confess, just so long as his family was spared the publicity of being attached to the worst serial killer in Alaskan history.
What if I just plead guilty to burning down the bus barn again? Can I do that?
burned down the bus barn. I don't know what else I'm supposed to say about it, okay?
The murders.
I stole a belt.
No, not the
belt.
No,
is that what you want to hear?
No, the murders. Really, that's the sticking point here.
Well, in exchange for all that, Hansen gave investigators bodies. And goddamn does it sound like he was creepy when he did it.
Oh, God.
Hansen was taken out to each specific spot on his map by helicopter and was told to show the troopers at least approximate spots. But when they let Hansen loose, they found that he was amazingly agile moving through the wilderness, making it hard for them to even keep up.
It's almost like he was trying to escape.
Well, no, they had a trooper out there with a very high-powered rifle pointed at him at all times, ready to shoot him down if he tried. Now, Hansen would bound through the snow on the way to each burial site like a dog. And when he found the site, he'd get down on his hands and knees and start digging in the snow with his tiny little paws.
There's obviously a disconnection inside of himself from any sort of like human behavior. Like there's like a thing inside where he became excited because he took it all like it's very similar to Henry Lee Lucas when they went out to go looking for all the bodies and they treated it like it was a fucking party where he was walking out there and it was fun for him. He's joking around. He's like, oh, I know all of this places. Oh yeah, I'm out here all the time. They're like, yeah, buddy, we found a map with 27 fucking X's on it of bodies we put out here. We know you're aware of the territory.
Well, since it was February, though, the ground was too frozen to dig.
Whoa! I get it.
That's
the frozen ground. Wow.
Oh, I wondered why in the movie they never did that, where the guy with the shovel just hit a bunch of ground, being like, do you know what it is? The guy like nods for 2 minutes, just like.
Is it the title of this shitty movie that we're in?
So, since the ground was frozen, the cops marked each spot by spray painting nearby trees. And when they came back in the spring to those marked spots after the ground had thawed, they found that Hansen had picked the exact right spot every time. And each body was found by digging only one hole. And on that day alone, Hansen led them to 12 bodies, some in locations that he hadn't been to in over 2 years. Then, after a hell of a lot of hemming and hawing for some reason, Pope and Young revoked all of Hansen's hunting records.
Well, you're going to tell us that he didn't hunt them? That he didn't kill the 34th largest black bear in the competition? Because it's a fact. It is a fact. You're going to make us deny it?
Wow. That must have hit home for Hansen, having all of the records expunged.
And so on February 27th, 1984, Robert Hansen was sentenced to 461 years in prison plus life. When asked what he was going to do in prison, he said,
I want to become a writer. What I plan to do is get experience by writing humorous stories. Then I'll write my own story. The story of a man who loses his wife and has to move in with 2 of his silly cousins. And the cute kids all... And you know that house, it was so packed. It was like it was full of laughter and love and learning.
Oh my God, this guy.
But it wasn't to be, as Hansen spent most of his time as a prison barber.
Oh.
Now we have a little bit of inside information here. One of our listeners apparently had a shitty cousin who did some time in Seward Correctional with Hansen. The shitty cousin said that all the prisoners considered Hansen just a sweet old man that they all referred to as Grandpa Bob.
Oh, yeah, he was really
God.
sweet. What a sweet old man.
So finally, just a few years ago, on August 21st, 2014, Robert Hansen died of natural causes, still married to Darla, who never moved on after the heartbreak of unknowingly being married to the worst serial killer the Great White North has ever seen.
Wow, she stayed married to him.
I mean, it could be a whole Christianity thing where it's like you never divorce no matter what.
All right. Well, there it is, the story of Robert Hansen. You know, we don't even need the hunting aspect of it. The story itself is interesting.
Yeah, the story itself is interesting and creepy as fuck. Yeah. And I also want to give a huge thanks to research assistant Annie Powers, who was invaluable in putting together all the information and misinformation on Robert Hansen. And speaking of Annie and things that she's helping us out with as far as research goes, we got a big announcement.
Are we doing the big announcement?
We're doing the big announcement. Fall of 2019, the last book on the left
Serial killers.
We're writing a book.
We are writing a book. We are, and I'm gonna tell you what.
I got new shoes for it.
He did.
I got my socks. I got my writing book socks.
I got that, like, you know those wooden bead covers you put on a car chair to make the car seat to make it feel car chair. What am I?
Car chair. Yeah, no, that's right.
But it's like I got that for my writing seat here so that I'm extra comfortable when struggling.
Yes.
Because of what I will say, it is foreign and difficult to write a book.
I'm getting used to like saying that.
It's not good enough. But it is kind of fun though, is that I get every once in a while, like I'll go and I'll just type in a whole page of all work and no day make Henry go crazy. Like I do the Shining thing and it's fun.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I've got new soft pads for my chair's armrests.
Very nice. You should get a gel thing for your mouse pad.
I'm gonna have to actually get a gel
Carpal
thing.
tunnel.
I'm having to get a gel thing for my keyboard.
Cool.
Because we're writing it right now. We're looking for an illustrator, you know, like a comic book artist to work out all, because it's gonna be pretty illustration heavy, like kind of a Mad Magazine type of thing. So we're still looking for a guy or a gal right now. But we'll announce that once we find him.
Absolutely.
We are putting our stamp on the world of serial killers, and it will never come off.
It'll be
and that's the fun part.
Yep, it'll be a serial killer book. It should be it'll be it's interesting trying to transition the podcast into book form. It's a learning process, and so thank you all so much for making that possible. Without you and the community, we wouldn't be having this opportunity. And so thanks everyone who's given to the Patreon, and just everyone.
I also want to give some thank yous to some people who have sent us some cool stuff in the mail.
Oh my God, that beef jerky.
Oh, the beef jerky. We got to say a thank you first of all to, let's hear, Lynn Hoagland, who sent us some amazing beef jerky that we fucking destroyed. I'm putting off getting into the weapons grade stuff that you sent, but I'm saving that for a special occasion.
Such good jerky.
Thank you. I would like to thank Danger and Mayhem Designs, Elise over there, for making us some really awesome handmade jewelry. She made a little pin for Travis that's like a name tag, and it says, "Hello, my name is Titties."
Oh, I'm sure Travis is so happy that nickname that Henry gave him stuck.
I also want to thank a listener out of Anchorage, actually, a guy named Dan, who sent us a copy of Butcher Baker, actually, while we were in the middle of recording it, and he wrote a fantastic letter, and he has a few questions for us. So first he asked me, Mr. Parks, in your opinion, what is the best recorded drum solo in the history of rock and or roll? I'm going to say Jump in the Fire by Harry Nilsson, because it fits into the song perfectly, actually adds to it, and does not bog it down.
Wow.
In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida.
No.
I like Henry's idea. In-A-Gadda-Da-Vida, baby. I don't know what it means, but
it goes on too long, and it's just, it's masturbatory, but in Jump in the Fire, Jump in the Fire, it's an actual part of the song that actually adds to it and and segues into that awesome bass line, that boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo.
But what, Led Zeppelin, Black Dog?
That's a pretty good one too, but nope, Jump in the Fire.
Come on!
All right. Most controversial thing that's ever been discussed here.
Mr. Zabrowski, if you could party for one night with any serial killer from history, living or dead, who would it be?
Oh, serial killers, they're always the weird ones. The serial killers are hard to hang out with. They're not as fun. I guess technically would have to be Charles Ng.
Wow.
And finally, Mr. Kissel, if you had to kiss one part of Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell's body, what would it be? Follow-up question, would you kiss it light and teasingly, or with the unbridled passion of a young lover's heart?
Oh my God. I think I would have to kiss his neck with a lot of passion to turn him back into a turtle. That's what I would do.
And finally, we would like to say thanks Serial Saints over at serialsaints.com for making prayer candles out of the three of us, and for doing that wonderful portrait of Wendy as a saint.
Thank you so
that's
much.
Incredible.
I want that picture for my home.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you all so much for everything. That is those candles are great.
Yeah, they're awesome.
They're
We
really
have them up
cute.
here in the studio.
So-
Let's see. Do we have a shirt that we want to talk about too? Don't
we have the new Hungry Ghost Press shirt,
Yes.
which I believe sold out immediately.
That shirt is awesome, by the way.
It's sold out immediately. But everybody who still wants to grab that shirt, we have another print run coming up because they did both shirts and awesome poster prints.
Yeah.
But they're working on new ones right now, so we think we're gonna have more here in like a month or so.
Cool.
So
I
just
one of
keep
those posters.
Yeah, just follow. Keep looking at our Twitter to see when those are back in stock, or just go to Hungry Ghost Press. I think it's hungryghostpress.com to check out all of their stuff. I love Hungry Ghost. I've got 3 of their pieces of art up in my house. We've got some Hungry Ghost stuff here in the studio. We love what they do, so please support Hungry Ghost Press.
All right.
So follow us on Twitter at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel. Follow us on Instagram at Dr. Fantasty, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, the number 1.
Yes.
And follow us on all of the horse shit at LP on the left.
That's it. And keep on supporting all the shows here on the Last Podcast Network. We got a lot of fun stuff. Every show is great, so just check it out. I know some people were emailing saying they're all done with Last Podcast and what other things. Just peruse the site. Top Hat for Politics, Page 7 Entertainment, Movie Song with the Mads. We got Frank and Trace from Movie Science. What was it?
Mystery Science Theater 3000.
They're funny. That's what I say. So hail yourselves, everyone.
Hail Satan.
Hail Geen.
Hail me now.
Magustalations. There's no place to escape to. This is on the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Knife wound.
Knife wound, yeah. That's not a bad way to go. Is that good? Are we
Do
ready
I
to go?
sound good?
No. That's Marcus. I am Ben. With us as always, sounding bad. Who is he?
Yeah, he's unemployed, Henry Zabrowski.
Unemployed? What happened, man? I thought you were working.
No.
How'd you get fired again?
Well, things have just been going south for me, and I know that I'm addicted to hamburgers, and the government made that happen for me.
How'd the government get you addicted to hamburgers?
Because, they're nice, juicy hamburgers on the commercials, and so I'm taking a gun, I'm gonna kill my boss.
You're making some jumps. You're making some mental jumps. I don't think the government controls those sweet, sizzling beef patties on those McDonald's ads.
But, Ben, I've realized it's the only way to get revenge.
Spree killing. Spree killing part 2.
And so last week we covered a lot of fun dudes, fun guys doing fun things.
Is
guys
that
with
how
big
you
tits.
describe the people?
Yeah.
Is that how you describe Richard Speck? Fun
He's
guy doing fun things, raping 8 nuns.
He turned into a fun guy. I finally sat and watched a doc that you watched because I went after doing the podcast. I went to go look for as much of the prison tape as I could find.
Oh yeah,
and I couldn't find it except for the clips that you watched.
Yeah,
and man, he's got a set of perfect tits.
He really does. Amazingly
Heidi
perfect
Klum
breasts.
nipples.
They're perfect tits.
You want to suck on they're like little Malamars.
If you're in prison and you haven't seen a woman for about 30 years and Richard Speck goes in with a bunch of honkers like that, you can make believe.
The worst part was the
No
dude
doubt.
sitting next to him in sunglasses just recoiled like he was on the beach at Ibiza.
Oh,
just
yeah.
looking at this 6-year-old man, and he's just like, "Hey, you got them blue panties on?" And he's like, "Yeah, you want me to take them off?" And he's like, "Yeah, that'd be all right."
It's amazing.
It's just like this 6-year-old man just standing there, just going like, "Hey."
Yeah, the dude's just acting like Kid Rock at a strip club, just treating Richard Speck like the biggest piece of human meat.
Really enjoying him.
But now we're into some people who are these are the real deal. We're gonna count down the top 3, but before we get to that, we're gonna
this
go
is
with,
definitely we're looking at the Bobby Bonilla's.
That's right, Bobby Bonilla. That's your baseball reference. That's your baseball
go-to.
Howard
Johnson. The Mookie Wilsons.
The Mookie Wilsons. Huh?
This is all I know is Mets from 1984 to 1989. Those are the only baseball players I know.
Okay. Last week we went through the first 4 types of spree killers.
Yes.
We went through your guys who were in it for the fame, guys in it for the revenge, guys that are in it for the sex, and now we're at type 5, otherwise known as there are days and there are days.
Oh my. Oh my.
These are guys that are completely out of touch with reality. They're most of the time they go through psychiatric evaluation either before or after. All of these guys were tagged as mental health risks.
Cuckoo.
A lot of them from the time they were children.
And they just let them go. And they gave, and literally all of them, like Charles Whitman, our big boy that we're going to do up top, he just like literally to about 15 different people, he said, he's like, you know, it'd be a right good idea is just going up in that tower and start picking people off with a deer rifle. And they're like, Charles, you're funny.
Now that's my favorite Charles Whitman joke. Isn't that great with the tower and the shooting everybody?
In fact, the exact quote is, person could stand off an army from atop that tower before they got him.
Intriguing. This is why we bring him around. He always has the good times with the nice thoughts.
Again, another great man that we made.
All
but
right,
these are people that so these are the truly cuckoo for cocoa.
And 2 made in America and 2 made overseas. So let's get into Mr. Whitman.
Mr. Whitman, Charles Whitman. This whole thing happened in 1966 in
Charles
Austin, Texas.
Lucky Whitman.
Luck my ass. Luck had nothing to do with it. This guy,
practice, Henry.
Exactly. This guy was a trained killer through and through. He was at the time the #1 spree killer in America and possibly the world if you don't count wars. That's the thing about all of these is that you can't count wars.
Right.
And all of this.
What's the total death count for Charles?
His total death count was, I believe, 18.
It was 18 with a minus. We're gonna say minus his wife and mother and minus the people on the stairs of the bell tower that it was heading up.
Okay.
Yeah, he injured quite a deal. But the big thing also about Charles Whitman, the world's youngest at the time Eagle Scout.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
So he started off really interestingly, only because of his abusive father. When they were together, like the only way they understood each other was that he would take his boy out shooting, and he was amazing at it. He said, as a matter of fact, that he could shoot the eye out of a squirrel from like 50 yards, some like ludicrous
Sort of
thing.
like that Larry Bird story where he said he was throwing coffee beans into coffee cups. But it's a little bit different because I don't think he got on the cover of Sports Illustrated.
Yep. When Charles Whitman was a U.S. Marine, he received 215 out of 250 possible points on a shooting test and did well when shooting rapidly over long distances and aiming at moving targets.
Okay.
He's really quite good at this.
All right.
And then I was also watching a doc on him too, and that's where there was like some other old Marine was like talking about him, and he was just like, and there ain't no better way for a Marine to go out than go out showing everybody he could still shoot like a motherfucker. And I'm just like, oh,
I
good.
guess so,
That's cool. Yeah. He could also just die peacefully in his sleep surrounded by his family.
Have
but
a nice military funeral, a nice little 21 gun salute, something like that could be a good way to go out. So what's his MO?
Well, before we get to his MO, I want to make sure that we clarify his body count. He shot 12 from the tower, but his overall body count was 18.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he shot 12 from the tower. He shot 4 in the on his way up to the tower, and he shot his wife and his mother before he got to the tower.
Ah, yes.
But in order to save them, that's what you guys don't understand, is that he wanted to save them from embarrassment.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't want them to see all the terrible news stories.
I feel like I'd say if
they love.
If Jackie ever went on a killing spree, I'd just be like, you know what? I can live with the embarrassment.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's going to give me good numbers.
Yeah, Jackie Zabrowski would go on a wonderful killing spree.
Yeah.
Speaking of killing sprees, Marcus has quite an unbelievable video of him shooting what is it?
AR-15.
An AR-15.
Yeah.
So when you go on your killing spree, that'll be all over the news.
I'll post it. I'll post it on the page because you can see my maniacal joy.
Oh, he's having a great time
after shooting it. Like I'm just laughing and laughing so hard.
That's right.
But he climbed up to the top of the bell tower in UT. And before we get into really like his kind of private life, I just want to say I have been there. Right. I have been to the University of Texas, to the courtyard where he killed most of his victims.
These are your people.
These are my people. This is
Yeah.
Texas, you know?
Right.
And I've seen from the links, the distance that he shot these people.
He was good, huh?
My God. And it is terrifying to think that a man is that good.
Oh yeah, he was pulling a Michael Jordan 3-peat.
Yeah.
Like this was his golden moment. This was the moment he was born to do, and he knew it from years before that he was going to, because he kept saying it. He kept saying to everyone, it's just like, you just go up on that bell tower and start shooting people. He'd already ran it through in his brain.
I mean, it,
over and over again.
Well, he's the only one out of the ones that we're going to talk about today that did not have psychological problems as a child.
Okay.
He had a relatively normal upbringing, especially for Texas at the time. Yeah, his dad was a piece of shit. Yeah, his dad beat him.
Yeah, but most Texas older men, once you hit 45, you just slowly turn into a beer guzzling, big hat wearing, shit kicking clod stomper.
Sure.
You know what? I'd take it back. Me and you can share this one. He grew up in Florida.
What?
Oh,
yeah.
This is the Florida guy.
Yeah.
Florida created Mr. Charles Whitman.
Where did he
interesting.
grow up in Florida?
West Palm Beach.
Whoa, where the Mets train. Mookie Wilson. Mookie Wilson spent some time there. Howard Johnson spent some time there.
He was a popular guy, moderately intelligent.
Sure.
Pretty normal. The only trouble he really got into leading up to this, because a lot of these guys have criminal records, the only trouble that he got into was when he was in college, him and a couple of buddies went out, they shot a deer, they brought it back to their dorm, and they tried cleaning it in their dorm showers.
Well, that's just goofy.
That's redneck pranks.
Yeah, that's just redneck pranks. And when he was in the Marines, he got into trouble for gambling. He had a little bit
off some steam.
Yeah,
Indeed.
he got into trouble for usury.
I mean, that's kind of
usury?
hardcore. That's like that's
What's
a biblical
usury?
crime. That's lending money and looking for interest.
Yeah, that's lending money in an unethical manner. Meaning, if you don't give me my
every bank does.
If you don't,
it's what the Bible did to do a slight to a certain race of people
that
I will that have been much maligned over time.
Right.
And I won't say Jews.
Oh, I thought it was the Scandinavians, not the Scandinavians. Okay.
It's essentially like the modern day version of it is if you don't have my $30 by Friday, I'm going to break your pinky.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I love my pinky.
Yeah,
I'll just
I'm
going to
take you up to the top of the University of Texas's bell tower,
Sure.
and I'm going to use you as a gun and throw you at people from the bell tower.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You could take out a lot of people if you threw me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like a whole other big man. I don't know.
I don't know.
Like
I guess
4 kids?
Yeah, maybe 4 kids.
First of all, it's me getting you up and
That's
throwing
a lot
you
of
like
work.
a spear. And I don't got that kind of time.
No.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I know. It's tough.
So after years and years of doing various things, he was a student at UT very briefly.
Okay.
But couldn't quite hack it. After this, in the weeks and months and possibly years leading up to the shootings, he started getting these blinding headaches.
Okay.
My head is killing me! And it's like after a while, that's going to make you start connecting every single thing that happens into your life that while you're having a headache is going to make you mad. And then when you're not having a headache and you still see Kathy coming in, she's just like, oh, Charles, they dropped one of the eggs. And you're just like, my head is killing me!
And he goes to a few different doctors, and he tells them, listen, I have these blinding headaches. I'm starting to have very aggressive thoughts. I'm worried that I might do something.
Well, he definitely slapped his wife around the first couple times. That was the thing. He met his lovely
during
wife,
the
Kathy.
headaches?
What, during? No, well, I mean, they were probably happening at the time. I know as soon as they got together, she was like his dream woman.
Right.
And then he immediately started like barking on her.
I mean, they were married for 4 years before the massacre happened. They married in 1962.
Okay.
At the same time, I just really feel like ladies, men, if your significant other starts screaming about his headaches
If he
and talking
starts
about
to
how he's going to go
act-
to the top of the tower, just try to stop him.
If he starts to act like Jeff Goldblum in the movie The Fly, just get out of there.
Yeah, doing
He's gonna
pull-ups
turn
at
into
4
a killer
o'clock in the morning.
It's not good. I mean, sure, he'll be strong for a couple of nights, and you can grab a strong man back and ride it, and it's hot and it's steamy. But he's a killer.
Still, he's a killer.
A real.
You're gonna get it, woman.
You're gonna die.
So the day before the shootings, Whitman went out, bought a pair of binoculars and a knife from a hardware store, some Spam from 7-Eleven.
Hell yeah.
Yep. Picked up his
They're just
wife's.
making cookies later.
That's Spam. That's Spam.
What did he?
That's Pam.
Spam. He bought Spam.
Spam, yeah.
So Spam was what fueled this killing spree.
You thought that he went and bought a bottle of Pam?
I don't know what he's oiling
like a
up.
bunch of spray butter?
Why not?
What would he use it for?
I don't. The other day, I put some Pam on some bread, grilled it right up. It tasted okay.
That's disgusting.
It was sad, but who cares? We're not here to judge me. We're talking about Charles Whitman.
But I
for
heard
Christ's
what he
sake.
was going to do is going to use the Pam to spray up the courtyard in front of the bell. Before he decided to start shooting people, he's like, I'm going to make the world's slipperiest courtyard.
Yes, this will be the funniest spree killing ever.
Oh, banana peels.
That would be quite amazing.
As many whoopee cushions as a man can fart upon.
So that's a sad time to kill a person after they just sat on a whoopee cushion.
Yeah.
So he goes, he picks up his wife. They go and hang out with some of their friends that afternoon. He drops off his wife at her night shift, and this is when he pens his suicide note.
Okay.
Yes, and I love this letter. He really does well. You could really hear it all in this. So should I begin?
Yeah, read
begin
that note.
reading.
Is that a vocal warm-up for you?
Yeah.
I don't think that's a theatrical vocal warm-up.
Well, we don't have any recordings of Charles Whitman's voice, so we really have no way of knowing what he actually sounded like.
Interesting.
Sunday, July 31st, 1936. That was the other problem. It was his tiny, teeny voice.
Big man, tiny voice.
6:45 p.m. I don't quite understand what it is that compels me to type this letter. Perhaps it is to leave some vague reason for the actions I have recently performed. I don't really understand myself these days. I'm supposed to be an average, reasonable, and intelligent young man. However, lately, I can't recall when it started, I've been a victim of many unusual and irrational thoughts. These thoughts constantly recur, and it requires a tremendous mental effort to concentrate on useful and progressive tasks.
Mm-hmm.
In March, when my parents made a physical break, I noticed a great deal of stress. I consulted a Dr. Chakram at the University Health Center and asked him to recommend someone that I could consult with about some psychiatric disorders I felt I had.
Right.
I talked with the doctor once for about 2 hours and tried to convey to him my fears that I felt come overwhelming, violent impulses. After one session, I never saw the doctor again. I wonder why.
I don't know. I mean, but what doctor just releases him after all that?
I mean, a scared doctor. A doctor looking out for number one, which I understand.
I think it's a doctor who came in at 4:57. The doctor was off work at 5. He's like, you got 3 minutes.
You got 3 minutes, so you got unconventional violent thoughts. Okay, I gotta go. I'll see you
And you're
soon.
fine. Just get on out of here. Office
It's really great.
closed.
It's really good. Take some aspirin.
Medical records indicate that he just gave him some Valium.
Perfect.
That's actually a very good thing. He should have had that.
That's great. He should have been having that 24/7 because if he
Indeed.
was asleep, he wouldn't have been killing
That's
everyone.
right. Get him on the drip.
And since I have been fighting my mental turmoil alone and seemingly to no avail. After my death, I wish that an autopsy would be performed on me to see if there is any visible physical disorder. I've had some tremendous headaches in the past and have consumed 2 large bottles of Excedrin in the past 3 months. It was after much thought.
Little yellow.
Little.
This is not an advertisement for Excedrin.
Little, yellow, different.
It was after much thought that I decided to kill my wife, Kathy, tonight after I pick her up from work at the telephone company.
Charles,
hey, honey,
have you
maybe
thought
we
about
shouldn't
this?
think so much. Honey, I couldn't help but notice that you drew my face on a target.
Yes,
and
honey.
I don't
I'm
appreciate
always
it.
thinking
So
about you.
we're gonna have dinner with Jim and Pam.
I've been thinking a lot about you lately, honey.
I love her dearly, and she has been as fine a wife to me as any man could ever hope to have. I cannot rationally pinpoint any specific reason for doing this. I don't know whether it is selfishness or if I don't want her to have to face the embarrassment my actions would surely cause her.
I bet you she could have dealt with the
She
embarrassment.
could have been fine.
Yeah, she would.
There's a lot of stuff you can do when you're alive.
She might not have loved him. She might be happy that he's dead.
Yeah. At this time, though, the prominent reason in my mind is that I truly do not consider this world worth living in and am prepared to die, and I do not want to leave her to suffer alone in it. I intend to kill her as painlessly as possible. He stabbed her like 15 times.
Yeah, he's like sort of a hero, but then not at all a hero.
Same thing with his mama.
Yeah.
Similar reasons provoke me to take my mother's life as well also. I don't think the poor woman has ever enjoyed life as she is entitled to.
I will crawl back inside of her and eat my way out.
And eat my way out. I heard that the uterus is chewy like bubblegum.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
She was a simple young woman who married a very possessive and dominating man all my life as a boy until I ran away from home to join the Marine Corps.
So I'm just happy to be nothing like my dad. I'm nothing like my father.
So what happens here is that 2 people showed up, a handwritten addendum after he wrote this. He killed his wife, which he brought her home, right?
Yeah.
He killed his wife by stabbing her a bunch of times. Then, while he was writing this letter,
friends came over and hung out with him, and they said the only unusual thing is that he had the typewriter out in the living room, but otherwise we had a fairly pleasant conversation.
That's nice.
You know, and they just talked about it, he got him off, and then he writes, friends interrupted, August 1st, 1966, Monday, 3 a.m., both dead. I was a witness to her being beaten at least once a month. Then when she took enough, my father wanted to fight to keep her below her usual standard of living. I imagine it appears that I brutally killed both of my loved ones.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just a fact.
It's dead, so.
I was only trying to do a quick, thorough job. If my life insurance policy is valid, please see that all the worthless checks I wrote this weekend are made good. It's like you, Ben.
Yeah, it's a nice Colonial Penn commercial.
Please pay off my debts. I'm 25 years old and I've been financially independent. That's more than Holden McNeely's got to say.
That's right. Holden from the Round Table. Very sad.
Donate the rest anonymously to a mental health foundation. Maybe research can prevent further tragedies of this type. Charles Jumpy Whitman.
You went Jumpy.
It's Jay, so I think
okay.
I think his middle name was Jumpy.
I think so.
Give our dog to my in-laws, please. Tell them Kathy loved Scotchy very much.
Oh, very nice. Extremely concerned about the dog. I'm happy he didn't kill the dog.
Yes.
He does have a heart.
Yeah, and then he wrote a letter that he put next to his mom's corpse, if you want me to read it as well.
Yeah, what's the point of that one?
To whom it may concern.
Well, your mother.
I have just taken my mother's life. I am very upset over having done it. However, I feel if there is a heaven, she is definitely there now. If not, I guess she's fucked.
That's not a very nice letter, Charles.
And if there is no life after, I have relieved her of her suffering here on earth. The intense hatred I feel for my father is beyond description. My mother gave that man the 25 best years of her life, and because she finally took enough of his beatings, humiliation, and degradation and tribulations that I am sure no one but she and he will ever know, to leave him. He has chosen to treat her like a slut that you would bed down with, accept her favors and through a pittance in return. I am truly sorry that this is the only way I could see to relieve her sufferings, but I think it was best.
Charles, say 3 nice things about your mother.
She's got a strong back, she's got a beaten stomach, and she's got a winking eye.
Okay, that's nice.
Let there be no doubt in your mind I love that woman with all of my heart. Jeez. If there exists a God, let him understand my actions and judge me accordingly. Charles Jumpy Whitman.
I still don't fully understand. He killed her because she was beat? I mean, it's kind of
he killed her. I mean, he's
slightly worse than his father.
Yes.
You know, because he killed her.
He stabbed her a bunch.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
So he finally finished all this up about 3 a.m. The next day, he went out to the Austin rental company and rented a hand truck.
It's work day.
Big hand truck, because he's got a lot of shit to take with him.
Got a lot of packages.
Yeah. A lot of stuff.
He's like a fun little Santa.
He went over to a hardware store. He purchased a Universal M1 carbine. Pretty badass gun. Just rifle, hunting rifle.
Is that standard? Is that a Marine gun or is that a hunting rifle?
Marine gun at the time was an M16.
Cool.
Yeah, that's a hunting rifle. 8 boxes of ammunition. Told him he's going out hunt wild hogs.
Oh, very interesting. Yeah, indeed.
Then he went to
Long Pig.
I've seen the ladies in Texas. UT, hello.
And then he went
how are you, Samantha? It's nice to meet you.
I'm going to biology class.
Oh, man, you're so fucking hot.
He then drove to Chuck's gun shop where he purchased 4 more magazines.
Hey, welcome to Chuck's gun shop. How can I help you?
Yeah, I like something that helps me. I just want to show them all, man.
Upsell this guy. Upsell him on the better rifles. This guy's looking to buy.
He bought 6 more boxes of ammunition and a can of gun cleaning solvent. He then went to Sears, where he purchased a Sears Model 60 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun, and then went back on home.
And a nice dresser set as well.
Yeah.
That's one thing he doesn't mention in that.
Then a bunch of plus-size brassiers.
This is interesting, yeah.
Then he sawed off the barrel of a 12-gauge shotgun, packed the women along with a Remington 700 6mm bolt-action hunting rifle, a 35 caliber pump rifle, a 30 caliber carbine, a 9mm Luger pistol, a Gallus Brescia 25 caliber pistol, and a Smith & Wesson M19 357 Magnum revolver, 700 rounds of ammunition, all into his footlocker. He already packed food, coffee, vitamins, Dexedrine, Excedrine, earplugs, jugs of water, matches, lighter fluid, rope, binoculars, a machete, 3 knives, a transistor radio, toilet paper, a razor, and a bottle of deodorant.
So he was prepared.
Ready for Y2K, acting like Antonio Banderas in the movie Desperados.
And he did all this before 11 a.m.
Wow, that's amazing.
Look at us. We barely get a podcast done. It just now turned 11.
Wow, we've done nothing with our day.
I've had 4 cups of coffee in about 25 minutes. You know what the other thing is? The thing about Charles Whitman is that he was really hopped up on Dexedrine.
Yeah, he was really like he
and
was
that
just
did
on
not
speed.
help his headaches
What's
at
the
all.
point of Dexedrine? What does that do?
It's like it was beatnik uppers. It's like what Jet Kerouac did, and that's why he saw fireworks in the sky and it reminded him of his friends. Because him and his friends were all going, "Hey, buddy, hey, man, no, get listen. I wrote this poem on the sidewalk. Hey, sidewalk, you're so flat. Sometimes plants grow on the sidewalks. Sometimes you walk on with your feet. Feet got shoes. Feet attached to legs. You got hips. Oh,
chatty friends, very smart.
And you wonder why they're all just not good by 40.
Yeah, it's tough. It's like their brains are gone.
Done.
All right, so he's got all these things.
And Charles Whitman is 25 too.
He's young.
What
He's
were you
spry.
doing when you were 25?
I wasn't going to towers sniping a bunch of kids. I'll tell you that much. I was a total loser. I had no ambition, no goals in life.
So he gets on campus by showing a fake ID permit as a research equipment, says he was delivering equipment. And that's when he was like, yeah, I've got, all these boxes over here that I got to deliver. So he wheels the dolly.
You wouldn't happen to have any Advil or something, would you?
Get it together, Charles. Get it together. You're losing it, man. Acting like Johnny Depp in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas when he's hanging out at the fucking carnival tripping nuts.
Yep. And so he goes up to the tower and he tries pressing the elevator and the elevator's not working.
I'm gonna take
It's
the
like a
stairs.
Jason Alexander movie.
Yeah.
Dunstan checks in.
The monkey movie.
The monkey movie.
When does the monkey get shot in the head in that movie?
I'm not sure. I think it goes to University of Texas to study biology.
I want to find a movie that's brave enough to start shooting monkeys in the head.
Dunstan checks out.
Yeah, because if they're like people,
yeah, might as well.
But Vera Palmer, a very helpful University of Texas employee, said, well, it looks like it ain't powered on. Let me turn that on for you.
Oh, so he's the real person that caused the murder at the University of Texas.
Yeah, he also told JFK, he's like, you should keep the hood down.
It's
a
hot
hot
in Texas.
sunny day.
It's hot in Texas. People love to see your face. Big old round Irish head.
In Germany in 1932. It's like, I would say that painting is not as good as it could be. I think that he needs to maybe do some more independent study before we let him into school.
I think if you just put your hand like real sharp at like a 75-degree angle, people might respond to that. They might like that. I don't know much anyway.
So after Vera turned on the elevator, Whitman says to her, you don't know how happy that makes me.
Yeah, that's so scary.
Oh, man, just another future massacre I caused, that's all.
You could just hear it in his voice, too, because of his face, because he looks like a block of Wisconsin cheese. Like, he's got one of those, like, long tube heads. Like, he's a full American, where it's like his, like, buzz cut just sits on the top of his fucking cylinder-like head, and he's just like, you have no idea how happy that makes me.
And you repeated it. How happy that makes me.
How happy that makes me. How happy that makes me. How happy that makes me. All right, so he's in the elevator.
So it's at this, he goes up to the 27th floor. Of course, the elevator doesn't go all the way to the clock tower observation deck, and he starts lugging all of his shit up the stairs, and this is when the public killing starts.
Yes.
Okay. This is when he just starts attacking anyone that he sees. The first one is an old woman. He fucking hits her in the face with the butt of his rifle, and then he hits her again when she gets on the floor and smashes her fucking skull open.
Yeah.
Drags
so he
her behind.
actually shoot her.
Drags her behind a couch.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then he goes up the stairs. He gets up there, and then it's a fucking family. He's just going, like, they're going to go see the bell tower. And
Gerald
like,
Botts and Don Walden.
Daddy, I want to go see the bell tower. And he's just like, if you just shut your goddamn mouth for a second, we're going to get up to the tower.
You are making my head explode, son.
And then when he got up to the observation deck, there was 2 people up there, and Whitman had the gun in his hand. And one of the guys says that he thought Whitman was there to shoot pigeons.
Sure,
And they exchanged brief pleasantries, and then the couple left.
Oh, okay.
Man, that's all you have. That's why, instead of just screaming, flipping out, be nice to the man with the gun.
Yeah.
Just be like, oh, so you're shooting pigeons? You help him. And he'll be like, yeah, shooting pigeons, all right. And it's like, well, I'll be seeing you, buddy. You know, it's like,
Well,
you
that's
can
the
get
thing.
in and out.
I mean, when you tell Whitman like shooting pigeons, he's like, well, that guy sees how I see the people. You know, just as large pigeons. He gets me. He understands.
Get out of here. I like the way you. I like the cut of your jib.
That's right. They're
Get on out of
walking
here.
pigeons. That's what I call them. Little can't fly pigeons.
And so then he barricades the stairs to make sure nobody can get in.
Right.
But he sees a couple of two families coming up the stairs, try to get to the observation deck, and they start looking through the barricade, try to see what's going on. And
Daddy, I want to go outside. Some losers burned up the door to think he's out there, Daddy.
And that's when Whitman put a shotgun through the hole and blasted him in the head and instantly killed him.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
Sounds.
And
I'm happy that kid's dead.
Yeah, he shot two kids. He shot. They were 16 and 18. He shot and killed one. And then shot another one who got knocked unconscious. He fired the sawed-off 3 more times through the gates. He wounded the mother in the head, one of the mothers in the head, and then he killed Marguerite Lamport with a shot to the chest.
Okay.
And this is when the real killing started.
That's the story of America.
He's just all excited. This is his moment to shine.
This is just his moment, man. And
this is his so you think you can dance moment.
Yeah. So what does he do here?
He operates the entire time on the old sniper rule: 1 shot, 1 kill.
Okay.
He does not shoot anyone once they fall into the ground. After they fall into the ground, leaves them be. He's like, either they're dead or they're not.
And then
I don't care.
He spread his guns all around the entire watchtower so that he would just go pick up a gun, shoot, run to the other point of the watchtower, pick up another gun and shoot, to the point where
like that American Gladiators game.
Yes, and then like literally when the police showed up, they thought that there was 4 snipers up there.
Oh, okay.
Because he was shooting from all sides of he was a pro.
Right.
This guy was finely tuned killing machine made by the American government.
That's right.
There's nothing I love better than when the beautiful toys of war that we make come back and haunt us. Mm-hmm. Because it's like, good work, guys.
Yeah.
You did it.
Yeah.
Good work. Yeah, he's great at it.
Yeah.
You know?
It's amazing. His first victim was an 18-year-old girl, 8 months pregnant.
Yeah, he shot her right through the belly. That was a big thing.
Is that 2 victims or 1 victim?
2 victims.
That's 2 victims. Okay.
I think they actually only count if we're counting 2 victims. I think it's 13.
Okay.
Actually, no. I think he just killed the baby. She lived. He just killed the baby. He purposely shot the stomach.
That's how good he was,
yes.
huh? Wow.
Yeah, and then he shot the boyfriend when he went to go help her.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
Good enough to kill a baby in utero.
And this is when he just starts picking people off, shooting guys in the back, shooting some people in the arm.
Right.
And he's shooting people that are going out to help. And some of the people are saying, it's like, that was the day when you knew. One guy said, like, that was the day that you figure out whether you're a hero or a coward. And I'm a coward.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I didn't go out to help.
Of course not.
I'm not going out. Are you crazy?
No,
it's raining bullets.
No, there was just one story. 2 guys were talking about how they were running to the courtyard. Bullets were like flying all around him, like grabbing a dude. Thank God, a car pulled up in the middle thing. I was getting riddled with bullets, and they like put a body in the back of the car, and he died by the time they got away. They only killed 1 officer, and then I was saying before,
he killed a basketball coach from a distance of a quarter mile.
How long was all this going on for?
It's just an hour, right?
The whole thing happened. Let's see here. He was shooting off for about 15 minutes before the cops were even called.
And so when the cops
came, his first initial shooting, people had no idea what the fuck was going on. It was one of those. He was shooting people from so far away that you were just seeing people fall.
Yeah,
it's what the fuck is happening? People's arms are just exploding. Like
Yeah.
you might hear like a, but. It wasn't. People just had no fucking clue what was going on or where the shots were coming from.
He was totally right about the bell tower. It was exactly what he needed to be. It's where he needed to be in order to do what he wanted to do.
Right.
But so basically, this is also a great story of like when the cops started showing up. The big thing about them is that they just have rifles. They have guns. They have handguns. So they can't reach him where he is. So they want to call. The cops showed up. They're like, "What the fuck do we do?" And this is just an example of like all of Austin, Texas was like, let's get our guns, boys.
Mm-hmm.
And they all went and got their high-powered deer rifles and came back to the scene and then started pinning Whitman down by shooting at him. Like all of the NRA came and protected themselves. And
basically because the cops had no communication amongst themselves. This is before they had any sort of like walkie-talkies. They 3 cops independently decided to be like, well, we're going to take him out. And so they snuck underneath. They ran him through gunfire to the bell tower, and there were saying like 3 different dudes and 1 civilian got to the bell tower and on different points of the building, went in different entrances, and all showed up on the same floor, the floor below the actual observation deck.
Right.
And they're all like, they all came out of elevators like pointing guns at each other, like almost immediately killing each other.
And before that,
That's
I mean,
great.
hell, they even brought out an airplane. Like
And he started shooting at the airplane.
Yeah, they brought out an airplane with a police sharpshooter in it, but the turbulence was just too much. And they could never get a shot on him. And Whitman just started.
So how did he end up getting taken out?
Well, 3 officers
All right.
went in there. Their names were Ramiro Martinez, Jerry Day, and the hero of the day, Houston McCoy.
And he was the most affected by it too. They said because he was a deeply religious man, and he was really fucked up by what he had to do.
Yeah, he absolutely, because they were, they saw all of these bodies on their way up.
All right.
So Martinez, followed closely by McCoy, proceeded north on the east deck, while Day, followed by Crum, proceeded west on the south deck with the intention of encircling Whitman, trying to get him on both sides. Several feet before he reached the southwest corner, Crum, who was a civilian,
All right.
accidentally shot his rifle off.
That happens.
Yeah.
That'll happen.
Yeah, you can't just let Bumblebee Crumb in there, and he's just like, I never shot a goose. I got bells on my boots.
Bells on his boots.
That's my problem.
Well,
I'll
that's
scare
Crumb
all
for
the
you.
birds away. That's sad for me.
And so when Whitman turns to look at Crum one way, one of the other guys, Martinez, he jumps out of the shadows and shoots at Whitman 6 times. He empties out his 38 at Whitman. Misses every single shot.
Come on, you got to hit him with one of those.
And
you got to be in the clutch.
You got to.
And that is when Houston McCoy jumps out and just unloads both barrels of a 12-gauge shotgun right into the motherfucker's head, chest, and arms.
Yes. Oh, all right.
Boom. Dead.
Houston McCoy, savior of the day.
And this really introduced the idea of a spree killer to America. I mean, it's like we had the Stark with Charles Starkweather, and we had other people, but this was the first guy to show all of the country his rage, and became a poster boy for this, and then turned into the post office killings, and then turned into what we have now, which is by the time we got to Virginia Tech, when the Virginia Tech shooting happened, there were 4 other shootings that week.
Yeah.
At various universities and offices.
Yeah, universities became quite a battleground there.
No, Charles Whitman was the Benjamin Franklin of American crime. Like, this is a guy who was inventing a new way to do shit.
Yeah.
He was the Michael Jackson.
Yeah, this is sort of his moonwalk situation. Really changed the face of
And by the way,
forever.
they did do the autopsy on his body after he was killed, and they found a pretty big fucking tumor in his brain.
Yeah, big tumor in the center of his brain.
It
was a tumor.
It was.
I'm
Turned out
sorry.
it was. That Kindergarten Cop, that movie could have ended much better had Arnold gone up to a small sniper stand and just shot all those kids.
I think that maybe I could have actually been a tumor.
I think it's a tumor. Let's go do America's #1 spree killing of all time. Also took place at a university, the University of Virginia Tech.
Yeah,
Marcus,
Sung Cho.
Sung Cho.
Now this guy, this is a horrible case. This is a thing that's like you can see this type of person happening all over the country. If you go to school in America, you see these people all the time.
He was extremely introverted.
Extremely introverted. What they found out when Sung Cho was a child, when they found out when he was growing up, is that he suffered from this thing called selective mutivism.
Okay.
Which is the idea that he which is just being like super shy.
Yeah,
and he only speaks like 4 people. There was a lot of people who basically figured that he probably only spoke like 200 words in his lifetime.
Right.
He barely spoke.
Yeah.
And so basically what happened is that led up until he had a lot of different social problems for forever until he got to his senior year of being at Virginia Tech. Went in there to be a IT guy, and he excelled in that because basically as he got through high school, using medication and therapy, they were like, okay, well, he's breaking him out of his shell, and he's like, I don't want to do I don't want to do this therapy no more. I want to go.
So his father's like Guatemalan.
And I'll
his
also
mother's
say this
Asian,
about this.
something like
That's why I believe that the Hong Kong Henry Zebrowski persona
Uh-huh.
is taking back. It's a friendlier form of the Asian.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right,
This
right,
is
right,
an outgoing. He likes the people. He
Right.
likes to talk and be with the people.
Sure,
He has a
right.
girlfriend.
Hong Kong
You know?
Henry Zebrowski has a girlfriend.
Oh, she's very big. Biggest girl in China.
That's a good thing for
Oh,
China.
I like when she got the rice berry.
The rice berry.
She's got a rice belly.
Interesting. Oh, I
but-
see. Rice belly.
The thing is that Sung Cho's voice is funnier than any voice we could possibly do for
So
him.
this is we're gonna
Yeah,
start.
let's-
We're gonna start at the ending, which is the videos that he made after he killed a girl. Her name was, I believe it was Elise Hirsch.
Elise Hirsch.
And he killed her and her roommate. There was a lot of speculation. What is her name? Hilda. And he killed her roommate, and there was a lot of suspicion for a while that maybe that it was because she was his ex-girlfriend, and that
Right.
is
No,
absolutely not
She
true.
didn't know.
Because he invented a number of fake personas that he said were like friends of his. Like basically, he said that he had a fake girlfriend. He told his like
Right.
roommate that he had an imaginary girlfriend who called him, I believe it was Snacky. We called him as a
Snacky?
nickname Snacky,
Snacky
and then he started
Joe?
calling himself question mark in class
Right.
and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And this was this final impersonation, the final character he played, like Henry Zebrowski.
Uh-huh.
He played a character named Axe Ishmael.
I do
and
like
this was
Axe Ishmael.
after he killed Emily and her roommate. He made this video to
Right.
send to NBC.
I didn't have to do this. I could have left. I could have fled. But no, I will no longer run. If not for me, for my children, for my brothers and sisters, the chief.
Whoa.
I did it for them.
The strong
You
language.
had 100 billion chances and ways to have avoided today, but you decided to spill my blood. You forced me into a corner and gave me only one option. The decision was yours. Now you have blood on your hands that will never wash off. You sadistic snobs, I may be nothing but a piece of You have vandalized my heart, raped my soul, and torched my conscience. You thought it was one pathetic void life you were extinguishing. Thanks to you, I die, like Jesus Christ, to inspire generations of the weak and the defenseless people. Do you know what it feels like to be spit on your face and have trash shoved down your throat? Do you know what it feels like to dig your own grave? Do you know what it feels like to have your throat snatched from ear to ear? Do you know what it feels like to be torched alive? Do you know what it feels like to be humiliated and be impaled upon on a cross and left to bleed to death for your
This
amusement?
is like kids I played Magic
You have
with.
never felt a single ounce of pain your whole life. Yet you want to inject as much misery in our lives as you can, just because you can. You had everything you wanted. Your Mercedes wasn't enough, you brats. Your golden necklaces weren't enough, you snobs. Your trust fund wasn't enough.
He grew up in a
Your
$500,000
vodka and cognac
house.
weren't enough. All your debaucheries weren't enough. Those weren't enough to fulfill your hedonistic needs. You had everything. You just loved crucifying me. You loved inducing cancer in my head, terrorizing my heart, and raping my soul all this time. When the time came, I did it. I had to.
All right. Well, I'm happy he didn't talk very much because when he did, it was very disturbing. And it sounded awful.
That is a man who does not have practice with public speaking.
He had a beautiful singing voice.
Oh yeah,
I
I've
had
heard
a
them.
dream.
Oh, gorgeous. Now that's a
If
better.
only they knew.
Yeah,
But this is
fuck that Susan Boyle story.
So basically-
show on American Idol that would have been something.
This is a very similar breakdown to what happened with another all-star, Adolf Hitler, who was basically, he went through his whole life never being able to express himself. People would ask him questions, and they would talk about. They interviewed his friends in elementary school, friends, quote unquote, people who sat next to him in elementary school,
Right.
and they were like, he never said a single word. But everyone also said was the thing about him is that he was totally anonymous. No one made fun of him. Like he never.
He was fine.
He was totally fine. Nobody bullied him. He grew up in a totally normal Korean household, which is just like it's very silent. And that they were talking to his elderly grandmother who was sitting in a puddle of spit, smoking like a 4-yard long cigarette.
Sure.
Who was like talking, and she was like being quiet in like Korean culture culture is like really respectable.
Right.
And his dad was also super shy, so they just thought he was fine.
Mhm.
And then, I mean, they just didn't care. I mean, not that they didn't care. It's just a different type of parenting.
And just a real quick side note for those of you, I think a lot of Americans know, but people outside of the United States, if you don't know who Sung Cho is, he killed 32 people in one day.
It's the number one spree killing to ever happen in American soil.
Yeah, and number 3 worldwide.
But he was also a little Shakespeare. Can we read his one of his?
Well,
plays?
I want to just set it up for the fact that like what had happened with him was that he couldn't express himself, couldn't do anything. He gets to college, right? And when we're in college, we all discover a lot of things about ourselves.
Sure.
I started smoking weed. We had a great time, you know.
I don't like sucking a bunch of dicks, you know. I didn't enjoy that freshman. Oh, what are you talking about? What are we talking about?
So
beards are scratchy.
Beards are scratchy.
I learned that too. Yeah.
I hate the way their balls smell.
Whoa, yeah, that you learn that.
So he went and he was going to be an IT guy and he was doing fine in school. Like he was never even a great student. He was just
a terrible
he was
student.
fine. He was whatever. And
he was an idiot.
He finally took a creative writing class.
That's right.
And he was like, this is it.
Life
He's
calling.
like, I can finally, this is it. I can sit. It's an introvert's way of expression, expressing themselves. He's like, I can sit in a room, I can write. He's like, this is, he went home that Christmas, his freshman year of Virginia Tech.
Perfect.
And he's like, Mom, Dad, I'm going to write a romantic novel.
Isn't that
and they're
nice?
like, sure.
You'll do great at it.
I guess that's whatever. You know,
Everyone
whatever it is.
described you as romantic.
So he wrote a bunch of it, brought it to the head of the creative writing program at Virginia Tech, and she's like, this is not, you are not a writer.
Some people have a calling to be a writer.
And so then he proceeded to write all of this shit. I don't know if you also read his poem. Do you want to start with his poem, Spear Me Down?
Oh, I can start with that.
Yeah, let's
Yes,
hear
so
Spear
this
Me
was
Down.
this is
I
what
want to
he
hear
wrote.
him read it.
Yeah, I mean,
I wish Joe
God
would
knows
be
it would
alive.
take 25 minutes, but he wrote this poem in his creative writing class.
It's called Spare Me Down, Heaven.
Okay.
This thing, my life, all in agony, of hell of torture.
Really good impression.
And years of bludgeoning torment, not tiny nuisances. Thank you. The disgust eyes, dirty frowns, and red fingers pointing at me. Feeling all the patheticness and humiliation. What time is right to abort the null existence and retire from sick lifeblood? And yet feelings, thwarted by sun's beams ready to attack, averted by smiling faces ready to rape. Come, a wish to annihilate myself. If this wasn't true in my plaguing conscience. But Jesus Christ! Another day comes tomorrow, a shade better than present. If I can imagine, a day anew like a newborn or an old dying, when nothing is everything and everything is nothing, and all is mere shutting of eyelids. Good Christ! Rip me apart, tear me to shrivels, eat me to help me see a better day's worth and salvage this decaying thing from myself.
Yeah, he's better than Morrison. That wasn't that bad. I like what he did with the newborn and old dead.
It's
That's
just
good.
very, he feels very sorry for himself because he finally going to express himself, and now he's just like, I'm ready to be a hippy dippy. I'm ready to be with the kids now.
He's not a cool guy.
But
you
the
know, it's
problem
very
is that-
difficult.
but that's what he was, and then he started calling himself question mark,
Which
and-
would work. You would assume he could probably get some pussy.
His professor found his behavior, quote, menacing.
Yes, and then he said he
intense.
made a Facebook page for his question mark persona,
Okay.
in which he said that he lived in room 666 of the 6th floor of Cathan Hall, which there didn't exist. There was only 5 floors of Cathan Hall,
Right.
and everyone's just like, and he would talk about his imaginary girlfriend all the time, and it started escalating when he would show up in women's rooms with his baseball hat on and his like sunglasses over his face, and that's what he started doing, where he started to like hide
Right.
himself, and then he would like walk into women's room and be like, "What's up?" Name's
Who
question mark, and they'd be like, "Who are you?" And then he'd go and his roommate became his confidant, and he would like tell him all this stuff, and he'd be like, "Bro, that's like not chill, man.
It's not
And
chill
he was
at
just
all.
like, no, I went in there. I went in there to see if their souls were cool. Like literally, that's what he
Yeah.
said to him, and he's just like, "Bro, that's not what you do, man. You fucking
He was going through a
hang
bad
out
phase,
with
you
them,
know?
man."
He was really going through a bad phase. Not a cool guy.
And
trying to be cool.
he also did really weird things, like he would listen to the song "Shine" by Collective Soul over and over.
That's the
and
worst
over
thing he's done.
Over and
What
over
a-
and over and
you
over
imagine
again.
this
Just wouldn't stop
roommate
listening to
situation
it.
being like just calling your parents and you're like, yeah, he's a quiet like Asian kid, which is like fine, but then he listens to You know that song Shine by Collective Soul? That really shitty fucking
Calls
band?
himself Question Mark, which is just like the worst
weird.
fake menacing nickname of all time. And then he started calling, and then for the final moments he called himself Axe Ishmael, and there was a lot of
Right.
debate as to what Axe Ishmael meant. But so
Probably not much. It's the sad thing.
let's
Let's read some of
let's
his work.
begin some masterpiece theater.
Well, the only piece that we'll read for you guys today, it's a little play by the name of Richard McBeef.
Now, this is one of the sadly rejected pieces that got him to be where he is today in the grave.
Yeah. It is interesting. Hitler was a failed artist, and now, of course, this is the equivalent of a Hitler
Also, we
painting,
found
I suppose.
one interesting detail of his crimes is that he chained up all the doors, and there's a lot of talk about how he may have had a couple of dry runs because they found chains on doors without the campus weeks leading up to it, and that he would write he wrote a note in all of them saying if you try to open these doors, the building will explode.
Oh.
Yeah.
That was part of what kept people inside.
He was he planned this out. He did it well.
Meticulously. He also went to 2 different gun shops, and he recorded all those videos in 2 different hotel rooms that he rented.
So,
All right.
Richard McBeef, the cast of characters. Richard McBeef, stepfather, 40. Sue, mother, 40. John, son, 13. The setting, a living room, a basement, and a car.
Oh my.
He's got the formatting down.
Yeah. Act 1, Scene 1. It is morning. The sun is shining through the windows of the kitchen. John enters the kitchen, grabs a cereal bar, and opens it.
That's disgusting.
Richard McBeef is sitting in the kitchen with his legs crossed, reading the newspaper.
Hey, John.
He forces a smile at him.
What's up, dick?
He frowns.
Try Dad.
You ain't my dad, and you know it, you dick.
John chews on the cereal bar angrily.
Come on, John, sit down. We need to have a man-to-man talk.
Richard pulls a chair next to him from under the table.
Man up your ass, bud.
John sneers, then proceeds to the living room and turns on the TV. Richard follows him, sits down, and faces him.
I may not be your biological father, but I'm your new father. We live under the same roof. We really need to get along. Come on, son, give me a chance.
Richard gently rests his hand on John's lap.
What the hell are you doing?
John slaps Richard's hand.
What are you, a Catholic priest? I will not be molested by an aging, balding, overweight, pedophilic stepdad named Dick. Get your hands off me, you sicko. Damn you Catholic priest. Just stop it, Michael Jackson. Let me guess, you have a pet named Dick at Neverland Ranch and you want me to go with you to pet him, right?
He sighs and ignores the comment.
What is it you want from me? I mean, what do you want me to do? Why are you so angry at me?
Why am I so angry at you? Because you murdered my father so you could get into my mom's pants.
Now hold on right there, mister. It was a boating accident. I did everything I could to try to save your father.
Bullshit! Are you always full of shit, McBeef? I can see that you are by the extra fat you have packed on. You murdered my father and covered it up. You committed a conspiracy, just like what the government has done to John Lennon and Marilyn Monroe. What?
Frowning, he catches a glimpse of an old tabloid titled, The Cover-Up of Marilyn Monroe and John Lennon.
You once worked for the government. As a janitor, at least. You hated the fact that my mom was with my dad. You knew my mom was too good for my father. So you took him out and you stole her, you son of a bitch. No, Dick! You shut the hell up and you listen to me. You what? You want me to stick this remote control up your ass, buddy? You ain't even worth it, man. This remote was $5. You're such
No, that's enough!
Richard
That's enough!
raises his hand to strike his stepson, but before he does, John's mom comes down the stairs. Oh my God, what's going on? She covers and hugs John and ushers him to the other end of the couch. What are you doing to my son? You said you would have a nice chat to get on terms with him, and this is what I catch you do? What kind of stepfather are you? Pretending to be nice to him with a fake smile on your chubby face? Tell me, what were you trying to do to him, you Richard? I don't want to hear it! Sue tells John to go up to his room, but he observes the spectacle halfway up the staircase.
I swear, Sue, I tried talking to him. He called me a son of a...
How dare you? John would never say such a thing. My poor little pooey boy. He lost his father just a month ago. Show some compassion, some stepfather.
He tried to touch my privates.
Holy shit! Oops. Sorry, John. Dick, you son of a bit! She peeks at John. She approaches Richard and slaps Richard in the head multiple times. Taking off her shoes, she hits him hard. He brushes Sue with his large arm and build.
Sue, listen to me.
The manner and girth frightens her.
Oh my God, what are you trying to do? Are you gonna hit me too?
She cowers and runs into the kitchen. She grabs the first thing she can, which is a plate.
Stay back! Stay back, or I'll...
She throws the plate, shattering squarely on his forehead, but he is unmoved.
Whoa! You fat piece of pork! John, go to your room and lock it!
She runs down to the basement.
Are you a bisexual psycho rapist murderer? Please stop following me! Don't kill me!
She throws wrenches and pipes lying on the ground at him, but he is unhurt.
I didn't even do anything, okay? I'll stop following you.
He stopped with his hands in the air. He kneels. She throws a few more heavy objects at him.
Let me explain. John is a rambunctious, pubescent boy.
Oh my God, you are a pedophile!
No, Honey Poo.
Honey Poo?
Honey Poo, don't you believe me? John is just a mischievous kid who's having trouble getting over his father's death. He'll get over it. He just needs time.
Really?
Yes. Yes. Now, why don't we go to the bedroom and do it doggy style? Yeah. Just the way you like it, Honey Poo.
In his room, he smiles and throws darts on the target that is the face of Richard.
I hate him. Must kill Dick. Must kill Dick. Dick must die. Kill Dick. Richard McBeef. What kind of name is that? What an asshole name. I don't like it. And look at his face. What an asshole face. I don't like his face at all. You don't think I can kill you, Dick? You don't think I can kill you? Gotcha. Got one eye, got the other eye.
He runs down to the basement by his mother's side.
That fat man murdered Dad. He told me so while you were asleep, Mom. And he molested me.
What? Ah!
She grabs a chainsaw and brandishes it at Richard. He runs out of the house and into his car. 30 minutes later, John goes out to Richard and sits on the passenger side, eating a cereal bar.
I wonder why it's so sunny out. Today is one fruity day.
John stares squarely at Richard with a contemptuous look, who is sitting with a flushed face.
Guess what, Dick? You want to know something? You want to know why I don't like you? Because you can't provide for my mom. You barely make the minimum wage, man. All you do for Mom is all that Honey Poo shit. Honey Poo! Honey Poo! You piece of shit. You were a janitor one time. You're a one-time truck driver. You taught preschool kids for 2 months. And now you are what you like to call yourself a chef, what the rest of the world calls hamburger flipper. Back where you came from, the pinnacle of your career was when you were a pro football player. How long did that last? 3 weeks? Haha. You're over the hills, Buster. Just look at yourself, all fat and lazy. Only if you were smart enough to stay in the league. You wouldn't be like this. A former player. No wonder your name is McPork. I mean McBeef. While the guys were packing on muscles, you were packing on McDonald's fat. Chowing down on 3 Big Macs in 3 minutes. You wanted me to call you Dad? Okay, hey Dad, you are such an asshole. Asshole of assholes, Dad! And as for you banging my mom, looks like that lasted as long as your pathetic career, you prematurely ejaculating piece of dick shit. Sucks for you, you motherfucking McBeef!
How dare you talk to your stepfather like that?
Eat this, you giant tree trunk piece of ass!
John sticks his half-eaten banana cereal bar in his stepfather's mouth and attempts to shove it down his throat. He pushes John away and takes out the cereal bar.
Fuck you, Dad!
Out of sheer desecrated hurt and anger, Richard lifts his large arms and swings a deadly blow at the 13-year-old boy. A fiend.
Lights out.
The end. That is brilliant.
That shit escalates.
He didn't make it.
No, John dies. McBeef wins.
I can't believe Sung Cho is not a regular Neil Simon.
I mean, that's the thing. It is kind of an interesting script. It's an interesting twist. You think John is going to kill Richard, but Richard kills John. Intriguing.
Yeah, the other one, the main dude dies as well.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, he always knew that he He's a bit of, you know the song Beautiful Loser?
Mm.
It's opposite of that.
Ugly loser.
Well, we've got to, I mean, we've kind of run out of time here, but I mean, the guys, Sung Cho's number 3, numbers 2 and 1, that's Martin Bryant and Anders Breivik. Martin Bryant was the same kind of guy as Cho, very quickly. Same kind of guy as Cho. His mother described him as extremely annoying and aggravating. He never had any friends his entire life. Social workers were just saying, like, he will never live a normal life. He will have to be under his parents' care his entire life. His only friend, as far as we can tell throughout his entire life, was
a mattress named Mackie.
That's not a bad name for a mattress. Well,
yeah,
we
just
can
spray
actually
painted smile on it.
And yeah, and you know, let's not just brush over these guys. Let's just, I mean, we don't have to do a third episode, but we can come back to them at a later time because right now we just covered 2 American college killers. So we can, I mean, unless you just want to, because these guys are also great.
Yeah, both of these guys. I mean, they're number 1 and number 2.
Yeah,
I feel
for a reason.
I mean, for number 2. Yeah, I mean,
Lars Olsen, who's number 1. He's doing great.
It's Anders Breivik, all right?
Yeah, he killed 77.
Yeah, he's world champion. The other one's like Martin Bryant, and just to give you a little preview for him, the last thing he said before he started shooting people was, "There sure are a lot of wasps out today."
Isn't that interesting? All right.
And he was Australian, so it was a shout out all wasps out today.
This was the guy who shot that really at the historical park, right?
Yeah,
Or the
Port
national
Arthur.
park.
Yeah, it was a tourist attraction, and there are conspiracy theories that he was not the actual shooter.
Yes.
Don't go to parks and don't go to college.
And I blame you, Australians out there.
Whoa!
And also
I
don't
love
go to
you.
camps because that's where Anders Breivik did his.
Stay inside.
Stay inside.
Just
And-
watch cable.
Pack on that McDonald's fat.
Yeah,
Although-
get that McPork, McBeef.
Yeah, because Anders Breivik, he is the only one, as far as I know, that playing dead did not work.
Oh
Yeah.
no, he wasn't falling for that old bullshit.
No, he was just shooting everybody 90 times because he had all the time in the world. He was in the middle of an island. He was on an island.
Yeah. If he didn't see blood, he was shooting.
Yeah, that's story.
Yeah, and he just got done with the tennis championship after getting out of clockmaking university.
You have a different idea of what they do in Norway. All right, well, that's the story of Whitman and Mr. Cho. And that needs to be an odd couple. That needs to be a TV.
If you're having violent
Whitman and
thoughts,
Mr.
like
Cho.
literally tell someone. I'm going to just tell somebody.
Tell a lot of people.
It might be a tumor.
Don't stop at one.
Tell everybody.
Just tell a lot of people about it.
Tell them through bullets.
No.
What? All right, Magustalations.
Hail me!
Hail Geen.
Hail Satan!
And of course, hail yourselves, everybody. We'll talk to you soon.
Goodbye.
Out of Time on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais. With me is Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. I really like that Blur track. I think it's the best thing they've ever done.
Blimey.
So
strong words.
They can quote me on that if they want.
Yes.
On their,
I'm sure
on
they'll
their,
rush to.
on their
On their
one of their
posters.
albums.
Yeah.
If they wanted. Well, listen. You're lucky I'm here, Steve.
Okay.
Right? You can see. You know something's happened. I've done my back in again.
Right.
I've got a special chair in here. I'm in agony, and I'm on the strongest painkillers I can get. Right?
Okay.
I feel a bit. Right. Carl, I had to call Carl up today and say, look, I don't know if I can make it in, can you come and get me? He came over to my house, we got in a cab and he got me here, right? While he was round my house, Jane showed him, sort of camcorder footage of how I actually did it.
Of how you hurt your back?
And I wanted Carl to tell you, because I was actually worried that if I didn't turn up, what you'd say to me.
Yes.
What was I doing, Carl?
Right, so I get round to his place, right? Says, right, hit play on the video, right? Have you ever seen a gorilla having a fight?
I think I have, yeah. Yeah.
It was like that. Him and his mate round at his place last night decided to sort of have a bit of a wrestle.
Yes.
It went on. I mean, how much footage?
Honestly, it was like a scene from Women in Love.
Yeah.
We'd had about 5 fights. We had to stop at one point because his arm was bleeding.
You'd had about 5 fights?
Yeah, well, we were wrestling. We were doing wrestling, right, in the... just behind
in the
cab.
lounge?
Yeah. Well, we were on our knees and then sort of like doing, you know, and I kept winning with an arm lock. Right?
Yeah.
And then the last time he sort of threw me and I went on my back and my back was done. And I was, you know, it was Ian Morris.
Yes.
It was, you know...
Yeah, isn't he a commissioning editor of comedy at Channel 4?
yeah. And the funny thing was that we'd had lots and lots of wine, and we went.
You surprised me.
Yeah, right. And we went, come on. I could film this. The time we filmed, I said, film this, and she went, oh, right. And I took my shirt off. It's right there, and you can just hear slapping. Oh,
Why?
God.
Can I just ask though? I mean, it's a Friday night. You know, you have a couple of drinks, you know, some intellectual conversation.
Yeah.
How does it get round to? Do you fancy wrestling me?
Well,
and having it filmed.
Well, it was on the couch, but I kept sticking my socks in his face to annoy him. Right.
Yeah.
And then he hit me on the shin, and I've got sharp shins, and it hurt. And I was going, I'm going to smack your face, and he's done kickboxing. And it's that thing, like, you sort of joke, and they go, come on then. And you start... Have you ever seen the thing when Jack Osborne fights that skater dude?
No.
On the Osborne? I was very much the Jack Osborne figure.
Right, yeah, the fat bloated guy just came out of rehab.
I'll tell you what it was like, Steve. Have you ever seen, like, the David Attenborough stuff? Where, like... a tiger will be ripping a deer's head off, and you think, why doesn't the camera crew stop it?
Yeah,
You
yeah.
sort of watch, you thinking, why was James
Why
just
is she
letting
not
this happen?
stepping in and intervening? Yeah.
And the thing is, she said, right, you've seen enough, haven't you, and stopped it, so I don't know how much footage you've got.
It wasn't much. It wasn't much.
But because your lounge is not huge, and there's not much space between the back of the sofa and the table.
It doesn't need enough. It was just a pin or a submission. So it was all over with like one of us throwing the other one on the back.
And how does it? I mean, how do you start with a wrestling match? Are you both stood up, or you all
on your knees, and you sort of like go together like ratting steels?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Like a giant walrus.
It's not gay. Play a record.
Could we put that online? Could we get that on the web? That I would love to see.
Better Rod Stewart?
Yeah. Stuart May.
Indeed. You need to say no more. If people don't know what it is from that information, forget them.
Gervais Merchant Pilk.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly. Rick, I was out last night. I was in the Crouch End area, and I passed. Things upset me like this. It was a restaurant. It was a little French restaurant, but you barely noticed it. You walk past. It was like a row of houses and a little French restaurant there, open. It was kind of summery.
Bistro.
No one in there, Rick. It was about 10 to 10. I'm thinking if no one's in there at 10 to 10 on a Friday evening, it's doomed. And it really upset me. It genuinely upset me because I always think about the little French guy there. He's put all his money into that. He's convinced his wife to do it.
Yeah.
You know, she's not convinced, but she's a great cook.
Eve.
Exactly. And it's already going down the pan.
Do you know why? You don't want French food on a hot summer's night. You want Mexican food.
Well, indeed, some kind of tapas. But,
exactly.
But then because we were just discussing other things that upset us, and I glimpsed...
War.
Well, true, obviously war. I mean, obviously I started with these SARS, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then it came down the list to worried about people who manufacture fax machines.
Why? Because of technology.
Well,
moving on.
I mean, if you want to... Say you're making fax machines, you're a little company, you make fax machines.
A little what?
A little company.
Oh, right.
You're making fax machines. Are you allowed to use email?
What, like, if you work for Coke, you're not allowed to drink Pepsi publicly?
It just seems like I'm assuming the fax machine sales are plummeting.
Now, the thing is, right, now I haven't got a fax machine, you're right, I've got email, but I much prefer a fax.
Well, yeah,
because you get it, it comes out the other side.
Yeah, but...
Do you know what I mean? It is what they've sent, that's what's great about a fax.
But you can print off your email, can't you, and then you've got it in hard copy.
Wow,
it's sort of instant.
But, you know, I don't look at the emails, the fax comes out, it's there, it goes, it's like someone putting a little post-it note on your face, do you know what I mean? You go, oh yeah, I'll read that.
Yeah.
Whereas email, you got email, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, no, but what worries me is whether I'm assuming fax machines are just... I mean, I don't know if there's anyone listening who works maybe for a fax machine organisation.
08700 800 1234. If you're in the fax industry, give us a call. Tell us, you know, what sort of figures.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly, yeah.
We want to go down 17%, something like that.
Something like those kind of stats.
In the southwest.
Exactly, those are the kind of stats.
But have you got fax machines yet in the north, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're loving it, aren't you?
I like getting letters.
Well, no one sends letters anymore, do they?
You like getting a scroll from a man on a horse.
Yeah.
Saying you're...
When do you get letters?
My mum still sends me the odd letter.
Sure.
Even though I call, she'll still... She likes sitting down at a table and...
Yeah. So what, you call and ask the questions, there's no reply, and then you get a letter a day later going, question 1, yes, I am well. Question 2, yes, your father's well.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice though, isn't it?
Yeah, letter's nice.
It's nice to receive a letter, yeah. It's always nice to receive a letter.
Particularly if, like, you know, you're on a sort of expedition.
But
yeah.
What does annoy me, though, you were looking at them the other day, you know, you were talking about the pictures on them, postcards.
Yes.
Don't like them.
You don't like postcards?
No, they annoy me. And just because it's never anything of any interest, and the fact that, even though it's been sent to you, you're the last one to read it.
Whenever I used to send my mum a postcard, every time I send it on, I'd horrify her by putting on it, having a lovely time, does that pig of a postman still read all your letters? And she'd just be horrified, just be terrified he'd looked at it all the time.
This is what worries me. I've always assumed that people would read a postcard. If I was a postman, I would definitely read every single postcard.
Yeah.
So if you're on holiday, you know...
What do you mean? You wouldn't have a lot of time left if you read every postcard.
No, but as you were posting it through the letterbox, you'd have a quick look, wouldn't you, to see what they were up to? Because that's why I never used to write anything of any interest on a postcard, because I didn't want to, I didn't want anyone to sort of know what I was up to. Let's say I was on a bawdy lad's holiday, I would just write nice sunny, got myself a lovely pair of shorts, like that. I'd keep the truth, Rick, for when I got home.
Well, he's looking forward to going on holiday now, Carl, because he's got some prescription lens sunglasses. We'll be talking about that after the break.
Bit of darkness.
Look forward to that.
Yeah. An amusing story about a man wearing glasses. Oh, the darkness growing on me. It certainly is on XFM 104.9. Love those boys. Keep the guitar riffs up, lads. I'm Ricky Gervais with me, Steve Merchant.
Oh, it's good to see that your back pain has not impaired your DJing abilities.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm a professional. I'm a professional.
You've soldiered on.
Yeah. Put the glasses on for Carl.
Well, see, now, because I wear glasses normally, I've always had problems with glasses. The thing about glasses is it stops you from doing so many things, and you may not realise if you're a non-glasses wearer, certain things that you can never do. If you're, like, for instance, I have never been able to go into the mosh pit at a gig and get carried above everyone. When they carry you above everyone on their hands. Because I knew someone would just grab my glasses.
But you don't need to, you can see from the back. That's the good thing about you at a concert.
Indeed,
you can actually stand at the back and look over.
Being able to at least jump on the stage and do a stage dive and all the rest of it. So that's one of the things I've missed out on. Missed out on, sport, really, because lots of boxing, for instance, I could never do. I could never do boxing, never do wrestling. So our big championship showdown is not going to happen.
We'd probably be the same weight category.
Well, possibly.
Think of your reach.
Yeah, exactly. I remember when I first got glasses, I only had to wear them occasionally. It meant I couldn't see things a long way away. And obviously I got them, but I was at school and I was a bit self-conscious, didn't want to really tell anyone I had glasses. I didn't reveal to anyone I was wearing them. So I used to go into a class. I remember being in science, and we always sat in the same spot, and I was sat right at the back, and I couldn't see what was on the blackboard. But I didn't want to put my glasses on because I didn't want people to know I had glasses. So I couldn't see what was being written on the board. You have to copy stuff down from the board, science equations, things like that. I had no idea. So I'd have to try and copy off someone next to me, but that wasn't always possible because I had to do it surreptitiously. So what I took to doing was sharpening my pencil every sort of 35 seconds. Going up, memorising what was on the board. And I got a D in science.
Oh, that's awful, though.
It's a tough thing, glasses. So it really is. When you first start wearing it, if you're young.
It was education versus vanity.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it?
And now he thinks, well, hold on. He's sorted out his hair. You can see he's stylish hair. Because when I met him, it was like, Wurzel Gummidge. Yeah. He won't mind me saying that.
Yeah.
His glasses were, idiotic when I met him, and he's got some stylish glasses now, so he sorted that out.
Yeah.
His clothes, he's quite a fashionable bloke, and when I first met him, it looked like
a nerd.
Yeah. So it's step by step, and with these on, I think you'll agree. Pop them on, Steve.
Well, I
imagine him on the beach.
Close your eyes, Carl. Are they closed? I can't see. I've taken my glasses off.
Oh. Yeah. So that's a weird thing as well, isn't it?
Yeah. There you go. What are you laughing at? Look, what are you laughing at, Carl? There's nothing funny about those.
Stop smirking. I can see through.
Don't forget, you can see they're not real sunglasses, they're prescription lenses, so he can see you now.
You see, I never knew you had to do that with sunglasses. I didn't think you had to have the...
Right, yeah, when it's bright outside, people who wear glasses don't need to wear them.
So they're looking cool, but they're bumping into stuff.
No, but if your eyes aren't that good, then the sun shouldn't be bothering them. Do you know what I mean? No, I always wondered about Roy Orbison. Why was he doing that?
What?
Roy Orbison always had shades on, didn't he? And he was blind and stuff. It's like, what's the point of that?
Well, because I'm guessing. Well, I don't even want to. I don't know.
What are you talking about?
Roy Orbison was blind, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was he? I thought he just had very, very bad vision.
No, I think he was a blind fellow.
I don't think he was blind.
Was he not?
No, I think he had very poor vision.
Wear him,
I don't know what this conversation is anymore.
No, well, once again, we've introduced Carl into the equation and he's just gone off on a completely bizarre tangent.
When I went, he went, I'm going to pick up my prescription lenses, and we had to wait. And the bloke came and said, who's it for? Me. I said, oh yeah, Mr. Merchant, here they are. And as he was getting out, just to try and embarrass Steve, I went to him, they are the exact ones that Keanu Reeves uses in The Matrix, aren't they? He went, what? I went, no, I'm joking. But,
I'll tell you what frustrates me. Can I just say, as a glasses wearer, and this is just a note to everyone out there who isn't a glasses wearer, when people ask constantly to try on your glasses, can I try on your glasses? And they try them on, and they always say the same thing, oh, I can't see a thing. What were you expecting? X-ray vision? No.
Yeah, I know.
Don't ask. If you're a glasses wearer, you don't want people asking to try on your glasses.
But I think they don't realise that
what are you expecting?
By going, oh God, your eyesight's bad,
yeah,
it's not like going, you know what I mean? It's not like saying, let's have a go with your calipers. Right, and popping them on and going, God, bloody hell, you can't walk very well.
But it's a form of disability, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but it's one that doesn't impair that much. It's an inconvenience that you maybe have to put glasses on all the time.
Did I mention the mosh pit thing?
I know, but it's not. Yeah, but you're not. What's your vision? It's just blurred, is it?
No, I can't see anything. It's really bad.
Is it really
bad? Yeah. If I take my glasses off, you are just a blur. I see now. I can see nothing. It's just a couple of bald heads. And I know only one of you's bald, so...
You're looking at Carl twice.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right.
Carl, it's your Vision 2020.
Well, there you go. That's Steve's eyes on XFM. Next week, Ricky's knees.
Bit of vinyl? Yeah, no, listen, I want to mention this. This is from this new Morrissey compilation. It's a new series. I'm assuming a number of different rock stars are going to do it. It's called Under the Influence, and various rock stars get to choose, obviously, songs which they grew up listening to and that have influenced them. And this is from Morrissey. He's the first person to do it. And there's some stuff on there which is a bit odd and a bit oddball, and there's some stuff which is good. And there's the Ramones on there, and Nico and Patti Smith. But this is one of them. He, obviously, famously, Morrissey was a member... I think he was the president of the New York Dolls fan club in England. And this is from there, and this is Trash. The New York Dolls Trash from this new compilation, Under the Influence, compiled by Morrissey.
Are they the original punk band? 08700 800 1234.
Well, everyone knows they are.
No, we don't.
So
we don't want your calls.
Everyone knows they are.
Don't call in. Don't call in.
Please. We're not interested.
No point.
Rick, it's 1:30.
Yeah.
Adverts?
Yeah. Coldplay and the Scientists on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington. We saw an interesting sight on the way here, didn't we, Steve?
Yeah.
We came in yesterday to...
Well, to plan the show.
To plan the show,
sure.
Yeah. We actually annoyed Carl for half an hour and left.
Yeah.
But a bloke with a completely tattooed face.
Actually, I don't know what stage you are in, what stage you're at in your life when tattooing your own face is a good idea.
But this wasn't sort of like, tribal or religious or anything. It was a bloke just had a sort of tattoo on his forehead and around his eyes, professionally done. It looked quite old, so I don't know if tattooists do that now. I think they've probably got to watch themselves, but I just think...
there's not rules about what you can tattoo. I'm assuming if you're a tattooist, you can do what you want. You can tattoo anything.
I wouldn't have thought... There's probably some comeback, isn't there? I mean, I certainly, I think they've got to be sober. I think you've got to be over 21, I don't know,
right.
Over something, and I wouldn't have thought many tattooists would tattoo someone's face. Would they?
Well, I don't know. Have you met tattooists? I mean, I don't want to slag them off, but they are like,
I know why they're big.
Well, exactly, and they've got needles.
A lot of them are big.
But they do seem like they live in the periphery of society, a lot of these people.
I just wouldn't tattoo someone's face. Do you know what I mean? Like,
no.
I
mean, you'd wrestle a man to the ground and then hurt your back. But no, you wouldn't tattoo someone.
No, I know. Does everyone ever regret it? I mean, I'm sure some people regret a tattoo. Whenever someone shows me a tattoo, I go, that's brilliant. Because I can't bear to go, that's rubbish.
Yeah.
I just think that because they can't change it. There's no point.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? I go, it's brilliant.
Well, I read in the paper, was it a man or a woman who had they just had Beckham on their arm? Just not a picture of him, but the word Beckham tattooed on their arm, spelt wrong.
Oh,
they'd missed out the K, or maybe they missed out the C, so it was BEKAM.
Oh no.
Anyway, it was just spelt wrong. I mean, firstly, why do you just have the name of David Beckham on your arm?
Home tattoos are the best, though.
What's
that's done with a pin and a sort of some ink in prison, like with skins.
Yeah.
It's sort of wonky because they've done it in a mirror.
Yeah.
What does that say? Well, read it. Tanuck. Yeah, I did it in a mirror.
Profanity.
Yeah.
Have you? Would you ever toy with a tattoo, Carl?
No, I mean, I've told you about me Uncle Stan before, haven't I? The tattoo Stan.
No.
He's just covered in them. It just looks a mess. Do you know what I mean? You can be wearing the best suit in the world, but you still look a scruff.
Sure, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once you have it done,
Well, no, some tattoos, can be quite tasteful.
No, but he was covered. It was all like, cut here on his neck and it's just, a mess. And he did a lot of his own. I've told you about him before.
Have you? I don't remember it.
Yeah, because I was saying, if you're going to do your own, at least make sure you're a good drawer.
Yeah.
It was just a mess. It was just sort of
what he thought had he done? He sort of doodled snakes around.
Yeah, and all his kids' names on his arms, and it's like, can't you remember them?
Yeah.
He might have had a lot.
No, he did.
Yeah.
And do you remember even from a young age thinking that looks rubbish?
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, it'll probably be about 60 now. I'd love to see what he looks like now.
Well,
just look at this. There was a story the other day in one of the magazines that I read about this fella who had a...
one of the magazines you read.
Yeah.
So it's going to be...
It's not The Spectator.
No.
But this fella had a big eagle put on his back.
Yeah.
With a snake sort of covering it. And
such rubbish, isn't it? This kind of symbols of sort of dynamism and life. Yeah, I mean, a snake and an eagle.
Yeah, a large-breasted vampire woman riding a dragon.
Yeah.
That's always a good one.
But this fella had that, and he had it in his will that when he dies, he wanted his son to have the skin taken off.
Oh God!
And put in like a little frame.
Oh God!
That's horrific.
What's that? That's my dad's back.
Yeah. Oh, are you sure?
God.
No. Because I read it and kind of started having sort of memories of Auntie Nora again.
Yeah.
Because she used to always like...
now, Auntie Nora is the woman
who farted for 5 minutes.
She had wind for 5 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
But she also, she used to say, "Oh, Carl, rub me back." Right? And with her being quite old, it was all sort of mouldy and warty.
It was mouldy?
No,
mouldy.
Mouldy, right.
And what did you do?
I didn't like it. I hated it, in fact.
It was like reading a Braille book.
Yeah.
It was like putting your hand in a load of Cocoa Pops.
Oh, dear.
All really big brown things. And I just thought framing hers would be sort of 3D-ish.
Oh, right. Yeah. What's that, a chunk of the moon? No.
Yeah. Did you artex that wall?
Yeah.
No, that's
Auntie Nora.
That's Auntie Nora's back. Oh, God.
Any piece of your body, Carl, you'd like to leave behind for
that's
posterity?
Disgusting. Putting your hand in some... Is she the one with the split tennis ball when she wasn't wearing knickers?
Shut up.
What?
No, let's not discuss the tennis ball.
Okay.
So she used to get you to sort of knead her dough on her back.
Oh, God, this is really bad.
But like, what would she with her dress or whatever?
Well, she wore those sort of squid-looking things. Like
sorry, what?
Those squid-looking.
Hey, Auntie Nora covered in octopuses. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
It's like a nightgown type thing. But
what's squid got to do with it?
Because it sort of looked like a squid around the edge.
Oh, I know, frilly things. Yeah.
And she just said, I'm aching there. Oh. She was never well. She was never. Do you know what I mean? She's always had something wrong with her. I don't ask her how she is. It's just like she's not going to be all right.
Did she have wind when you were sort of neat? It must have been like playing an accordion.
Yeah, get a little tune going.
Wow. Oh, who's your auntie with the tattoos?
That's Hazel.
Oh right, yeah.
Let's leave that.
Why?
Oh, let's
why?
not talk about.
We'll leave it. What have I come across there?
What's up with Auntie Hazel?
What's up with Auntie Hazel?
There's nothing wrong with her. It's just a
what?
Just a lesbian, which is nothing wrong with that.
Well, no, but you've made it sound like there is now by not wanting to say it. My aunt is a lesbian.
I know what you're saying, though. I know what you're getting at. Just because I call her Uncle Hazel.
Play a record.
He's from Manchester. Please forgive him.
Lizzie, don't believe a word. XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, with me, Steve Merchant and Carl Pilkington.
Email here from Chris. He said he met a girl in Australia whose boyfriend tattooed her arm with the word psycho, except the spelling was wrong, and she ended up scarred for life with the word physco. 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 I mean, a word of warning, if you're going out today to get a tattoo, they're tattooists. Yeah. English is probably not their speciality. So be careful. Write it down for them first.
You are walking on thin ice. I've seen some of these boys. They're big.
Sure.
They're big.
No,
and if they're willing to stick lumps of metal through their faces, what are they going to do to you?
Well, yeah, indeed.
So, Steve, sorry to all tattooers.
The piercing, you see, I have a weird problem with the piercing as well. Because, I mean, the earrings, that makes sense.
I had earrings ages ago, but...
Did you?
Yeah.
But you're a man who
when I was about
notoriously
18.
hates pain, and he's scared of everything.
It hurt. I was about 18, and I had 2 in 1, and they did it right, and he just went, and I went, all right, I went, yeah. I just went, oh, God.
Did you have them in both earrings?
It's just, it was like a staple gun. I just went, yeah, and it really hurt, and I thought, well, I'm not doing that again. It hurts too much, and it just throbbed.
Were you still living with your parents at the time?
No.
I mean, what do people... your kind of oiky Reading family, what would they have made of...
Oh, well, they know I had them afterwards, yeah.
But did they take the mick?
Oh, God, of course they did, yeah. Rick, you ain't going to eat like that. Oh, you'll get followed. Oh, look at you. Look at that. Yeah. That's disgusting. And when I was new romantic, my mum said, bloody hell, I thought I only had one girl.
Which is the earring? Because isn't it like one ear is for gay people and one is for straight people? Is that just a myth? Or
I don't know. It might
be something to do with which ear you had it in.
Yeah, there probably was sort of like signs for that. Yeah, it's like when you're growing up, I heard loads like a white polo neck, right, and a ring on your little finger. That means you're gay.
Yeah,
yeah. Like you can see him coming.
Just consulting your little chart.
Exactly.
Hold on, white polo neck.
Yeah.
Those are the earrings in the left ear. I
don't know where I am.
Because wasn't there that thing that the famous cover of Born
Bruce
to Run?
Springsteen?
Yeah,
where you didn't know the handkerchief. Yeah, it was
the handkerchief in the right hand pocket.
Dominant and was. Yeah, I don't know.
But, you know, where is this information? I wouldn't have known that. I might have gone around, with, if it was hot weather, something to mop my brow, I wouldn't have known that. What, can't the gay people kind of notify us? Can't we have some kind of website or something we can check out?
Do you still go to that pub with all those sort of, like, butch blokes?
Lovely guys.
With the moustaches and,
the leather caps, great guys.
A lot of them are firemen, a lot of them are, like, traffic cops.
Great people.
You know what I mean?
Fascinating
you know you're safe in there.
Yeah,
and also there's no women to... It's like you're just having a great time with the lads, and there's nothing... It's
just playing pool, stripped to your waist.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I can talk. Oh, my back still hurts.
Okay, yeah, a little bit of hip-hop. It's nice to have occasional hip-hop tune, just keep it... it's summer, you'll be cruising around in your open-top Chevy.
Now, Steve, I see there it's a track by Little Kim, but how are you pronouncing it?
I'm pronouncing that correctly, Lil Kim.
Oh, no T's involved.
And it's the Jump Off, featuring Mr. Cheeks. I don't know why I find that funny, but Mr. Cheeks is involved. If you can spot him, good luck. I believe that's Mr. Cheeks there, just busted it on the mic, and that's called the Jump Off.
Talking of cheeks, Carl, have we got another instalment of Cheeky Freak of the Week this week?
Yeah.
Have we?
Excellent, look forward to that. Is there some monkey news?
Goes without saying.
Of course.
Does it really? That monkey news is safe, isn't it? It's not like,
You're always going home with monkey news.
You know it's there.
Yeah.
It's like songs of praise on a Sunday.
When I came back from holiday, I've been on holiday for a week, and I sort of sat in by the pool and stuff, and I sort of wrote about 40-minute stand-up with my new show, and I was going to the car, I said, it's great, when you get away, it's sort of like, you're relaxing, you just think clearly. He went, Ian, I know. He said, I was away when I came up with Rockbusters.
Yeah, indeed. Absolutely.
I was buzzing about writing 40 minutes of brand new stand-up.
Yeah.
He equated that to coming up with Rockbusters. Should I be insulted, Steve, or is Rockbusters as good as everyone's saying it is? Is it the one good idea? Is it like E equals MC squared was to Einstein is to... Rockbusters is to Carl.
What if I do this, Rick? What if I played you some adverts right now,
yeah,
and then we came back with some Rockbusters?
Yeah.
You could make the judgment yourself.
Maybe I'll do Rockbusters and show people how easy it is to do it wrong.
Adverts, then Rockbusters.
And a cup of lovely coffee. Cup of coffee in the coffee cup. I want a cup of coffee. Placebo, this picture, XFM. What's Carl doing? What's he rooting around
I don't know,
at?
but listen, while he's doing that, can I just say happy birthday from all of us to Shan. Her friend Terry said play some Placebo for Shan, so happy birthday to her.
That's done. That's done.
Cross that off the list.
Yeah, that's another thing we've got through
Ding
today.
Rockbusters, please.
Do you want to look at the prizes?
I'll have a look at the prizes, see what people can win. It's an email-only competition, please remember that. All right, we've got the Later with Jules Holland Louder DVD. There's stuff on there from the Cardigans, Rollins is on there, Mercury Rev, Sonic Youth, the Datsuns, Queens of the Stone Age.
No, wait a minute, they're all great bands, but I think they need a boogie-woogie piano at the top of everything they do.
Well, hopefully Jules Holland would have
okay,
helped.
good, because that was something missing there on most of those tunes.
Yeah, current album from Goldfrapp, that's there as well. What have we got this on DVD? The Life of Mammals, the complete series of that. A couple of we've got the Inspiral Carpets, again a 3 CD set of the best of the Inspiral Carpets. I don't know how they strung it over 3 CDs. And the best one-hit wonders in the world ever. And let me see.
Oh dear, a 3 CD set.
A 3 CD
the
set.
best of Inspiral. I'm struggling.
I'm assuming CD3 is just the Corals album. Anyway, there's some good tweets there. You've sourced some good stuff this week.
All right. Well,
all right. Yeah.
Here's your clues,
here's your Rockbusters. Yeah. Right.
Cryptic clue, a couple of initials, and you sort that out. Right. First
what
one.
Was Dr. Fox on about that we don't sound like proper presenters? It's mad. Go on, Carl.
Right. The first one. A customer wanted some paint to darken up a room. Shop assistant knew what to do. Right. Customer wanted some paint to darken up a room. The shop assistant knew what to do. The initials there, CB. Right? CB for the first one there. Right? Second one, it'd be alright if their heads weren't that big. Right?
And again?
It would be alright if their heads weren't that big. And that's SF. Right?
SF?
Yeah. And the last one...
I know that. I know that one. Yeah, go on.
And the last one, Chanel have got another perfume out. N-O. Right? Chanel have got another perfume out. N-O. You email in ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk. That's that done.
And those prizes can be yours.
Yeah.
More music, please.
Bit of Bob Marley.
Any of these going to annoy me? Oh, I've got to stir it up.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Are any of these clues going to annoy me this week?
No, they're all good.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Right.
Alright.
Yeah, we'll be the judge of that.
Alright.
ricky.gervais@xfm.co.uk.
Brilliant.
Stir it up. Bob Marley on XFM 104.9. Ricky Gervais, Steve Merchant, Carl Pilkington.
Wait, did you get up today and just see the great weather and think, do you know what, I'd love to hear some Stir It Up from Bob Marley?
Yeah, I did actually. Well, I was going to play it the week before last, before I went away, and we didn't have time. So,
well, we were crammed full of features like this one.
Have we got a cheeky freak of the week?
Do you want one?
Yeah. I think we should have a jingle for this.
Okay, I've got a jingle. It's very similar to Chimpanzee.
Chimpanzee that?
Yeah.
Well, let's hear it.
Okay. Oh, cheeky freak of the week.
Brilliant. Yeah, no, I think that's excellent. So, cheeky freak of the week. You've spotted a freak this week?
This is where somewhat, I think, offensively, you pick on someone who's not like other people and say it's your favourite freak of that week. Yeah, I remember we had the woman whose legs looked like the hind legs of a dog. We've had the little fella with the aging disease with the little head playing the piano. That was your favourite. I think that's your probably freak of the year, isn't it?
It's a pretty good one.
So what's this? Is it a man with a horrendous injury, or is it a congenital birth defect, or what?
Yeah, but you put it like that, and now it sounds like I'm being tight. Sounds like I'm being out of order. But I'm just giving him a mention.
Just giving him a big shout out.
Right. There's quite a lot going on in the freak world.
There always is.
You've been visiting hospitals the last week, have you, when we were away?
No, there was a thing on a website. This isn't even the one that I've picked, so...
So this is just a bonus?
This is a bonus freak?
Tease, yeah.
Yeah, go on then.
This is a free freak, right? It's a fella called the Lobster Man.
The Lobster Man, of course.
Again, good name, you know what you're going to get.
Yeah.
Right?
What are you going to get? Some succulent meat.
I like the idea that the vicar on the christening suggested that. I know you want to call him Mark. Can I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
Look at his hands.
What's his name? Mark Michael Webster. Right. Right.
Have you thought about a nickname?
Not really, no. Have you looked
at his hands?
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that because
do you know they look a little bit like lobsters?
Well, yeah, but it's quite deformed. It's like, you know, we
Can I suggest lobster?
Terrible, Vicar. That is terrible, Vicar.
Pinchy.
Go on then. We're going to see. This is what the sort of feature you come up with, Carl.
So, Lobster Man.
There's probably people listening now with, you know, lobster feet.
Right. Lobster hands.
So,
Squid Boy.
So, Lobster Man, what does Lobster Man do? Does he fight crime?
Not that much.
Okay.
Apparently he got into a bit of trouble. He was in a restaurant, and this was years ago, by the way.
And someone picked him to eat him?
No, so apparently the waiter said, "Oh, you shouldn't be sat here, you should be in my pan," or something.
Oh, dear.
And they had a fight, got out of hand.
Yeah.
Got out of claw.
And, yeah, so that was...
What do you mean they had a fight? What did he
do?
A waiter took the mickey out of someone with...
No.
Now, can I just make clear? I'm assuming his hands look a bit like those of a lobster.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's fused, so it's just like two big fingers. They're fused, I assume, probably in the womb, and they're just like, instead of like having 5 digits, they're fused, and it... But, he can pick stuff up, can't he?
Yeah.
What does he pick up? He mainly eats crabs and jellyfish, doesn't he?
Yeah. Yeah. So he was having a fight with the waiter. He snipped off his nose.
Right, so anyway,
he just held on to the waiter's bib.
Yeah,
and the waiter was screaming, "Go and get him off me!"
Yeah.
So anyway,
does he eat other lobsters? Does he think he would eat lobster, or is it kind of? Would he feel bad about eating lobster?
Right.
The little cheek of the freak that we've gone for anyway.
The what?
The little freak of the week.
Yeah.
Cheeky freak of the week. We've gone for this Siamese lad.
Okay.
Right. Happened back in.
You can't have a Siamese lad, can you?
All right. Yeah. This Siamese twins. Happened back in 1693.
Oh, he's got a date. Blimey, that's the first time ever.
Yeah. And all it was, he was doing all right for himself. He used to go on those circus things he used to do.
They're two people you're talking about, Carl. So we're going to him.
All right then. All right. They did this circus show, right?
Yeah.
And everything's going well. They're selling out the tents and stuff. People coming to see them.
Yeah.
He was doing all right for himself.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, before I said that, did you think a Siamese twin was a man with two heads?
Well, it can be, can't it? It depends.
There's two
man.
people. They're conjoined.
No. But it depends, doesn't it? The one that I shown you in that book that time was a fellow with two heads.
No, it wasn't. That was a stupid picture in one of your stupid books that he had a growth that looked a little bit like it had a face on it. It wasn't a man with two heads. You're the same sort of people who send potato chips to restaurants and say, "Doesn't it look like Norman Cook?"
Yeah.
It's not two heads.
We'll bin this feature.
No.
No,
they're two people. They're two people. Conjoined twins.
Yeah.
Right, so these...
they just happen to have a similar taste in clothes. Okay.
Anyway, so they were doing all right, and it all went wrong when he crossed the road, got run over. The lad with two heads got run over. That's it.
What? How is that cheeky freak of the week?
Just because it got my interest, and I kind of thought, why didn't he just look both ways?
I'm intrigued to know
Why wasn't he looking both ways?
I'm intrigued to know how you get run over. What was it, 1629?
Yeah. Well, it's horses and that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, why wasn't he looking both ways? Carl Pilkington, you are a genius. Play a record, you fool.
Well done, Carl. More cheeky freak of the week next week.
See what's going on.
In the freak world.
Universally speaking, Red Hot Chili Peppers on XFM 104.9. So, I've got a lot of rockbusters coming in.
Yeah, all right, actually. People obviously seem at long last to have tuned into your wavelength, Carl. Which is, of course, 104.9.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Exactly. Yeah.
Should we give the clues again, briefly?
We just had an email,
actually, to be honest with you, let's not, because we've already had a load of answers.
I know,
so,
yeah.
you know, if you didn't get it first time round, you don't deserve to win.
We had an email saying, because I've got a bad back, am I squeezing Carl's head? Well, I've already had a little squeeze, didn't I, about half hour ago, didn't I?
Yeah.
You just got to be careful, because I don't want any strain, so I'd say keep still, whatever happens, and you're all right about there.
Could I have a squeeze, just while you're not really kind of capable?
He's allowed to squeeze it, isn't he?
Because I've never squeezed it once.
Remember, sideways, temples, go quite hard, but not too hard.
Yeah.
Front to back, go as hard as you like, because that's
all right, well, I'll just have a try now.
No, you've got a bucket. He's sorted it out. He says every Saturday between
but I'm taking over from him because
let him have one squeeze. Let him have one squeeze.
Have a go then.
So, the front and the back...
Get round, so you got... That's it, right, now, use the thing like that.
Not too hard at the front?
No, really hard at the front and back.
There you go, yeah. You got the hang of it.
Oh,
right.
God, it's good fun. I see
know.
why you like it. No, we're just going to do a side. It's great fun.
Yeah.
It's great, and there's a little bit of, grip there with the short hair, but obviously not too much, there's not much up there up top.
Good, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll be doing that again next week.
Do you know, I got a form, right? Do you know I'm staff here, right? I'm like on the staff, I'm one of the staff. Got some internal mail the other day that you have to fill out about if you die at work, who gets your money. He said, do you put yourself at any danger
What did you say?
Well, I asked Suzanne, I said, does that,
Head squeezing,
is that...
but my leg lock round your ribs that time, and I had to, it was like a little alligator, like a python and alligator, didn't I? You get quite some you know, you get a little bit of leverage, you can crush a man's ribs with with mighty legs.
Oh, something I want to ask you, Carl. There's that programme on now, I forget what it's called. Is it something like Guess Who's Coming to Dinner? Does that...
I did the non-broadcast pilot for that, because my mate was the, the Phil Belker was producing it, and I did it, you know.
And the premise of it is that it's one of those things about, you know, a conversation piece, the ultimate dinner party. I think you can have invite
people,
6 guests.
Dead, alive, or fictional.
Or fictional, yeah.
And, you know, you choose where you want it, and, yeah.
And anyway, I was just intrigued to know what Carl's ultimate dinner party, who would pop round? Any of you cheeky freaks?
So what's this? I'm putting on a...
You're putting on an imaginary dinner party.
Anne Robinson's there. She's got to be there. I said I didn't invite you. She said, well, I'm there anyway. Yeah. So it was actually me, Anne Robinson, and 6 people.
Yeah.
And I chose people like heroes like Muhammad Ali, Homer Simpson, or stuff like that. You know, James Randi. Yeah. So you could choose anyone.
Living or dead, fictional or otherwise.
Right.
Would it look like a circus from the 18th century?
I'll have like a few freaks in there.
Like what? Who would you have?
Well, the first person I'd have is probably have Elvis.
I had Elvis. I chose Elvis.
Why would you have Elvis?
He's just good, wasn't he? He was good at what he did.
Right. Just have but once you'd said that to him, what would the rest of the conversation?
I'd say sing us a song.
Right, so you make him sing a song?
Yeah,
okay.
he'd be like the entertainment for the night. When he's not on the stage performing, I'd probably have the Elephant Man there.
Right. Well, so John Merrick, yeah?
Yeah, John Merrick.
Okay, I've got Elvis, John Merrick. If anyone's out there and, you know, you haven't got anything to do, can you write down everything Carl says from now to a year and send it to me and Steve, because we might want to put it in a book?
Yes.
Would that be good? Just maybe someone keep a journal of everything Carl does and says, and we'll try and keep a scrapbook of pictures.
Tell you who I would have.
Who?
Peter Kay.
Right.
He'd be good, he'd be brilliant. I'd want to be sat next to him, because he's...
Well, you're friends with Ricky Gervais, why would you want to...
No, but... Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Peter Kay.
All right,
Peter Kay.
Yeah.
Which one would you do him as himself or one of his characters he does?
Just as he is.
Yeah.
He's funny, he's a funny man.
Yeah.
Love him. What else? Probably, that fella who lost his arm when he was climbing that mountain. Remember?
He had to cut off his own arm.
Yeah.
Why would you have him?
I'd just like to have a chat with him and say, you know, what happened there then?
Yeah.
Well, we know what happened there. He cut his arm off. What would you say? Did it hurt? Yes, it hurt.
But I don't think it would hurt. That's one of the questions.
What are you talking about?
I reckon the shock cancelled any pain out. If you're stuck there with a boulder on your arm, you've probably got bad pins and needles, right?
Yeah.
With a big rock on your arm.
Yeah.
And you'd say, right, so how long were you sat there before you said, well, I've got to cut this off? Did you read about it? It was amazing.
What do you think the other people would be doing when you were talking about this about cutting his own arm? John Merrick wouldn't mind.
Can I just ask?
Elvis would probably be off his head on something.
Elephant Man will be having a couple of buns.
I hope Peter Kay didn't make a funny comment. I hope he doesn't make a funny comment.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I just a quick warning?
I'll just put bloke with one arm, bloke with...
Be careful, Carl, what you serve for dinner.
Yeah.
Because he's only got the one arm.
Yeah.
So, you know, certain things. I mean, maybe suggest something you can eat with chopsticks.
Or a hamburger.
A hamburger. But don't go with something like lobster. Tricky, you need both hands for that. Unless him and John Merrick teamed up. I think they've got one good arm each.
Yeah.
Soup, maybe.
What would you give John Merrick? Buns?
Couple of buns.
Mm-hmm.
Have that woman in the boat who went round the world.
Why?
Just to see, you know, how she managed that.
Pretty boring guests, really.
Hey?
But boring?
What do you mean boring?
What was she going to say? What she said, she was going, well, I didn't see a lot. I was in a cabin. Really? There's a lot of water. I was a bit scared.
The main thing I'd want to ask her, right, because I remember when she did it, and there was an interview with her, and her parents were there or something, and her mum was saying how she's dead proud because she decided to, you know, go around the world in a boat as a kid instead of just hanging around on street corners and stuff. She said she didn't want her daughter to like be messing about on the streets at night on her own and stuff. She was a responsible mother.
Yeah.
Yet she sent her off on a boat.
Sure. In the middle of the Atlantic.
On her own.
Yeah.
So I'd like to ask her about that.
I think even Manchester's safer than that, innit?
Yeah. And I'd have probably another woman to chat to her, probably go for Kim Marsh.
Kim Marsh?
Sorry, you'd have the woman who sailed around the world, right? But you'd have to have another woman for her to have someone to talk to. Well, why invite either of them then? If you don't want to talk to either of them yourself.
What? Sorry,
I love this. Round World Yachtswoman, and Kim Marsh.
But why, of all the women you could invite, Kim
love
Marsh
that.
is at the top of the list?
No, that's the best list I've ever heard. Elvis, John Merrick, Peter Kay, a bloke with one arm, the Round the World Yachtswoman chatting to Kim Marsh. That is genius. Why haven't they invited you on this show? I'm going to call Anne Robinson. Right, okay, if anyone's listening to that, have Carl Pilkington. I know no one knows who he is yet, but what a great bit of conversation. Play a record, Carl, you're an idiot.
Some Smiths?
Oh, always a treat. Yeah, we played something from Morris's selection. Something that would be on my ultimate compilation is something from the Smiths. and it'll probably be this one. I started something I couldn't finish. I think that's one of their underrated albums, Rick. Strange Ways, Here We Come.
It might be my favourite.
It's my favourite, certainly.
Yeah.
And that's from that album. I started
Queen is
something
Dead is a lot of people's favourite, but I don't like the wacky ones.
It's the novelty ones. It's
got some great ones. I think he's got some of his best tunes on there, but I don't know the frankly Mr. Shankly.
Yeah, he's always got this tendency to sort of write music hall style songs.
Vicar in a Tutu, but that's a great one, that. So there you go. Elvis, John Merrick, Peter Kay, bloke with one arm, woman who sailed around the world, Kim Marsh.
What I like about those two, numbers 4 and 5, he doesn't even know their names.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he'll just write on the invitation, dear bloke with one arm.
Yeah.
Having a dinner party.
Yeah. It's better than most people. I imagine most people, when they do this, if they go, Nelson Mandela.
I know, of course, yeah. I think I read an interview with Mick Hucknall where it was something like, who do you admire? Nelson Mandela.
Brilliant. I don't read papers when I'm in this country. When I was on holiday, I read one, and there was an article in there about Beckham meeting him, and the article was about how many people have met him, and I was thinking...
Nelson Mandela, yeah.
It's just like, does he rent himself out? Do you know what I mean? It's like the back of the, in the back of the stage when you can get a Caprice lookalike to wander around. They go, is that a lookalike? No, that's really him. It's 40 quid, he'll come to your party.
I think what it is that he was locked up for so long.
Yeah,
he's now just
he's never home.
He's just so shut.
It's like Salman Rushdie, he's running around. I've seen him twice.
Yeah.
His house must be a tip. He's never in. God.
Well, I think it is if you stay indoors for a long time.
Yeah.
You've got to get out there. You've got to get out
a bit stir crazy, I suppose.
But he's met some of the great names in world events. Obviously, he's met the Spice Girls, Alan Titchmarsh.
He's met him. Yeah, they did his garden, didn't they?
Yeah, David Beckham.
Yeah. Oh, that must have been great. But I mean, maybe we could hold out and never meet him.
Yeah, this is like
even if we get invited to one of them elsewhere, I go, no.
Yeah,
not really.
We're the only 3 people who've never met Nelson Mandela.
I'm not meeting him till I make sure he's definitely going straight. Exactly. You know what I mean? I don't really.
Careful,
I don't like to hang out with people who don't.
No, I wouldn't invite him to my ultimate dinner party in case the silverware went missing.
Oh!
Well, you don't know. He was inside for a long time. They pick up things in these places. You can pick stuff up.
It's usually Carl that comes out with those sort of things. Carl, what do you think of that?
What, Nelson not having him around because he's nicking?
Well, let's back out now. Let's back out now while we're ahead.
Be good in Celebrity Big Brother.
Yeah.
Being used to being locked up and that.
We could, wouldn't he? Yeah.
I started something.
I couldn't finish.
Yeah. Should we play another record, or should we talk about some... on a lighter note, Muffy the hamster had a narrow escape with a...
Play a song. Let's have the Rockbusters answer.
Oh, God. Martina Topley Bird, Need One. All right, XFM 104.9. Well, it's that time. It's getting exciting. We've got Rockbusters results, but before that, a little bit of monkey news with... Oh, chimpanzee that monkey news. Carl Pilkington.
Brilliant. Nice to have. I haven't read that for a couple of weeks.
Go on then.
All right, so, is that this little monkey?
Oh, yeah.
Who lives in Morocco.
Right, I'll just warn you now, you're on thin ice from last time, okay? So, make sure, is this real?
It's been
Don't say anything stupid, think about it. As you're saying it, think to yourself, is that true? Do monkeys do that? Do they think like that? So, go on then.
So anyway, yeah, so there's this magician in Morocco, right? He's got a little monkey working with him, right? The way it used to work, magician used to do his thing on stage, do a little bit of magic, people loved it. Then the monkey came out, had a little cap, walked around the crowd and stuff, got the money, had a good little team thing going on, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, the monkey's name was 86.
Right.
Because back then there was so many monkeys, it was like, oh, what names, do you know what I mean, what names do you use, what do you do? So they just named them, right? So this little monkey...
What, he had 86 other monkeys? What?
No, it's just that because a lot of monkeys were sort of working back then, helping magicians out, doing bits and pieces, busking, what have you. Just
Well, Rick, you know how there's so
Why
many...
would there be a confusion with that? If he only had one monkey, where's the confusion? People would go, I'm not going to go and see that. I want to see 86. He's the better monkey. Do you know what I mean? What does it matter?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, why do they need... where was the confusion? With people going to the circus and going, what monkey are you going to go see tonight? I don't know. It wasn't a billing, was it, with a monkey?
But, Rick, it's just the same with humans. You know, there's so many humans now that we can't give them names anymore.
Yeah,
they all
exactly.
have to have numbers.
Exactly, yeah. There's so many humans, you know, with 5 billion people. We can't give them names. It's impossible. But, you know, with a few monkeys
anyway, number
working...
122, go on.
So, anyway, there he is.
86.
86.
With his hat.
With his hat, walking around, getting the money.
Yeah.
Anyway, the magician sort of, you know, thinking about moving on. Because in Morocco, he'd sort of done all the tourist traps.
Sure.
So he had a word with the monkey, said, how about we...
See?
No, let him continue.
Think.
Let him continue.
He didn't have a word with the monkey.
Let him continue.
So what do you think about going over to Spain?
Yes. Sure. So, the monkey was in agreement?
So he said, go on then. Right, so they get in the car, and, like, the magician knew he'd have a bit of a problem on his hands, because you're not meant to take monkeys out of the country.
Yeah.
Right? So he thought, right, what I'll do, I'll get a car, right?
Right.
Stick the monkey in a boot, right? Get on the boat, and hopefully sort of, you know, stick it in some luggage and what have you.
Yeah.
We'll be over there, we'll be earning big money, everything's going to be great. So the monkey was like, brilliant. So they get in the car, they're on the way to the boat, and pull over at a petrol station. And just before filling it up, he opens up the boot and he goes, "You all right in there?" And it's like, yeah, it's sound. So he leaves the boot open so it can breathe and get a bit of fresh air whilst he's filling up. Goes in to pay the money.
Yep.
Pays the money, goes, I'm just paying for the...
Right, this monkey is not going to drive away in that car, or we're never doing this feature again.
Carl, what happens? What's number 86 up to?
So... 86... So,
that's the ending, isn't it? That's the story.
Come on, let Carl finish the story.
It better not be.
Brilliant. You're going to love it. Right, so he's in the petrol station, and he's going, right, I'll pay for pump 4. And the fella says, what are you talking about?
Pump 4, isn't that a monkey? No. Sometimes I use numbers for monkeys, sometimes I use... No, I mean pump 4.
Sure.
So he says, what are you talking about? There's no car at pump 4.
Right.
Keep going.
Sticks his head out of the door.
Yeah.
The monkey's giving it some. Went over to Spain on its own.
Steve, I don't know what to do.
Well, hang on, let's just get a couple of the facts right here.
What do you mean, couple of the facts? Right, there are no facts.
So number 86. Number 86 he drove to Spain.
You are honestly, Carl. You must know.
It was an automatic.
Right.
How
Carl,
did he?
You must know that is shit. There is no way a monkey.
That's the thing with
He
this
gets
feature,
stopped at customs.
It's mental.
How would he get through customs, Carl? Has he got a passport?
No, he was sneaking about because he didn't have a passport.
So he parked and then snuck through.
Do you want the facts?
Let me see it. Right, I'll examine this, Rick, and we'll play a record.
Play a record because I can't. That's nearly as bad as the armed robbery. Right, go on.
Yeah.
Play a record.
Brilliant bit of suede.
Yeah, Stay Together. My favourite.
One of 86's favourites.
Yeah, brilliant. My favourite suede track. No, Stay Together. XFM. Well, nearly time to go. But before we do, a little bit of Rockbuster results.
Just checking some of the answers, Rick, and it seems that an awful lot of people have got it right.
Go on then. Tell us them again then. Remind us of them before you give us the answers.
Alright, Rockbusters number 1 was like this. It was a customer...
We're stopping monkey news, by the way, until you start getting some credible ones. Because that's it's ridiculous. It's not true.
No, it seems mad.
But no, it's through the internet again. So anyone can go online, download that story. It's insubstantial. It's get ones from journals or where the source is quoted. Okay, or we're not interested. Or we're not. Well, you don't. Okay. So same with on thin ice. We've pulled this once. We've pulled Rockbuster. We suspended it once, and you came back again. So it's. Do you know what I mean? So go on then.
Right. So Rockbusters number 1 was about a customer who wanted some paint. Wanted to darken up a room. The shop assistant knew what to do. What did she do? The initials were CB. Seller Black. Right? Seller Black. Seller some black
You see,
paint.
I thought Cilla Black, because it's CB, and I thought, well, it can't be, because it's not Seller. It's not sell her black.
Cryptic, cryptic though, isn't it?
No, cryptic doesn't mean it's wrong.
Yeah. They all got it. They all got it anyway, so it's a bit weird, isn't it? Second one, it would be alright if the heads weren't that big. Right?
Right.
The initials are SF.
Well, one of my favourite bands, yeah. Yeah. The smaller faces, isn't it?
Small faces.
Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Okay, go on then.
And the final one, Chanel have got another perfume out. Right.
I'll just say, we've had an email from one of our listeners who said, if this turns out to be New Order, he's never listening to XFM again.
What's the clue again?
Chanel have got another perfume out. New odour.
Right, well, that's another listener gone.
What do you mean? There's not a group called New Odour.
No, it's cryptic.
It's not. That doesn't mean cryptic. Wrong doesn't mean cryptic. It's like saying what animal I'm thinking of. Frog. That doesn't mean cryptic. Sell Her Black. What artist is that? Small Faces works. Just about.
If I say what animal I'm thinking of, what am I
Monkey.
thinking? Well, there you go then. So it does work.
Play a record.
Right.
Play a record.
So who's a winner?
Ah, yes. Now I'm going to give it to someone who emailed in with the correct answer, and his name is Steve Martin.
Really?
And I'm giving it to, I don't know if you've noticed over the last few weeks, I've been giving the prize to people with just a kooky element to them, you know, if they've got
people to
an
start
amusing name.
sending their name in, like Barry Bumpfreud.
Well, don't worry, because I can spot if it's a fake comedy name. Or
What was that last one we laughed at?
I
For
can't
no
remember what it was.
apparent
I think it was
reason?
Gerald something.
Yeah, it was. It was just like Gerald Smethurst or something.
What's it? Preston?
Gerald
Preston. Why is that a funny name?
Jerry Preston, a great guy, but for
Gerald
some reason,
Preston, we laughed at that.
he caught my attention. So this week, Steve Martin's caught my attention.
Right. Yeah. When was the last time Steve Martin made you laugh?
This Steve Martin?
Dickers hasn't been...
Yeah, we've had no correspondence from Dickie Anderson for some time, which saddens me.
Little Dickmeister General, what is he doing out there?
who
Has he
knows?
got... What, he's got something better to do? Ridiculous.
Pathetic, isn't
Right,
it?
Well, that's the end, We've got the last song, so is there anything
It's the end of Rockbusters, and it's the end of Monkey News. Monkey News will give you one more go for it, and it's got to be credible, it's got to be real, it's got to be true.
We need to see your sources, it needs to be incorporated.
Okay. Rockbusters, they've got to be real band names. New Odour. New Odour. New Odour. Just anything. Just brilliant.
Well done to Steve, he got them all. So is that it then?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well,
cheers.
I've enjoyed that. I hope your back's better, Rick.
Yeah.
And, Carl, I hope you buck up your ideas.
Your brain's better.
Yeah.
Got something interesting about a brain, we can talk about it next week.
Tell it now.
No, I'll
Quickly, what is it?
No, we'll leave it.
Oh, like that's a hook. Like people will be going for a week. Oh, I wonder what things were Carl's brain. Was it a brain that drove a motorbike across to Switzerland?
You've heard it.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Jesus. All right, are we good? Yeah! All right, that's Marcus. I'm Ben. With us as always...
Rhyming with the time and Henry Zabrowski, rapping Henry.
How many other rhymes?
Rippity rap, 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 rhymes.
You said one rhyme. I rhyming and timing, because those are just the same word over and over again.
I thought that was what rap... What is...
No.
Hip hop?
No?
Hip hop?
You know what? Let's just
That's
redo
something
it.
the frogs do. It's not something music does.
That's right. And I'll be you say who's here with us?
Who's here?
White Henry Zabrowski. The whitest of all Henry Zabrowski.
I've told him I'm an official black and I'm an official Jew. What? I got cards in my wallet.
Did you just send out for him?
Oh, yes, very much so. I have them made. I had them made for free except for shipping and handling. $3.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you meant you had your maid do it. Your Hispanic maid who hates you, who has made you an honorary
She shouldn't
Hispanic.
hate me. I am helping her. I'm employing her. It's hard out there for a maid.
All right. So today,
Can't just clean the street.
and people of that nature. Today we're talking a whole bunch about children
And God
Attack
knows
the
those
Children.
Attack the Children is the name of the episode. We came up with the episode we're going to talk about. MK
Children are
Ultra.
just so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Because
Very
number
vulnerable.
one, you can say anything to a child if you got a policeman's hat on. Number one. Number
that is
two,
true.
you could say anything to a child if you just physically are in control of the child.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, put him
Which-
in a big sack.
Will
He
they
sells
listen,
sacks
though?
enough because. How many potatoes would you say is comparison to the size of a child?
80 potatoes.
Which is like a sack of potatoes.
That's one sack of
Boom.
potatoes.
Got it in my truck. But I don't have a sack of potatoes in my truck. I have a dead child in my truck.
Well, speaking of pedophiles and people who may or may not have
Absolutely.
killed dead children, the person that got us interested in Attack the Child is a fellow named Jimmy Savile. He was a...
What a good name.
A great name. He's an English DJ.
And he certainly has a face for radio.
He does.
Oh.
He also hosted a BBC television show called Jim Will Fix It. That's true. Jim Will Fix It, and he was, but mostly known as a DJ.
Wait a second, it wasn't called Ribbity Rap 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 Rap. It's Dimmin' to Fix It.
It might have been. I actually don't know. The British are weird.
Ribbity Rap 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 Rap. Fuck.
No, I don't have
Nothing. I have nothing left for that. That is all I had. Yeah.
It was fine.
I'm gonna have to repeat it for the rest of the episode.
No. Take that rippity rap and you put
yeah,
that
just-
put
why don't
that
you
in
just-
the potato bag.
Yeah, put
Okay?
that in a potato bag and put it in your truck.
Okay, I understand that metaphor. Yeah.
So Jimmy Savile.
Your joke is a dead child.
Right.
I love it then.
The only difference is dead children are hilarious. Am I right? No, the joke was good, Henry.
Ribbity Rap Rap. Rip, rap.
Okay, is it out? Is it out of the potato sack? Put it back in the potato sack because it jumped out. It almost hip hopped out of there. Okay. Oh, now you got me being the worst.
Like a friggity frog. Friggity frog, frog, log. It's a frog rot. Ah, God, I have to fight it.
It's good.
We're doing this at 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah, a little bit different. We're usually a morning podcast. But Jimmy Savile, he was recently came out that he major pedophile. He liked 14, 13-year-old, 12-year-old
Would you say pedophile
girls.
or would you say connoisseur of the innocent?
He was a connoisseur of the innocent, as many pedophiles are. I mean, really a supreme pedophile leader, and the scandal grows larger because...
What is the actual details of the scandal?
Well, the scandal is everybody sort of knew about it. His entire career. He died in his 80s. His tombstone has now been... next, it's off. They're going to revoke his knighthood because apparently you could be a radio DJ and then get knighted for it in the
They
UK.
find things really weird to be important in England.
They do.
TV presenters, as they call them, are very, very important people.
Why is that?
hear W. Jimmy Savile from the television show Jim Will Fix It. This is pathetic.
Yeah, not only
horrible.
not only that, but all the families that are that have
Daniel Day.
graves. All the families that have graves around Jimmy Savile are petitioning to get him moved out of the graveyard because they don't want to see the fucking pedophile when they go to visit grandma.
The rough was the thing was like they should have noticed when the tombstone was the size of a giant ass with a kid crawling inside.
Right.
That should have been the big like red flag there.
The big scandal is, of course, BBC and BBC Radio 1 that he worked for, run by the government, and it's up there with the Penn State situation or the Catholic Church.
Yeah, it's like a massive thing.
Yeah,
right?
everybody knew about it, and they would just kind of crack jokes about it. One girl was getting molested as they were doing a radio show. She went to the producer and was like, Jimmy Savile is really getting uncivil with me, if you will. and the producer just said, what are you, a lesbian? I mean, that's how honored this man was.
My question, was she a lesbian?
Now she is. Now she is, without a doubt. She won't let a penis in within a 10-yard radius of her.
So my question is, so how young were these kids?
12, 13, 14.
Jesus Christ.
You know, so they were young. And the main conflict, of course, is that everybody knew about it. No higher-ups did anything. And so we got thinking about how children are used when it comes for political gain or social gain.
It's very interesting because it cuts back to a U.S. program called Project MK Ultra, which we're going to start getting really deep into very soon.
Yes.
Which is they become now the really sort of crippling obsession of us. I spent the last 9 hours watching videos about children being raped while on LSD in order to make them into super assassins. So I'm in a weird state of frame of mind going on. What's going on? I just ate a quesadilla that was 7 hours old.
It wasn't 7 hours old.
Not
4
that
hours
bad.
old.
4 hours.
I ate 3/4 of this cake. I wouldn't have offered
I'm
it to you.
just saying,
I was trying to be nice.
Tie it back Tie it back to MK Ultra. This is the same kind of torture techniques we used in order to break a person's psyche down. Feed him old quesadillas.
That's
Hit
right.
him with a fire hose while he's asleep.
Well, I think that's what they did during the civil rights movement for different reasons. But basically, what it comes down to is a person in power tends to abuse children.
That was like a street fair thing, though.
Just for fun?
When they got hit with the hose.
Hit with the hose? You grew up in Queens. I mean, I have no idea what you guys were up to on the summer nights.
It's true.
Okay.
Well, it's also rumored that now it's coming out that Jimmy Savile might have also been a child killer.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
And what is this rumor about?
This rumor
Which is so strange because it's like all he wanted to do was take care of them and make love to the children. Why would he want to hurt them?
I don't understand it.
Well, what happened is there was a man, a serial killer in England, in the northern England area, in Yorkshire.
In Cheshire.
In Cheshire.
Up in Monteatlantic Lake.
The sad thing is you just listed 2 towns that actually
No,
exist.
that's Wales.
I'm sorry.
You're thinking of Wales.
Oh, yeah. Cheshire.
Yeah. But this man killed 12, proven to have killed 12 women, possibly 13 in Yorkshire in the 70s.
Now, this is the Yorkshire Ripper.
The Yorkshire Ripper is the man that was in this mental hospital because in England, they don't have a death penalty or anything. They just send him to a mental hospital.
Right.
Yeah, where
And
they
like-
sit and make tea cozies all day.
Yeah.
So I'm fucking on an ice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
And they
God, I
very
love that
easily
ice.
can escape from those places, as they have in New Jersey from all of their mental institutions and all of their halfway
Yeah, because all the
houses.
security officers break for tea and they stomp on an American flag for half an hour and then they go back to work.
That's right.
They're too distracted thinking about how we got hamburgers and all they got is stupid dry crumpets.
I mean, I've heard that. I've heard they're very upset about the hamburger. It might have gone over the ocean. I'm not sure.
Quite possibly. And so this man was in a mental hospital in the 80s, and Jimmy Savile, out of nowhere, was given a job to oversee like an administrative overhaul at this mental hospital in like 84.
Why? Why would you
No
give
one
a man
knows.
from the
Why wouldn't
radio?
No one knows because he had no actual training doing any of this type of stuff. Has no administrative experience, no mental health
I mean,
experience.
maybe they didn't realize
But-
he was completely insane because he's around a bunch of lunatics. Jimmy Savile walks in. They're like a normal guy.
Yeah.
This is good. We'll give him the job.
Yeah, he had his own keys to the hospital. He could go anywhere in the hospital. And out of everyone in this entire hospital, Jimmy Savile made good friends with the Yorkshire Ripper, Mr. Peter Sutcliffe.
Well, maybe he was funny.
I'm sure he was. If you're a child, you want keys to, Wonka's chocolate factory.
Well,
But
also,
if you're
I
a
know-
pedophile and a lunatic, you want keys to the loony bin.
Peter Sutcliffe also, from what I remember, he believed that he was told by God he killed prostitutes.
He was it wasn't just prostitutes.
But he was told
Yeah.
he believed that God was telling him to do this in order to like purify the world, and they called him the Yorkshire Ripper because I forget what it was. It was it was ghastly murders, but I do know that his calling card was hitting them on the head with a lead pipe.
Yeah, good
Yeah.
man.
Good way to
And he
do
would
it.
just like give that to you before he hit you on the head with a lead pipe.
He'd give you the pipe. It was like a marathon.
Oh,
He's like,
I
now
see.
you run.
And he also was in television. Because my girlfriend Nikita is from Yorkshire, and her mom and a lot of her family were in Yorkshire during this time, and
Just sitting there throwing tea at the harbor, saying like, "Oh, George Washington was a fag,"
yeah,
and stuff like that about America.
I'm with you, man.
And,
I don't know what they're up to over there.
And what Nikita says in an email, he worked at the same TV factory my Nana worked at. He used to babysit for one of my mom's school friends up by Heaton.
Jimmy Savile.
No, not
Whoa.
Jimmy Savile. The Yorkshire Ripper.
Peter Sutcliffe?
Peter Sutcliffe, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What was he like? Was he funny?
I mean, I feel like you want him to be really funny.
I want all serial killers to be kind of
I know.
funny.
You want him to be kind of charming.
Yeah, and women were just losing their shit the entire time. Bodies just popping up everywhere.
Oh, yeah. And so he's still, but yeah, meanwhile, they're sitting there playing Nintendo going like, God told me I'd win today. It's just like, that's weird, Peter. You're being weird.
Yeah. I just wonder what a TV factory is.
What is a TV? Like an actual place
I
where
think
they
it
build
is an actual
TVs?
place where they build
they make
TVs.
TVs.
Yeah, but Manchestershire sounds like a place that people would work in a factory.
The worst job ever, though, because now you go.
Donny Bunny.
You work at a car shop. You can go home and you watch TV. If you work and make TVs for a living, you can't go home and watch TV.
Oh, God, no. The last
I mean,
thing you
ruins
want to
the-
see is a TV.
They must love the theater.
You just love the window.
Yeah,
you like just
love
look
the
out a
window.
window. It's really happening. It's like a TV, but it's for life.
It's like a real boring reality show, a reality show. But basically, what had happened here, I think Jimmy Savile was probably drawn to the Yorkshire Ripper because they're both absolutely egotistical maniacs.
Yeah, and it's rumored that they may have known each other beforehand.
Whoa.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I honestly bet that's what it
There's
was.
a serial killer profiler that suspects that the two of them may have known each other beforehand.
Yeah, they were bros.
Yeah.
Yeah, they watched the kids together.
They had a lot to talk about, and really, there's not
He
many
was
people you can
lookout
talk
for
about
Jimmy
this stuff
Savile
with.
for a long time.
Yeah.
Because Peter Sutcliffe was such a great babysitter.
It was just a very different time as well. Jimmy Savile's big thing while he was doing his television show, before he would throw it to a clip that was like really fantastic and imaginary, similar to our version of Mr. Rogers, he would ash his cigar. That's what he would ash his cigar up into the air,
That's
and then he
amazing.
would throw it to a
so
clip.
he also ran a children's show?
That was Jim'll Fix It.
That's great.
Yeah.
Jim'll Fix It is the name of the show,
Again.
which is, oh, you have a boo-boo? Jim'll Fix It. And then he's,
Sucking on the boo-boo for 5 minutes. And you're like, why is he sucking on my skin knee for so long? And he's like, I'm getting younger every minute.
That's right. He might have been a vampire.
He sounds like Vlad the Impaler.
He kind of looks like Vlad the Impaler, actually.
And also, a former nurse said that pedophile patients gravitated towards Seville. Like, they would just sort of follow him along like a weird pedophile Pied Piper.
Interesting.
He was good with kids. He was really good with kids. It's like George Clooney's like really good with ladies.
Yeah. And a lot of the staff said, he should be behind bars. We used to laugh about it in those days.
I know, very, very bizarre. But speaking of children behind bars, this takes us to MK Ultra, which is one of the most disturbing CIA undercover operations that we have heard about in quite a while, and we've heard about a lot of them in recent weeks.
Because the big thing here is, like, with both of these stories, we can both say that the children are the victim, but one side.
Let's just stick
maybe
with that
right
side.
or
probably that one.
That children were the aggressors. If they were trained by the CIA,
We're going to go controversial Henry's
I'm just saying this. No, I don't really believe this, but I do say that but this is where it comes into. What if these were agents set in to frame important members of society? Like, not unlike Kevin Clash with a certain set of allegations that came out about him, which are not true. He just the child recanted.
And the story that Henry is referencing is Kevin Clash. He is the voice of Elmo. He's the star of Being Elmo. He's a great guy. He's gay, and I think that sort of led to a boy who was at 16 at the time said he was he was raped by him. They did have a sexual relationship, but the boy was 18, and so that's where that story.
Yeah,
is.
So he's a bit of a creep, but he's not a criminal.
He's not a criminal, but the
and
big
really,
thing
if this
is,
was a woman, no one would be talking about it. So I think there's a bit of a double standard there, and people are like,
I still think
Elmo's
it's a little-
gay.
I still think it's a little
I think it's a
creepy.
little bit disgusting
Yeah.
because I don't want to have. I'm 31 and I don't want to be with an 18-year-old girl.
Yeah.
I just think that Elmo just can't fuck anymore. I'm
Right.
sorry, Kevin Clash, you can't fuck anymore.
That's
Stop
it,
it.
the whole
You're
thing.
Elmo. You're Elmo now. You don't fuck.
That's the thing.
You don't
Like,
fuck.
you
You
know-
sit in your haunted mansion and let no one else see
Right.
it because you're Elmo now.
Yeah.
You are Elmo. I mean, and that's the thing.
But
when you-
then again,
when you play in the
he could have been the victim of a highly trained child seductor by the CIA through the project MK Ultra.
Well, that's a whole different kind of honey trap, isn't it?
Oh, you
It
bet,
is.
friend.
Yes, and I will say for the Elmo guy, it's tough when you're in the child business. Much like Pee Wee Herman got caught jacking off in the theater, if he even was jacking off, ruined his career. Fred Willard got caught jacking off. More jobs than ever.
Absolutely, because again, he was really funny while he was doing it.
Exactly.
Being funny covers a lot of gaps in personality.
I mean, just look at us.
Look at us.
Yeah.
And so let's just start off. Okay, so let's get in this MK Ultra. Just from let's go super bass.
All right, it's the year 1953.
I don't know if that's the music at the time.
That's,
what is that song?
I think that's from the Roaring 20s.
1953.
Okay.
Imagine your kitchen is green for some reason because that was big at the time, or
remember that.
orange. A
Tile
lot of
floors,
that going
yeah.
on. It's 1953. Project MK Ultra was a program installed by the CIA. Actually, it started when CIA was known as the OSS back in the 50s, and it was a program that was it was trying to develop techniques in order to help interrogation, like either like to interrogate or to defy interrogation, and also to maybe create new ways.
A super soldier.
There's some people who say that it's a super soldier. It actually has distinct goals. Let me actually put this. So what they use is a combination of psychotropic drugs, which they invented
in order to do this.
CIA created acid. Also, in a great documentary, we discovered that people thought that magic mushrooms were a myth.
Absolutely.
Until they finally discovered those under the cow dung. Bad day for whatever intern had to go find the mushrooms.
Absolutely, yeah, because you have to wade
Good
through all
day
this
for the-
shit, but
yeah.
you get to eat the mushrooms, and then it's
Well,
like
these ones work, I think.
touch of grape. Yeah,
I'm
Grateful Dead
sweating.
was really good at the time.
Yeah.
I'm sweating too. I'm wearing underoos and 3 shirts because it's 40 degrees outside and it is 95 degrees in the studio.
95. It's not 95 in here. It's
Shut your mouth!
It's a balmy 74.
So, all right, the agency poured millions of dollars into studies examining methods of influencing and controlling the mind and of enhancing their ability to extract information from resistant subjects during interrogation. And what they're finding, a byproduct of a lot of that was figuring out how to make a blank slate of the mind in order to place a reprogram onto it to either use you as an assassin or a spy, in which basically fracture your personality into a bunch of different shards so that you can do an action, like you can go and kill somebody, or you can go and be captured purposefully by the Koreans and go
Basically-
deep into their interrogation system and come back and remember none of it, so you don't have any psychological trauma, and they can just conjure back the information anytime they want using hypnosis.
It's like what every director does before he directs Scarlett Johansson.
Yeah.
Just erase her brain and just drone out.
But all of this also...
But of course, this is done. The erasing of the brain is done, so if they are interrogated, they have no information to give.
Yeah.
All they
Absolutely.
know is what they've been fed.
It's like a Manchurian candidate.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which is, they always say, like, oh, that's ridiculous. We never could have done that. But the stuff that they did do is absolutely fucking bonkers.
So the stuff that they did do, I mean, is this like...
is stuff that they did do.
And this is on record.
This is on as much record as they have. The problem is when they shut down the program in 1973, they burned everything. Because, of course, because it was highly illegal.
It's disgusting. It's like, yeah.
It's disgusting.
But there is another project, Project Blackbird.
There's a lot of stuff.
So
Project
there's some
Blackbird, there's Project Artichoke, which was another one. And then, but all that started with a program called Operation Paperclip, which happened in the 1940s. It started from back then when it was still just
What
the
do you
OSS.
think the man was doing when he thought of Operation Paperclip? He was like, "What's the name of your operation?" And he's just like looking all
and
around
then he
his desk.
choked
and
on a paperclip.
No, thank God.
what am I talking about right now? What am I talking? Oh my God, it's a paperclip.
All right, Operation Paperclip.
But the Operation Paperclip involved going into Nazi Germany after Nazi Germany was defeated during the war and taking all their primo scientists and bringing them back to America, expunging their past. And then it was called Operation Paperclip because that was what they call the action of paperclipping a new bio to their name.
Okay.
And so their new bios were, so basically they had all of like Dr. Mengele's assistants and stuff, and they came in and they said, what we found is, doing Mengele's experiments in Nazi fucking Germany, that you can break someone's personality down by sensory deprivation, trauma, both just normal physical and sexual, sleep deprivation and isolation, and then making them sleep, drugging them, and then, using amphetamines, barbiturates over and over. They were talking about, they would have, the early experiments is that they have one IV in one arm feeding in amphetamines, and one IV in the other arm feeding in barbiturates. And what they do is they pump them full of our barbiturates until they were about to pass out, and then they pump them up with amphetamines, and they pop up, and they start like talking like this.
The
But
guy's like, why
sometimes
did I wake up with a candy necklace? What is happening?
But they were talking, but the main idea then was truth serum.
Right.
What we want to make is a way to make like someone say
To
whatever
break
it is
them
we
down,
want,
which
to
is
break
the
them
main
down.
idea now. And on a lesser level, obviously, we're still using these things. If you recall, in Guantanamo Bay, they have the lights on all the time. Pantera and Metallica was blared in their sensory, to like just completely make people go absolutely insane. And isolation in prisons, it drives people absolutely batshit insane. So
But
the
what they-
ideas did work.
The way they
not to make a
ramp it up-
CIA agent, but to make a lunatic.
Yes, but that's what they were talking about. It's like that was the main thing. It's like using LSD as well. It's like, how do you? What was the the actual term for the original version of it? Project Artichoke was using hypnosis and using hypnosis and prescription drugs. What was it to
make people do something against their moral or personal will. Like, it was like this thing, then that was on the books. That was what it was about. It was like try to make someone do something that it's purposely against their will, which is hypnosis is supposed to be impossible to do. And where this connects back to where we're talking about the BBC area is that a part of as the research continued, because originally, as it started, they made LSD and they took all the psilocybin out of the mushrooms. And when they discovered it's like fun. It produces really interesting societal results. Yeah. So they would do it, for rats and monkeys for a while. And then what they started doing in the offices is that they wanted to get pure, uncontaminated test results. So they should just dope people. They just used to just put it in people's coffee and watch them act and do all this stuff. And they did it to a whole town. They dumped a bunch of LSD into a town's water supply and watched the town fall apart.
Honey, how was your day? It was
I don't
purple.
know. The apples were the apples were piggies.
Yeah, I ate 4 piggies. I think
apples. I don't know.
You're covered in blood.
Quit putting your face against the television.
What are my knees?
Oh, your knees are your legs, elbows. Yeah. Just a touch of gray.
That sounds like a good time.
That's not bad.
But that's where. But then again, they found that LSD was too unpredictable. Yeah. But that's just where it started. But then it moved towards who are we really the ultimate test subjects for this? And first thing that they did was up
to this point they were only using adults.
They were only using adults and volunteers. This is where Timothy Leary did acid for the first time. This is where Ken Kesey did acid for the first time. Allen Ginsberg. All those people signed up for these free, or what they used to call the acid tests.
Why the fuck wouldn't you? Free meatballs and hoagies over here. That'd be absolutely. I think I'll be there.
And this is the pure
this
LSD.
Was the stuff that made you fucking trip nuts.
Yeah.
We don't get it now. We don't have that anymore.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Because it was debilitating.
Yeah.
Because it was you sit there banging your head against the table, and you come back I had a really wonderful time.
Right.
And it's also those are the guys that just don't come back.
Oh yeah. But they also turned it all into a counterculture, and that's a part of what the CIA was smacking themselves for, because they inadvertently made the '60s counterculture while doing their nefarious fucking tests, which is amazing.
Right. That's a sweet irony of that.
Yeah, they made the hippies that they hate so much because it fucking ruled, bro. Thanks, CIA.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so they were using it on test subjects. But
they realized what you could do is the goal is they're how do you get to the bottom of somebody, and part of what these Nazi scientists showed them.
Ask Jimmy Savile, am I right? He knew how to do it.
He would have been really good with the CIA back in the day.
Oh yeah,
he would have been a top star dude. There was a guy named George White who ran the original version of Project MK Ultra, and they was talking about how he was a sick motherfucker. And all these people came out and they said all this stuff about we regret the test that happened during this period of time, blah blah blah.
He said,
when they asked George, it was fun.
Fun.
Who said that?
George White, the guy who was originally in charge of Project MK
and
Ultra.
If you get a chance on YouTube, there's some great documentaries, and
we'll post them all up on.
Yeah, the guy is unbelievably disturbing.
A monster.
If you were tripping on acid and you saw his face, you would swear that it was like a bizarre detached elephant that escaped the zoo.
Yeah, but the original tests were really interesting, because they'd have two people sitting in a room. Both of them would be on acid. They would have one be on acid and one would wait, and then they would describe the other person's actions. And then when the acid ran out on the other one would get acid, and they would do it back and forth. So then it spread from volunteers to mental patients, because then it was this idea of well, we want to make a disorienting effect. We want to make a drug that will make a disorienting effect. Let's figure out how to reproduce schizophrenic symptoms by using schizophrenics, and then in the end we'll tell them it's this therapy, but it's not.
Right.
So they would do the same thing. They would be using acid and sleep deprivation, and then forced sleep, and then electroshock therapy, and all these horrible things.
You know what? Reagan really fucked up in the 80s when he emptied out all the mental hospitals. We lost a lot of good guinea pigs then.
We lost a lot of fun, cool dudes.
Yeah.
That could have been there trying LSD.
Yeah, and they just went and became homeless, and when before they could have been trying LSD.
Yeah.
But, possibly going literally deathly insane.
Totally
or
dangerously
what if it just,
insane.
What if it really worked? They just put on a 3-piece suit, got a briefcase, and went to work.
It didn't work for. That's the thing, though, is it didn't work for any of these people. And then every detail I read, it's real. It's really fucking real.
It is
but a
real.
part of what they did, because this is the height of the Cold War, like when all the stuff was going on, the idea was, there was all these spy games going on. So you wanted to make indestructible spies, and then what you wanted to do is that you wanted to get leverage on people in order to get secrets from them. And so the main crux of the project turned into using children, breaking them down mentally and physically, and then what you did that using sexual abuse, using physical abuse, using, again, sleep deprivation, like all of that, and LSD. You break them down so they don't know who they are anymore, and then what they would do is they would
you could argue a 9-year-old has no idea who they are.
Yeah, but
which
they
is
were
why
just
they chose children.
They would break them down mentally because what they learned from the Nazis, and they were talking about, is that sufferers of sexual abuse, right? If you rape them until they're a robot, their vision increases by 44%. Their resistance to disease increases by some X number. Their ability to learn language, their photographic memory increases because of the horrible memories that you create in their brains.
Yeah,
So
that's not what you want to have happen as a side effect.
But that's what they're talking about. All of these victims, and it came out later on talking about it, is that, like, I blame the fucking photographic memory that the CIA gave me. I remember every instance of what happened to me, of like after the fact. I mean, then again, it's like lots of people are very flawed.
How did they choose the guy who did the sexual abuse?
I think that they chose themselves.
But that's the thing.
All right, guys, this is not a trick question, first of all.
Right.
Who wants to rape the kid? I'll do it. Jimmy?
Interesting. Mr.
Jimmy, you're not even from here.
Oh, come on.
Come
hey,
on.
let me get a shot at it. You know I'm good for it. Hey there, body mine. Hey there, body mine. Let me get a shot at him.
It sounds like Liam Gallagher.
But that's just where was I? It's this horrible, but yeah.
No, that's what
so
happened.
Kathy O'Brien is a very famous victim of MK Ultra, and she came out and talked about it. But the stuff she says is that she said she saw that Bill Clinton was there, and that Waylon Jennings was there, and all this stuff.
Now I don't believe that.
Absolutely, but
Waylon.
they also said all this stuff about like satanic ritual and imagery and stuff.
Right.
But then that was happening to her while it was going on, is they would show up dressed as satanic priests and doing all this stuff. But then there's even another layer on top of that in which they're talking about the way they guarded their own their identities was feeding those auto-suggestions into her, like basically like using imagery of Bill Clinton, using imagery of like these people,
right,
that you mess up her memories about who's raping her, except for the fact she remembers every inch of what their dick looks like, which I was reading about, like, and like all this stuff, and it's like you go in there and these are men that are, because those men are also drugged.
Yeah.
The people that are raping these kids are drugged. The whole thing is this, they would use the
double drugging.
They would use the whole thing against each other, because so then the memory never happened. And then the idea is you take these brainwashed children who have no memory and you slip a fucking Mickey to some foreign dignitary that you want to do. And they used to have these places. I forget what the term was. It was called, I think they just called them safe houses. They had one in London. They had one in Greenwich Village. They had one in San Francisco, where they would lure people. I had it in it's Operation Nightbox, something like that.
Well, the thing is,
where they would have these people show up, and they would have kids in the bed, and they would put drugged foreign dignitaries in the bed with the kids, and then they wire the whole thing for sound and with cameras, and then at the very end they would be like, "Hey, you should probably side with the U.S. when you go to meet with the UN next week, because if not, we're going to tell everyone that you're a fucking pedophile."
It's a great form of blackmail, and the people. There's another great testimony that's being given, and you can see both of the women on YouTube there, and they're in front of the what was that? That's just a congressional committee, I believe.
There was a thing called I think it's called the Grenada Council, which is a group of people that got together. They're victims of government malfeasance.
And their testimony is absolutely heartbreaking. It's completely insane, but they do remember everything. And it's really, when you're hearing these adults, these were both women and they were kidnapped at 9. One was a runaway and the other one, I'm not sure exactly how they got her. It really backfired. This whole idea that you could make a strong, intelligent, sneaky CIA agent by completely shattering their psyche and self-esteem is visibly a wrong decision to make as soon as you see them as adults.
We actually don't even know the extent of their actual success, because who knows? Because the idea is that everything that they succeeded in doing, we would never know because it's so secret. We just know the ultimate failures, which, like, the scientist...
the only person that I could see that would be an actual Manchurian candidate was dumb Jimmy Carter. And I mentioned him before, and I mentioned... We make him a peanut farmer, and he talks like a fucking retard. Is like, that is the only one that I could see that maybe was affected by a child sexual
noticeably,
abuse.
the biggest one was a scientist named Frank Olson. They dosed him. They put LSD in his coffee, and they watched him slip into a depression after not knowing what was going wrong with him, and he killed himself.
Yeah,
that's just stuff that just happened right there.
Yeah, you just took acid. I mean, if you take pure acid and you think you're just having some good, strong coffee, you'll go absolutely insane.
Hurt you.
Well, here's another one: in Operation Midnight Climax.
That's what I was talking about.
Midnight Climax.
Yeah, the CIA set up several brothels in San Francisco to obtain a selection of men who would be too embarrassed to talk about the events. The men were dosed with LSD, the brothels were equipped with one-way mirrors, and the sessions were filmed for later viewing and study.
And these were, and they would put they would put these drugged, totally brainwashed kids into those scenarios and use them. And also the idea of making future super spies.
Heroin addicts were, this is one of my favorites, heroin addicts were bribed into taking LSD with offers of more heroin.
Which just seems like, that's just amazing. Just give them LSD and listen to them Bedfolds fucking album. They won't need heroin anymore. But these are the official goals of MKUltra. I just read through them quick. Number 1, substances which will promote illogical thinking and impulsiveness to the point where the recipient would be discredited in public. And that was a big thing because the first main target of MKUltra was supposed to be Fidel Castro. And that was the reason why there was a gigantic push in the early stages of MKUltra is that they wanted to make a Manchurian candidate to go kill him.
Yeah.
Because they needed someone who could go in there and pose as one of his people.
And read these slower and reread that one. So the whole point was to make their past so insane that no one would believe them if they attempted to speak about it.
Or the same way, what's an ad hominem attack, where it's just the idea of you attack the person and like you make someone. It's like what the government does with people who say that UFOs are real. You
it's
just
every
say,
political campaign and everybody.
You just say that they're ridiculous and that it doesn't matter. What they're saying doesn't matter because
then you don't have to
they're insane.
You don't have to rebuke anything that they've said about you. You just no, but
I mean, Jesus, this is coming from two guys wearing fucking underwear on the outside of their clothing.
It's hot. It's hot in here. It's cold out there. Number 2, substances which increase the efficiency of mentation and perception, making people smarter and better, which they also thought could be an outside factor of LSD. But then they just found out it just made you groovy.
Yeah.
And groovy does not actually mean efficient of mentation and perception.
You could
It does
argue
not
the
mean
opposite.
efficient at all.
I'm saying I'm half groovy. Materials which will cause the victim to age faster, slower in maturity.
And this would be...
I don't know about that. That just sounds kooky dooky.
Well, if you take
That
a bunch
sounds
of
like fucking
mushrooms,
Jack.
if you take a bunch of mushrooms, I think you're going to be slightly more childlike than if you don't.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Actually, I can actually see LSD and hallucinogens.
You give me mushrooms and put me in the forest, I'd turn into a 5-year-old.
As you should.
Yeah.
And then you
that's
sort
what
of keep
God
that-
wanted.
That's right.
Materials which will promote the intoxicating effect of alcohol, which is just good tunes, good buds.
Put him in a strip club.
Roofies.
That's all you need. Materials which will produce the signs and symptoms of recognized diseases in a reversible way so that they may be used for malingering.
What's malingering?
I'm not sure.
It's okay. I used to know what malingering meant.
Well, go back in your
Reverse-
brain dictionary and figure it out because we're looking like real idiots right now.
Yeah. But when they say materials, they're talking about drugs. Like these are
Yes.
okay.
Or really anything. It's like materials, it's techniques, it's stuff that you can do to someone or something they can take.
Okay.
Malinger, verb. Exaggerate or feign illness in order to escape duty or work.
Ah, very good. Perfect
Yes.
for spy work.
Yes, and I just realized as well when it comes down to like child sexual abuse and the aging thing that there was number 4, number 3 there. The last one, a lot of people who are molested have very high-pitched voices. They have very childlike mannerisms. I mean,
What are you
obviously,
talking about?
what happened to you, Henry? Are you a victim of the MK Ultra program?
I ain't telling nobody.
Interesting.
Mickey Mouse did it, yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, you see, yeah.
You're like a bizarre gangster
Hey.
child that was molested.
I was never molested.
Yes, good, Marcus.
Thank you, everybody.
I'm very happy that you were never molested.
Thank you.
Materials that will cause temporary / permanent brain damage and loss of memory. That was a big thing. So for a while, the government, this was happening in American soil until the year
1973.
into the year 1964, and then it moved to Canada, and ran by a doctor named Dr. Donald Ewan Cameron. And Dr. Ewan Cameron, who went on to form the APA,
Yeah, he's one of the worst ones out there.
he had this thing called psychic driving, and this is where he believed that you could, and was correct in many ways, so technically a good scientist, was that you can break a person's personality down using cycles of heavy electroshock therapy and then forced sleep.
Yeah.
Where it's like you would shock them for like 2 days and then fucking put them out.
And he was a
for like month.
radiation guy as well, right?
Yes, and this is where they discovered the use of ELF rays, which is also a byproduct of the of HARP.
Right.
The HARP the rays that come out of that in order to suppress thought. And they were talking about it again. Kathy O'Brien's husband came out and talking about the machines that they have right now, these ELF transmitters that you could put in your pocket, and when you turn it on, you wouldn't be able to fucking write a check. You wouldn't be able to write your name.
Wow.
Yeah. Which is very interesting.
Yeah, it's
and this
absolutely
is
amazing.
that was where they did in this place called Ravencroft.
Wow.
This
Ooh,
giant
that's
like
kinda fun.
evil hospital in Montreal called Ravencroft. You see that hockey game there, eh? Oh, you see that game? Oh, it's kind of scary in this house, huh?
It's real good.
Oh, I better zap her again.
Oh, hey, go. Why don't you let the werewolf in?
Oh, yeah, let that werewolf in.
You
Hey,
bring that werewolf
hey there,
over
buddy,
here.
You got my goalie
Hey.
mask?
Oh,
Hey there, buddy. Hey, I got this mental patient. I've been raping her for a couple of days. I think she'd be a good assassin, eh?
Hey.
I mean,
Ravencroft Hospital.
the Canadians can say and do anything, and it's always adorable.
But these people that were a part of that experimentation program have no memories.
Yeah.
Like, and a lot of them are like brain damage.
So this was
Like, can
approach
they
number
make-
2.
Can
This
they
was-
make new memories, or
yeah,
they
they
just
make
have-
new memories now,
Yeah.
but they have like they're fucked
Yeah.
because you just treated them like they were a car battery.
Yeah.
You like treated them like they weren't a person. You treated them like your cell phone. I'll
Right.
just jam a plug into my cell phone and then throw it in the corner and let it die and let it sit there for 5 days. That's a cell phone, and it deserves to be punished because every time it rings, it's bad news.
Every time. Every single time.
All right. So go back on with the list of materials.
Oh, I need more. I need like a music stand.
Yeah.
Here, I've got it all pulled out. Do you want to get back to the
Let's
the
get.
material?
I want to go
goals?
back to the goals.
Substances which will enhance the ability of individuals to withstand privation, torture, and coercion during interrogation and so-called brainwashing. So you just brainwash your soldiers until they can't be brainwashed anymore.
Right.
And that's just what you do. Which I could use, because tell you what, these McDonald's commercials will take a toll on me.
They are, and I love McDonald's, even though
Love
it's
them at
terrible.
McGriddle.
But they still do that as well. A military friend of mine, he went there. He said the first night that he was there, they went to a large field and they just watched nonstop pro-America propaganda movies. It was nonstop for like 18.
What kind of movies, though?
Just about the wars. They showed
The new
war
Rambo?
footage. Pretty much.
I love the new Rambo.
The new Rambo's amazing. Act of Valor
I'd be
might
down
been on
with
the
that.
might have been on the
I'll
viewing
watch
list.
that too. I like that movie.
And that's but that's exactly what they did there with that. Yeah.
I don't think that I'd be a bad soldier.
Yes, I think that you
You
would
know-
be.
I mean, you'd be a great desk man.
Actually, no. I think I'd be worse at a desk because at least
why
I could
is
be
my
used as a
paper all
human
wet?
shield on the field. At least on the
Yeah.
field, you'll shoot me in the head, then you could drag me around and protect yourself for a while.
Call
on
in
a
the
desk
human
job,
grenade.
I'm just going to forget the expense reports.
You're too short. to make a proper human shield.
That's
now,
true,
Ben,
too.
that is a human shield.
Well, that's true. But Henry would be great in instances of where somebody has to sacrifice their life while jumping on a grenade. Like your basic training would just be like you're prancing around and be like, grenade, and then you have to jump on it. But then in the war, it's
I
like
have
a
this
real
weird
one.
thing where I'm like allergic to danger. And so when I see something like that, I normally just I will run. I heard a gunshot, I'd be gone.
Well,
I'd be gone. I'd
That's
be
when
back
you've-
in the mess hall. All the time, it's like, where's the mess hall? That's what I'm looking for. Where's the hot dogs and the hamburgers around this place?
Well, you should know where it is. That's where you work. You know,
I'd be a
serving
great
up all
army
the
chef.
beef. Oh,
That'd
you
be
would
amazing.
you would honestly be the greatest army chef of all
They'd be
time.
like,
If we still
Hey,
had
it's
the
really
giraffe,
dangerous out there today, huh?
That's the
It's a
thing.
shame.
Marcus,
I
you're
cannot
going-
believe that we still fight this war, huh? And raviolis.
Marcus, you're on the front lines immediately. I'm doing
I'm
God
sniper,
knows
bro.
what. Yeah, you're snipering it. I'm just out there busting down doors, hurting kids, and just immediately in the mess hall, Henry Zabrowski serving up the meatballs.
Hey, you like a gravy? Oh, you get a lot of gravy for me.
And then you could see, like, over the war, the light go out of mine and Ben's eyes.
I can't wait for that. And I just, because I keep doing it just here on the podcast. Number 8, materials and physical methods which will produce amnesia for events preceding and during their use.
You know what? This whole list, all of these goals, you could really just make all these happen with a real good hammer.
That's what they did that. They did that though. They did it with raping you. They did it by raping you.
Yeah.
Every single time they were like, "What do we do? The LSC's not really. The LSC's just making them dance around, like draw shit and stuff." I guess we just rape them again.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Mondays, huh?
Mondays.
I've got a case of them.
Yeah, I got a case of the Mondays, and now I'm sore from them. And it's dripping down my fucking back of my leg.
Might have a case of the herpes tomorrow.
Physical methods of producing shock and confusion over extended periods of time and capable of surreptitious use. Rape. Substances which produce physical disablement, such as paralysis of the legs and anemia.
That's rape.
Rape again. Substances which will produce a chemical that can cause blisters,
Herpes.
fire, and herpes.
Yeah, fire and herpes. Yeah.
Substances which alter personality structure in such a way that the tendency of the recipient to become dependent upon another person is enhanced.
Rape.
Which is the gay drug.
That's the gay drug.
That's the great. That's
And
the gay
Stockholm Syndrome as well.
Yes.
Right.
And is John Moreno with a bottle of gin.
Right. John Moreno from the last episode of the last podcast.
Round Table of Gentlemen.
No. He told the spooky story about the house that burned down in Florida.
Yes,
That was two episodes
Two
ago.
episodes
Two
ago.
episodes ago. A material which will cause mental confusion of such a type that the individual under its influence will find it difficult to maintain a fabrication under questioning, which is weed. Substances which will
It'd be
lower...
good if you got the weed day. If you just were the test subject for
Give me
weed.
some of that. I'll do whatever. I'll confess to anything. Give me some of that
Absolutely.
sweet nuggy nug.
Yeah.
Oh, you got some of that OG Kush? You got some of that Endo Kush?
I think he wants it too much.
I'll just give it to him. He's a rad dude. He's having fun. Substances which will lower the ambition and general working efficiency of men when administered in undetectable amounts.
Once
Weed
again,
again.
Weed.
Fucking sweet, yeah.
And these are things they might also
Chong
give to
time.
an enemy, not just a person they're
Absolutely. of
No,
course.
not just
yeah,
your
it doesn't
friend.
want to make you people. They don't want to make people groovy. They just keep accidentally doing it. When they're not raping people, they're
No, but,
making
I mean,
people
at,
awesome.
At some point, they're like, okay, we've got to kill Fidel. That one to make him memory is worse, make him lazier. They're like, let's smoke him out.
That's literally
We're
what
just
they're
gonna
saying.
go to his place and just fucking roll up a sweet Cuban, but instead of tobacco, fill it with nice nug.
They were also talking how to dose him with LSD.
Right.
But then again, it just like only lasts for a period of time, and then he's just embarrassed, and he just wishes that
Pulls
he
his
was
pants back up
yeah.
and says, if anyone mentions this, you're going to go to the camps.
I just wish I could turn back to the One Happy Modest Mouse album instead of sitting here trying to do this speech.
Yeah. It's just weird that they had all this music before, like...
I've got myself into a cocktail. Da-da-da-da.
Just something about the song just makes me feel good vibes, man.
It's a good
Fidel,
song.
let's get back to work being communists now.
Wacky. And we're down to our last couple.
Substances which promote weakness or distortion of the eyesight or hearing faculties. Preferably without permanent effects.
Faculties?
Yeah, faculties. Preferably without permanent effects, which means, just don't pop their eyes out.
Okay.
They wanted to, though.
I'm sure.
They're like, how do we make them blind without just popping their eyes out? Like, come on, let's just pop his eyes out.
No, we're not
no.
Germany. You're not in Germany anymore.
I just want to tie the twins together and see if they like the same peanut butters. Get out of here, Heinrich.
I'm sure they do. There was only Chunky back in the day.
A knockout
Creamy's a
pill.
new development.
A knockout pill again, just roofies. And a material which can be surreptitiously administered by the above routes and which in very small amounts will make it impossible for a person to perform physical activity. Weed again.
Indeed. So those are the 17
But there's
goals.
just, it's like, this is just scratching the fucking very surface of this. So, like, all this stuff kind of came out in 1973. There was a giant hearing about these things coming out, and they burnt all the files, and there's very little information. It's just this sort of shaky corroborative evidence of like certain like military officials that say that the project existed, and the victims that are very severely damaged either way. They either were damaged in the first place and they're totally irreparable, or they were entirely mentally fucked by this program.
And that is, it plays in well with the goals of the program. Make somebody's history and somebody's past and someone's current reality so unreliable, so unpredictable, and sound so insane that nobody believes them, and that's exactly what they've done.
Yeah.
And that's why none of this information has come to really mainstream media.
Yeah. Now we just have to do it the old way with the educational system.
It isn't good.
That's all we have to do. Now we just make them discouraged by not teaching them well and jamming them in there like a bunch of rats.
That's exactly right.
I think kids really learn best when they are layered on top of each other.
Oh yeah,
right.
Yeah.
And they all fight for the one book.
Yeah, when they're terrified of like being the smart one in class, because everyone loves the smart one. Like they don't get beat up or anything.
No.
Yeah, they do.
They do. I wouldn't know.
Actually, yes, quite a bit.
Yeah, I was a smart one until I was a funny one. Then I stopped being the smart one.
Ah, interesting.
Now I'm not the smart one anymore.
All right, so we can wrap this thing up here. Anyway, what was the overall? Okay, so when did MK Ultra begin?
In 1953.
And it ended in 1973.
1967.
1967. Yeah. Hearings began in 73.
Well, 73 was precipitated by the Watergate hullabaloo. All of the intelligence agencies were getting a little nervous, getting a little creeped out.
As they fucking should have been.
Yeah, as they should have. Yeah, because they were doing awful,
awful shit.
Yeah,
do we know who the CIA director was during those years?
Richard Helms.
Richard Helms.
He ordered all MK Ultra files destroyed. Pursuant to this order, most CIA documents regarding the project were destroyed, making a full investigation impossible. But a cache of some 20,000 documents survived the purge, as they had been incorrectly stored in a financial record building.
Well, I hope Mr. Helms is getting violently raped in hell.
Oh, he most certainly is.
Death.
I am going to, and we're going to put the documentaries up, and there's a lot of, of course, that's the one thing, again, is this is just another section of the gigantic conspiracy theory that we unearth every single time. No mention of reptilians, though, which makes me kind of mad.
Yeah.
Because when it comes down to it, I'm sure the reptilians would be like, you mean I'm getting cut out of this?
Right?
You mean to tell me we're doing all this fun, awesome shit, and I'm not going to be there? I'm a lizard. Let me rape one of the kids. Wolf, I'll break his memory. And you're like,
you can't have a lizard
you
rape.
need to just cool out, all right? We got this.
Yeah.
All right, Waylon Jennings is going to rape a kid for this afternoon.
Yeah.
What? Waylon Jennings is going to rape this kid? I'm a 12-foot reptile.
Yeah, but then he's going to play for us after.
Oh,
That's
you're
right.
Well, can I at least get backstage passes? Fuck yeah, green guy. Woo! He's like, I got the bruise and I got the girl.
I tell you what, Reptile, you and me, we're heading back to Lubbock, Texas. You're going to meet my mama.
Woo! I'm a raper. Make her assassin. That's a big thing. You could just say that any rapist could just say to a further victim in the future is that they're just trying to make him an assassin.
Don't say that.
No, I mean, it's not going to work unless you're allowed to, like, kill the person who raped you.
Only if you're dressed up as a police officer, number one, or in a suit.
Yeah.
That's just why every time I see a fucking fat old white dude in a suit, I just want to beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
They do the worst things
They're
on the
just
face
up
of the
to
planet.
no good.
Yeah.
Fun. That's all they're up to.
It's fun.
All right, everybody. That's
I don't
Marcus.
think
I'm
I've
Ben.
ever described a single good thing as fun. That
No,
guy had
good
more
things-
fun doing that than I had, like, going to Coney. You know, he had more fun doing that.
He had fun doing the thing that is the least fun thing to do, which is watching other people have a great time on acid.
Yeah.
That is the worst thing a human being can do. All right. So we'll revisit the subject as well. So talk to us on Facebook.
Oh, yeah,
and,
this is part one. I think we're just going to have to go through all the podcasts and just do part twos of everything.
I think so. I mean,
so.
it's huge, and it all connects. with
Because
Carp
every single
and
time we
it's
get an
amazing.
inch farther in.
I mean, we
it just
didn't
gets
even
deeper
we didn't even
and
get
deeper.
to Ted Kaczynski.
Ted
We
Kaczynski
did not
and
get to the
Timothy
Unabomber.
McVeigh.
And Timothy McVeigh.
And Sirhan. All these people, graduates of the MK Ultra class of 67. Oh, what a trip it's been.
That's awesome. All right, well, that's episode 2. We got
Rap,
that.
ready, ribbity, rap, 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 rabbity, rap, rap, rap. And see, every other one of those was the rap with the W. So.
Do you think if I put my mouth over the microphone and then like pour ginger ale on it, it would electrocute me to death?
Maybe. It might. It might. All right. That's Honk Honk Henry Zabrowski.
Hi, oh me.
Hail Satan. Thank you, Marcus.
Halgeen.
Hail Satan. Only Satan can protect us from the government.
That's right. Magustalations, everyone.
Magustalations. Hey, thanks to everyone who donated to our Patreon campaign so far. If you would like to donate and get some real cool free shit, go to patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Are we still young, or are we old? I know my dad, if he could, would walk around with a mirror taped to his shoe, walking around looking up girls' skirts and doing pranks on the back of a bus. I know that he would.
All right, welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel, staring at the beautiful Marcus Parks. Hey-o. With us, as always, Henry Zabrowski. Henry! Henry!
Sorry, I'm just the sheriff of the Houston Police Department. I didn't hear a rich man get murdered.
That's fun. That's commentary.
No, poor people got killed. Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep. All right.
So fast. Only to have the ease of mind of a sheriff of Houston.
Oh, yeah. Just the lack of concern. We're on to part 2 of Dean Coral.
Oh, yeah. And this is the part where we're going to find out just how this man, along with 2 accomplices, killed 28 kids, mostly in the same neighborhood over a period of just 3 years. A berserker kill streak that lasted 3 years.
Highly organized, kept under secret, and also, to be honest, if we're looking at prime real estate of victims, too, of being like strong young men, and like they are going missing off the street, and nobody thought to look about them because they just thought everybody was going to join the carnival like it's fucking Pinocchio.
Right.
And nobody's going to. There is no magical carnival. There is no something wicked this way comes carnival. I wish there was, because I would be there.
Yeah. 28 kills in 3 years. Ask yourself, what are you doing to achieve your dreams? My God.
Well, I hope to go to DeVry for toilet repair.
For toilet repair? That's a job that never goes out of business. As a matter of fact, if my child wanted to do that, I'd be all in.
Yep, toilet prepare. That's what I do. I make sure that the bolts are tight, because there's nothing worse when you sit down in the toilet and the toilet seat gets all swivelly.
This day, Houston is no stranger to crime, ranking number 3 on the FBI's Most Dangerous Cities in Texas report that was released just last year. But specifically, Houston has a long and storied history in the crime of murder. In 1957, Houston had the highest per capita murder rate in the country, earning the rapidly growing metropolis the nickname Murder City.
Gotta move there.
Yeah. Honey, should we move to Tulsa or Utah or Murder City?
Well, which is the city that's got murder in the title of it? Because, as you know, I am a murderer, and I hope to achieve higher degrees of success in my hierarchy of murder.
Well, Daryl, we're going to Texas. Yeah.
In 1966, before Houston had even 1 million people, the city had 5 dozen more victims of homicide than in all of England, which had a population of 54 million.
And that's why we kicked those wussies out of this country.
That's right.
In 1970, the year in which Coral began his 3-year murder spree, Houston had dropped from number 1 to number 3 in the highest murder rate per capita in the nation, being surpassed only by Dallas and Atlanta.
At one point, as mayor of Houston, when the numbers kind of drop, it's like when you're number 1 in only one thing.
Right.
Any slip
in whatever the category is, makes you very upset.
That's right. As mayor of Houston, I guarantee we get the murder rates back to number 1.
He starts handing chainsaws out to postal workers.
You get a chainsaw. You get a chainsaw.
In his 1971 book, Houston, the Once and Future City, author George Fuhrman recorded a popular limerick that was going around the city at the time.
In Houston, we feel no aversion when others are casting aspersion. We never mind much, the murders and such. We take them as a weekend diversion.
So what did it take to make Texans do poetry? Murder. It just took mass murder, and they're like, I think we're going to get into poetry.
I'm also very upset that New York doesn't have a limerick that we all know about it.
So, you're asking, why was murder so prevalent in Houston? There's a myriad of reasons. One, the town still very much had a frontier spirit about it, with all of the violence that comes along with such a spirit.
But it still was a modern city in modern times.
Right, can you have a frontier spirit if there's a supermarket right down the street?
Were barbers still surgeons?
Right.
Were they still just, if you had a cut with a guy splash moonshine on it and be like, get out of here, faggot?
Yeah, I feel like they just use that as an
I'm a boy, I have lymphoma. Just dumping bourbon all over his head.
I went to the doctor with lymphoma and he just gave me a bowl cut.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't that far removed. I mean, you still had cowboys and Indians. You still had guys riding on horses up until the 1910s. You guys have played Red Dead Redemption. You know how that goes.
Yes, I remember that when Houston turned into zombies.
1865, the year was Red Dead Redemption was set in.
No.
This is 1970, blah, blah, blah.
They had a Kmart. They had red light or blue light specials to go to.
Well, of course, not just did it have the frontier spirit, it also had a ridiculously high gun ownership rate. In fact, the vast majority of deaths in Houston were by gun. Or not deaths, murders. The vast majority of murders in Houston were by gun.
The city was exploding.
Yeah.
The book, The Man with the Candy, really illustrates this beautifully at the beginning. It's really awesome. But he was talking about how there was all of this, not only oil money, but every sort of industry in the world was moving there. There was gigantic, the Astrodome was built, all of those huge, they called it the eighth wonder of the world, all these crazy construction projects happening. And so at one point, there, what happened in New York City, there was a gigantic influx of money in there, which of course immediately sets off the statuses of everybody. That makes the poor extra poor and the rich extra rich.
Shades of H.H. Holmes as well, right?
Somewhat. And this sort of thing is still happening in Texas to this day. It's happening in Midland, Odessa right now. Midland, Odessa is in the middle of a big oil boom. Guess what the most dangerous city in Texas is right now? Odessa.
Oh.
This happens over and over again. This is definitely a pattern in the state of Texas.
Well, I'm just so happy. This is the episode where I found the name for my firstborn daughter, Odessa. Odessa Kissel, come over here.
I can just imagine your hunched back 270-pound daughter. What is it, Dad?
Oh, you're beautiful to me, Odessa. Why don't you go run around nude in the street, see if you can find a husband? Okay. Mr. Kissel, we've returned your daughter. Your daughter.
Well, really, really the biggest problem in Houston was their grossly understaffed police force. In 1970, cops in Houston numbered 2,200 in a city of 1.3 million, half the absolute minimum required to police such a population. And in addition to being understaffed, the force was also underpaid, with many cops having to take outside jobs to make ends meet. But the biggest injustice is that this was a problem that had a very easy, very simple solution. Federal funds to beef up the force were readily available, but Police Chief Herman Short, high on that frontier spirit, refused any and all assistance, calling any federal assistance whatsoever a quote-unquote handout.
A true American.
I like this guy. So it must be interesting if you are on the police force one morning, but then at night you're the garbage man.
Yeah.
So like someone would be like, I need some help, officer. I've been robbed. He's like, yeah, I'm here to pick up trash. Get back to me in 8 hours when I'm on my cop shift.
Sorry, I'm on no sleep whatsoever. I left a badge on. This badge is useless while I'm a garbage man. Just these garbage lifting hands are the only thing I can use. But I still carry my gun.
Oh, isn't that something?
I shoot the tires.
Yeah. And, not surprisingly, Herman Short, the police chief who, refused all these federal funds, he resigned pretty shortly after Dean Corll's body count broke the previous record of 25 that was set a couple years earlier by murderer of migrants Juan Corona, who we're definitely going to cover.
Again, accept what you're best at. Be like, I'm the #1 sheriff at letting 29 young, strong men get murdered in my city.
Yeah.
Something.
No, because of that staff problem, the workload that officers faced was so stacked that a lot of them just threw up their hands and gave up, which is a very human reaction. You're faced with this overwhelming workload. You don't know where to start. It just keeps coming in. You just stop. You just can't approach it whatsoever. And cops even started making a game to see who could leave work the earliest.
Because they would see who could leave the work earliest, and then they would pass the buck of different, like, basically if they got an assignment for the day, they would just leave it on somebody else's desk as they were walking out. Also, homicide, which is really interesting, also had to cover 55 other types of crime.
56.
It's insane. They literally had to sit and they were covering, like, treason, like all this like ridiculous horse shit that they had to cover all at once, and so murder was the last thing they were looking at.
Well, they had to cover every crime in which greed was not a motive. So they had assault, battery, rape, not to mention murder. And you know how many homicide detectives they had? 42. 1.3 million people. 42 guys covering every single violence-related crime.
So basically, when you say greed, you mean theft, right?
I mean theft, yeah. Any sort of theft, anything like that. Like that was a complete, like that was beat cops. That was a different division. But homicide was in charge of anything related to violence. And because of this, homicide detectives generally ignored everything that wasn't a murder. Anything and everything that wasn't a murder did not get any attention. In fact, if a woman called up the police like, hey, my husband's beating me, I need someone to come out, the police would say like, well, actually, you need to come down to the station to report that. We can't send anyone out there.
Right.
And really what would happen with the murders, since there were so few people and so many murders, usually the murders didn't even really get that much attention. Those that weren't investigated, they called them misdemeanor murders. And that was reserved for black victims or very poor white victims. And other murders, they would get at the most 2 days of investigation, with most murders only getting an hour or two before the police just moved on.
And honestly, half the homicide detectives were actively investigating the murder of JR on Dallas.
That's right. I believe that's true. So basically, the cops would be like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Your husband's murdered. I'm going to do everything I can. Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it? Did you do it?
Did you do it? You got a chance? You got 2 chances to tell me if you did it.
Did you do it? Did you investigate the case?
Yeah.
Did you do it?
Yeah, I did it 2 times.
You did you did it twice? Okay.
That's all I can do. That is literally all I can do.
Once you change into your garbage man clothes, then you're fine to go.
Look, I figured out how to solve the Rubik's Cube is you just take up all the stickers and put them all the colors on the same side.
Dumb Yankees couldn't figure that out.
Well, the neighborhood where Dean Corll carried out his murder spree was filled with people that would have been classified as misdemeanor murders. One journalist, he said about the Heights, no newsmakers live here, no wealthy, no civic leaders, no socialites. It is a sad, tired place.
I do find interesting about the Heights is the reason why the Heights was called the Heights is that because, Houston is flat. Right? And it was something like only 5 meters above sea line. Mm-hmm. So back in the day, there was these strikeouts of yellow fever. And so what they would do is they would literally be like, let's run to the hills where the fever can't catch us legitimately. And they would go to the Heights because they thought that would make it, because that was the highest place in the area. And they thought they would be above the sickness.
You just take a big step up and then you're like, it can't get to me now.
Well, and Jack Olson, author of The Man with the Candy, he described it as a place, quote, where one could imagine retarded children or senile ants locked away in attic crawls, muttering in the shadows.
And what an imagination that is. That's fun.
That's where Marcus grew up.
Isn't that nice?
No?
Which one were you, Marcus?
Muttering in the shadows. Definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
but we didn't have an attic in our house, so fuck you, Henry.
Not bad.
All right, that's one way to avoid it.
But surprisingly, the Heights was not a high-crime neighborhood. The worst criminal the Heights had seen before Dean Corll was a man that was known locally as the Heights Phantom. And the Phantom's MO was to appear naked at the doors of women before running off, cackling into the shadows.
Bye, bye, goodbye, see ya, bye. Woo, 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 woo. Oh, my dowsing rod says there's water in here. Woo, woo, woo. All right, bye.
Ma'am, just have to ask, did he fart as he ran away?
Oh, you know he did.
That's the Phantom.
But it seemed like the fart made him go faster.
That is the Phantom, ma'am.
And when the Phantom was captured, he was just as quickly released and told to, quote, pull himself together.
I can imagine a cop's just grabbing a guy with no clothes on and just a trench coat on and just like ruffling him up by the shirt and be like, come on, all right, get your shit together, all right? Come on, think about what you're doing, okay?
He's like a frustrated father.
And there were criminals in the Heights, of course, thieves and such, but the Heights, there was nothing to steal in the Heights. So the criminals, they would go to other neighborhoods. People would know, like, yeah, you know, Jeff, he steals shit. He's a thief, but he ain't stealing from me, and he ain't stealing from my neighbor.
But they said also,
whatever.
The other thing too is that the criminals lived in the Heights. That's like where they lived.
Right.
So they didn't shit where they ate.
Right. Yeah.
And also the whole town was connected it was very familial. Everybody knew each other for forever, for generation after generation. So it's that common thing where you walk into what is essentially a bad neighborhood. Like in New York, you see a lot, like what Bed-Stuy used to be like. Where the Bed-Stuy, everybody assumed, you go there, you're going to get mugged. And be like, no, that's just where the muggers live.
Right. This is actually the safest area in town.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is, even if people generally trusted each other, like they just didn't really question the motives of other people, as long as you were clean cut and as long as you didn't embarrass yourself, then you were good. You were welcomed into the community. And as for the teenagers of the Heights, the kids and the parents that had a bit of a gentleman's agreement going on, this is how one kid put it.
As long as we keep up appearances and don't embarrass everybody, we can pop all the pills and smoke all the grass we want.
I look normal, sure, and they'll accept any of my friends that looks normal. They don't really have that much of a choice. They know I could get up in the morning and hitch all the way to California, and they never see me again.
Yeah, I love they used like the threat of them leaving as the reason for them to be terrible.
But that's what they're talking about at the time. This is the reason why Dean Corll ended up getting away with what he did for so long, is that there were so many runaways, because you're in this shit-fuck town in the middle of Texas, and basically, if I lived there, the first thing I would do every day is wake up and be like, how the fuck do I get out of here?
Right.
And a really quick way is to meet Dean Corll and his 2 teenage boys, and they'll get you out of there real fast.
In a body bag.
Yeah, this was the perfect place for Dean Corll to operate. He could not have asked for better killing grounds.
Well, we talk about this is a common example. It's what happened with Edmund Kemper. It happened like the same things. It's these idyllic little towns where it's vulnerable.
Yeah.
It's ready for somebody to come in and take advantage of these social agreements that everybody set up of being like, well, this kind of shit just doesn't happen here.
Yeah, That's what everyone says, like, well, maybe, have you noticed all these kids going missing? I don't know. Maybe someone's behind this, and everyone just goes, nah.
I saw Becky Sue wobbling a little bit more the other day. I think they were just running train over her by the water tower.
We got to do something. It seems like a very fun place to be a teenager, I have to say.
And
you
meanwhile,
just drink and get stoned all day, right?
Yeah, and Becky Sue is just being like, where's all these boys who used to run train on me?
Yeah, that's sad. She's the real victim here.
Now, let's get back to the story of Dean Corll. With the candy factory officially out of business, Dean started working full-time at Houston Power and Lighting, testing electrical relays, and he moved into a shed across the street from Cooley Elementary School. And there, he installed a blacklight, a TV, a stereo, and a primitive alarm system that would flash a red light in his bedroom were anyone to show up at his shed unannounced.
Party house.
I mean, this is a web. Like that, he is a spider attracting flies. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's been doing this since the candy factory.
Well, think about Michael Jackson creating the stuffed bear room that it led to the side of
Michael Jackson wasn't a pedophile.
whatever he was.
I have to agree with Marcus on this one, but we're not going to get into that right now.
Let's just call him the greatest child entertainer of all time. Let's call him the Tina Turner private dancer of all child entertainers.
He didn't do it. The teddy bears weren't for the kids. The teddy bears were for him.
We're not starting the conversation about Michael Jackson right now.
He was a great host for children. But the idea is that you build this place. What else does a 15-year-old Texas run almost pre-runaway?
Not even Texas. This is every teen. In 1970, this is every teenager in America.
He's literally got all the coolest shit you want. He's technically used to have a pool table, which means at any point he could have another pool table.
That's right.
He's got a black light. Cool. Done.
Awesome.
Led Zeppelin with a black light going. You're done. Boom. A full-on TV.
Yes.
And he's got a security light. Boys spend an hour just going like, is light on yet? Oh wait, let me run away farther. Is light on yet? All right, let me run closer. Is light on yet? Damn, that is just the funnest goddamn way to. These handcuffs are getting real tight, Dean.
It'll happen. Yeah, all you need is a black light and a couch, and allowing people to use drugs in your house. And it's the coolest house for a 15-year-old to be in.
Yeah, you can straight up rape any boy in there that you want.
Yeah,
well, yeah, so you just gotta set it up. You put some chips.
I don't know.
Well, really, I mean, most of the boys who regularly hung out at Dean's place, they had fond-ish memories of the time that they spent there. They said that he was kind of weird. A lot of the kids noticed that he got a little giddy around the teenage boys. But for the most part, they said that they thought Dean was just a quote-unquote good dude.
Well, another thing they said about him were that he was completely and totally anonymous and seemed like a shadow.
Yeah.
That was the other way they sort of put it. We'll go with that more when the trio was all together. But he was also like a nobody. They were like, they went to his house and partied all the time. And they would go and they would like do whatever. But Dean was just kind of a puppeteer or like around them, like kind of being like, oh, here's a toy and here's some weed and here's some booze.
But didn't we all have a house like this that we used to go to in our teens? I mean, I know for a fact there was a house that was owned by a 27-year-old who I believe was still a freshman in college. And we would go over there and do everything we ever wanted to do. And now that I think about it, he was relatively creepy.
Yeah, we had a ton of people. Like, we had so many older dudes that were in their early to mid-20s, some of them in their late 20s, early 30s, just buy beer for all the kids.
Right,
and they would hang out with all the kids, and the kids at the time, you're like, oh, yeah, he's cool.
But every once in a while, when you're hanging around Tom, and it's like fucking maybe like 2 or 3 in the morning, he's just like, you know, Marcus, you're one of the good ones. You know that?
No, they fucked the teenage girls. Those were the guys that were fucking like the 16, 17-year-old girls that it was a love-hate relationship because they'd buy us beer, but then they'd also take all of the girls, and there was not that many girls. There were 12 kids in the class. There were 5 girls.
So they're rapists, essentially. The 30-year-olds having sex with 16-year-olds.
I never realized how creepy Matthew McConaughey's character was in Dazed and Confused until right now. This is exactly what he was doing.
See, Natalie grew up, had a punk house or something like that, but all the guys never had sex with the kid. There was no sex in the house. It was just more like trash and stuff and throwing things around. But I think it's a punk thing.
Well, a punk's totally different. Punk, they've got ideals and shit like that. Like, they're trying to make a point. A bad point, but they're trying to make a point.
I got out of the punk movement as soon as they realized there are more rules in the punk movement than most prisons. I mean, it's crazy how many rules there are. Apparently, you can't get over 6'3", otherwise you're out. So I'm 4 inches too tall. I swear to God, as soon as I got tall, they're like, "You are intimidating us. You better go."
I could see the children's book now, like the saddest, tallest punk.
Yeah, exactly.
You just walking through and be like, all the jeans I saw that are long on everybody else are fit perfect on me. I look square.
I don't need green hair to stand out.
No, as far as we know, Dean didn't kill any kids during these 2 years. From 1968 to 1970, when kids were kind of coming in and out and hanging out at his house with the cool black light and the alarm. Nor did his parties get as rowdy as they would down the line when his crew was complete. What we do know is that this is when Dean would pick up his first accomplice, David Brooks.
Now, he is a weird-looking kid.
Super weird. And he's also the one that we know the least about because he's the one... He's still alive. He's still in prison.
But he will not talk to anybody.
Will not talk. And even his confessions were kind of curt. Like, he only confessed to so much. But yeah, Wayne Henley will talk to anybody.
Oh, he is a bit of a hooer for the camera. And I would also say Wayne Henley kind of coerced kind of coerced David Brooks into confessing with him.
Mm-hmm.
Wayne Henley kind of pulled them all in. Again, this is a part of the reason why, like, I just feel like if you're going to be killing a bunch of boys, a lot of times you're going to have a couple of boy henchmen, and I think that John Wayne Gacy probably also had a couple of boy henchmen, but they were wise enough / stupid enough to not tell anybody.
Is it, what is it, if you don't speak as opposed to speaking, what's more egotistical? You know, like, what's worse?
What, claiming the crime, saying, oh, I did it? That's like a terrorist.
Or just refusing to talk about it, though.
It's either,
then the victim's families get no closure or anything
because
like that.
refusing to talk about it makes you a good criminal and a bad person. Talking about the crimes and owning them technically makes you a showboat, but in some queer way, you can change it for yourself that you're giving people validation and closure.
Well, I've got some theories about David Brooks that we're probably going to get into on the next episode.
Right.
As far as your question goes there, Ben, but we need to get a little bit more information about the guy before we really get into it. Now, Brooks was, of course, from a broken home and had known Dean from the time that David was 10 years old, back when Dean was just the nice man with the candy across the street from his school. But now that Dean was finally away from the prying eyes of his mother and the other candy factory employees, he could finally give in to the urges that have been just barely kept under wraps for so many years.
And now we're going to see how many killers that were really close with their family and how it's sort of like they can't blossom. Because what they said about Dean before is that he was incredibly polite. He would never say no. He would do anything his mother asked him to do. He was devoted son, devoted to his family, devoted to the candy business. And then as soon as she was gone, same thing with Ed Gein, same thing sort of with Jeffrey Dahmer when he finally moved away from his family, when you finally start seeing them being like, I'm free. I can finally like let my hair down and I could get those toe rings.
Right.
I see all the other girls have.
I do want to clarify, there is never a nice guy who works in the chocolate factory across from the school. It's
Never
a
once.
nice guy. Never trust
once.
him.
Never do it.
No, do not.
Any parent, again, do not trust the man who sells candy ever. They are killers. They are some rapists.
If you are a mayor of a small town and there is a candy factory across from a school,
shut it down.
Shut it down. Shut one of them down.
But first of all, but get all the candy.
Yeah.
And keep it in yourself and sit on it like you're Willy Wonka.
That's right.
Quirrell started taking advantage of the 14-year-old Brooks, paying him sometimes $5, sometimes $10 for blowjobs, Dean giving, Brooks taking. And Brooks's former attorney, a man named Jim Skelton, said that Brooks absolutely idolized Dean, who Brooks said was the first person to accept him for who he was, because Brooks' father, pretty much hated him. He called him a sissy. He said that, he was no son of his, and really, Dean Quirrell he said he was the first one to ever be nice to him.
I mean, David's father was dead wrong. If I was David, I'd be like, I am getting paid to have my dick sucked.
Do you have any
What is
with
more
that,
masculine than that?
How fucking kick-ass that? How Motley Crue is that?
Are you crazy?
Now, less than a year after their first quote-unquote encounter, David Brooks moved in with Dean Quirrell and would soon become one of Dean Quirrell's two accomplices. It all began in mid-December 1970 when Brooks walked in unannounced on Dean molesting two young boys who were tied to Dean's infamous torture board. While we don't know if the torture board cops eventually found was the original, the final design was a 7 by 3 foot inch slab of thick unpainted plywood with holes drilled into each of the four corners. Handcuffs were used for the wrists, while the ankles were bound with nylon rope. The boys would be sexually assaulted and tortured for hours, sometimes days, until they were finally put out of their misery by either strangulation or a simple shot to the head with a pistol.
My name's Dan Trathers, and I have made several of these boards with the handcuffs at the top and the nylon cords at the bottom, and they were never meant ever once to be used as a torture rack in any way, shape, or form. It was supposed to be used to simulate riding a sled in your imagination. And I am appalled that my invention of that came from a childhood dream of mine in the sandy deserts of the middle of Texas,
Right.
and I could never see snow, yearn to sled because of pictures I've seen on the side of Christmas cookie containers. And I invented this, what I like to call the ready sled.
Right.
And I cannot believe the way my dream has been turned into a nightmare.
How much money have you made as selling the sled?
Since Dean Coral?
Yeah.
$75 million.
Isn't that something?
Selling them in Mumbai.
Isn't that
oh,
right?
Yeah, they're just like hotcakes. China, hotcakes.
Are they being used as torture racks, do you think, or?
I have found it useful to my liberty to elect questions.
Oh, good. Yeah. That reminds me, the person who invented the drone we talked about on top
Yeah.
for tuna fishermen. And now you can see what they're doing.
5,000 dead bodies later.
Yep.
Now, Brooks, upon initially walking in on Dean Coral in the middle of one of these sessions, turned around and left immediately, stayed away for a day or two. But having no place else to go, Brooks returned to the house where Dean explained to him that he was just a part of a child pornography ring.
Oh.
And that he had been paid to produce child pornography.
Oh, it's a job.
Oh, I'm so sorry I judged you.
And then after that, he just shipped him off to California.
Yeah, and they were going to the child pornography ranch in the sky where they could run and play.
But at some point, we don't really know why, but at some point, Coral just fessed up and told Brooks that actually, no, he wasn't a part of a child pornography ring. He was actually just a murderer.
Just a plain old murderer.
It's just, but you know, nefarious are your actions if the excuse is it's just part of a child pedophile ring? Like, that's the cover-up lie.
Well, he started with it, but it's how you grade it out. He started by telling him he was a human trafficker.
Yeah.
And that he was selling these guys in from other countries and he was helping them emigrate. Like, that was one story. Then it turned into child pornography. Then it turned into being like, well, you know, I am not as regal as all I've said before. But now, but what's really interesting with Brooks is that by now it's just he's just in too far.
Right.
Now it's like what he can do then is sort of being like he can relax his cover story and be like, okay, no, I can do this because now he can see he's ready to flip and he can use him to be his accomplice.
Yeah, and Coral's hold over Brooks, his hold had to have been so powerful because the next time that Coral struck was on December 13th, 1970, and Brooks was right there alongside to help him.
Well, and the same thing as we said about Charles Manson, and I'll say this too about Dean Coral. I don't believe that anybody is a perfect puppeteer. I don't think anybody's a puppet master. I don't think anybody is that inscrutable of a Svengali, right? I think a lot of times these people are already 50% of the way there. They already have the impulses, and you as a person who's been watching kids and profiling kids and grooming kids to be your victims for fucking 20 years, now look at someone being like, I see the mirror image of myself. I know that if I talk with this guy, we can hook up. It's kind of like meeting somebody that you're in a band with or in a sketch comedy group with, where you meet someone and be like,
You're
click.
equating getting murder fist together that you guys did in theater school and college with Dean Coral collecting boys to then murder other boys.
It's all collaboration, man.
I see. Okay, which is a bit of one does sketch comedy and sort of makes people laugh.
But you click.
But you click. Right.
Now,
yeah.
Now, in addition to the emotional hold that Coral had over Brooks, there was a financial aspect of the relationship as well. Coral told Brooks that he would give him $200 for every boy that he could lure back to their apartment, and Brooks took to the idea almost immediately. And besides just the money, Brooks was also rewarded with the 1968 green Corvette on his 16th birthday, ensuring his loyalty for years to come.
Right, and also, I mean, when you mention David Brooks, he's in too deep. It's similar to what people theorize about, like Bohemian Grove and places like that. Once you see people do atrocities to another person, or Skull and Bones, then you're now implicated in it as well. So what are you supposed to do?
You're an accessory to the crime.
Oh, right. But that's what he did with Wayne Hendley. Wayne Hendley talks about that after. We'll talk about that. But he's basically said, like, Dean Coral is like, well, you're already accomplice to murder. So well, as soon as I confess that the guys that you've been showing up with, I've been murdering, you're already done. You're already in. So you might as well get your jollies with it. And you also know if you play along, you probably won't end up on the torture rack.
Yeah,
as long as you're looking at the torture rack, you're not going to end up on the torture rack.
And that's just probably.
Yeah.
That's not guaranteed. That's just probably.
And again, these Houston cops are just like, did you do it? And if David Brooks would go in and be like, hey, I have to report a crime, they'd be like, did you do it? He'd be like, yes. And then they just arrest him.
Oh, yeah, he's done.
There.
He's already done. Yeah, it's all locked in.
So the first murders that we know that Brooks participated in was that of James Glass and Danny Yates. Glass had been to Dean's house before hanging out and was actually a friend of David Brooks. So it wasn't any big deal to him. You know, Brooks pulled up. He was like, hey, we're hanging out at Dean's. You want to come? And the two kids were like, yeah, let's go. And James and Danny would also be the first boys that Brooks would help bury in Coral's infamous boat shed. Dean had rented a dirt floor storage facility just a few months before this double murder, and this storage facility was conveniently located less than a mile from where Dean worked.
And this also, again, shows the impenetrable lack of interest of someone who's getting paid $4 an hour to work at the storage shed facility while Dean Coral's coming in and out covered in sweat with shovels being like, just making the storage shed deeper. Just gotta make it deeper, you know? Sometimes you're just like, oh, I'm looking at this shed and it could be a fuck ton more deeper, you know what I'm saying? You know,
More
and
shed.
the guy is just flipping a magazine, not hearing anything.
Yeah, he just flips a quarter on the way out and tells the guy to keep the change, and the guy's like, this technically is change.
Yeah. And it also this is a weird thing about Dean Coral is that it was less than a mile from where he worked, so he could dispose of bodies on his way to work. He could just put one of the bodies in his van, take it out there, take care of a quick errand before going and testing relays for 8 hours.
Mm-hmm. So I got to wake up 28 minutes early for work tomorrow. Got to dispose the body before I go in.
Am I talking out loud? Oh, David. Oh, I got to come clean to you. Oh.
And now a quick word from our sponsor. Today's episode of Last Podcast on the Left is brought to you by Casper Mattresses, obsessively engineered American-made mattresses at a shockingly fair price. And now you can get $50 toward any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/LEFT and using the code LEFT. See, Casper brings together two comfy technologies for better nights and brighter days. That's latex foam and memory foam. They've also got a risk-free trial and a wonderful return policy. They'll deliver it straight to your door. You can try it for 100 days, and if you're not happy, they'll pick it back up. That's $500 for a twin-sized mattress and $950 for a king-sized mattress. You compare that to industry averages, that's an outstanding price point. So get $50 towards any mattress purchase by going to Casper.com/LEFT and using the code LEFT. Terms and conditions apply. And now back to the show. So 6 weeks after that double murder, Brooks and Coral lured another couple of kids, 15-year-old Donald Waldrop and his 13-year-old brother, Jerry, to the apartment where Brooks looked on as Dean strangled them both to death. And a couple of months after that, Brooks convinced another friend of his, 15-year-old Randall Harvey, to let him and Dean give him a ride to work in Dean's white, windowless Econoline van. Now, the van was a torture facility all in itself. Rings and hooks protruded from pegboard walls, and when cops finally found and searched the van after Dean was killed, they found binoculars, a portable two-way radio, and 15 feet of nylon rope.
And now, my name is Dylan Treagle, and when I had originally designed the Inside Acrobat van, I never expected to be turned. I am appalled at the turn of events that have happened with the sales of some of these vans. They were meant for aerial acrobatic tricks inside of a van for people that are traveling across the country and are bored.
How many of those did you sell?
I have made upwards of $97 million.
Interesting.
Selling these vans across the country. And again, I'm happy people are bringing acrobatics to the small town of America using the rings and hooks and binoculars provided inside of these vans.
Do you find that most frumpy mid-30s Texan men like to do acrobats?
It's all of them. It's actually a surprise because you'd look at some of these men and be like, you look more of a molester than an acrobat. But again, I have found best in my interest of my liberty and also financial security to not ask certain questions about the nature of the use of my Inside Acrobatic Act vans.
I'll take 3.
Now, after this boy Randall was secured in the van, the two took him back to the apartment where Dean raped him, tortured him, and shot him in the head, after which Coral and Brooks took the body to the dirt floor storage shed and buried him. Now, it's important to note at this point that Brooks maintains to this day that he did not actively participate in a single murder. He says that his only roles in the murders was the capture or luring of the boys and in the disposal of the bodies.
Isn't that the most important thing? He brought the product.
Yeah, it's the hardest shit.
Right?
Yeah.
So I feel like he's more
the
guilty.
dealer.
Right. Anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
I don't know if he's more guilty. Dean Coral definitely did the hard part of it.
I don't know.
guess.
If you're a cattle rancher, killing the cow and butchering it and making it edible for people or whatever, that's more difficult than serving it up to them on a burger.
We're
isn't
starting
it?
to sound like the Bilderberg Group.
Yeah.
Talking about people like they're cattle.
Of course, Dean, he was killing months before David came on board as his official assistant. Dean's presumed first victim was a University of Texas student by the name of Jeffrey Conan, who was picked up while hitchhiking on September 25th, 1970. I think that the disposal of Jeffrey Conan's body suggests that Dean was an old hand at the murder game by the time Conan was killed. When police found his body, they discovered that it had been covered with a layer of lime and had been wrapped in plastic.
See, nowadays you can pretty much say, like, oh, he Googled it, because
Right,
I'm
right.
certain there are, like, forums that would tell you how to dispose of a body.
Oh, sure.
Honestly, I've never researched it, but you can. Don't, but you can.
You will be on a watch list.
Yes, absolutely. But so he had to have had some experience.
He had to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very possible that he had killed a boy, buried the body, and the body was found, but because Houston police don't investigate murders, he didn't get caught.
I just want to hear one hitchhiking story where it's like, I thumbed my way to San Francisco, had a great time for a week, and thumbed my way back to Stevens Point, Wisconsin, had a wonderful time.
No, there are people
That's all.
that
I just
have
want to
those
hear
stories.
one
Yeah.
pot. Has there been a good hitchhiking story?
Only men that look like us.
Yeah,
like we are the only people who
Oh, the people who
survive
also
hitchhikers.
look like the people who kill hitchhikers?
Yes.
Yeah, did you never read On the Road? Full of great hitchhiking stories.
Oh, he came from money.
And they were all on Benzedrine.
Yeah.
So the other thing about Jeffrey Conan that suggests that this wasn't Dean's first kill was that he had been gagged with a piece of cloth, was tied hand and foot, he was naked, and strangled to death. Now, knowing what we know about serial killers, all signs point towards this being anything but Dean's first kill, both in the process of it and in the disposal of the body.
Yeah, because it seems like he's pretty far along in his fantasy at this point, and so he knows what he wants.
Yeah, and a lot of people think that Wayne Henley and David Brooks weren't his first assistants. That he had been working with a couple of kids before that who hadn't quite worked out. He murdered them and brought on a couple of new boys.
It's so hard. That's a problem with being the young boy assistant to a man who murders young boys, is that the turnaround.
Yeah, it's through the roof. Yeah.
Now, after Randall Harvey, Coral, with the assistance of Brooks, would commit another double murder. Their third in less than 6 months. Every single one of these 6 boys lived in the same 2.5 square mile neighborhood where Dean had set up shop, the Heights. Now, to be fair to the parents, who actually gave a shit about the kids who were going missing, because not all the parents gave a fuck when their kids went missing. A lot of them were like, whew, I don't got to deal with that piece of shit anymore.
It's either they're a piece of shit or the straight up fact I need to raise this kid too, which is even more heartbreaking thing.
Right.
Where you look at it and be like, we were struggling when our son went missing. We can easily accept the idea that he ran away.
Yeah, he went to California and played in a jug band.
Yes.
He's doing really well from what I can imagine.
He got picked up on the side of the road to go to work on some fucking truck yard or doing something.
Right.
And
He's working on an oil rig. He got some sort, and the only thing they can hope for is a letter a couple of months or a couple of years later with $5 in it, saying, "Hey, sorry I had to leave. I've been working on an oil rig out in the Gulf for the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Here's what I can contribute." But really, these families, they had a lot going against them. First of all, back to the Houston Police Department, the Missing Persons Department didn't actually look for anyone. Their only purpose was to inform families if the police department happened to come across the missing person in question, either through arrest or through death.
So they just took that literally. They were just like, this is where the missing persons, but not looking for them. No, it's just, we just identify missing persons.
It's just, that
He's
guy's
missing.
not there anymore.
Yep. No.
Oh, so there's a hat there. I see some pants. I see some shoes. I don't see a man. He's not there.
He's missing.
And second, of course, as we've been hammering home again and again, not just in this episode, but in the Ed Kemper episode, in the Manson episode, cops all over the country in the 60s and 70s, they didn't look for runaways, especially in poor areas, because it was just generally assumed that if teenagers went missing, they were They ran away to California or New York City or wherever.
And I will put this as a sort of conspiratorial view of this, is that I think that this is where there's a problem almost, is that you could disappear back in the day.
Yes.
You could just go live your life and not be entirely supervised and entirely surveilled everywhere you went. This is now this fear of these kind of crimes, stuff like allowing Dean Corll to murder 29 boys. It directly correlates to our surveillance period, with this idea now being like, now no one can get away anonymously. Now you can't.
No one can have a torture rack where they murder a bunch of teenagers in their shed by the school, Henry?
But there's the mixture, and again, it's the fine balance between security and freedom.
Yeah, say you have a reasonable police force. Then maybe these things don't happen. Maybe if you have enough cops for when a family calls and says, hey, my kid is missing, here are some clues, could you look for them?
Yeah.
Because there were clues. If cops would have actually looked into this case.
Because Dean Corll kept popping up in each one of these stories.
In all these stories that he kept popping up, and they could have easily put the pieces together long before this if only they would have had a reasonable police force. Because a reasonable police force is needed.
But then what you do is that you start with a paltry police force, and then everyone complains that there are no police and they're not doing their job. And then when you start rolling in tanks and drones, now we're like, we got plenty of police. Now we got so many police, we're gonna fucking frisk you. You fell asleep in the train, we're checking your goddamn pockets.
All right.
Yeah. There's what we're saying is there is a happy medium.
A bit of a leap from what happened in Ferguson. And
I have been known. People have said that my opinions can be extreme, but I view myself as more of an ultra realist.
Yeah, but I do agree. There is a slippery slope, and over-policing is certainly a problem right now in the country.
And it's not just over-policing. It's also, you have something like Dean Corll that leads directly to the satanic panic. It leads to, like, you start getting this pedophile hysteria, this missing child hysteria that starts...
Which is not like the hysteria over Lady Gaga.
That's right.
Nor is it like the Def Leppard album hysteria.
And then, of course, Big Milk started putting kids on cartons to sell products. Everyone's like, gotta collect all the missing kids. Playing with them like Pokemon.
Well, another reason why these parents can't really be blamed is that while the Heights was small, it wasn't that small. I'm not exactly sure of the population numbers of the Heights in 1970, but currently the Heights sits at about 15,000 people. And these parents, they didn't necessarily talk to each other. And of course, back then, there wasn't any internet to spread the word.
Right.
And
I'm doing the quick math as to what percentage is 30 people out of 15,000.
Let's do quick math with Henry Zabrowski. He's got his calculator out.
I mean, it's a 0.00%.
And he doesn't know how to use it.
I don't know how to do it.
He literally, I don't even know if we're going to keep this portion in. I do want to clarify, Henry does not know how to do quick math, even on a calculator.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I don't either.
Wow. Stunningly stupid, Henry Zabrowski.
Do you?
What's that?
Do you know how to find a percentage?
I also didn't stop the show to do it. So I will say, yes, I do, and I will not be proven wrong because I will not attempt to do it.
Let me just try this, all right? It's 30 divided by 15,000, all right? That's how you'd figure that out. 0.002. All right, cool. You're right. I just wanted to see.
A point.
None of this.
You have to just hit a button.
It's staying in.
Good Lord. All right.
Now, the fourth reason, as we said earlier, there were no newsmakers in the Heights. Kids who went missing, they didn't show up on the 10 o'clock news. They didn't show up on the front page of the paper. These kids were just gone. And, of course, Dean Corll knew this. But the first kids who actually got some notice came next. Victims, I think they're 9 and 10. David Hillegeist and his neighbor Gregory Winkle went missing on May 29th, 1971, and the Hillegeist family pulled out as many stops as a poor family in the Heights could afford. After receiving no help from the cops, the Hillegeist hired a private investigator to search for their son. And the only lead that the PI came up with is that the kids might have been abducted by a pimp named Chicken Joe, who operated out of Dallas. But, of course, that tip didn't pan out at all. But this is yet another injustice in this story. When the cops who refused to help the Hillegeist family found out about the help they were receiving from the PI, they opened an investigation into the PI's credentials, hauled the PI into court for an expired license, and spent thousands of dollars prosecuting him instead of spending a single cent, a single second looking for David Hillegeist.
I'm going to say the PI probably already knew he was going to suggest that Chicken Joe stole the kid.
Oh, yeah,
I think that
he's
the
been
PI
trying
is
to
just like,
put-
I'll just say Chicken Joe stole him again and collect my paycheck.
Well, Chicken Joe is also the chicken is a prison term for a pedophile.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
they
Chicken
kind of
Joe.
put him in there.
No, the PI did actually put in quite a bit of time, and even when the Hillegeist ran out of money, he still did work for them.
Which is really very sad. And the Hillegeist family, the story of the Hillegeist family and the man with the candy is incredible. It's brutally sad. It ruined their whole lives. They spent all of their money on the PI. Then they started getting into psychics that were taking them back and forth, like saying stuff like, I see him staring out of a window somewhere in San Antonio. And then would go to San Antonio and look for him for days. And then it's all of it. They were just dragged around, these poor people.
It's felonious, those psychics. I really do despise those people who prey on wounded souls.
I think they went to 6 different psychics, and of course, each psychic charges them a little bit of money.
Just immediately, if you meet a psychic, say, how many Skittles do I have in my pocket? Always have 7. If they answer any other number than 7, they're not a good psychic.
No, it was really, and this is what we're talking about when we say if the Houston PD would have investigated this at all, Coral would have started coming up. The Hillegeist, in hindsight, they did think about Dean Coral. Their son was one of the dozens of kids who had regularly visited the candy factory in the mid-'60s. But Dean's parents, when their son was hanging out there, rather than being concerned that their son was hanging around with this strange older guy, they were more concerned that the boy might just be bothering a man who was trying to go about his business. Which, this was exactly how my childhood was.
Yeah. The onus used to be on the child.
Yeah,
right.
Of course.
Oh yeah, that was what we were talking about with teachers. There was a thing. I was reading some article somewhere about how teachers get blamed for their kids failing in school nowadays. Where it used to be like I used to get very much so punished if I fucked up.
Yeah,
me of course.
Too. Yeah, absolutely. And I used to have that all the time. I grew up in a small town where your parents would just kind of in the summertime they just let you go into the town, just like go out, fuck around. Don't bother me for 8 hours. Be back here by 3 p.m.
And it's another case where I think we have to come back to a middle ground.
Yeah. And that's what would happen is that, you'd just you just swing by a bar and you'd swing by like a mechanic shop and you just kind of like, hey, mister, how you doing? What's going on? And
get out of here, kid. You're getting dust all over my door bottles.
Well, really, they'd be like, you're breaking up the monotony of a 10-hour work day. So the guys be like, hey, come over here, little you little fart. And then they'd
weird times in Marcus's childhood.
The 90s.
Yeah, it was a strange decade. There's no doubt about that.
The 90s was a super strange decade. But the other run-in that David Hillegeist had with Dean Coral was a few years after, he had been hanging out at the candy factory. She found him again playing pool there. And she told Dean, listen, I would appreciate it if you didn't let my son hang around here anymore. But Dean, he alleviated her fears by saying, like, hey, your neighbor, Jerry Winkle, she works here part-time. Her son, Gregory, he works here too. And Gregory would be the boy that was killed alongside David Hillegeist on May 29th. And he would also be the first of 2 former candy factory employees to die at the hands of Dean Coral. And in a desperate attempt to find their son, the Hillegeist family canvassed Houston with posters bearing David's name and picture. The whole neighborhood pitched in, but none more than one of David Hillegeist's oldest friends, Elmer Wayne Henley Jr. And while Wayne Henley at the time had no idea who killed his friend, within 6 months of that disappearance, Wayne Henley would become Dean Coral's second accomplice in 18 more murders over the course of less than a year.
Technically, Dean Coral is a job creator.
I guess so.
It's just interns.
My goodness.
We have an intern. Travis would kill for us.
He would not kill for us, and nor will we request him to. Good God. Is that the episode for today?
That's it for today.
Wow, what a story.
Next episode, we're going to come back with Wayne Henley, and we're going to get to where it really ramps up.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And we're going to do some talking about what it really means to be a sexual sadist and where that shit comes from. That horrible, horrible shit that makes you a monster that should be buried in a concrete square 20 feet underground.
If you are, if you do work in law enforcement, go knock on a shed's door if it's by a school.
If you see a
see
shed
what's
by a
going
school,
on, just knock on it. See if it's the janitor's house.
Go to a candy shop. Honestly,
Sniff
if
around.
you see around, smash a couple of things with a baton and just be like, just checking up, just wanting to see, just want to make sure nothing bad's going on here. Like you got nothing going on in the prey lanes. You just go digging through your hands through the play lanes and then take a handful and eat them in front of them, being like, I can come back anytime I want. Come back, start scare candy people. Everybody.
I know
Even
what
if
you're
you're
doing.
not a police officer.
That's it.
If you see a candy shop, go in there and be like, I know what you did.
That's who we should be stopping and frisking.
Candy shop owners.
Candy shop owners.
Yeah.
I agree. All right, good. Well, I think we're solving problems here. Very nice. Thanks so much for listening here to this episode. I'm just going to throw out a hail yourselves.
Yeah.
Because you guys have been so unbelievable. The Patreon page is incredible. Thank you so much.
Oh, my God. Yeah, if you want to contribute to our Patreon campaign, go to patreon.com/lastpodcast on the left. It really is starting to turn into a life-changing amount of money, guys.
It really is.
This is fantastic.
It's incredible.
For those that listened to a couple of Roundtable of Gentlemen's ago, I got a phone call from City Capital One.
Did you pay it off?
I paid it off, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
because of your wonderful contributions to the Patreon.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And I've almost got all my credit card debt paid off as well. This is fantastic. You're just alleviating burdens. You're making life better for us, where we can spend even more time devoted to Last Podcast on the Left, which we will be doing one on March 5th in Baltimore at Auto Bar, along with the Cowmen, the band in which I play drums, and also Holt McNeely from the Roundtable of Gentlemen, sings in. That
conveniently booked alongside us.
Intriguing.
Yeah, fuckers.
Not bad at all.
We're going to hear a Cowmen song at the end of this episode in case you guys are new to them. And, of course, if you want your Last Podcast on the Left t-shirt, go to cavecomedyradio.com/merch. If you want to order t-shirts for yourself, the same quality that we have ours, of course, go to jackprince.com. And I'd say I got something new going on right now that I would like to announce. I would like to direct people towards. I just started doing radio again. I just started a new radio program called The Lucky Bone Show.
It's very good.
The Lucky Bone Show. Thank you, Henry.
What is the Lucky Bone Show all about, Marcus?
I just play music and I talk. It's a radio show.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, it's like FM radio, except no commercials.
That's great.
Yeah, and you can find that at mixcloud.com. Just go to mixcloud.com and search The Lucky Bone Show. I'm going to be putting out one, maybe two a week. I love doing it so much. It feels so good to be back on radio. And thank you, everyone so far who's listened to the show and had such kind words to say about it.
If you make out while listening to it, it kind of feels like you're in the back of a 1950s car.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Except it's, you're listening to the Stooges and, the Dixie Cups.
And if you want to hear about other sociopaths, we do a political show called Abe Lincoln's Top Hat. We'll be with you throughout the entire process here in 2016. It's really heating up.
It's heating up,
It'll be fun.
And follow us on Instagram at LP on the left. Which is fair. And also, I want to give a shout out to a guy called Titty Bats on Instagram, who I love his fucking shirts. Titty Bats and Pallbearer Press. I fucking love these shirts.
What kind of shirts are they?
One's it's got bats with titties on them.
Oh, it's
and the other one does a
literal.
bunch of horror T-shirts. It's pretty sweet. I got one Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's Leatherface, but there's all Japanese writing around it.
Oh, very cool. And find Henry on Twitter at Henry Loves You. Find Marcus Parks on Twitter at Marcus Parks. I'm at Twitter at Ben Kissel.
Oh, and also congratulations to everyone for hitting 10,000 members in the Facebook group.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, and I also want to give a nice thank you to Sarah Richard, who sent us sent each of us a set of DC Comics Justice League tarot cards.
And it's really fucking cool.
They're really fucking cool. You can see Sarah Richard's art at sarahrichard.com. I love everything that she's doing. She draws a hell of an owl. I'll say that much.
Well, that's...
have you been masturbating to her pictures of owls?
I mean,
we better wrap it up. We can't get to the truth on that one.
Oh, man. And, you guys, thank you so much as always. Heil Geen.
I'll name.
Hail yourselves once again.
Enjoy him. Gives you gifts. Right, goodbye.
And enjoy this song from the Cowmen.
It's called "Go Fuck Yourself."
No, it's not. It's not. We have our songs have profanity, but not the titles.
Well, there was a preacher who rode into town. The town town. He found a lot by the cancer boys tune. Across the street from Satan's old saloon. Wow, wow, yeah. Wow, Bill, wow, with wood and nail, they hammered up the timber to teach the sinners to live life more simple. With the kinfolk of the town, they hated his guts with all of their hearts, and the shit from their butts. Wow, wow, Bill. Wow, Bill, wow, wow, for the ball on the hill. Wow, Bill. Wow, Bill, lay it down one time, boys. We don't need no preachers spinning his love, telling us we can't drink anymore. We don't need no rules, boy, 'cause we got our own. They're written in blood, bones, and skeleton bones. Burn down your church with our torches and flames. The devil and you know some moment you praise the devil belongs to me. 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 Go to hell, Bill.
Before we get to the show, let's hear a word from our sponsor, Squarespace. A dream is just a great idea that doesn't have a website yet. Make it a reality with Squarespace. Squarespace makes it easy to turn your idea into a unique website. Showcase your work, blog, or publish content. You can even sell products and services of all kinds in just a few clicks. With 24/7 award-winning customer support, you can customize everything from look and feel to settings and products using beautiful templates created by world-class designers. And there's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade ever. So head to squarespace.com/LAST for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code LAST to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Now on with the show.
There's no place to escape to. This is the last podcast. On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
This is a really goth episode.
Is it really?
This is a very goth episode. I hope you have your lace gloves. Can you imagine how much lace it would take to cover Kissel in order for him to fit into
you
a
just
real...
reminded me of a story. When I was in high school, we wanted to go steal clothes at Hot Topic, but they didn't have my size. So I literally could not steal the stupid Rob Zombie shirt that I wanted to get because they only had larges and they knew I was a double extra large, and that was an embarrassing day. I literally too big to steal.
Too fat to be goth. That would be the name of your fucking life story.
Oh my God. All right. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel with Marcus Parks.
Hello.
All right. And beautiful Henry Zabrowski over there.
There's just something about Dennis Nilsson that made me toss on some, like I toss on some Sisters of Mercy. I know that's technically not his era.
No.
But there's something so goth about his shit that I'm just like twisting back and forth, listening to Suey and the Banshees. Is it Susie?
It's Susie.
Susie and the Banshees.
Susie and the Banshees? Man, just so sad, like hanging, like dancing like Linus from Peanuts. Which one? Who did the slouchy dance?
I love Linus. All right, so this guy, he is goth, and he's also Scottish.
Well, he's Scottish.
I didn't realize that could be a combo.
I don't know if he's goth. I don't know if anyone who loves prog rock as much as he did, it could be goth.
Well, they like to kick a lot. So let's talk about it. Today's episode, we're covering this dude, Dennis Nilsen.
So Dennis Nilsen was a Scottish serial killer who murdered 15 men in London from 1978 to 1983. Ooh. Although Nilsen is oftentimes known as England's Jeffrey Dahmer, Nilsen himself said that the comparison is superficial at best.
Let's just say Mr. Dahmer, obviously did horrible crimes, but he had that X factor.
Sure.
He had that something special. He had that something else. Not saying that Dennis Nilsen is not a perfect snowflake in his own world, as someone who to be heralded in his own world of serial killerdom.
Yeah, and Jeffrey Dahmer never bowed to the Queen.
Yeah, he was never a subject. He was a true American patriot who, through the freedoms afforded by this country, rented an apartment and turned it into a hellscape for those poor young Filipino men.
That is his 29th Amendment right. It's not done yet, but I'm going to write it in there.
Oh, yes. Both were gay men who murdered out of loneliness and kept the bodies for extended periods of time. But Nilsen was not a cannibal. He did not mutilate bodies for pleasure, nor did he keep trophies of his victims as Dahmer did.
It's a funny way to say dicks. Is it a trophy, Mr. Dahmer?
Yeah, if I were to just take off my pants and just go, in front of Natalie and be like, and here's my most improved player trophy and pointing towards my penis. I don't know if that would help
No one
me.
wants to think about that.
Well, in fact, in some ways, Nilsen's crimes are creepier, as his murders are, in their own way, more romantic. Because he's like a TV character come to life. A very shallow one, but a TV character nevertheless.
Okay.
He is a paler version of a vampire than we've seen.
Wow.
He is, I would compare him to a vampire. He is very romantic. It's very much atmospheric, and it's true, and that's where the creepy factor does come in.
Right.
It's really when you start reading the books about Dennis Nilsen and getting into his interior life, and a part of it is the same Mark David Chapman thing that we were talking about in the last couple episodes, which is the idea of like some people just have the most dark, cryptic fantasies going on in the back of their head, and you just wouldn't even know.
Yeah, absolutely not. The Monster Squad vampire, a little too fat. I want a thinner vampire for some reason.
Well, Nilsen's victims were men picked up from pubs, some gay, some not, as that didn't really matter to Nilsen.
Really?
His MO was to meet them, bring them back to his place for more booze or just shelter for the night, and when the moment was right, he'd strangle them.
Interesting. So instead of PBRs like Dahmer, he was drinking Boddingtons. And unlike it being 4 o'clock in the morning bar close, I think it's like 10 p.m. in the UK. So it was a fairly early time to be kidnapping folks.
Dennis Nilsen was a rum and coke man.
No kidding.
Yep. You love his Bacardi. You love his Bacardi and Coke. And it's everyone else who was drinking that warm UK beer, which is very strange.
I like a good Boddington.
Well, after he killed them, he'd keep the bodies for months, treating them like company or cuddle buddies until the decomposition set in too much, and he'd have to dispose of them in increasingly disturbing ways the more the bodies piled up.
Oh, my goodness. Well, this is like, so it's like sort of his version of a body pillow, but it's an actual human body.
Well, the way he would put it is, we'll get obviously deeper into details, that he'd black out and he'd just wake up in the morning and the dude would be dead. And then he would go and he would do his ceremony, and then he'd leave him in a chair completely nude. He'd go to work and come back and be like, "Hello, I didn't see any there." And it's just, and again, it's about the how normal it was, and how it's like, oh, I gotta get rid of that. That's where the true scariness comes in.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, and the whole blackout thing, that sort of evolved over the years, where at first he would say it's like, well, I was blacked out for 6 of them. I was blacked out for 5 of them.
Okay.
I was blacked out for 3 of them. Actually, I remember every single one of them.
Can I just say I remember quite a bit? it's all sort of like, let's say, etched in my mind. I gave you a bit of a fib, mostly just because, like, oh, right, everybody hears about what I do, and they're like, oh, what's wrong with him? And I tell you what, there's quite a bit wrong with me.
It sounds like it.
Now, like only a few other serial killers, Dennis Nilsen wrote an autobiography.
Oh.
But instead of, say, a Pee Wee Gaskins, who, quote-unquote, wrote his in order to be seen as the baddest little boy around, Nilsen's goal was to portray himself as a sensitive intellectual.
Oh, I see.
Nilsen's biography was a 4,000-plus page opus titled History of a Drowning Boy.
See, that is very goth. That does sound like that sounds like an album from like Echo and the Bunnymen.
Yeah. And History of a Drowning Boy was named for an incident from his childhood. That book is a treatise in navel gazing, with chapters such as the one about his sexual history titled Orientation in Me.
Yes. He is very snooty. He is a snooty man that wrote a snooty poetry-filled book that is not so... But that thing's, now that he's passed, that's a part of why we're doing this episode, because Dennis Nilsen passed and we bumped him up the list, because he was the next one. Mm-hmm. Wait till you see the which I'm excited for, the one that was going to be before him. But he was a snooty boy. And every one of his pages is filled with these like little, like, it's just very poetic.
Oh, okay.
It's him searching for the reasons why, because again, it's a bunch of people were looking at him being like, why did you do this shit? And he's just like, let me get my quill and the story shall begin. And thus began the final truth.
Oh, that's the final truth. It's interesting because you talk to people who'd be like, I got $17,000 of student debt. And they're like, what's your major? Orientation in me. They did let me make my own major. It turns out can't get a job.
Now, from the excerpts I've read, it's really in essence no different from any other serial killer confession. They think they're taking responsibility, but at the same time, they're also hinting that it isn't really their fault, that if not for these 2 or 3 things, then everything would have been fine.
Okay.
But even in their confessions, they can't help but lie in order to twist the facts to make themselves look better. With Gaskins, it was to make himself look tougher. But with Nilsen, it was all about making him and his crimes seem more sophisticated.
Oh. But that is a common thread with Dennis Nilsen that we'll see. Everything that came from his life, because he came from this small Scottish shanty town filled with fish guts, was that... Have you ever seen the show Little Britain?
Yeah. Oh, I love Little Britain, yeah.
There's a character in that who's the only gay in the village.
David.
Yes. He was that.
Yes.
Where because he was born gay and he's in this village where it's just like, he was the only one, or as far as he was concerned, he was the only one. Everything had a more thematic, like a more dramatic flair. Every single thing was about how important it was. Every single detail of his childhood was a seed that flourished in his young, tormented mind. And
sure.
It's a lot.
So he walked into his house, he saw a dead corpse there, or just a corpse sitting in the chair, and he says, that's because I'm a sophisticant. Yes. Is that what we're talking about here?
Hold up here, like it stops, like in the movies, like, hold up, let me explain how I got here.
Pulls a Zach Morris timeout.
Well, while he's trying to make his crimes more sophisticated, he's also trying to mitigate his crimes as well. He said that he was not a sex maniac, not a sadist, not a necrophiliac, not vengeful, and not insane.
Certainly not. Definitely completely on the money. Maybe tight as a drum.
Maybe it's the sarcastic not.
What he was, in his words, was totally irresponsible.
I love that.
That sounds
totally irresponsible.
That sounds like the period of time. I went through a 4-year period of time where I just didn't pay my U.S. taxes because I didn't know what the fuck to do with it. I mean, I've since paid up and I did everything. But I remember going to an accountant and just be like showing the notices from the IRS and being like, I'm like totally irresponsible.
Yeah.
It's like, we will fix this.
It's, the totally irresponsible thing. There is some truth to that because he said again and again that he could have turned himself in after the first murder, but when pressed as to why he never did, he said it was because he was worried about what was going to happen to his little dog, Bleep.
His dog was named Bleep.
That's
oh my god.
I don't know. All Killians aside, that's a great name for a dog.
It's the cutest names I heard for a little Scottish dirty dog. And then part of it too was that I am pretty certain, please correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure you will. I think that he was the only serial killer with a pet. With several pets. Like, of the ones we've heard, I think maybe some of them had a dog.
I would imagine
Gacy must have had a dog.
Gacy had no pets.
dog?
I would imagine that, like, Gaskins or, like, Henry Lee Lucas had, like, a yard dog.
Right,
Like,
that's not like your dog.
Yeah.
That's like a dog that belongs to the community that shits on your yard the most.
Right.
Where it's like, Bleep was his dog.
Yeah.
Bleep was a tiny little dog that's like, it's like Wendy. You would not mistake it. Wendy's like my dog because Wendy has to be carried by me to do most functions in her life.
Right. Yeah, you're needed.
Well, Nelson said he never appreciated it when people called him a monster because doing so diminished the psychological complexities of both the case and himself. In other words, he found a way to make himself special instead of just another dickhead who chose murder.
Okay.
Well, you got to make yourself special because, Marcus, if you don't make yourself special, then who's going to make you special?
I don't know. Maybe Bleep.
And as we'll find out, this man was indeed a monster, but not in the way that we think of, say, to put it in British terms, Ian Brady or Fred West were monsters.
Ooh, yes.
Nilsson was a monster of romance.
A monster of romance, the meatloaf of serial killers. All right.
And while Dennis Nelson's loneliness tempts sympathy, he, like Dahmer, is a man who deserves none. Nilsson again and again tried to intellectualize his crimes to make them more impressive than they actually were, making him no different from Henry Lee Lucas, claiming the Hand of Death hired him and his buddy Otis to commit their murders in order to destabilize the American government.
Of course.
But before we get into the life of Nilsson, let's go through our sources. Okay. The first is the true crime classic Killing for Company by Brian Masters, given to me by friend Neil during our UK tour. Thank you, Neil.
All right.
Thank you,
Very nice.
Neil.
Thank you, Neil.
Thank you very much, Neil. The other source today is Dennis Nilsson, Conversations with Britain's Most Evil Serial Killer, written by Russ Coffey.
Oh, all right.
But the interesting thing here is that while both were written with the assistance of Nilsson himself, Killing for Company was written in 1985, soon after Nilsson's conviction, while Coffey's book is from 2013.
Okay. Killing for Company also sounds like a really sad childhood. Just like I would kill for some company right now. I could just go for any kind of companionship.
I will say that through many years of my life, I was definitely eaten for loneliness.
Well, these two books, having these two sources, that means that we've got two different perspectives from Dennis Nilsson, told almost 30 years apart. So the story that he tells has time to change and evolve.
Right.
The challenge here is to figure out what is truth and what is lies.
What is truth and what is lies?
That's tough.
But we'll do our best as we get into the life of Dennis Nilsson.
All right.
I know that he's not goth, but the thing is that a part of it is the prog part of it is the lamest part. We'll get into it, but it's just so like it's such the lamest music in the world.
What's the name of the famous one? The Flogging Mollies.
What?
The Flogging Mollies?
Not prog rock.
What the hell's prog rock?
Prog rock is like Yes or like Rush.
Sticks.
Oh, never mind. Oh, I do not like prog rock.
I'm not talking about action prog. I'm not talking about fun up-tempo prog, instrumental prog, like your Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. There are certain areas where it's like, oh, what are we doing? We're really killing people to this?
All right.
This is the soundtrack to our
What
murder?
am I thinking of?
There's a lot of great prog out there. Like there's this one great prog album that was based on Lord of the Rings. That's like a completely instrumental prog album that was put out in like the mid-'70s, and it is fantastic.
All right. Now, I'll give you some credit there. What is Flogging Molly? What's that one called?
It's just punk. That's like Irish punk.
Dude. No,
it's
just
Irish. It's called
Irish
something
rock
different.
music.
It's called like swashbuckling tunes or something like that.
No, dude. It's fucking St. Patrick's Day pub crawl soundtrack music.
I thought it was called Okay, well, never mind. Whatever. Let's go on with the Tom Sawyer conversation here.
Well, at the time of Nilsson's capture in 1983, he was a reasonably handsome, big glasses wearing, rum and coke guy working in civil service who spent his days haranguing his fellow employees about left-wing politics.
I don't understand. Every single one of these British serial killers, they always say the same thing, shockingly handsome. Where it's just like, he still looked like a skeleton with a bunch of Play-Doh on it. Like, he's still like I don't mean to malign British men all the time. And
very
their
handsome.
But he was sallow.
Yeah.
Right. No, you could be a David Beckham, a very handsome British man. This man Nilsson doesn't really fall into that category.
No, they always say that, but like, he was actually kind of good looking. I was like, no, he's not.
Right.
That's me then.
Well, by the time he was caught, Dennis Nilsson had murdered 15 men in 2 different locations and had been disposing of them in gruesome, horrific displays of indifference. But before all that happened, Dennis Nilsson was just the saddest little boy in Scotland.
Does that work?
That works.
That sounded
I'm
pretty
there.
good. Yeah.
The scene has been set, man. I'm in merry old Scotland.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you remember, man, our knees going up and the homeland.
Oh,
God,
yes.
I miss the bosom of Scotland and how good I felt to be. Honestly, Glasgow was such a good place for us.
Glasgow was amazing.
It was. Dennis Nilsson was born in the small northeastern fishing town of Fraserburgh, just east of Lossiemouth and Fochabers, but not quite as north as the town of John O'Groats.
You pronounced it perfectly.
Yes, perfectly done. And each one of these towns is based off of a different story of a giant man somehow being washed ashore on an island filled with tiny people that held him hostage until he murdered all of them by stepping on them.
Hey, all right. Gulliver's Travel.
Fochabers.
John O'Groats. John O'Groats.
I love that all their towns sound like they're just yelling at you.
He named it John O'Groats because it's the sound me grandpa made when he'd put on his boots for the day. Oh, Groats. I can't stretch out me spin.
You're the grandson of that guy?
And to cut the ropes in it.
You're now the mayor.
Fraserburgh is the biggest shellfish port in Scotland and is known the country over as a remote, miserable, cold, dour place and has recently been dubbed the heroin capital of Scotland.
Hey, Lassie, come here. Help me fall asleep in the middle of the street. Yeah, you give me this needle, eh? Makes me calm down. Even when I sleep, I'm loud. I'm sleeping, I'm nodding, I'm sleeping.
Oh.
The people of Frasersburg, at least back in Nelson's childhood, were said by Brian Masters to have been suspicious of strangers, very aware of the existence of good and evil, and had markedly different personalities at night.
Sounds like people addicted to heroin.
You ever watch The League of Gentlemen?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It reminds me of that small town. Because I believe it was like northern England. I forget where it was actually set, but the idea of being like locals being the only ones you could trust.
Yeah, I think that you are taking these sketch television shows very literally when it comes to the representation of the nation that they hail from.
That is their cultural reach out to people like me. That is how I know. That was their cultural attaché, was all of the sketch comedy from the UK.
Well, on the other hand, the dour nature of this town is somewhat to be expected, as a large number of the population would drown every year on fishing expeditions, sometimes losing entire male lineages in a single day.
It's not funny, but, just like, stop. Just like in the boat. I always say,
Daddy, you got to help me. There's so many fish pulling me into the ocean, Daddy. They never should have put us on the same boat, my son.
It seems like if it happens like too much, like kind of your fault. Like a little bit.
Stop going out.
I'm not maligning the fishermen.
Now, the people in this district even have an almost completely different language from the rest of the country. They call it Buchendoric.
Ooh.
Here is an example of the way they talked back then, as recorded on a 78. This is a story about a humorous airplane trip.
That's my favorite. So you mean to tell me Jerry Seinfeld existed in the 1950s Scotland?
This is about the black box. I'm going to laugh out loud. Oh, lol.
This is from the 30s.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Up we get like a bat in the noise, hide your tongue. The engine roared and nearly blew Janet's skettles, and the wind in our faces was something of it.
Is he a character from Under Milkwood? What the hell is that accent?
No, I get it.
What did he... Nah. Henry, would you care to translate the bit?
I believe he said something about how, like, his kilt got stuck on a lug nut, and then a woman was there and saw his berries, and she was like, berries everywhere, and then he said something like, what's the deal with the food being so small on the trail?
Oh, all right. It's a funny bit.
Now, it may not come as a surprise that this remote fishing village was a hotspot for inbreeding, going back centuries. It was so common that surnames became essentially meaningless in this town.
Oh, man.
To avoid confusion, people would be referred to not only by their first names, but by the first names of their parents as well. For example, Nilsson's grandmother was called Wusselsleby.
Rolls off the tongue.
It really does. But you know what? I understand. I mean, after a while, you're stuck on this island. Cousin Irma is starting to look pretty good.
Yeah,
because at least Cousin Irma doesn't have the rugged farmer's knees that Cousin Velma has. Because Cousin Velma's starting to look like a rhino from the hips down. And Cousin Irma, at least she's doing steps by walking the fish gut buckets up to the top of the consulbury.
I get. Is it once removed is okay?
I think it's like second cousin.
Second cousin
is fine, but I think just in this, because they were all just stuck in this one town,
So
and
we're
nobody
talking-
would leave. So,
I see.
I think at this time, I think this town is like about 11,000.
11,000. Okay, that's what I was going to ask.
So it was a little bit larger of a gene pool than you might expect, but small enough.
I get it.
Where mental problems were rife within this community due to the constant inbreeding.
That explains the drowning. Perfect. It's all coming together.
But it's like any one of those small towns when you're born. There's certain people that are born that understand, like, I got to get the fuck out of here as soon as you see what's happening. And there are other people that are just completely contented to be part of the same system because it's nice because you're there, you have your whole lineage. It's like if you have kids, you've got your grandmother who's also your sister. She can watch the kids. And then you have like your own kids. When they become your uncle, they can help you go to the farmer's market. I'm not sure what they do.
No, that sounds about right. And if you are in a small town right now and you feel like you're being gaslit because everyone's so extremely stupid, don't be afraid to get on out.
Yeah, get on out of there.
Go to Cleveland.
Go to Cleveland.
I just went to Cleveland. It was wonderful.
It was wonderful, huh?
I love Cleveland.
Really, it gets a bad rap.
It does, but it's a wonderful town. I had a great time.
All right.
Me and Carolina both had a fucking wonderful time.
Yeah, you are the only two human beings I've ever heard of that went on a romantic vacation to Indianapolis and Cleveland and came back like whistling like you had just come back from Paris, which is really nice.
It was quite remarkable, yeah.
Well, back to the mental illness of this village. It was so rife that insanity was considered nothing more than a quirk of personality.
Oh, okay.
For example, Dennis Nelson's great-grandmother would shutter herself inside her house for the months of December to June every year. And the most they did about that was to give her the droll nickname, the June Rose.
You see, they have better nicknames.
Yes.
They have more colorful nicknames because that's very poetic, and you can kind of see where Dennis Nelson came from with the idea of his of poetry and aggrandizing things that are small. Because it's like that's a very strange behavior, but they made it into like a fun thing. They flip it and reverse it.
I know that I don't, I'm not the key researcher here on the show, but Marcus, you did miss the element to this that really kind of ties it all together. His grandmother was a bear. And so naturally from December to June, she was in hibernation, and I think that that's important to remember.
Oh, I forgot that the neighboring town was Narnia.
Yes, absolutely. That's correct.
Well, speaking of the poetry, it seems like poetry is a really big cultural thing in this district, in this area of Scotland, because when I was looking on YouTube to try to find examples of this dialect, I found a lot of poems. I found a lot of guys like reading poetry. Like there was a poem about the weather. There was one about haggis.
Yeah.
There was one about the weather. Another one about the weather.
Wow.
I mean, that you could see.
A lot of poems about the weather.
Interesting.
Well, Nelson's entire maternal side, the Whites, were notorious for their mental illness. Another one of Nelson's ancestors, named William Pum, tried on more than one occasion to drown himself, while another was remanded to a mental hospital but never left.
I don't understand. I take the glass of water and I try to drain myself. I put it up to my lips and I pour it into my mouth and I'm like, glug, glug, glug. I never die.
I think you're just staying hydrated.
Oh, I'm drinking.
That's called drinking, yeah.
And that wasn't the only weirdness in Nilsson's family. He even had a relative that at one time was put forth as possibly being Jack the Ripper.
Really?
Long before it was discovered that Dennis Nilsson was related to him.
Really?
Oh, yeah. He's got a whole entry on the Jack the Ripper casebook.
Interesting.
However, the Whites, even though they did have all these mental problems, they were also known to be extremely intelligent people.
That's a very controversial statement to make, Marcus.
Right. It's kind of like when you were watching, I know you haven't seen it yet, but Evil Genius on Netflix is amazing. They constantly talk about how the main woman is like a brilliant person, and then you hear her speak, and I don't see it. I just don't like see the super intelligence.
Man,
but you know what?
Sometimes intelligence is not in words, it is in actions.
I still don't see it. I don't see it in that case.
You and I will get into Evil Genius outside of Marcus, so you don't ruin more of the series for him.
It's fine.
Well, this environment was what Dennis Nilsson was born into just 6 months after the Nazis surrendered to the Allies. See, during the war, Fraserburg was an important outpost against a possible northern invasion from Nazi-occupied Norway. And since Fraserburg was right across the North Sea from Norway, that meant that this small fishing village was swarmed by resistance fighters from Nazi-occupied Scandinavian nations.
So horny. These men, because think about this. You've only been fucking the people you know your whole life. All of a sudden, these strapping Scandinavians come rolling into this small town. You know we're going to have a lot of Magnuses and Olafs and Svens come out of this town pretty soon.
Could be, could be.
Yep, one of those resistance fighters was Dennis Nilsson's Norwegian father, Olaf Magnus Moksheim.
Cool, I love the name Magnus.
Oh, Magnus is great. And he, for some reason, changed his name to Nelson when he was in Scotland.
Sounds like maybe he had a family back home.
Oh, yes, he was hiding from someone. I see.
Yes.
So during a night of revelry in one of the local bars, Olaf met Dennis's mother, Betty White.
Betty White.
Oh, that's fun.
Actually, I think it's pronounced Wit. Betty Whit.
I like Betty White. She's a national hero.
Yeah, I like Betty White as well.
When her and Willie die, that's the last of a great generation.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, especially if they do it together.
Willie and Betty White.
Yeah, fucking Willie Nelson pressing her forehead to hers as she puts the fucking revolver at the back of her own fucking head and blows up both her brains.
Oh, man.
Full metal jacket.
I just want Willie Nelson's. It's a huge joint. Just be like, one toke over the line, and then just die.
Well, Olaf and Betty were married only a couple of months after they met, and Betty popped out 3 kids in quick succession before Olaf skipped town for good and never came back.
Come on.
He divorced her on grounds of adultery, which isn't surprising, as Dennis said the only thing he and his mother shared was, quote, a fondness for cock.
Now, he wrote that his mom, I mean, all moms at some point at least have a passing agreement to cock. You know what I mean? Because they had to have in order for it to be inside of them.
Oh, man.
But he also wrote that from when he became all like jaunty and gay afterwards, especially when he blamed his mom for fucking everything. So that was the thing.
Yeah, because Dennis doesn't place any blame on his dad for leaving.
Okay.
It was all of his mother. And
because he like guaranteed, he was like, yeah, dad was bored. He came into town from fucking Scandinavia where he was used to skiing everywhere. Yeah, of course he came to Freischberg and hated it here.
Of course.
Yeah, they said that he used to just get wasted in the pubs every night. He worked at a tobacco factory during the day. And after about 3 years, he just fucked off back to Norway and said, I'm not coming back.
All right, makes sense.
And Nilsson, about his mother, he said for years that she was a good woman. And everyone who met Nilsson's mother said she was a warm woman. She was a kind woman. When Dennis would talk about his mother to like his coworkers, they said he always did it with love. But in his quest to rewrite his life, Nilsson claimed in History of a Drowning Boy that his mother was actually a terrible person who, along with his grandmother, was probably responsible for his grotesque fetishes.
Oh, yeah, because I always remember, because he always talked about when his mom would bring a fresh corpse home and that they would all sit and play with it like it was an uncle visiting from out of town. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, they're completely responsible.
I don't know. Is it classified as a fetish, the corpse?
Yeah.
That's a fetish. It's a little bit bigger than a fetish.
Whatever makes
I feel
you
like
shoot.
It trumps a fetish.
Whatever makes you shoot is technically a fetish.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's
Yes.
all right. Okay.
It just depends if it moves from an idea to your job.
Yeah.
That's the big jump.
Okay.
Nilsson said that his mother and his grandmother would pass him back and forth when he was a baby, like, in his words, an unpleasant object. They said he was merely, quote,
acted upon in rituals of carrying, stripping, bathing, powdering, dressing, and laying out by strong, towering powers.
Huh. I don't understand any of this language, but I know it's English.
He has like he does all the twists of the R's. He has a very lovely accent, honestly. It's very, when you speak with him, he's very intoxicating to listen to, where you can see sort of the Edgar Allan Poe, but even more British side of him, like pop out.
Okay. Yeah, he's one of the few serial killers where you're like, actually, he's kind of charming. But that also could be just like our whole like American fascination with like British and Scottish accents. We're like, wow, he's got a British accent. He's so smart.
Don't get me fucking started about how many jobs we lose as American actors to British actors because they come over here for pilot season, and then all the British actors, they're like, oh, Shakespeare. And it's be like, no, he just has an accent. You could suck at acting and still be British. And it was like when I met the guy that played Charles Manson in the Aquarius thing, and he's like, hello, mate, how you doing there? And I was like, you're going to be British? Charles Manson is ours.
Well, Liam Helmsworth, he sounds American, but he's British, and I like that. And the guy from The Office, who was in Black Panther.
Oh, Martin Freeman.
He's British, too.
He was British in The Office. You know what I mean? He was
American in Black
Panther. But he's American in Black Panther. I couldn't even tell. I'm serious. I thought that was very impressive.
Oh, hey, let's hear another word from Squarespace. Support for today's show comes from Squarespace. Think it, dream it, make it with Squarespace. With beautiful templates created by world-class designers, Squarespace makes it easy to turn your idea into a new and unique website. Customize everything from look and feel to settings and products, all optimized for mobile right out of the box with built-in search engine optimization. You can showcase your work, blog, or publish content. You can announce a special product. You can even sell products and services of all kinds in just a few clicks. Then use Squarespace's analytics to help you grow in real time. There's nothing to install, patch, or upgrade, ever. Though, if you do have a question, Squarespace's award-winning 24/7 customer support is there to help. Keep dreaming, but make it a reality with a website from Squarespace. So head to squarespace.com/LAST for a free trial, and when you're ready to launch, use the offer code LAST to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. That's squarespace.com/LAST. Offer code LAST. Now, we haven't really gotten into what Dennis Nilsson actually did with his victims concerning that last statement that he made.
Right.
But let's just say that rituals of dressing, undressing, washing, and laying out the bodies played a pretty goddamn big part in it. Now, Nilsson claimed that this emotional deprivation, this clinical and perfunctory lack of affection, imprinted itself on his sexuality. He said it was that combined with what happened with his grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, Andrew White seemed to have been a good man who took care of his grandchild while Dennis's mother was out being a real Casey Anthony, spending more and more nights out at the local pubs.
What kind of DJs are there in Scotland, I wonder, during this time?
What up? It's 1973.
That's fun.
And so Dennis and his grandfather formed a strong bond. Nilsson said when he was a kid, he took a soccer ball straight to the face, but his grandfather saved him with a, quote, magic sponge. Although Brian Masters never actually got into what Grandpa's magic sponge actually was.
I just don't think Brian Masters asked specifically what Grandpa's magic sponge was.
I don't want to go too deep into it.
But it does sound like a cute thing that Grandpa, because like I remember my pop used to do a thing where he used to like, do like talk about his gamakas, which is what he called his nose, and he pretended to take it, then he'd also take his teeth out and go la 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 and like play with his teeth.
Yeah.
So when you're hurt and stuff, and then you laugh as a kid, and then it's like over. So
yeah, my grandfather did the teeth thing too.
Yeah,
and then I found it was all a lie. Dentures.
But if Grandpa's magic sponge happens to be underneath his dick, then that's also bad too.
That is bad, yes. But I don't think it was. This is just a nice little. His grandfather said, "This is the magic sponge, and you feel better."
Hold on it, because
okay, I'm gonna hold on it. I don't know. I'm with the audience here. We're just going down the road together.
But in October of 1951, Andrew White's health started failing.
Okay.
White was, like many in his town, a fisherman. And while out at sea one day, he laid down in his bunk and died of a heart attack in his sleep.
Okay.
Oh, hopefully, man. I can't wait for that.
Yeah.
So restful.
But the thing was, no one in Dennis's family actually told him that his beloved grandfather has died.
So they're just weekend at Bernie's this whole thing? He's just up there. They're just holding him like a damn puppet. Be like, no, it's still Thanksgiving with
It's
Grandpa. And be like,
it's Grandpa.
I think his jaw is falling off, Ma.
What I heard is that if I play with Grandpa's magic sponge, we can find out if he's alive or not.
So all Dennis knew was that the house was suddenly filled with crying people. Then, finally, they brought the boy into the kitchen to look at his grandfather's dead body, but still, they didn't tell him that he was dead. They didn't even try to explain what death was. They said he was only sleeping.
This is a learning opportunity for the boy.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's like 6, which is like, 6 is old enough.
That's when my grandfather passed away. I'll never forget it. It was the first time I ever held somebody's hand as they were dying, and you gotta do it.
Well, yeah, because a part of it, it's like, yes, he was only 6 years old, and they thought they were sparing him. They thought if they didn't say that he's just sleeping, but the problem is that, I mean, he had bad wires.
Right.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, I think what it is that, they have bad wires that are crossed a little more easily than the rest of us.
Sure, okay.
And because most serial killers, the wires they get crossed are sex and violence. And that usually happens at a young age. And that's part of what drives them. But with Nelson, the wires that got fused were love and death.
I'm sorry, I'm goth dancing. I'm just goth dancing.
Kind of emo.
In 1985, he said, quote,
My troubles started there. It blighted my personality permanently. I have spent all my emotional life searching for my grandfather.
He died.
Oh, I know, and I'm very, very happy about it.
Oh.
Sponge.
Now, while a lot of this is kind of confusing, in 2012, Nelson changed his tone, which might actually explain all this a little bit better, if it's true. By 2012, Nelson came to believe that his grandfather was what Nelson called a, quote, hesitant pedophile.
And I think those are the best kind.
That also sounds like a prog rock band.
Yeah, man, they had to change that title in 1996 once it came across the pond.
Yep.
Nelson said he remembered his grandfather taking him out to a dark, slit-windowed, concrete pillbox guard post left over from the war. It's just a big concrete box.
Okay.
Yeah. There, Dennis said Andrew took down his pants, held his penis, and told him to urinate.
Now, this is the thing.
Hesitant pedophile.
Now, this is the thing. I was close with my grandfather. And it didn't seem to be. And never once did my grandfather hold my penis like he was Cruella de Vil holding a cigarette in order for me to go to the bathroom. So I feel like no matter how close you are, that's like maybe crossing the line. Maybe that's not how it's supposed to be done.
Definitely straight. Is that as far as it went?
Well, Nelson also kind of like entertains the thought that his grandfather might have drugged his tea and stuck a finger up his butt a couple times, which Nelson said might explain why he was obsessed with defecation as a kid.
They say that quite a bit when it comes to kids that have been sexually assaulted, is that they do oftentimes get obsessed with defecation. So there is something to that, but also he was blowing up his whole life. Every single thing. He was constantly looking for the reasons why his murders were not his fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a part of it, his revisionist history of his childhood, because a lot of things change and become darker because he's now putting a new lens on everything, trying to constantly discover, because a part of it's also the question to himself of why am I like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think with this case, I don't know if we've ever studied a case where people were so focused on the why. Here in America, we do focus on the why a little bit, but it seemed like, the Dennis Nelson case, especially when you read UK writers write about this stuff, they really focus on the why more than anything else. And I think Dennis Nelson also focused on the why.
Yeah, around here it's usually just the why, because he's a monster. And let's get into it. That's usually the why is pretty broad and vague.
But he was also their most prolific serial killer for quite a bit of time. So he got a lot of play in the UK, and there was a lot of discussion. And then it's the very common trope now that we see of he was the quiet one. How did you? He had a job. He wasn't a screaming, rambling maniac. Like, he did all of this shit, but anybody that was close to him was like, Dennis was weird.
Yeah. Well, that tends to be well, now he killed 15, right?
15. Yeah.
And so isn't he still number one by the UK standards?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe he
find out.
definitely got number one in the UK.
Okay.
Now, all this stuff about sexual abuse with his grandfather, I mean, if it is true, then there might be something to this. If love and death became fused, then it's possible that these incidents, if they did indeed happen, could have brought sex into the mix as well. Because as we'll see, something without a doubt linked sex and death in Nelson's mind. And that brings us to his other weird childhood sex possible fantasy that tries to explain away his awful behavior. Now, this is the incident that produced the title of the autobiography, History of a Drowning Boy. He was swimming in the ocean when he noticed an older boy watching him. Suddenly, though, Nelson was swept underwater and started drowning. But the next thing he knew, he said he was waking up naked on the beach with, quote, a sticky white mess on his stomach.
Oh, God, I don't like it, man.
I hate it. It's... if only the audience could see Ben's face right now.
Well, it's the mix between that and I have to sneeze. But yes.
Why always
that is disgusting.
It's not nice.
It's gross as fuck. But
I will say the ocean is filled with disgusting things, though. Like, I've gotten out of the ocean in Florida, and you're just covered in weird things.
Oh, yeah.
I don't like the ocean.
Man, you got fucking all sorts of shit. You got jellyfish, you got stingrays, you got jerk-off hungry boys looking for drowned victims. I hate the beach.
I do not like it.
Yeah, and that's gross as fuck, but it also probably never happened. Because as we'll see, unlike other serial killers like John Wayne Gacy and Jennifer Bianchi, who try to lessen the abuse they suffered as kids, Nelson does his best to blow it out as much as he can.
I see.
However, there were incidents of animal cruelty. Now, even though Nelson was reportedly very good to his little dog Bleep, his little cat Dee Dee, and his little budgie Hamish in his later years.
Hamish, Dee Dee, and Bleep?
Yeah, that's cute as shit.
Oh, my God. Send him on a mystery.
It's cute as shit.
That is great.
They were turned into blood sausages when he was arrested. So.
Oh, yes, maybe the meat pie's there. Okay.
Well, even though he was good to animals when he was older, as a kid, he dabbled in zoo sadism. When Nelson was 9 years old, he hung a cat by its neck from a wire in an abandoned bathroom just to see what would happen. However, he said the whole thing actually made him sick, which I think, if he's telling the truth, tells you something about Nelson's emotional core. See, Dennis Nelson, without a doubt, suffered from borderline personality disorder. But he also wasn't necessarily a pure sociopath. I think he was actually a lot more complicated than that.
Well, BPD is a very, very complicated illness. Like, it's a thing
Extremely.
that, and we see a lot of serial killers end up suffering from it. Mostly it's just because they either weren't diagnosed, they did not get the help that they needed, and a lot of it's got to do with not having meds and therapy and all the stuff to talk about this shit, because they do stuff, but they're watching their hands do it, and they are like dissociated from it, but they're still feeling everything.
Right.
Yeah, that's how my therapist explained it to me as we were chatting about Nelson on Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah, she said that while like sociopaths feel nothing, people with BPD actually feel the pain they're causing.
So it's like you're playing a first-person shooter on like autoplay or something.
Yeah, that's
Something like
terrifying
that, yeah.
way to put it, but yes, it's just like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, even though they still do these things, they actually connect with their victim. And this might tell you why guys like Dennis Nelson and Jeffrey Dahmer wallow in their crimes after they're caught. It's of course no excuse and doesn't make them any better than the rest, as they still took lives at the end of the day, but they do feel something besides just the fear of getting caught.
Well, the way Nilsson would describe his life is that he said that he had his regular life, and then everything else played in his mind like a film, and that he watched everything separated from himself and would see himself doing things, and then everything was deep fantasy. And he eventually, as we're going to see, it starts as a little kid, because I mean, I was the same way. I had a very, very vivid imagination, and then at some point it falls away, right? Or it's like my imagination still goes. I have now what's called intrusive thoughts, but that's just because of what we do for a living. But mostly it's like this guy, Dennis Nilsson, looked at everything like it was a romantic fantasy, and he could not bring the two together. He could not bring his fantasy world into his life and figure out how to do it until much later on.
Yeah, and this ability to do horrible things while still feeling. It's also why these killers tend to be more sympathetic. For example, look at Eileen Wuornos. She was a classic borderline personality, but she actually had feelings. Like when you look into Eileen Wuornos' shark eyes, like you still actually see something behind them.
Yeah, she really did get into Slow Ride.
She really
liked
did.
that song.
Oh yeah, and
Really
she
got
gave him
into
one.
it.
But a part of it is it's tragic because it really does, because it's also it's very difficult to treat, and it is very difficult to hear the diagnosis.
Yeah, how do you know to go to the doctor if you have it? Like, what tells you to go to the... that's the thing that is hard to understand. If you got this, what... Maybe you just have a moment of clarity and then you make your appointment, or I don't know. It just seems difficult.
If your actions are ruining your life and you have no control over said actions, then it's time to go and get checked out. And then if someone tells you, hey, you got this, you have to listen to them. Because it's also... It's a very hard diagnosis to accept.
Sure, I can understand, yeah.
I understand the sleeping fetish, but if it just like gets to the point that literally the only way you can come is if the other person acts dead, I feel like you should just tell somebody. You should just like tell somebody.
If it's a consensual situation, whatever.
Yeah, but just tell like a couple of people and see a bunch of people's reactions. Just kind of see how people, you know what I mean? Like just test it out. With somebody, with like a doctor, or just
I wouldn't bring it up at the bar, but whatever.
So just after the cat incident, Nilsson's mother remarried and moved the whole family to a nicer town named Sturken.
Cool.
That was just a little bit further inland.
All right.
And life seemed to be fine, or at the very least comfortable, but the thing that drove Dennis away was being gay in a town that was never going to accept him for who he was.
So
or at least he
Scotland.
thought.
So Scotland now.
I don't know. I don't know anything about Scotland.
Nice.
Scotland's nice. We don't know if it's a homophobe. You don't know if it's a homophobic.
Catholic, a little bit religious.
Maybe. Well, aren't you thinking of Ireland?
Are they different? You know what? I'm thinking of the kilt people. No, I don't know. I'm sure there's a lot of wonder. I know for a fact there's a lot of open-minded, wonderful people there. I'm just joking around here.
Well,
just making a joke here. Just trying to get the little humor in there.
So Dennis Nilsson, after figuring this wasn't the place for him, at the age of 14, and probably is the only recourse for getting out of this town as soon as he could, he signed up for a 9-year stint in the army just before his 16th birthday.
At 15?
You could do that. In England, you can actually sign up for the army at... I checked it out. You can sign up at 15 years and 7 months.
For 9 years. Wow.
It was a great thing that happened for him, and if the rest of his life didn't happen, it definitely gave him structure. Like he showed up, he didn't know what to do with himself. He was not fitting in anywhere. He was getting the shit beat out of him. He was like doing all this stuff. So when he showed up at the army, it was like a really good. He's like, okay, I'll be a part of something. I'm gonna train. I'm gonna do all this shit. And so he went in like open-eyed. Also, it quite had to do with the fact he did say that it had to do with the men in uniform at the office, and he knew kind of instinctually, being like, so you mean to tell me I get to be in a barrack with a bunch of just sweaty, green-covered men just all pushing up on each other? Like, it's great for him.
Whatever it takes. I love it.
So Nilsson, when he went in, he took all of his tests and scored his highest marks in catering science.
Catering science?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Catering?
Yeah. Catering science.
Like waiting? Waiter?
That's how Dennis Nilsson became a career army cook.
Oh. No, he's not. No, you do not. They don't have waiters in the U.S. Army. You don't sign up. You don't become privates are not waiters.
Oh, okay.
At the mess hall.
Yeah. Have you ever heard? You've ever heard of an army waiter?
I don't think so. I don't know.
And the army is also where Dennis Nilsson began to develop his lifelong love of booze.
Yeah.
Now, Nilsson saw himself as just another kid who needed a pint or two so he could relax around the other guys in his squad, but others who knew him back then said Nilsson was just a lightweight who got trashed off half a pint and generally annoyed everyone.
Okay.
Well, that's kind of it's very classic, because in the history of a drowned boy, it's all like, and everyone was delighted by my behavior. I would go and I'd nip back a couple of suds and everyone would be like, oh, Dennis, I wish you were around all the time. And I said, oh, quit fawning over me, you paltry young men, slapping their thighs, kissing their cheeks.
Just cut to him dancing on the table, kicking knocking over everybody's plates, drinking out of their cups, grabbing toupees, just being like, we had a wonderful evening, didn't we, guys?
Yeah, and then he's also like 115 pounds soaking wet, so people would just fucking roll him out of a bar. Like every single time he would fuck around, a bunch of people would be like, all right, this is done, and just grab him, and essentially he would just get tossed from place to place.
Yeah, I will say, I will give you credit for this, Henry. Occasionally, specifically in Philadelphia, I was so drunk you channeled your inner god of war, and you picked me up over your shoulder like I was a tree limb, or more dragged me like a toboggan, but nonetheless,
yeah, but
you did a good job.
Well, luckily it was snowing.
Yes.
So then the ground was wet, and I literally had to drag you like you were in those palm fronds, like rafts that you do in the jungle when someone breaks their leg.
Well, Nilsson's drinking allowed him to place himself in sexual situations, even if it was only subconsciously at first, as it was during his first posting in Germany. One morning, Nilsson woke up after a long night of drinking next to a German that Nilsson referred to only as Fat Hans.
Man, you could have just called me Hans.
Yeah, I do not appreciate the nickname, but also, do you have any chocolate? I only have the finest milk chocolates in the morning, and then I have sausages for my second breakfast, and off I've come.
Yeah, when you do hear the name Hans, you do think a very muscular guy. Perhaps I'm just thinking of Kevin Nealon's character from SNL.
Could be.
But that is what I think of. So yeah, you have to clarify Fat Hans.
Now, Nilsson had gone blackout the night before, but he assumed he'd just stayed over at Fat Hans's place because he was too drunk to walk back to base. But still, this situation gave Nilsson a fantasy. Imagining just the possibility that the German had abused him in some way, Nilsson said, quote,
"My mind thrilled at the thought of this fat German undressing and fondling me."
Because that was his whole thing, was that he was like, he would build it all always into being like how irresistible he was when he was drunk. So when he would say he had this endless fantasy of getting so drunk and that he would lay there asleep and he just know that no one would be able to help but like play with his butthole and suck on his penis while he was asleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the fact that Fat Hans was fat and ugly made it even harder in Dennis's mind because it played into his fascination with androgyny. And then he took it even further. Dennis started imagining the same scenario, but with some of his fellow soldiers. So to try to make this a reality, Nilsson would pretend to pass out on the odd chance that a fondling might occur.
Oh, I was just like, how does everybody else feel? Do they feel as tired as I am? Because I am just so,
Yeah.
My butthole is exposed.
Yeah.
Certainly would be a tragedy if something were to happen to it.
It's just a strange honeypotting going on here, but
okay. Yeah, and you could just see the other dudes just like staring at him.
Yeah.
Okay. Being like, what are you doing, Dennis? I'm playing the Vaz game. Wouldn't it be a terrible, terrible series of circumstances if someone were to put several thorned flowers in my buttocks? I sit here exposed, waiting to be pranked.
That would be kind of wild.
But nothing like that ever actually happened. And in January of 1967, the carefree days of Germany ended when Nilsson was transferred to Aden in the Gulf of Arabia, now present-day Yemen.
What were the years you said there?
67.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And in Aden, he was a cook at a terrorist detainee prison in the city of Al-Mansura. Shit got serious.
Al Mansour was also our gutter guy in Queens when we were a kid. He was over there, he would always clean out all the gutters. Loved Al.
Not bad. So he's in Yemen now.
Yeah. Wow. Well, it was Aden back then, or Aden. A-D-E-N. I think maybe it's Aden. Oh. But in Aden, Nilsson saw actual dead bodies. Even though he was a cook, he was still required as a British colony on the verge of independence. The city was littered with bodies. I think the guy, Russ Coffey, compared it to like modern day Afghanistan, but like Afghanistan at its height.
And you knew he was the cook because he had a pot on his head and they gave him a ladle to fight with. And that's not appropriate. I think he deserved a lot more equipment.
Yes. But Nilsson said that these dead bodies that he saw, these war casualties, didn't actually do anything for him because any sort of visible mutilation spoiled the fantasy, because Nilsson liked his men clean. However, although it didn't fuel his fantasies, Russ Coffey postulates that this is where Nilsson became desensitized to dead bodies.
Okay.
After that, it wasn't a stretch for the fantasies of unconsciousness to cross over into a place of pure death.
Okay.
Well, a part of Dennis Nilsson's thing is that he wanted to show how unaffected he was. And that made him manly, and that's what made him good at the army. And he would talk about it all the time, about how he's like, none of these bodies bother me. And they're all like, please stop. Please stop, Dennis.
So it's literally like he wasn't bothered, but he wasn't aroused.
Yes.
It was like totally just a neutral, like, I'm just going about my day, like looking at a mailbox.
It's just whatever. But that's the thing. He saw those bodies, and that sort of crossed back into the memory of his grandfather. And so, so that memory is starting to come back more and more, and it's starting to meet the dead bodies and the unconscious fantasies halfway. So this is a slow, like all this stuff, like slowly comes together over a period of years.
And this is still his teenage years, right?
He's in his early 20s at this point. I think it's like 21, 22.
Right.
And death almost came to Dennis Nelson in Aden. One night, while drunk, he hailed a cab and passed out in the back seat. He was awoken by a blow to the head, and then, while he was stunned, he was stripped of his clothes and bundled into the trunk of the cab.
Boing! So sexy for him.
And when Nelson woke up, he fumbled around in the trunk until he found the cold metal of a car jack. He grabbed it, waited until the cab driver opened the hatch, and when he did, Nelson clobbered him, took the cab driver's clothes, and ran away back to the base.
Is that story real?
Well, there's no proof of it, but at least Russ Coffey says that there was probably an element of truth to it. And because I think and he said with a lot of Dennis Nelson stories, like there's an element of truth to all of it. So it could be true, but it might also not be.
So the thing, we know he passed out in the back of a cab.
We know he passed out in the back of a cab and had an altercation with a cab driver.
Okay.
Because he would also do that all the time.
Yeah.
And he's in a war zone. But they would talk about how brazen he would be. He'd leave the group that was drinking at night and go drink further. And then his MO was to get into a cab and pass out just in case someone would suck his dick while he's asleep. Thinking that everyone's going to do this and they can't leave him alone. Like it's a cheese plate in an office kitchen. Where it's just like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, but this, who knows? Who knows?
Now, Nelson, whether it happened or not, he just popped this experience right into the old spank bank.
Okay.
And he fantasized constantly about the old taxi driver fondling him while he was passed out. Another thing that helped solidify this connection between sex and death was a painting by Theodore Jericho named The Raft of Medusa. In the painting, about a dozen men, both living and dead, are lost at sea on a rickety raft about to sink.
Okay.
But what got Dennis going specifically was an old man and a young boy in the foreground. The young boy was dead, and coincidentally, the only one naked. That boy was draped across the old man's lap, and the old man sat with one arm over the young boy, resigned to his fate, almost bored.
Yep, just him and this young dead boy and his magic sponge, just sitting, waiting for Medusa to turn them all into stone. I understand.
Maybe the father, maybe he was mourning the loss of a child.
Maybe.
I think that would be the normal interpretation, don't you think?
Quite possibly.
Whatever, Kissel. You fucking lame-o.
I mean, that would be.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, but his dick and balls are out.
Well, you can be sad naked. I don't know.
Some of my sadder times have been naked.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But also, most of my happier times.
Now, this painting made something click in Dennis Nelson's brain, and the fantasies only got weirder from there, because now he has that picture of old man, naked young boy. And while all of this may seem gratuitous, talking about all of these fantasies, especially what we're about to get into, it's all very important to the understanding of Dennis Nelson and to his eventual career as a serial killer. What brought him to the point of his first murder?
It's his shallow view of his fantasies and how important his fantasies became to him over reality. And it's important to see that the build of his fantasy world became like, in most people, it's 10% of your existence is your fantasy world, and for him, it became an all-consuming, had to make it real.
Yeah.
Right.
So in June of 1967, Nelson was transferred again to what is now the United Arab Emirates.
Okay.
This is right when the UAE struck oil. So this place was, it was getting rich real fast.
All right.
Now here, Nelson had his first homosexual experience, although it was far from what you would call an ethical one.
Okay.
Apparently, in this posting, local teenage boys were assigned to clean the rooms of British officers.
Record scratch right there.
Yeah, dude.
You know what I mean? Like make them strapping young men. Make them men. Don't have a men cleaning the rooms instead of a bunch of vulnerable boys.
UAE, they used to do, as of 2 years ago, child jockey racing, which is literally slavery, and it was horrible. And now they replaced them with little machines, little robots.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I guess so.
Well, since Nelson was an NCO corporal, he had a room and a boy all to himself. And these boys regularly sold their affections to the officers, if you know what I mean.
What do you mean? They laugh at their jokes?
I don't know. Let's not go too deep into it.
So one day, Nilsson made his move. However, it probably did not end in penetrative sex, as that wasn't really Nilsson's bag. On the other hand, it's hard to pin down exactly what Nilsson's bag actually was, because this is about the time the mirror came into play.
You know what? Can I do a yada, yada, yada here? Can we just yada,
Nope,
yada, yada?
this is all extremely important.
All right.
Now, with this next bit, this is the problem, because I remember when I was a kid, right? When I was 14 years old, I think a part of what became the reason why I am who I am is that they put the computer in my room when I was 13 years old, and I had a lock on that door. And that there was a time in there, what I would say is not anywhere close to this, but my masturbation world became very ornate in a short period of time.
Emphasis on short.
Roast mode.
Roast mode.
Now, as we said, Nilsson had a private room. So when he had a day off, Nilsson would lock his door and spend the afternoon masturbating while he stared at himself in the mirror.
Like Buffalo Bill.
Yes. Yeah.
Jeez.
And then he took it further. He realized that if he could position the mirror in just the right way, he could hide his own head and imagine his own body as the body of another man, while his own head would be someone else completely. So he had two people going.
He also made his hand, he sat on his left hand until it was numb. He called it the stranger.
Yeah. But he would do that thing where he'd build it out and he'd say that the guy in the mirror was somebody else, which I imagine really works, especially if you're a young gay man in the military and you don't know what to do and you don't know how to express yourself to other people, and it works. But it's just how it turns.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah, because he said he never imagined that the head had a face. He just imagined it as a dirty old man with gray hair. And Nilsson would switch back and forth. Sometimes he'd play the boy, and sometimes he'd play the old man.
Yeah, like an old-timey vaudeville routine, but instead of laughter, it ends in cum all over yourself.
Intriguing.
It's just, just an old man just sit there. It's like, show him again, do it again for me, do the dance. And then he's like, oh no, I'm sleeping. I couldn't possibly answer you. Meanwhile, his barracks mate next door is hearing the whole thing through the wall.
And the whole time prog rock is playing, huh?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
Oh, okay.
Not yet. We're about to get into what Nilsson's musical tastes were at this time.
Okay.
Well, after he kind of got tired of the mirror game, he went even further, and he started bringing costumes and makeup into the mix. He would put talc on his face to give it a white appearance, then smear charcoal under his eyes to give it a dark, hollow look. He then put holes in his t-shirt to represent gunshot wounds and mixed red food coloring with saffron to make blood. In effect, Nilsson was making himself dead.
So he was the corpse that he was masturbating to.
Just wait a second.
This is very elaborate.
Oh, it gets even more. Oh, it gets even more elaborate. This is just the setup.
Okay.
He'd then lie down and stare at himself, slack-jawed in the mirror until he started drooling, and that's when his imagination would take him away.
And you see, and like what we learned from LeVar Burton, that a book is an invitation to the world.
Yeah.
And that your imagination can take you anywhere.
Yeah, some places maybe you don't want to go, but...
He imagined himself to be a French dissident in World War II, shot, killed, and left in the woods to rot by an SS officer. He would then be found by an old hermit living in the woods who would drag French Dennis's body back to his shack.
This'll make for good scrubbing. Gotta bring him back to the shack. Nothing better than nice, fresh French boy just laying nice and still.
And he's like, say some more. Tell it again.
There, the old hermit would strip French Dennis naked and talk to him as he would an old friend.
Hey, you remember when the Golden State Warriors are really fucking kicking ass right now, huh? Yeah, they're really doing well. You know what I would like? Watch that Wild Wild Country on Netflix. If you checked it out, it's very good. Very good. Is it Rajneesh? Very good. Sheila was the brains of the operation. I came.
All right.
And after that, the hermit would wash him, tie his penis, and put wadding up his anus.
Mm-hmm.
French Dennis would then be thrown into a grave and buried. But later, the old man wouldn't be able to help himself, so he'd go and dig French Dennis back up and take him back to the shack, where the hermit would masturbate French Dennis's dead body until his penis, and only his penis, would come back to life to shoot a load all over the hermit.
Hey, Dennis, what you doing in there? We got it's 5 minutes till dinner.
Hey, buddy.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah, because he was, this whole time, his barracks mates were thinking he was just taking an afternoon nap.
The saddest thing is he's the chef. And that is really, the whole thing is disgusting, but it's his own masturbation. He can do whatever he wants. Never should have killed people. But I just don't do you want more soup? No. I'm good.
Hey, Dennis, why are you winking all the time? Every time you're handing out all these French bread pizzas.
Yeah. Sounds like a little practical joke there.
So from the Middle East, Dennis was transferred back to Germany, where he discovered one of his lifelong passions, filmmaking.
Oh, okay. So he's a filmmaker now.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
He bought an 8mm camera on a whim and started filming everything.
Well, that's good. Nothing creepy is filmed with an 8mm, so that's a good sign.
Obviously, he had no stag
Yeah,
films
no,
were ever
definitely
only
not.
filmed at an 8mm. But his job was, so he got really into cameras, but there's something about camera guys where if you don't actually become a director, because he became obsessed, and then it became everything became a fucking project, and he had to micromanage all forms of shooting everybody, and he would do it for hours and hours, and there's just something about those guys where if you don't move into actual professional film work, that it's why do you always have to freeze my soul onto this film? Why is it so important to you?
It kind of makes sense because he's disassociating himself with society. We see it all the time now, people filming someone who is in peril with their phones as opposed to helping, so that actually kind of makes sense that he would go into that as
definitely a hobby. And he went even further than that as far as depersonalization, because he'd just routinely make his friends pretend like they were dead. Just lie there. Just pretend like you're shot and dead. So just lie there for a little while.
And he'd film them for a really long time. And then he had one guy, that lonely private who had no friends, to play dead for him multiple occasions, where he'd dress him up like a dead body, and he'd film him for an uncomfortable period of time. And then Nilsson would take the game footage back to his apartment late at night, and he'd watch it, first pretending like I'm doing homework, I'm trying to be a better filmmaker, and then he'd have to leave to go jerk off, and then come back, and then eventually the dude that was shooting him was like, this is weird, please stop filming me, I don't want to do this anymore.
Well, I don't know, man. I think that guy might have been easy money. Just got to play dead for 20 minutes.
He's not making money.
Oh, he's not paying him, huh?
No, he's
you
not
want to
paying
pay
him,
your
no.
actors.
Yeah, this isn't SAG.
Oh, well, you want to pay your actors.
No, besides that unpleasant incident, Nilsson paints this time in his life as one of his happiest. But a fellow NCO who emailed author Russ Coffey in 2005 dispelled a lot of what Dennis had to say about himself.
Okay.
The first thing the NCO had to say about Nilsson was that he had very, very poor hygiene, although he didn't go into detail as to why he said he had poor hygiene.
Hence the UK version of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Yes.
Second thing he mentioned was that Nilsson couldn't hold his liquor. And the third was Nilsson's strange taste in pets. This is when the pet thing really started. The first thing he bought was a mynah bird. You ever heard of a mynah bird?
No, what's a mynah bird?
They're kind of like parrots. They can mimic human speech, but it sounds really creepy.
You know what a mynah bird is? If you try to take it, I say that's a mynah bird. That's that's kind of like a nacho cheese. What do you call cheese? It's not yours, nacho cheese. What do you call a bird that's mine? It's a mynah bird. Or don't try to take it.
This is the kind of family entertainment that allowed us to be the most listened to podcast in 10 states.
That's right.
That's right. So when he bought the mynah bird, he didn't buy a cage. He just let it loose in his room. But he was in Germany now. He didn't have a private room. So he had a roommate that had to deal with all of this shit.
So his roommate is living like the living room in Nightmare on Elm Street Part 2, with a bird just flying around, but unfortunately it never dies.
Yes. Well, Nilsson's superior officer made him return the mynah bird the next day. He's like, this is ridiculous. You can't do that.
What do you think he said to his officer?
It's mynah bird.
But it's mynah bird.
It's
wow.
mynah bird.
They say I'm not needed on the show.
So Nilsson, after he returned the Mina bird, he bought a mud turtle that he named Napoleon the 14th.
Oh, that's
Yes,
fun.
Napoleon the 14th was an homage to the Dr. Demento mainstay band known for this novelty hit.
What?
Ben, you might know this one.
He knew Demento, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if he knew Demento specifically.
Okay.
I think Demento. I think he was just an American guy. I don't know if they had Demento over in the UK.
Okay, all right.
So here's that song.
They're coming to take me away, ha-ha. They're coming to take me away, ho-ho, hee-hee, ha-ha. To the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to...
You know, this is why I don't conceal and carry. Because I would have immediately shot myself in the head.
It is that song is very creepy if taken seriously.
Yes.
I mean, like if not taken seriously, it's fun because I remember as a little kid loving that song.
Yeah, me too.
And then if you think about it now, as someone like Dennis Nilsson, that song playing while he's washing a dead body in his bathtub,
Right.
and you're like, oh yeah, I wish they did. I wish they had done that.
But that is some. He would listen to that like it was music, right?
Yeah,
like it was like Zeppelin.
Well, I think he thought it was funny.
He did think it was funny.
He definitely
Yeah,
thought
it was
funny.
a funny song.
Yeah.
At the
It is a
time,
funny
Dr.
song,
Demento
yeah.
was very popular. Yeah, people love novelty songs.
No,
It's
I mean
not the
that was
same.
introduced by Dr. Demento, and then Dr. Demento came back and was like, that was a goofy tune. You know, like that would be fun.
You know, they hit the top of the charts in 1966.
Did it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, gold record.
Man, what happened in 66? Were people on drugs?
Yes.
So according to the NCO, Nilsson kept Napoleon the 15th in a stinky tub under his bed and would feed it raw chunks of meat. And he'd then challenge anyone who came into his room to try to take meat from the turtle.
It's cute. But then he'd do like a joke. He'd do like a joke where he's like, maybe you don't want to feed her dead meat. You want something fresh. That's what you go. You young lady, you'll have something fresh. Because that was the other thing with Nilsson, is that he was an almost professional level cockblock. What he would do, because that was his whole thing, was that because he couldn't have relationships with any other men and that it was around him and he couldn't figure out what to do, is that he would just ruin the chances of any dude that was trying to close it with a woman at the end of the night. And so when his roommate would bring chicks home, he'd be like, look at my stinky fucking turtle, and like pulling it out and like feeding it fresh meat and shit until she left.
Now, Nilsson said he left the army after 9 years because he couldn't see a place in it for a homosexual such as himself. And while the sentiment may have been true, it wasn't the actual reason why Nilsson left the army.
Okay.
In reality, Nilsson was asked to leave.
He was.
Oh, yes. He had applied for a further service extension, but was denied because of his bad hygiene and a fistfight he had with his roommate about the smell coming from Napoleon the 14th.
You know, that is always interesting when you're like, I want to die for this country. And the country is like, we don't want you.
We can't
don't
have
want
you
your
anymore.
corpse.
Yes, please leave. But yeah, his whole thing was he explained it away, saying that the reason why he actually chose to leave was because no one understands a gay man in the army. And so he made it immediately how he was a victim.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
about how like it was about his lifestyle.
Well, I'm sure to some degree that is accurate.
Well, I mean, I don't...
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, to some degree, but that wasn't the... He was trying to
No, I know
sign
that
up for an
wasn't-
extension.
Right,
but-
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, he just used it. He
Right,
used,
right, right.
you know, he did that shitty thing that people do where they use actual prejudice that does actually exist and they apply it to themselves to excuse their shitty behavior.
Sure.
So, in other words, once again, Dennis Nilsson painted himself as a tragic romantic. He was put upon by the world at large when, in reality, he was actually just a weird, annoying Dr. Demento fan that nobody actually liked.
Okay.
Aww.
And that narrative seemed to continue when Nelson left the army and became a police officer in London.
What?
I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, because he left, right? He went back home after getting out of the army, and you go to they have a thing called like the United Army career advice place, like essentially like where you go like a guidance counselor for the army, because he had been in the army since he was 16 years old. He came out 11 years later. He goes to them being like, what should I do? And the first thing they said is like, you should be a prison guard. And it's just like, oh, because I guess the first thing is like, it's like, you love to wrestle a man against his will. You love to smell his feces. You love to smell his feces. And it's just, he's like, you do, you're right. That does make sense. They're like, well, maybe you could be a police officer because it takes a little bit less upper arm strength.
Yeah, that's exactly who I want as my peace officer. Well, I mean, so it's interesting. Dr. Demento, you know, that's the thing about, like, the fans, it was Weird Al Yankovic and Dennis Nilsson. So it's like, it's interesting that, you know, with us as well, all of our listeners, we have a diverse swath of people as well. I just hope that we have more Weird Al Yankovic than...
yeah, we want more creatives.
Yeah, more creatives.
Yeah, and, you know, the police, the guys that served with Dennis Nilsen, they also knew that there was something off about this guy. You know, because Dennis Nilsen's narrative that, they didn't like me because I was gay, when in reality he was just a creepy weirdo, that continued into the police. But one of his fellow officers said after it came out that an ex-cop had been arrested for multiple murders, the ex-cop said, quote,
"If it's true he's an ex-copper, my money's on it being Dennis Nilsen."
Really?
Yeah, they knew.
Okay.
But it's the thing is that Nilsen didn't ever actually do anything horrible when he was a cop. He said that his service was pretty boring. Like, he just kind of went out and shook his truncheon.
How long was he a cop for?
9 months.
Oh, 9. Okay,
Yeah,
so
he's
pretty short stint there.
Pretty short stint.
Okay.
But with Nilsen, it was more of a vibe. Like, his mentor was an officer named Peter Wellstead, who made it a point to take all his new recruits to the morgue on their first day. Get them used to life on the streets. And here's where it's going to get creepy again.
Mm-hmm.
Nilsen said he saw a 12-year-old girl on a slab whom he thought looked like a boy. Nilsen watched as an assistant, an old man with a hunchback, wheeled her around the room. And again, Nilsen's fantasy was not about himself. It was about the old man. You get it?
No, but I understand what you're saying. So he puts himself in the shoes of the old man.
Yeah.
Is
It's
that
the
correct?
same thing. He keeps accidentally finding himself in the same scenario where an old man is moving a limp body back and forth, and it makes him pop a boner instantly.
I have to say, most people go through their whole life never seen an old man around a corpse, and evidently he's seen it a dozen times now, which is it's a little strange, of course, but
be the change you want to see in the world,
I suppose.
Now, it's rumored that Nilsen was asked to leave at 9 months after he was caught masturbating over a body in the morgue, but that is unsubstantiated. That's more of a rumor than anything.
Oh, Jesus.
Nilsen said he left the force because, again, he couldn't see a place for himself there, so he got a job at the job center where he would work until his arrest as a boring old civil servant. He went to the job center, give me a job, and they said, you can work here.
I like that he took it literally. That's the job center. That's where you work.
Well, yeah, and I mean, he had the patience for it, and his patience will also be described later on as he would sit with the bodies and very specifically cleave them of their meat.
Okay.
But before Nilsen left the police, he was indirectly introduced to the London gay scene by the homophobic comments of a fellow officer.
Yeah, sometimes homophobia helps. Because a police officer, at one point, they were all hanging out. He's like, yeah, if you want to hang out with the other fancies, you go down to this area of town. And he was like, oh, really? Let my fingers do the walking and then my penis do the talking.
Well, isn't that crazy? So he found out that way, huh?
Yeah. The officer told Nilsen that you better stay away from Earl's Court because that's where all the gays are.
Wait, it's called Earl's Cork?
Earl's Court.
Court.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought it was Earl's Court. Well, either way, Earl's Court. Okay.
Yeah, so naturally that night, Nilsen just made a beeline straight to Earl's Court.
Oh, okay.
And that's where he found bars like the Black Cap, the Golden Lion, and the Champion, not to mention the Pig and Whistle.
Oh.
Which was said to be the best spot for Sunday lunchtime cruising in London.
There's a Pig and Whistle here in New York City. I've been there for brunch. Very tasty.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, how was the cruising?
It was good, man. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, I bet
Very
you
nice.
call. I bet you're quite a bit of chum for a bunch of lads out there.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I do very well.
No, I could see a bunch of the little what are those things? The remoras? What are the things that suck onto a shark?
Yeah, remora.
Yeah, I could see a bunch of those all over here. A bunch of little tinier guys.
Hey, I've been to many a gay bar with my brothers. I went to one called The Cock many years ago, after hours. They didn't have any more beer. They stopped serving beer.
But what did they have?
Oh my God! Well, they were engaged and they were having fun there. I'll tell you that.
So while drinking in the Champion one night, Dennis met an 18-year-old named David Galachon. The two went home together, and after just a single night, Nilsen impulsively asked the boy if he would be interested in getting an apartment together.
Oh, my goodness.
And so the two found a place and moved into 195 Melrose Avenue, where Nilsen would commit the bulk of his 15 murders.
The kid said yes?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. He was a bit of an impulsive kid as well.
Okay.
Not surprisingly, though, things between Dennis and Twinkle, as Dennis would call him, didn't work out. There were multiple problems, but one of the biggest was their difference in music tastes.
Dennis Nilsen becomes sort of like a version of like Patrick Bateman.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
He becomes obsessed with music.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
but like
this-
only the bands that he likes, like
Yes.
Huey Lewis for Psycho.
Yeah, it's
or
only
American Psycho.
it's only Huey, but it's certain like frequencies just hit him, and it's a
Okay.
very specific kind of music.
All right.
From novelty hits and was big into classical music and prog rock, specifically the sounds of guys like Mike Oldfield and Rick Wakeman of the band Yes.
Oh.
So I know you're not familiar with Rick Wakeman.
I know Yes, I know the band.
Oh yeah, but but he was specifically into Rick Wakeman's solo work.
Okay.
Yes, very specific.
So he's right.
So here's an example of Wakeman's style to get you into the mind of the most notorious serial killer in British history behind Jack the Ripper. This one's called Bombay Duck.
Just how did Castlevania, man? Like that is
I kind of love it. I listened to that whole album last night. It's really
Are
fun.
there any words, or is it all electronica?
It's just a instrumental. It's keyboard.
Instrumental.
He's
Oh, that's a
Rick Wakeman's
keyboard.
a
Okay.
keyboardist.
Yeah, Moog. He's like part of that Moog era, and also just washing a bunch of dead bodies to that.
Yeah, that's
strangling them to it.
It's not bad. It's just like it's not like I listen to music to relate to it, to unwind. Yeah, it's like
in my mind, it's like, because what do we view? The famous serial killer that we know that was a fanboy was Richard Ramirez and AC/DC.
Exactly.
And back in the day, it's like we could see that AC/DC, like you can see listening to fucking like TNT, I guess. Like I know that's one of their sillier hits, but you listen to Highway to Hell the first time it comes out, and you're just like murdering a bunch of people. You could see the up tempo, but there's something about the it's like it's very strange to accompany murder.
It literally seems like a pie shop on Thanksgiving, where they're just like, we're gonna get these pies out. We have thousands of pie orders.
Well, that's only a small sampling of Rick Wakeman's work.
But that does seem to be kind of that's in the wheelhouse of what we listened to before. Obviously,
Yeah. And Rick Wakeman, like he did like these big concept albums. Like he did a big concept album about like King Arthur. He did a concept album about the wives of Henry VIII.
Cool. Okay.
And a couple others. Like it's actually pretty cool
He's
stuff. I
obviously
really
very
like
talented,
Rick Wakeman. Now, while that may not make much sense, Rick Wakeman might not make much sense as far as like listening to the songs like we did with Richard Ramirez, listening to AC/DC and all that. But maybe this song, Nelson's favorite song, might give you a little bit more insight.
So this is the all-time favorite.
This is Dennis Nelson's all-time favorite song.
Okay.
This is the soundtrack to almost every one of his murders.
Okay.
Yeah. This is a song, and we're going to listen to just a little bit of it to get into Dennis Nelson's head just a little. This is Oh Superman by Laurie Anderson.
Oh.
Oh, Superman. Oh, John. Oh, Mom and Dad.
Ooh, it's good. It's weird. It's kind of good.
I love this song.
That was actually on my pill mix when I went through my weird phase when I was into fucking smoking a whole joint and eating a couple of hydrocodones in fucking college. That was like one of the songs I would sit and stare at my ceiling to.
Yeah, I love that you call that a phase. How long have you been doing that for now?
Oh, I've stopped. I don't do pills anymore.
Yeah, he stopped the pills. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Those will get you.
Well, I mean, that song, it's 8.5 minutes long.
That's right, yeah.
And that kind of progression it carries on for the entire 8.5 minutes.
It does seem like something Harley Quinn would sing.
I guess so.
It's got a Joker like the ha-ha stuff in the background.
Interesting that you took that away from that. But it does make sense.
Yeah. But Twinkle hated all of this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Twinkle's like an 18-year-old kid.
What's a Twinkle like?
Just stuff. Bay City Rollers.
Like
Just
different
not
kind
that.
of music. Okay, more popular maybe.
Yeah, just a lot more popular stuff. This is like prog rock's pretty highbrow.
Okay.
Eventually, Twinkle left Dennis for an older antiques dealer, leaving Dennis all alone. And the only things that Dennis got out of this relationship, and this is a pretty good haul. You got a cute little mutt named Bleep, a cat named Dee Dee, and a private garden, which would be put to horrific use about a year later. Now, some have said that Twinkle leaving was the catalyst for Dennis's murder spree, but that's just the lazy answer. It completely misses the point of what drives men like Nelson. The point is that they're attracted to dead people.
Yes,
that's the thing. It's like,
Yes.
it's like,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
I see
that's the
now.
Because the living are fine, and they'll work in a pinch. Because like Nelson had a string of summer flings before the killing began, which were, by the accounts of the flings, relatively normal. But that's not where the desire really lies. It's not like he killed.
You
for,
have to get dead people to come.
Yeah,
it's
see.
not a good. It's not a good combination.
it's
and
just-
you need to tell somebody. You need to just say, "Hey, this is like an idea. Hey, spitballing here. I think I only come when I see dead people."
I
Like a
see.
Haley Joel Osment, but grown up.
Yeah.
It's like that's not good.
The Sixth Sense. This is only on this show does that sentence get uttered. Like that's not what got him upset. The problem is he wanted to have sex with dead people. Okay, well,
Yeah,
there we go.
exactly. Yeah, because he wasn't. It wasn't because what everyone. That's why the book is called "Killing for Company." They
Right,
say
right,
that
right.
Dennis
Oh, yeah.
Nilsson.
Oh, I
because,
get it now. Yeah.
Because that's what Brian Masters. That's what his whole thesis was. That he killed for company. He killed because he was lonely. But I don't think that's the case at all.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, a part of it's also the what is the Jeffrey Dahmer excuse, which they said is that I killed them because they were going to leave.
Yeah.
Because everybody in my life leaves. Because no one ever stays for the long haul forever. But the problem is the dead body doesn't either, because in 3 weeks you got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Now, really, with Nelson, it was just a slow build of mental illness, the escalation of fantasy, and, of course, also loneliness that resulted in the events of December 30th, 1978, when Dennis Nelson committed his first murder. And loneliness did play a factor in it, but these guys always put it as the number one factor, when in fact, it's about number 3.
Okay.
Now, on the day before New Year's Eve, Dennis Nelson met Stephen Holmes in the Cricklewood Arms Pub located in Cricklewood.
Oh, I like the Cricklewood Arms Pub. That's a fun name, Cricklewood. Cricklewood.
Now, Holmes was only 14 and had ducked into the pub after a concert to warm himself up. He was on his way home. But Nelson chicken-hawked the boy immediately and invited him back to his place for a few more drinks. Now, nothing overtly sexual seemed to happen because the boy wasn't gay. The two apparently just drank and passed out. Because that's another thing that people always say about Dennis Nelson's victims, is like they were all street homosexuals.
Okay.
But it was a mix.
Yeah, he just sometimes it's a buddy. It's like a thing where he'd meet somebody, they'd hit it off, they'd get hammered. Again, we were talking about it's like a 10 p.m. curfew at the party. It's like let's go have a couple at my house. You
Sure.
can listen to my hi-fi records, where you're gonna have to listen to them in headphones. And that's like my big thing about audiophiles, where they kind of creep me out. Where it's like if you go to somebody's house and the only way to listen to the albums that they want you to listen to is over your headphones, they're playing something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I never do that.
No,
the
don't do
headphones
it.
albums, those are for me.
Okay.
But Nelson woke up before Stephen Holmes. Nelson said he stared at the boy and thought about how nice it would be if he stayed for New Year's Eve. But Nelson knew it was more likely that as soon as he woke up, the boy would be out of the door.